Hey everybody, Quick Shot here, looking back at Europe's match history. Any standout games that shaped what the LEC is today.
Mad Lions are hungry, they want to get top 3 again, seeding for Worlds implications of course, and still a chance to fight for that LEC crown. We're going to see who comes out on top. We've already got the bans coming in thick and fast, Medic.
And I love this from Rogue. They say, okay, Shadow's played 4 games of Lilia in the playoffs. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of Humanoid's possibility of having that first pick Akali, remove the Hecarim, and put Shadow back onto something like the Lee Sin, onto something like the Set, something that you know a little bit more. And immediately, Rogue, they've learned from last week. Sorry,
no
Larssen,
Gangplank first pick this time.
Larssen is going to get Nemesis's Lucian in the mid lane, probably.
The Gangplank, of course, being banned out, but this does mean that the Lucian going to be locked in. I'm excited to see where this goes. We've been seeing a lot of it in solo lanes over in the East. We also saw it in North America last night between Cloud9 and TSM. And I still think it can be playing the bot lane. Hans Sama used to be a big Lucian player, and I think that when you pair it up with Yuumi specifically, it can be a very potent 2 versus 2.
Of course, we first saw it when Rogue were demolished by Fnatic last week. Nemesis playing against Larssen in the mid lane. Ashe, still an incredibly strong AD carry. Kazi's played it 4 times in the playoffs, has won 3 of those games. And Mad Lions looking to team it up with. You'd expect a support here. The Nautilus, a very powerful pick alongside the Ashe. Could go for a roaming mid, though, for Humanoid. The deck may play out in their favor as they lock in Twisted Fate.
Interesting. Again, we saw a pretty impressive Twisted Fate last night from Bjergsen. We'll see if Humanoid can replicate that level of performance. I think that it's a very powerful early game champion, not necessarily for laning, but the moment he hits level 6, as Medic was saying, you can look to impact the rest of the map. When you pair that up with an Ashe Arrow as well, you're already seeing a lot of pick potential come out from this Mad Lions squad. The Evelynn hover, we heard the analyst desk talking about it. We will get to see inspired on a carry jungler. Rogue definitely shaking things up here in Game 1, Medic.
I mean, the crazy thing is, Rogue actually had the least unique champions of any team during the regular season, and they have already locked in 3 champions. They did 2 champions they didn't play at all in the regular season. So that question of draft adaptability, that question of bringing new things to the table for Rogue seems to be being answered in Game 1. Of course, they still have to pilot these champions well. They still have to be effective on them. But with the Lucian, the Eve, and the Senna locked in, I think we can solidly say Rogue are bringing something new to the table.
Yes, they certainly are. Well, I'm excited, that's for sure. As we move into the second phase, let's have a look at some of the things that both these teams need. Well, support is going to be the priority. Remember that Mad Lions do get first pick of support, so they may consider banning out some potential counters, things like a Leona, perhaps, and then they look to prioritize something like the Nautilus for themselves, get a weaker matchup for that center. They could also think about banning Tahm Kench, but it looks like they're going to focus on banning out some of the counter top lane champions that Orome could struggle against.
I actually really like this because when Rogue played against Fnatic last week, Finn was a clear weak point. He died 3 times on average at the 15-minute mark. He was dived on by Fnatic over and over again. And so here, pick the Camille, give yourself a strong pick in the top lane, get rid of some of the powerful picks into it, and put Finn on something where he is near useless.
Looks like that is the game plan and strategy for Mad Lions. Meanwhile, Rogue looking to take out some of the junglers. Graves going to be the first one off the board. Will they take out the Kindred? I think that we've been seeing a lot of this over in the LPL. Nidalee is another one that has been rising in popularity. Ooh, I actually love that Lulu ban because remember that Evelynn, all about the execution, all assassins, they hate playing against Lulu players. The Whimsy, the ultimate that provides that additional HP, all very valuable, but hey, Mad Lions, Shadow, of course, one of the best Lee Sin players, if not the best Lee Sin player that we have here in Europe, and of course, they're just going to lock that one in.
So I'm thinking about options for that support pick, and one that comes to mind, perhaps because I watched a lot of TSM yesterday, Zilean. Zilean support can actually work really well into the Eve because you just chuck the Chrono Shift onto your AD carry whenever he gets dived on. Could do something similar to that Lulu. We'll see if Mad Lions decide to go towards it. Rogue, though, getting rid of another strong pick into Eve by taking the Tahm Kench themselves and then getting a strong tank in the top lane. Once again, Finn, his job is to influence team fights, not really win out his lane.
Yeah, it looks like that. So I think that Rogue, they changed some things, but they didn't change everything. The first 2 picks, I was like, okay, Rogue, we're seeing a different shape, we're seeing a different style to them. But nope, we're still going to get the Ornn, we're still going to get a Tahm Kench. This is still very Rogue. Right now, very traditional front to back. The craziest thing is going to be how this Evelynn plays out in fights, where they're able to find these executions. I'm surprised Mad Lions decided to go for the Thresh. I think that Tahm Kench is a great matchup into the Thresh because of the protection that it can provide. I mean, I'm also just really surprised that they didn't ban out Tahm Kench. When you think about the amount of single target crowd control that Mad Lions has, I think Tahm Kench is a really good pick into that. And I think the Mad Lions have put a lot of responsibility on themselves to actually get ahead in the early game. I think that when it comes to scaling, sure, Mad Lions do have some side lane options. I think it's going to be difficult for them to play on the sides. Sorry, they're going to have strong power in the side lanes, but the problem they're going to have is this Evelynn later on, because she can just show up anywhere, and it's something that's very difficult to ward for. So I like what Rogue have drafted to try and answer Mad Lions' composition. It now just largely comes down to execution. Which Rogue is going to show up today?
We'll see Rogue versus Mad Lions for a chance to place G2 next week. And on to Summoner's Rift we go. And I do want to come back to that point about Inspired, because I've been looking through his Season 10 history, Vedius, and the top thing, the top champion I can see that is a carry, I'd say, is Pantheon on this list. He's played it twice. Everything else, you're looking at Sejuani, Lee, Set, Trundle. Olaf is kind of there.
That would be like the carry jungler that Inspired would typically play when he was like, that was the champion you had to ban out from him, but then whenever he didn't get Olaf, he would struggle. That was very much a narrative we had for him last year. Yeah, I think this is definitely a shift in a different direction. I find it funny because, you know, we did see some new picks in the form of the Evelynn and the Lucian, and then everything else around them is like, okay, that's enough change. Let's just, let's keep some things the same. And again, it's like very traditional front to back, good scaling, but they do have a lot of agency in the mid lane, and I'm very curious as to what Larssen will do with it. He may just neutralize it. He may just apply so much pressure in the early game against Humanoid to prevent him from looking for these roams. He could also try to roam himself. Notice that he is running the cleanse, so he won't be able to match, given that he has no teleport. And for the early laning phase Humanoid, he's going to be forced to play defensive, because Lucian, for those that don't know, is very oppressive into most mid lane matchups. And we'll see how Humanoid fares.
It's going to be an interesting one, to be sure. Larssen, of course, struggled so much last week to really have an influence on the game. In fact, we actually have some of his numbers here. You can see in the regular season, he was probably statistically the best mid laner in the league. High KDA, ahead in CSD, high damage percent. But then in playoffs, Fnatic was so good at locking him out of the game, partly because Nemesis was on the Lucian pick into his Azir, but partly also because Fnatic were just very good at making sure that Larssen was on an island, that no one was really ever able to influence his lane.
Yeah, for sure. I think that Larssen, he didn't really show the same level of performance that he did during the regular season and playoffs, and I think that he is one of the players that I definitely want to say step up. You know, I'm very excited, and I hope that Rogue get to play TSM at Worlds. Obviously, it has been a bit of a meme, but I think that Larssen and Bjergsen have a lot of similarities in terms of their progression, their play style, and I thought that Larssen as a player has showcased a very deep champion pool in the past. I think that he showcased that he can carry, and while this split he hasn't shown that same level of depth, I think that matchup could be very interesting. So I want to see a strong performance from him today, and from Rogue as well, with Worlds so very close. Hook does land from Kai'Sa. Looks like that's not going to result in a huge event.
The last embrace coming out from Hans Sama stops Kai'Sa really following up, and you can just see the constant trading here in the bottom lane. Kazi and Kai'Sa currently have the push as expected. Ashe very good at pushing in lanes, and Senna not that great at pushing them out herself because of those slower than normal auto attacks and a lack of real wave clear. So for the moment, you expect Mad to be behind this. The hook's going to land, but you talked about it in draft, Vedius. The Tahm Kench just gobbles up Hans Sama, and there's nothing that Mad can really do.
Well, Kazi and Kai'Sa do have push in the 2 versus 2 though. We'll see what Shadow looks to try and do with that. Notice that Larssen also went for a very early recall after pushing in the wave. He's likely not going to lose a huge amount of that, but this also gives a window for Shadow to invade. He's going to get a bit of information on what Inspired is up to. For the time being, it looks like there's not going to be too much there. This will just give him the opportunity to take that bot river scuttle grab.
Yeah, so actually he might be looking towards the mid lane here. Of course, looks like he's got a ward, so he can just jump across if Larssen oversteps. Humanoid does have the teleport, currently only sitting at the inhibitor turret. Shadow's going to start up the Razor Beaks. Inspired coming around the corner. Didn't realize that Shadow was on them. He's going to dive straight onto him, and this Lee Sin's going to have to ward jump away, but Inspired is still on the chase and has the flash. Shadow flashes the wall. Inspired flashes to follow. The Whiplash hits, but Shadow dives to the Grump, and the Ardent Blaze will secure first blood to Larssen.
And Shadow, he got a bit greedy here. He thought he could steal these away, and now Rome is struggling in the top lane.
Oh, if that Brittle had connected, Finn would have just clapped him down for the kill, but Arome will use the flash to get away.
So Rogue already having a solid performance in the early game and a big punish onto Shadow. Notice here, crucially, Shadow is just lying in wait to actually steal away the Raptors. But Inspired's timing is perfect. He lines everything up, he arrives just as these Raptors respawn, and now Shadow doesn't have any abilities to actually skirmish against this Evelynn in the early game. You're seeing the Q buffs come through here for the Eve, and while Shadow just barely thinks he's going to get out, Larssen is already roaming down, flashes, lands the W, and oh look, Lucian now has a blue buff at level 4.
Cool guys don't look at explosions as Larssen looks the other way, and already he's up to the top lane. And Vedi, you asked it just 2 minutes ago. What can Larssen do with the lane priority? What can he do early on to get around this map? Well, so far he's been able to get 2 kills.
And look, now Shadow is losing his early camps. Let's see if we have any more action in the bot lane. The ultimate comes through.
Humanoid, that was actually the teleport coming out there, but the curse of the Black Isles is too strong.
Wow.
Too strong.
So Mad tried to respond. As you correctly identified there, Medic, it was the teleport coming out from Humanoid, trying to take advantage of the fact that Larssen roamed up towards topside, but this bot lane's difficult to gank.
Yep.
Like, not only is there the Curse of the Black Mist, again, as you highlighted, Medic, but also the Tahm Kench Consume. It is the Consume, man. That's what it's called. I always confuse it with Consume or Gobble Up.
It's Consume, or is it Devour?
Devour.
Consume is Cho'Gath. No, that's Feast. Consume is Nunu-Q.
Oh, this is why I have play-by-plays, ladies and gentlemen. To me, they're all just Q, W, E, and R. Yeah, so Vander uses W there to protect Hans Summer should he be in any danger, and that makes it so difficult for Mad to actually find these picks. So early advantages immediately going in favor of Rogue. I like the initial punish, and then transition into taking that pressure up towards top. Larssen now sits 2-0-0.
What an early game it's been for Rogue so far. 1,300 gold ahead. A fed Lucian, Mad Lions trying to get something back for themselves. It looks like the reset has just come out from Larssen and Hans Summer and Vander. They've only just got back into the lane, so this should be a pretty easy Cloud Drake for Mad. Will be at least a little bit of recompense for a struggling early game.
Yeah. It's kind of like the small light at the end of the dark tunnel right now. And the fact that Finn is already winning his 1v1 matchup in the top lane against Arome is definitely a much better performance compared to what we saw from him last week. I think he was definitely the player that received the most criticism, and he might even look to dive this.
Sword of the Forge God coming out. Arome is going to use the hookshot. Wall dive, still gets hit with it. Finn, that would be a long way to chase.
But it's worth. Do you know what I mean? You zone Arome away from all these minions. I think that was 2 waves that was lost, and Finn is going to be able to push in another wave, right? He could even set up a slow push freeze if you want. No, he's just going to go for the push. He knows that Arome doesn't have the TP, and I think this is also fine because now the wave is going to crash, it's going to bounce back, and Arome is going to lose the cannon. Finn's going to get a free recall. Everything going so well for Rogue in this early game.
I mean, there's a reason they were the best team in the regular season. They are having a cracking start to this game, and I will give credit to Finn. Early on, I said that I didn't think he would have that much influence, but he's doing a lot of work. As the Cullen comes out, Evelynn trying to get around as Shadow dives away, but Inspired already level 6, has that last caress, and Shadow tries to get onto the Krugs to get away. Inspired still on the chase, last caress, he dives back with it, and Shadow dies to the hate spikes. It can do everything. You go in, you go out, you protect, and you attack as Inspired gets a kill.
That was clever from Inspired. I thought that he had missed his ultimate there, but he just used it to close the gap. Clever utilization, and I honestly thought that he would go for the dive into mid lane as well, but his intention was to try and put Shadow behind. 2-level difference now between the junglers, and you know what, Medic? I laughed a little bit. You know, the changes that we saw from Rogue was, oh, we're seeing a slightly different mid lane pick, slightly different jungle, but everything else seems to stay the same for Rogue. Well, those 2 changes are coming up massive in Game 1 against Mad Lions.
They really are. You can see just a very strong performance so far from Rogue. Level advantage for Larssen in the mid lane. Inspired actually 2 levels ahead of Shadow right now. Almost a level and a half if you subtract the little bit of XP that Shadow is about to gain. But it's just so difficult for Mad. They have so few opportunities. They're 2,000 gold behind at the 8.5 minute mark, and they are struggling. Destiny's going to be popped here in the top lane. Finn dives underneath the turret. Arome decides he wants to go in and will get the kill. The heal comes out. Arome just about survives.
Okay, if it wasn't for that heal, that could have ended in disaster. I think this was a much needed play for Mad. I like the setup, I like the execution, and Mad finally do get a kill back on the board. Larssen, though, going to push in that wave, look for a roam up, but I think he's going to act as interference to stop this Rift Herald going over to Mad.
I'm just not sure if you can do this as Mad, right? Humanoid has the flash, is up here. Inspired's on his way as well. Doesn't have the last caress right now. Shadow's in the back of the Rift Herald arena. And the dive comes in from Larssen. Light Slinger used to get a couple of autos in. Shadow's going to hit it with the Sonic Wave. Here comes the arrow. That goes wide. Unfortunately, doesn't hit Shelly. She's arrow immune as Humanoid eats up a culling. Cycles through to the gold card. Shadow diving in. Hits a kick onto Inspired, but Inspired's going to chase him down with 8 spikes. Dawning Shadow coming out as Shadow gets just about onto the Lantern in time. And Inspired gets the Herald.
And Mad, they tried to swap their bot lane up towards the Rift Herald, but it was a little too late. Vander was already there beforehand, and both Shadow and Humanoid just got forced off. Rogue utilizing this early advantage that they've been able to accrue, and they're keeping the snowball going.
I actually love this. We talked about opening up Inspired, opening up Larssen, so getting him around the map, putting the Rift Herald down here just gets that turret down quicker. It means the Lucian can get away.
But it also stops Humanoid from freely roaming around the map. He's been able to make 2 plays so far. He TP'd to bot lane once. He also used his ultimate to top lane once. And so far, Mad have only been able to get 1 kill. You can see the difference in the gold. 800 in favor of Larssen right now. 400 in favor of the top. 1.5k between the two junglers. And like that early play from Shadow, you know, it's pretty crazy how a single mistake can balloon into such a massive advantage. And, you know, this is what happens in pro play. You know, solo queue, you make that misstep, like, sure, you can probably bounce back from that, but Inspired knows exactly what to do. Larssen knows how to capitalize with the pressure, and they've just been doing everything in their power to put Shadow's Lee Sin behind.
It also makes you wonder about, you know, future games in this series. Of course, a best of 5. We've seen Mad Lions fight back in series like this before. We saw them fight against G2 last split, you know, where they went all the way to 5 games. So you wonder, do Mad have to adapt their draft? Do you get rid of things like the Evelynn? Because we said it in draft, Inspired is not known for playing these carries. Like, Olaf is the only carry we really know him on. Otherwise, he's on Sejuani duty. He's on Set duty. He's on Lee Sin duty, Jarvan duty. He's the guy that helps Finn engage. He is not the guy that hard carries the game.
Well, this game, he's having a stellar performance alongside Larssen. Both of them very fed, very strong, both level 9, by the way. I think Inspired is the third highest level in the game, just only matching Humanoid. But we're going to bring the XP. Yeah, you can see 3rd highest level in the game right now, with Finn close behind them. And Inspired, once again, looking for another play. We've been seeing this a lot from Evelynn, just rushing the death cap. You know that he can just execute him.
Dives in, Human's going to flash away, the stun card lands, and Inspired needs to use his ultimate to get away, but Larssen chases down the kill. Arome is trying to collapse us. Meanwhile, in the top lane, there was a little bit of a dive, but Vogue have been able to survive. Arome now getting towards this mid lane tower as it falls. Inspired's going to try and put the charm down. Arome does still have flash. Hookshot wall dive doesn't flash towards it. Larssen trying to dodge away, but he's hit with the sweep, and the shutdown goes to Camille.
Much needed shutdown for Mad. That's trying to alleviate the pressure. Shadow with the kick.
Another well-timed play in the top lane. Hans Sama away from his Tahm Kench, away from the belly of the beast, and Mad Lions able to get the kill.
All right, so Mad Lions answering back now. They're able to get a couple of picks. They'll likely get a couple more plates up and towards the top side of the map. The fact that Arome was able to get that shutdown is very valuable for him as well. Finn actually setting up a bit of a flank here. He knows that Evelynn is on the Drake.
Arome does still have flash here, so should just be able to hookshot away. Manages to escape. As you say, the dragon does go down to Rogue. Delays any soul point possibility for the Mad Lions because, of course, they were the first getting that Cloud Drake earlier on.
Okay, so we've had a pretty action-packed early game already. I like what we're seeing from both teams. Of course, Shadow put at that early deficit, but still able to find a pick here or there. And I think already we can safely say that Rogue has definitely stepped up coming into this series. Again, a lot of question marks surrounding Rogue and their level of performances. While they did lose to Fnatic, and I think that it's fair to say, based on yesterday's results, that Fnatic is obviously a very strong team. I think individually we saw poor performances. Hans Sama and Vander dying 2 versus 2 in lane, Finn getting solo killed, Larssen not having the same impact, Inspired being invisible. But this time around, his invisibility is working off in Rogue's favor, and they're able to get a huge number of advantages. So they're stepping up. We now need to see how Mad respond in kind. They're not the kind of team to just roll over and die. They're very proactive in the early game. They will fight you, and they will claw back deficits just through sheer aggression and looking for plays and picks. We can already see Twisted Fate going to bring up the minimap for you. Notice where he's hovering right now, looking for a potential opportunity with Shadow waiting in the wings, seeing if anyone oversteps, seeing if that Senna does get a little too far up in the lane so that they can punish, because with the mid lane down, it's too dangerous for Humanoid to just push up and wave clear as he was before, because that Evelynn could show up at any time.
And we've already seen Hans Sama get caught out by himself in this top lane, and Mad are setting up for it once again. As you say, Shadow is just around the corner. Let's have a look at where we are in terms of items. Inspired on his way to the death cap has double needlessly large rod. The Manamune stacking up on Larssen and Hans Summer, so give him, 5-10 more minutes. Those two champs, that Lucian and that Senna, will be incredibly strong. As you say, they just hit 11, which is second level ultimate, second level culling, second level last caress, and Arome, well, he'd be hoping to get to 11 himself, as Inspired is waiting just around the wings for a gank here. Arome does still have the flash, sitting on Tiamat, Phage, and Sheen. The charm looking to connect, so the hookshot wall dive comes out. There's the charm, there's the chase. There is a very dead Camille as Finn dives in and secures his first kill of the game.
Finn had to commit his flash to help secure that one, but you know what? That's still worth. Keeping Arome down, one of those side lane threats that Mad Lions ideally want to play through, is definitely going to help Rogue as they transition from the mid game, or into the mid game rather. Now Mad, once again, looking for a cross-map play. They have the Twisted Fate ultimate, the Ash Arrow comes through.
Only onto the Tahm Kench, but a good flash kick from Shadow will get a chase off, but the Devour is just too quick. Hans Summer able to survive, and Larsen's looking for a flank position here as the tower still stands. The culling coming out, Humanoid dodging back into the bush, but he's not going to be able to survive. He might take Hans Summer. The shield from the Dawning Shadow. Hans Summer keeps himself just about alive.
Well played there once again from Rogue, and you're seeing how obnoxious this Tahm Kench pick is. We talked a lot about it in draft. There's so much single target CC that Rogue were able to just get out of that, and now they're looking for another fight.
Box goes down, Sonic Wave misses from Shadow as he looks just to help disengage for Kaiser and Kazi. We'll note Kazi has a 20 CS lead now on this Ashe. Blade of the Ruin King complete. Ashe, of course, so good at pushing in the lanes. We mentioned it when they were down in the bottom lane. Has just continued to do that in the top lane. And Rogue have been playing more around trying to catch out Arome, it feels, than around their bot lane. They've been trying to keep this Camille down, keep her shut down, and it has been working. She's about 30, 40 CS down, picked up a couple of kills, but yet to complete that first item. You can actually see only Shadow and the supports have less gold than Arome does right now.
Yeah, I think that Rogue have done a great job of putting the two carries that Mad ideally wanted to get advantage on in the early game behind. Keeping Humanoid down, attacking his mid lane early. Inspired now. I think he's found another pick.
For Arome, hookshot wall dive will get him out. Larssen waiting on the culling. Doesn't quite have it up yet. Could dive under the tower. Goes for it. The piercing light into Ardent Blaze is not quite enough.
I don't think his Q was just in range, so he couldn't quite get that execute, but it doesn't matter. Rogue gonna secure another tower. And what I really want to highlight this game is how Larssen is moving around the map. Notice that whenever Rogue are playing for a tower, Larsen's always in a position and working with Inspired to make sure that people get zoned away from the objectives so that they lose a lot of farm and the objective goes easily in the favor of Rogue. And again, I want to draw your attention to the minimap. Notice how in the bot lane, this wave has been pushed up all the way to the tower, and the same is being done in the mid. The reason why they do this so much is to give them time to reset as Shadow looks for a play.
Yeah, he dived in. The heal was used immediately from Rogue, and Larssen, well, it's named the culling for a reason as he takes down the Lee Sin.
Yeah, so yeah.
It was a greedy play.
Well, Shadow wanted to try and find a pick while Rogue were on the reset because he recognized that, okay, Finn is probably looking to base right now. Evelyn's probably just looked to base as well. But you can see that Senna and Lucian are here. Let's see if we can just burst out Hans Summer, only level 9, but lo and behold, the Lucian's level 12. Has more than enough damage to be able to turn that one around, and Rogue walk away with another kill and the second Drake of the game.
And a 5,000 gold lead, Vedius. Like, it's quietly continued to sneak up here. Larssen has about a 2k lead over his opposing mid lane, over Humanoid. That's the name.
Oh, so initially he just wants to interrupt, and then he's like, I can make this play happen.
Follow the Q.
But he doesn't
Do anything, yeah.
What, wait, did he not have a ward? Because he didn't ward jump or anything. He literally just queued in and then died.
So, sometimes Shadow is someone to be feared. And sometimes he does things like that and he's not.
I mean, I would actually say that's extremely uncharacteristic of Shadow. Oh, yeah,
Oh,
okay.
it's
So
got
he had the
Rift
Rift
Tail.
Tail. That's,
Rift Tail,
yeah,
okay.
that's why he didn't have a ward to jump to. I wonder if he recognized
Yeah,
that.
I wonder if he just made the mistake of diving in.
I don't know. Either way, like, uncharacteristic of Shadow.
Yeah.
Now, I will say that Shadow had a poor game 1 on Friday with his set. Now, that was kind of, you know, his... Oh, hang on, one sec.
First hit
Watch
spike.
this execution. Yeah, okay, so back to what I was saying. This is quite an uncharacteristic performance from Shadow. And some might say this is uncharacteristic from Inspired, as Mad picks up another fight.
Call of the Forge God going down, Arome locked up in place, knocked up. There's the Dawning Shadow. The shot connects and Finn gets the kill onto Arome. Larssen now on his way. Shadow goes down. It's a double for Finn. Kazi flashes away, uses the heal as well. Just a couple of auto attacks would be enough, but they can't quite get onto Kazi as he pops out the volley. The hook comes out. Vander, flash, tongue lash as Kazi trying to escape underneath his tower, but cannot get away.
That was a 3 versus 4 fight that Rogue actually won, and then the cleanup just came through from Larssen. The gold advantage is massive for Rogue right now. I feel like it is going to be very difficult for Mad to find their way back in, and this has just been non-stop, relentless aggression. And we kind of have to go back to what we originally talked about. What will Rogue look like against Mad? Because the sentiment around them was, they shouldn't be going to Worlds. They do not deserve a spot. The quality of their gameplay was poor. I think that coming into Game 1, they've definitely showcased what they're capable of and why so many of these players were put in the second All-Pro team at the end of the regular season.
Yeah, I think it just makes... I mean, if I'm G2, I'm actually watching this and being a little bit scared. I'll be honest. Like, this is pretty strong stuff from Rogue so far. We'll see how they continue for the rest of the series as Larssen is caught out, but he dodges away. He's still able to survive here on the Lucian, and they get one. Finn takes it down. He's looking for more in a 2v1. The Call of the Forge God not quite available, but Hunsummer's on the chase with the Yumus. Kazi trying to back away. The volley comes out. The last embrace doesn't quite connect, but the slows are there, and Hunsummer continues to chase the hook. Only lands onto Vander. Humanoid gets underneath the turret, but it's being tanked up by Finn, and Hunsummer just goes in. Auto after auto after auto. Humanoid with the stopwatch to keep himself alive. There's the arrow, hits Hunsummer. Vander takes the kill.
Here comes Inspired.
And here comes Inspired, and there goes Kazi. Kaiser down for the double kill. Inspired 4-0-3 now on this Evelynn.
And so earlier I said this is an uncharacteristic performance from Inspired, and that's because we don't typically see him on the carry junglers, but he looks like a natural. Of course, he was gifted that early advantage by Shadow, but he took advantage of it beautifully. Now level 14 on the Evelynn, the second highest level in the game. Rogue have just dominated here in Game 1.
It's actually just, it's a little dirty right now. Should take it to the laundromat, clean it up for the next game, hopefully, as Mad Lions have to clean up quite a few bits of their play. Baron secured by Rogue, 21 minutes in. They have a 9,000 gold lead, and Shadow did what he could with the Rift Herald, charged in a couple of turrets, got a couple of towers in the bottom lane, but Larssen's now on the chase, and Shadow does have Flash. How many wards has he got?
They know where he is, though, and look, he's going to get interrupted, isn't he? Yeah.
Where he interrupted himself. Here comes the Tahm Kench. Shadow, how'd you get out of this one? Well, good Dragon's Rage kick will knock Larssen back. Vander still on the chase.
Has the stone plate.
Has the stone plate, has the tongue lash. Shadow has a flash and gets to the lantern. Dawning Shadow won't connect, so Shadow gets out. Had to burn his flash to do it.
Yep, he certainly does. Again, very uncharacteristic game from Shadow. And I think the craziest thing is, when we saw the game series versus Schalke rather, he lost on set, he immediately went to his Lee Sin, and he had like a stellar Lee Sin performance.
Yep.
And it was like, it was a huge confidence game for Shadow, because like, okay, you struggled in Game 1, but you immediately bounce back in Game 2, and then you ride that momentum throughout the rest of the series. Game 1, he's already brought out his comfort pick, and he's just been shut down, and admittedly, a lot of these plays have been through his own mistakes, his over-aggression. But here's hoping that this doesn't just break him for the series. We'll see as the ultimate from Twisted Fate comes through.
Destiny comes down, as you say. Humanoid with the gold card locked in was looking for the chase, but can't quite get there. We have just seen the first item of the game for Arome. He's finished his Trinity Force now on the Camille. But he's an item and a half behind the Ornn. He's an item and a half behind the Evelynn and behind the Lucian. Like, this, when we were in draft and you talked about the power of Mad Lions in the side lanes, they've never had the chance to put anyone in the side.
They had to get ahead early, right? That was the whole game plan. One of my concerns was, how are they going to get ahead? What lanes do they attack exactly when you have an Ornn in the top side of the map, when you have the Tahm Kench center in the bot? They just haven't been able to do it, and Rogue, meanwhile, they've been utilizing their early pressure well. They've been finding good fights. They're currently 15 kills to 4. Mad have tried to find picks, but look, Finn just doesn't take any damage.
Engaging onto a guy with an Infernal Mask and Sunfire Cape? Sunforge Cape? I can't remember. Forgefire Cape. That's what the name of the upgrade one is. He's almost got his locket next so he can get the Circlet of the Iron Solari. It's not going to do damage to an Ornn right now as they look for the second tower in the mid lane. Inhibitor in the bottom lane has already fallen. A Shadow hits a Sonic Wave, but only onto Vander. You can see the engage coming in as the Call of Forge God lands. There's the last caress as well, and Kazi's being chased down. Last embrace will lock him in place, and there's another 2 kills for Larssen. The inhibitor on the menu. There's a cannon minion there for Rogue to escort to the base. Shadow trying to do some fancy footwork, trying to keep the cannon minion aggroed onto him, but There's only so much you can do. Currently getting chased out by the Tahm Kench, looking to make a meal of this as Inspired continues to chase him away. 4-level advantage on Inspired over his lane opponent, and right now this has been an absolute demolition from Rogue. First in the regular season and making a statement as to why they deserve to fight for first in the playoffs here as they destroy Mad Lions in game 1.
Whew. Statement game from Rogue to start off this series. I think that they showcased a bit of variety, a bit of the same stuff, but ultimately they demonstrated a much stronger performance than what they showcased before. Much cleaner League of Legends, and definitely what we expected more of from Rogue coming into the regular season. Of course, this is a long series. You can see that smile still on the faces of Shadow. He probably recognizes that that was definitely not a great game from him.
The expectation is that you get rid of, some of the more powerful picks. The Lucian, for example, is going to be removed. We'll see if Rogue decide to stick with the Lilia, Akali, Hecarim bans that they went through before. Instead, they say, well, we're red side, so we have to get rid of the Caitlyn. Oh, Mad Lions having none of this. Like, hey guys, Fnatic gave you
Get
one
back on your Azir, Larson.
Me, Azir, Sejuani, and we know how to beat them.
Yeah, well, Mad Lions definitely taking away some things that Rogue had a lot of success with in the last game. The Gangplank also going to be banned away. Ashe is the expected first pick for Mad Lions, I imagine, and then Rogue going to respond with the Senna.
Good job so far.
I'm not taking any praise for that. I think that's like the most predictable
Ooh, they're hovering
of the current meta. Yeah, I imagine that's going to be the Senna.
Oh,
okay. Hecarim, okay.
Okay, that's nice. I like that. Still sticking to the self-made school of champion decision-making, but Hecarim is obviously a very strong pick. We haven't really seen Inspired play it at all during the regular season. I'm just checking to see if he played it in playoffs. He has yet to play it in summer.
We're seeing a different Inspired in this series today. Looks like we might see a slightly different Shadow as well if he does lock in this Graves. Not really known him for his Graves performances during the regular season.
I think it's one of those champions that I can see how it would work for Shadow though. Like,
It's a carry jungler, yeah.
Carry jungler, a lot of agency, a lot of ability to influence the map, and can be, one of those hard carries when the game goes on. So I'm not too surprised by it, but as you say, not something we see Shadow on too often. In fact, I don't think we've seen him play it all of summer.
So, I know for a fact that Mad Lions love to lock in Renekton when they're going against champions that like to dive. Hecarim, obviously a very strong champion when it comes to trying to dive onto the backline. And I think that Renekton is one of those champions that, hey, if you're going to close the gap, then it just makes things easier for him. He can provide a lot of peel. And if he does get access to the backline, he does have more than enough damage to shut them down. But Rogue going to respond with the Shen for Finn in the top lane. Definitely think that this could be a pretty solid matchup. Obviously, in the early game, you're not going to get that same level of prio. But I think that thanks to this Spirit's Refuge, you can mitigate a lot of the damage that Renekton is able to dish out. And we'll see how Finn handles himself as we move into the second phase of bans.
I mean, the Shen also gives you a second dive threat, because as soon as the Hecarim dives in, you chuck that Stand United onto him, and you can have two beefy bruisers on the back line. Lots of mid lane bans coming out here, though. LeBlanc removed by Rogue. Orianna going to get taken away as well. Wonder if we'll see the Twisted Fate ban, the Azir ban, some of these picks.
I think Rogue should consider banning Nautilus, if I'm being honest.
Yeah?
Just because I think that when you look at Mad's comp, right now the only engage they have is the Ashe. And I think that Naut would be really good at providing a lot of peel. They're going to take away the Taric to mitigate some of the burst. We saw this from G2 yesterday. I think that it was great, especially against dive comps. What I think is very cool about Taric is because, again, the more you're hitting, the more heals that you're able to get off. So when you're diving onto them, it obviously makes it very easy for Taric to make utilization of that. And it can provide a lot of very effective peel. So they're going to remove that one. But now I really think that Nautilus, Nautilus needs to be prioritized here, because I think it would have been a perfect pick for the Mad Lions. Of course, their usual response here is the Leona. I think that Leona doesn't have the same level of peel that a Nautilus can have when it goes up against dive. So we'll see how Mad Lions put. Maybe they'll choose to go for something like the Lulu, but I'm a little concerned about running Lulu into things like a Nautilus, especially with a Hecarim on there as well. Can be good depending on the circumstances, but they're going to stick to the classic. They're going to stick to what they know. And now Mad Lions have to blind pick a mid laner. Wouldn't be surprised to see something like a Zoe come out from Mad Lions right now. I think that it's something that Humanoid has had a lot of success with in the past, with things like the Orianna and the Azir already banned out. I think that it can fit very nicely into this composition that Mad have drafted.
Nice little prediction there, Vedius, as you say. Zoe for Humanoid. Just having a look, I don't actually think he's played it in summer. Although he has had success on it previously, it doesn't look like it's a pick that he has really utilized in the last few months.
But I do remember him being quite an avid Zoe player.
No, he's a very good Zoe player, I think in spring. But he just hasn't really picked up the champion since then.
Fair. Well, it looks like Rogue looking to find an answer, and it will be the Syndra lock-in. So a bit of a powerful mid laner, can set up very strong ganks. I think the Syndra Hecarim can be pretty potent, but something that Ender talked a lot about yesterday was that when you're playing carry scaling junglers, typically what you need is strong agency in the lanes. Priority is so important because of what you're able to do with it. And I think the scary thing for Rogue is that it can be very easy for the Zoe to get early prio in mid. I think that it's possible for Mad Lions to get prio in bot as well. So I think that Mad Lions have actually got themselves a pretty solid draft to give Graves options to actually invade, get into the enemy jungle, and try and put this Hecarim behind. The question is, will Shadow flounder like he did last game, not utilize his prio properly and get punished for it, or will he be able to find those advantages and shut down Inspired to prevent him from being the carry like it was in game 1?
And I think for Shadow, it is really a defining moment. You really want to win this, otherwise you are 0-2 down with a place in the finals weekend on the line. Level 1, Shenanigans. Currently, Mad Lions all together in the bottom tri-bush. The thumbs up comes out from Kaiser.
We're casting golf now?
Subpar plays. Hey, I would love to cast golf.
Yeah.
Because that feels like a job where you can sit around, you can slowly sip your tea. Something happens, as long as you react to it in the next 5 minutes, you're pretty golden.
Hey man,
pretty golden.
I don't watch enough golf to know what it's like to cast golf. So I can't really comment. What I can say is that this is a bit of a slow early game. I do expect a lot of the action to come largely from the junglers. You know, we talked a lot about priority, who's going to get that push, where are they going to get it, and how are the junglers going to utilize it. You will notice, if you draw your attention to the summoner spells, that double cleanse is being run on the side of Rogue. I think this makes a lot of sense when you're playing against Ash Arrow, Leona, and the Zoe bubble. So, like the respect being shown, but of course, fewer teleports, slightly weaker 2v2 in the bot lane. And as I say that, already we see a level 1 invade coming out from Shadow.
I love it from Shadow. Dashes across the wall just to get the damage onto Inspired. He's going to chase him all the way out of the jungle. Kaiser and Kazi are facing off against Hansummer and Vander, who are currently winning out on that trade, but this is going to be Wolves and a blue buff over to Shadow. It's a par 3, and currently he's on his second stroke of the match. That was a bit of golf terminology for you there, Vedius.
So this is kind of going as we expected. Honestly, I expected a little bit later, but I like how Shadow utilized his early power on the Grave to just bully the Hecarim out. Hecarim cannot really challenge you this early on, neither can the Senna. So Mad, recognizing they have a very powerful 3-man unit, they can do the delayed invade, and now they put Inspired a little bit behind. The question is, will Mad choose to split the map, or will Shadow look to immediately rotate over to his blue? You can see that there is a little ward sitting on top of the blue buff, so they will have information as to whether or not Inspired chooses to do that split map, but the risk that they have, as a mid gank does happen, but not much is going to come off the back of that, the risk that they have is you'll notice in the top lane, the push is coming through from Arome. There was pressure being set up in the mid lane as well, and there's pressure in the bot as well. And this is what we were talking about. Early priority gives junglers so much agency and control, and it makes it harder for Inspired to do what he wants. So Shadow, he's going to take away the blue, he takes away the wolves, he's going to pick up his own blue, and this is going to put Inspired very far behind.
The question is, how quickly can Inspired get down towards this bottom side of the map? There's a Grump available for him. There'll be a Scuttle Crab in just a few moments' time as well. So he does have some camps to farm there.
The problem is, he might not even get that Scuttle Crab because what we've often seen is bot lanes with their priority will actually rotate up and take the Scuttle Crab themselves. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Carzzy and Kai'Sa rotate up, but you can see how aggressively Vander's posturing, suggesting that a gank is on the way.
Hook lands onto Kai'Sa. He's just going to be able to back away. Hans Summer and Vander just farming up here underneath the turret. As you say, Inspired was waiting just around the corner, and now it looks like Mad are just going to go for the double scuttle. And we said we wanted Mad to use the priority they have in the lanes to put Inspired behind. Well, that is exactly what they're doing right now.
Yep. Very good early gameplay, definitely a different look from Shadow. Game 1, just a blip on the radar as they're continuing to dominate in this early laning phase. And I find it quite funny that Shadow has literally just walked through mid lane and just been like, yep, nice day, have a wonderful day. Just going to keep on going with my jungle camps, thank you very much. And Rogue really can't do anything about it. Now, of course, that's not resulting in any significant gold discrepancies coming out on either side, but this will start to mount up. You can already see an XP difference between Shadow and Inspired, but those camps are going to respawn, and then Shadow's going to be able to pick those up much earlier and keep the pressure on Inspired pretty consistently during this early game. Means he can get that level 6 first, delay the playmaking opportunities from Rogue, and ultimately try and keep them on the back foot.
What we did just see is Larssen understanding that they have been set behind a little bit in the jungle, actually pushing in here, getting a control ward in this bush, and then a further ward on the Wolves to try and just track Shadow as much as possible. Finn going in, didn't use the flash taunt, instead just allowed Arome to flash away, but this gives Inspired the opportunity to do some counter jungling of his own.
Yeah, they have information, and they're able to steal away from things, but now Mad looking for a play, TP as well.
Oh, that was beautiful! Oh, we need to see a replay of that, because Vander actually stopped the Zenith Blade with a hook so that then Kai'Sa was not in range to auto-attack for the stun. Like, that is next level Nautilus play there. That's actually really impressive.
They also use the Curse of the Black Mist to deny Arome a target to actually dive on top of, and if he can quickly pan up towards the top lane, assuming no action's going to happen, yeah, I believe this wave is now bouncing towards Finn, which means that Arome's dominance during the early laning phase is kind of screwed now, because initially the Shen took an early replay. We're going to get a look back for you, Medic. You can break this one down.
So watch this. Kai'Sa is about to go in with the Zenith Blade, and usually as a Nautilus here, it's actually quite difficult to do anything. He chucks out the hook, knocks airborne Kai'Sa, pushes him far enough away that then the Shielded Daybreak, the stun, can't connect. That is actually just next level play there from Vander. Hook's going to try and get him away as he gets into the Curse of Black Mist. Humanoid coming in, has the Proto Belt stolen away, the flash from Hans Summer into the cleanse, but Humanoid continues to chase and gets first blood in the bottom lane.
Wow, Mad were really committed to killing Hans Summer and Vander there, and they were able to make this one work out. Now Shadow is on the top side of the map. We'll run into Inspired.
Inspired doesn't have a huge amount of mana here. You can see with that devastating charge, he's actually run out of it completely, and now Finn is stuck underneath the tower with a not very healthy horse. However, Larssen's on his way up, has the unleashed power. And this, you could greed a little bit for it. Shadow gonna go across to the blast cone. Larssen realizing perhaps they're trying to collapse on him as here comes Humanoid once again. Larssen gets the knockback, has to dodge away from the Battlestar, but can't do it. Flashes from the Sleepy Trouble Bubble, lands another sphere, but Larssen is chased down the barrier. Might be enough as Shen ultimate, in fact, as the damage comes down and Shadow goes down. I was wondering where on earth the barrier came, but Finn in time with the Stand United.
Yeah, really good ultimate there from Finn. Of course, he will lose a bit of farm on the top side of the map, but that was worth it because Shadow committed very hard to trying to get that kill, and it does not pay off. You can see that Mad trying very desperately to force a lot of plays in the early game. They've committed 2 TPs towards bot. They heavily committed to an invade in the enemy jungle, and so far it's only resulted in 1 kill, but the goal is still very even. Rogue feeling very comfortable, especially now that Inspired is actually ahead in terms of farm.
He's picked up his Sheen first item, not even completed the jungle item yet. Will note though, Rogue no longer have the global pressure of a Shen. He doesn't have teleport, it's only halfway out of its cooldown. The Stand United was just used, so if Mad are able to find a pick, find a play, they know that Finn won't be able to work his way down there. Of course, Arome can't do it either because he doesn't have anything available on this Renekton. Continues to trade in the top lane against Finn. Finn trying to use that passive, use the shielding, use the dash to keep Arome busy, to keep him at bay, but Arome is winning out on these trades. Still stacking up that cull. Let's look where we are in terms of items across the board. Carzzy has a Bilgewater Cutlass complete on the Ashe, as expected, and Hans Summer on his way to the Manamune, but is still quite a way away.
Shadow will be able to steal away that red buff as the observers highlighted for us. First Drake is on the board. A bit of a late take, if I'm being honest, 8 minutes into the game. Typically, this is where you'll see Rogue actually swap and play for an early Herald, but Shadow kind of ahead of the curve here, going to look to solo this one out as mid is being pushed, and so is top lane. You can see on your minimap, going to draw your attention to the Senna that is slowly making her way towards this objective, but Zoe's acting as interference, trying to stop any Rogue members from interfering from the Graves solo take. So kind of recognizing what Rogue typically do and having a good answer. Ignite comes down.
Oh, that's just so... It was an Ignite from the passive as well. It wasn't even like a proper Ignite there from Humanoid. He's just trying to put a little bit more damage down in the top lane. Rift Herald is now secured, and Hans Sama might feel like he's on the wrong side of the map.
Yeah, the play now is to go straight to Drake, I think. You know where the Rogue players are on the top side of the map. You have a wave pushed in bot. You also have the Rift Herald. All right, but he's actually just going to focus on taking his topside camp. He's going to hand the blue buff over. I felt like there was a really easy window there where he could have just gone straight to the Drake. Maybe there's something that I'm missing, but based on the state of the map and with the information that Mad had, I feel like they could have just made that quick rotation.
I feel like they can still do it around now, actually. They've kept their bot lane down towards the bottom side of the map. Arome being very sneaky here. I don't think he wants to make a play. This is more just Alcove Gaming is trying to get himself away as Hans Sama and Vander will retreat from the lane as well. Roman's actually going to stay around. Now he's spotted. And yeah, Vander and Hans Sama are like, oh, there he was all along. Crocodiles can bounce out from anywhere, Vedius. I've actually been playing a new game, an MMORPG called New World. It's like in preview at the moment. And it's crazy where the Crocodiles can come from. As the dive comes in the mid lane, and it looks like Humanoid might die as Finn. Trying to collapse on him. Humanoid very speedy from the more sparkles, but Inspired should be able to get him underneath the tower.
Well, no Crocodiles in that play, but Rogue certainly trampled Humanoid down with some horsies and ninjas, and they are able to get themselves a kill. This will now stop Mad from being able to properly set up for this Mountain Drake, and it will give Rogue priority over the mid lane and a bit of safety as they look to secure this objective. And I think that, like, this is a missed opportunity for Mad, in my opinion. Like, it's not going to be the end of the world, of course, losing that first Drake, but I think that there was a window where, because they were resetting, because they were delayed, they were a little slow in terms of setting up for that objective. Rogue are going to take that one away. And again, gold's still very even. I feel like that, again, I don't kind of want to keep harping on about Mad, but they were so well set up in the early game to keep the pressure onto Inspires, but because of some of the decision making and the plays that they ended up making, it feels like that Inspired hasn't really suffered from what could have been a massive early game deficit. So here we can see Inspired and Finn, good flash torn. The Senna ultimate comes through as well. Humanoid does burn his flash and he gets some of the bonus movement speed from his W, but unfortunately it's not quite enough to escape from the ghosted up Inspired and Finn that were able to run him down, secure the kill, and secure the first Drake of the game.
Rogue, as you say, pretty even on gold now. I will note that Finn is miles behind Arome in terms of CS. 36 down on this Shen. Has just been moving around the map a lot, trying to play with his team. You can see he is about 800 gold behind. So he's in a bit of a deficit. Larson still topping the gold charts as expected on this Syndra, with the Illuden's Echo now complete. And with Mountain Drake down, with Rift Herald still being down, you expect it's going to be a little while before either of these two teams try to force another fight.
Looks like it for now. They're just going to try and secure themselves some early plates. The Rift Herald is going to be running out soon. Shadow needs to make a decision as to where he's going to invest. I think bot lane will be the play, given that we can see the Ashe pathing towards that side of the map. You'll notice that Finn recognizes he could be in some danger, so he's going to disengage. Graves hovering as well. And using the Rift Herald, they can actually just take that tower completely. So that'll be a lot more gold into the back pocket of Kazi, setting up this Ashe for success, get that early Blade of the Ruin King completed. And then Mad can start looking for picks, start roaming around the map, utilizing this Ashe Hour a little bit more.
I want to see that pick potential. You know, you have the arrow into the collateral damage. It's just so powerful with the Solar Flare as an initiation tool if you need it. Mad want to start to try and find some of these connections, because for the moment they are 1 kill to 2 down and only a small gold lead ahead.
So I want to draw attention to the fact that Kazi did not immediately clear that wave. He actually waited for the next wave to arrive, and this is the basic concept in pro play of stacking a wave. Rather than hitting a tower with 1, he's now actually hitting a tower with 2, plus the Rift Herald, making this push harder to stop. But but Rogue forced the engage.
Humanoid has TP, so does Arome, and the engage comes in. You can see the damage already down as Kazi's going to fall, and Larssen could just open up straight onto Humanoid. The Unleashed power is being used, and Humanoid just about able to survive, but Inspired's got a double kill, and there's the third as Humanoid falls. Arome in the midst of it all has to retreat underneath his tower, and, well, Mad knew it was coming, and Rogue didn't care at all. They just totally destroy Mad in the bottom lane.
Surprised that Larssen didn't actually get the stun there, but a really good force coming out from Rogue. The game plan was clear from Mad. Stack up the waves, use the Rift Herald, drop it down, get all that money onto Kazi, and because he got a little too close to the turret, Vander saw his opportunity to force the engage. Notice that Larssen already on the way down as well. Flash ultimate onto Kazi, the ultimate already coming down onto Inspired, and here's that dive combo that you can see with the Shen, the Hecarim. Kazi doesn't even get to move. Leona not providing that same peel as something like a Taric typically could. Meanwhile, on the top side, Larsen's able to get that kill out onto Humanoid, and then Rogue just chasing down the stragglers. Really good engage from Rogue. Now they're 5 kills to 1.
Yeah, and Inspired is so big now. Look at that, second highest damage in the game on that last fight. And at the start, we said, hey, Shadow seems to be more comfortable. He's getting this early lead. They stole away the blue. Mad Lions had all of this advantage. And it's just fallen by the wayside. Rogue scaling. They have power in this Syndra. They have power in this Hecarim. And they are looking to secure their spot in the finals weekend. Of course, the winner of this series plays up against G2 next Saturday, but also secures a spot in Worlds groups. The loser of this is in play-ins. The winner goes to groups. And getting that extra time to prep, getting that extra time to boot camp can be so influential on a good Worlds run.
It certainly can be. Or the play-ins buff could come into it.
Oh yeah, sure.
You know, that's the interesting thing about Worlds.
I'm gonna say, Vetti, I think most teams would pick going into groups rather than play-ins.
They definitely would. In any case, still a long series left to go. Rogue currently have the advantage with the 1 game up, but the game's still very close. Rogue found a very good fight there, but you'll notice that the gold is still very even. Some big items have come through for Mad. They're going to be trading towers on the top side of the map, and of course, when we get to these fights, I do think the Rogue inherently have the advantage, but Mad have a lot of damage threats. They have the Renekton to act as when Rogue dive in, he's going to have easy access onto these frontline targets, and if Mad can just play straight up front to back, I think that there are ways in which they can come back into this game. Arrow comes through.
Only hits onto Vander. Hansama using Curse of Blackness to try and get away. Inspired coming in from the side as well, but he's going to dive into a 4v1. Has to jump away. The Zenith plays connects. There's the Dawning Shadow for a bit of a shield. Shadow down to 200, but already Humanoid's got a kill. And now Mad can continue on the offensive. Larssen coming in, though. He's going to get through the bush. Knocks the Scatter the Weak back. The Unleashed power comes out onto Kazi, but look at Kazi. He's doing so much work. Almost kills Larssen and survives. Mad Lions with an incredible fight in the topside jungle.
All right. Ooh, good damage coming out from Humanoid, but not going to quite get that kill on to Hansama. You know, EU Ashe was a bit of a meme, but I feel like we got a couple of good Ashe players now. Kazi's positioning and execution of the Ashe there was flawless. If it weren't for that Shen ultimate, Larssen almost certainly would have died. And when we get the replay up, we can highlight some of the missteps I feel that we actually got from both sides, because you'll notice here that Shadow hard commits to this engage onto Hansama. Actually puts him in a bit of a detrimental situation as he really fumbles the execution here. Inspired comes in, looking to shut him down, but then Kaiser comes in with the clutch, flashes in, provides the chain CC, allows Mad to get that initial kill. Then here we see that Vander's actually going to use his stopwatch, and that means that Larssen doesn't have the body block. He flashes in, takes that huge amount of damage from Humanoid rather, and that's what gives Kazi the opportunity to actually rail onto Larssen, preventing the Shen from getting into the fight and instead being forced to use the ultimate to keep his mid laner alive. So a couple small missteps there that Mad were actually able to take advantage of, and again, huge props to both supports doing everything that they could.
Great play there from Mad. They are going to secure their second Rift Herald of the game. We'll note an Infernal Dragon went over to Rogue while all of that was happening. So they are on a clock. As you said earlier on, it is quite a late Dragon clock, you know, 17 minutes, looking at 26, 27 before we really get up towards that Ocean Soul. But we've already seen how powerful Ocean Soul can be across the course of the weekend. In terms of items though, Kazi's finishes Blade of the Ruin King. Luden's now finished on Humanoid. He's got a needlessly large rod to back it up. Finn has completed his Titanic Hydra. Still 76 CS behind the Renekton. Just a tad, just a small sum. It is but a scratch of a CS differential.
I mean, Finn's like, all right, my job in this game is to ult, to Spirit's Refuge stuff and to Taunt people.
Look at the gold difference. So he's 2,100 gold behind.
I mean, that's what the gold deficit is coming from right now. You know, that's why I think the gold gap is a little deceptive, because even though Rome is much farther ahead, I think that Finn can still offer a huge amount of value in these fights. Inspired has now just hit level 11, which is going to be huge because he's going to have that second point in his ultimate. And with the Trinity Force done, he's going to be a huge threat onto the backline. So I think these upcoming fights are going to be very intense. We can see right now Mad setting up for Kazi to push in the bot wave. He's also going to have the Rift Herald to help support him. And Madline's just getting deep vision towards the bot side jungle.
At the moment, Larssen, without teleport on this Syndra, is in a side wave. They know that he cannot affect this lane at all. So he's still up there. Mad Lions given free reign just to push in. They will get at least one turret out of this. The Rift will probably stop before its second charge. But Shelly is having a field day. Actually going to get the second charge in here as well, because the sleep connects on Finn. Finn, you're napping on the job. Get a good sleep schedule, my man. You won't fall asleep in the middle of a fight like that again.
Now Mad going to be pretty happy with that trade in towers. 3-2 in their favor for the time being. Slight gold advantage. Kind of looking at neutral objectives and realizing there's not a huge number to play for. This is a window where you could be talking about maybe you want to try and freeze some side lanes. Maybe you want to try and pick up some extra farm. Unfortunately for Finn, he does have the Titanic Hydra, so it's a little harder for him to actually set up a freeze. Meanwhile, Syndra doesn't feel super comfortable after pushing in that top wave. We may actually see a Rome set up a freeze towards the top side of the map right now, depending on what Mad's next goal is. They could look towards playing for the mid tower. Let's have a look. He is not looking to freeze at all. He's like, nope, I am not doing that.
It's the epitome of the dog in a burning building. It's like, this is a freeze?
I think that, I mean, if he's pushing this wave out, it suggests to me that Mad is looking to play for the mid-tier 1, because he's going to try and hard shove this towards the tier 2, then move through the top side jungle with Graves, who's going to hand over that blue buff to the Zoe, and then they're going to deny as much vision and maybe look to find a pick as Rogue is playing towards the bot side of the map.
Yeah, Rogue are playing towards this next Ocean Dragon. A minute 40 on it. They have a couple of control wards in their inventories. They've been scattered those. A little, you know, dusting of control on this bottom side river, and they're going to reset now and try and get some more. Larssen pushes in the bottom wave. Hansama catches in the mid, and Mad use their little chance here to get in towards this river and get some control for themselves. Of course, with the Ocean Dragon being alive, there's more pushes, there's more places to hide, but with Hawkshot, Kazi can keep them relatively safe as they do go for some of these face jacks.
So the game pretty neutral, definitely not as one-sided as it was in Game 1. Again, at the beginning of Game 1, we talked a lot about how Rogue have something that they want to prove, and again, I think that they've showcased that they can go toe-to-toe with some of the best that we have here in Europe. I still have some question marks around Shadow's performance. Like Game 1, he wasn't exceptional. He got bullied a lot. He made a lot of small mistakes, and I think that Shadow could have pushed his advantage in the early game, and he's had a couple of execution errors here in Game 2, but still, a lot of the series left, and we'll see how he progresses. A young player, a lot of young players on both sides going to be going to Worlds for the first time. Europe, of course, does have this tendency of sending rookies to Worlds and accomplishing quite impressive feats. Hopefully we get to see the same thing coming into this year, but so far both these teams have showcased some good stuff. Let's see as we set up now for the next Ocean Drake.
And it is Rogue who have total control of the river right now. The Hawkshot goes across towards the Wolves, doesn't really spot out Rogue. Finn is in the bottom lane, teleport used by Arome to rejoin the battle, but Inspired now in the pit. Shadow doesn't have any vision in here, doesn't have a control ward to put in. The Scrying Totem comes down, but Mad get it cleared out straight away. Shadow dives into the back of the pit, trying to get into that bush, but he's been spotted out. Finn now looking to step forward, can be a key engage tool alongside Vander. The Dragon down to 4,000 HP. Arome trying to dash forward, Paddle Star doesn't connect. Dragon resets. Mad once again looking for this fight because they don't want to get off the Soul Point. The knockback onto Kaiser. As he goes low, Inspired still just scything away at the Dragon, looking for the smite bite. Shadow dives in, there's the Unstoppable Onslaught. They're trying to dive onto the backline. The Storming Shadow comes out and it's Inspired who gets it. Arome dives in, but he goes down straight away. Rogue get the Dragon, get a kill, and get the hell out.
Yeah, it's very difficult for Mad to actually force any kind of fight. The double cleanse on the side of Rogue doesn't even get expended, and it felt like that Mad were just going for the 50-50 on the Drake rather than committing to any sort of engage. Rogue end up coming out on top, and while they are still at a gold deficit and lose that mid-tier 1, they're currently at 3 Drakes. So let's see. You can see that Kaiser sitting in the back line, doesn't use his ultimate just yet. Now it comes through to try and help steal away the Drake, but Inspired's able to just lock that one down at the very last second. Arome now finds himself in the middle of 5 Rogue players. I wasn't quite able to catch where that Kazi ultimate went down to, but it clearly wasn't impactful as Rogue didn't really feel threatened at all, and I think a lot of that came off the fact that Humanoid wasn't able to land any initial poke at the start of the fight, Rogue staying just out of arm's reach of that Zoe damage. And on top of that, Kaiser being chunked at so heavily meant that a large part of the front line from Mad also disappeared.
And an issue for Kaiser in some of these fights is the fact that he is a primary engage tool for Mad Lions, and if he can't find a flank position, he's kind of just chucking his face forward and looking for a good solar flare. And as soon as you do that, if you get hit by a single scatter the weak, you're just chunked out completely. Like, he doesn't even have Gargoyles complete yet. He's only sitting on a Negatron Cloak and a Chain Vest, so it's so difficult for Kaiser if that poke isn't hitting to really do too much more. Humanoid gets the Unleashed Power taken down onto him. Larssen dived on as well as Finn comes in with a Stand United, and there's a fight in the mid lane over not really too much. Kazi opening up the range's focus. The arrow connects, the Solar Flare doesn't, and Vander just about manages to flash across the wall. He will survive and no one dies.
So, a bit of a crazy skirmish in the mid lane. Well, I think just started as a bit of a back and forth between the two mid laners.
Yeah, it was the two mid laners slap fighting.
Evolved into a huge team fight with so many members getting out with blinking health bars on both sides. No one ends up dropping though. Mad still holding onto the gold lead.
I think importantly though, you can look at some of the summoners that are down, because we do have 2.5 minutes, or almost 3 minutes on the Drake. Larssen no longer has flash or cleanse. Vander no longer has his flash. So with Humanoid still having a flash of his own, with Kazi still having his flash, with Kaiser still having that engage potential, actually makes it a lot easier for Mad Lions to find a pick, because they know Larssen and Vander can't escape if they get locked up.
Well, that's certainly true. But for now, Mad are not going to force anything. They know that the Drake is still a ways away, and they're just focusing on farming up, looking for potential picks. Remember that a fight this early on could result in a Baron as well, but Mad are just going to be quite content with stealing away these jungle camps, trying to keep Inspired away from getting any more gold.
He's still in a really good position. Like, he's got completed Warrior, he has Trinity Force, like, the Hecarim is still going to do a lot of damage, and Larssen is being funneled in a side lane. This is what we see Rogue do, right? They are so good at just saying, hey, Larssen, between minutes 15 and 30, we're just going to give you a lot of gold.
The problem is he doesn't have teleport, which then he's also the wave clear, which means that Mad have easy access onto this tier 2, and they're going to take this one away for free. Kaiser goes in.
There's the Solar Flare, Dawning Shadow coming out, but Finn is there in time. Inspired's already down as Shadow goes down. Kaiser able to get the stopwatch off. Kazi able to survive as well, and Larssen late to the party.
Reasons why you can't just send your mid laner to a side lane. Like, it was so easy for Mad to just force that engage, especially without any cleanses available on Hans Armor. It meant that the dive could come through, they get a quick kill onto Inspired. They don't convert it into the tier 2 tower though. Larssen was able to recall, get back into mid in time, and it will just be a kill going in favor of Mad. But it's something Rogue have to respect. Like, you can't just send Larssen off to a side lane when you don't have TP, because things like this will happen.
Rogue might have to respect it, but they respectfully disagree with you right now, as it looks like Larsen's going to go down towards the bottom lane.
This is fine. Like, a situation like this is okay, because he's just going to shove that out. The problem is if you... So, all right.
Show us, mate.
So, the thing is, there are, like, lines, right, on the map, where, like, if you cross a certain point, then you've overextended. So this is the usual line, right, which is basically just the river. And once you've crossed this line, so you can see, look. Notice that the Renekton is backing right now because the wave is now going past this line, and because he doesn't have control over this area of the map, it is no longer safe for him to overextend. So the problem with that last play was that Syndra was pushing all the way past the line through the top side of the map that was usually here, which meant that there was not going to be enough time for him to be able to get back to base, so Mad could just push in through mid. Now you'll notice that this bot wave is safe for them to push because they have control over this bot side of the map. So, like, it's important that you utilize where you have pressure and respect it, and I think it was a good example here of, like, Finn can now push the wave because he knows his form, but he has Shen ultimate.
Arrow comes out, Solar Flare's going to hit Inspired as well. He used the Unstoppable Onslaught to try and get away. The sleep comes in. Kaiser diving onto the backline as Larssen uses the Unleashed Power, but Kaiser is still very tanky. Vander going to get dived on by Shadow. Vander takes down Kaiser, Shadow takes down Vander. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but Mad Lions have total control of the river. Dawning Shadow doesn't connect. Humanoid acting as a bodyguard right now, trying to dive in. Larssen actually walked away from this fight and is now slowly making his way back in there. Ignite's being used. Rogue, they're being flanked. Arome is off towards the top side and they don't know about it. Kazi started up the dragon. It's secured. Shadow takes it. Rogue now trying to use this time to get into the mid lane, but Humanoid's going to open up with some Paddle Stars, and they do a huge amount of damage. Mad should just disengage this, but Humanoid has other ideas. He dives in, Sleep lands onto Finn. Shadow won the flank position. And it looks like Rogue should just get out of this one.
Oh, so, Rogue do not get the Ocean Soul. Good fight that went in favor of Mad there. Kazi surviving with literally the smallest amount of HP.
He's still going.
Now
Oh, Humanoid.
Start the Baron off. Vander has rejoined the fight. Kaiser's on his way.
Humanoid is flanked here. Blast gun available for him, but he's knocked back to it. He still gets over the wall. That's how that works.
Wait, Shadow?
Shadow. Oh, wow. Okay, that was not good.
Shadow ends up just dying here, and this could be a free Baron going for Rogue. They're 5 men strong. Finn TPs after getting a reset off, and like, unless Humanoid makes the clutch play, there's going to be very little that they can do. He needs to get back to base, reset.
I don't think Rogue are going to do it. I don't think Rogue are going to do it.
Wait, why? They should just do Baron.
I think they don't have the quickest Baron
I mean,
in the world.
they don't, but I'm... All right. We can talk about that a little bit later. Let's have a look at this initial fight. So, first things first, keep an eye on Larssen in this fight and what he's able to do. Lands the stun onto Kazi, recognizes quickly, Q into ult, but the heal then comes through from Kazi.
Ooh.
Kazi just barely survives, but Larssen does everything that he can to win this fight for his team. Vander's then soaking up damage, of course he dies, but if Kazi dies there, this is a one-team fight for Rogue, and they end up getting the Ocean Soul. Of course, because he lives, they're able to turn it around. They have better setup to be able to convert that for the Ocean Drake, and they're able to deny that away from Rogue. So clutch stuff coming out from Kazi. Good heal there, and it was a very close fight that really could have swung in Rogue's favor.
And after it, we saw a little bit of mispositioning once again from Shadow. 3-3-1 on this. Graves had a terrible Lee Sin performance in game 1. Seems to be stepping up just a little bit, but it's a game of inches sometimes in games like this, and that was, again, as you said, an uncharacteristic mistake.
We've had a couple of mechanical errors coming out from Shadow, and there I think like Mad were a little split. Perhaps Shadow was setting up for a very deep flank, but then he ends up just getting collapsed on because no one is really there to assist him as Humanoid gets engaged on. And again, I think that could have been a window where Rogue decided to force the Baron. As you said, maybe they were concerned because their Baron is a little bit slow, so they don't take the risk. Instead, they reset on the map. They're going to look to play for the next Ocean Drake. And in the meantime, Mad have found an opportunity to be able to take this top tower.
Will be secured by them. 1,000 gold between the two teams. We are starting to see, you know, those 2-3 item AD carries coming in now. Blade of the Ruined King and the Rune's complete for Kazi. He's on his way to an Infinity Edge, which will just make every single one of those shots rattle out the damage even more. On the other side, Hans Summer has a Black Cleaver, an Edge of Night for some protection from Humanoid and from the arrows, of course, and the Manamune fully stacked up. It's completed in its Mura mana form. Larssen has now got himself a Void Staff, just going to be putting so much DPS down into a Gargoyles, into the Merc Dreads that we already see on Humanoid, that we see on Kaiser, into the double lockets that we are, double Aegis of protection that we are seeing from Arome and from Shadow. It is so powerful. Expect those both to be built, of course, into the Death's Dance next item. Right now, Mad trying to gain control of the jungle, and Rogue is slowly stepping in, slowly trying to regain vision in their own jungle, but with a minute and a half on the clock, a minute and a half before an Ocean Soul fight, you can sense the tension in the air, Vedius.
Yeah, Mick, you did a bit of a check-in with the items, and I think that some really big break points are being hit, and the fact that the Void Staff has now just come through for Humanoid means that both mid laners are feeling very strong right now, and I think they're going to be very influential in these upcoming fights, because one of the big issues that Mad Lions have with their comp is they don't have a huge amount of access to the backline. So, as the game goes later and later, Hans Summer's going to continue to get stacks, and I'll check with our observers very quickly how many stacks that she's currently sitting on. But the more she gets, the more range she's going to get, and the more front line she actually has to be able to play around, which means that because that backline access doesn't exist, Mad are going to find these fights harder and harder, which means that you rely a lot on Humanoid to be able to land poke initially, so that when you enter these fights, you have a health advantage, which is why these two mid laners are so very important.
Oh, Shadow. Oh, Shadow, oh, Shadow, oh, Shadow, oh, Shadow, oh, Shadow, oh, no! Larssen was spotted out, I'm not sure. How is he out of the bush? Finn going forward, Shadow with the sidestep, and now it's actually a very good fight for Rogue as Finn flashes in. Straight on to the damage, but here's the unstoppable onslaught onto the back line as they look for the damage on Arome. Larssen unleashes the power, but Arome's still alive. Now he goes down. 2 kills down. Kaiser's going to fall as well as stun. The scatter of the week from Larssen was beautiful, and Kazi, Shadow, and Humanoid have to run for the wins. And it looks like Humanoid, just dodges to the side of the Scout of the Week. Flash hook connects and Zoe goes down. Rogue now turn their eyes to the Ocean Dragon, Kazi, while he blast coned over. And the Ocean Dragon is not too happy about that. Shadow could get into this bush, could steal it away. He can quick draw, he's in. They put the ward down. Shadow makes himself known. They know he's there now. I'm not sure why he stepped out and he has to quick draw back across. But he has Smite and Rogue do not. Go on Shadow, look for it, get the steal off. Make it work. He dodges away. It's got to be down to about 3,000 HP. Rogue still doing it. Could just drag it out. No, just drag it out. Just get it out of the pit. Make it hard.
No, just stop. I think they should really just stop.
Well, they're not going to. Shadow dives in. He looks for it. He gets it! Vander swings down the anchor in the end, but Shadow did everything he could to keep Mad in the game.
Yeah, that's why I think Rogue should have just stopped.
Yeah.
If they stopped hitting the Baron, they could have waited for Inspired to join, and then they would have been better set up to actually secure that Ocean Soul. Because they kept damaging it, it put it within damage threshold range for Shadow to be able to steal that one away. But observers, when we get the replay up, can you show us what Shadow can see? Does he actually get vision on Larssen? Because it looked like initially Larssen just stepped out of the brush, and that actually gave him the frame of mind to make that quick sidestep in order to avoid the taunt from Finn. We'll see if we have an opportunity for this replay as Rogue is setting up for the Baron. Shadow is still dead. And it looks like we're not going to get that replay as the Baron is going to kick off.
Yeah, with Shadow being dead, this is actually a really easy Baron call for Rogue. It's already down to 9,000 HP. Humanoid trying to do what he can, but doesn't land the Sleepy Trouble Bubble. And Mad, you got to dive in, you got to do something soon. When Rome is teleported in, and Mad, 4 members strong and now looking for the push, but you can see it's already down to 4,000 HP, and they go in. The engage with an unstoppable onslaught, the damage coming out of Rome is going to go down. Dawning Shadow, not quite enough, but he ticks booms as Larssen takes the kill. Kaiser's second on the menu, and Rogue are just sweeping Mad away in the river. Shadow, can you do something miraculous? The unleashed power has already been used, but Larssen diving forward, stepping in, trying to get Mad on the back foot as they retreat back towards where their blue buff once stood. Kazi coming in. All the damage dealers for Mad are still alive, and these 3 guys could put the team on their shoulders, but at the moment, the Lion's roar looks more like a cat's, as you can see Rogue just get another kill and go back towards the Baron. Mad Lions whimpering.
Shadow's still alive though. His Smite, I believe, is coming off cooldown very soon.
Can you get into the back of the pit? The blast cone's there, but Rogue has done such a good job. Oh, Shadow dives in way too early. Dodges back out with the Collider of damage. He's still alive. Kazi trying to put the damage down with the volley as well from the side, but the healing coming out from Hans Summer is just too much. Shadow onto the blast cone. Finn, you're going to dash across. He's already down. The Smite comes in. Inspired secures it. Now Kazi's going to get chased out. Hans Summer and Larssen will go across. Kazi goes down. Shadow, we've seen you die in this position before, and I'm sorry, your fate will be the same once again. This fight, I have to feel. He's going to try and back in the bush, but Inspired, that's a devastating charge to be sure. Hans Summer even puts out the last embrace to make sure that Shadow can't get away.
And it's Rogue that come out on top in the fight once again. Beautifully played from Rogue, a lot of patience, noticing that rather than go for the 50-50, they just wait for Mad to overcommit and overextend, and they're able to walk away with the Baron. Larssen, now, he doesn't realize that Kaiser's sitting in the brush. Kaiser not going to use his Hex Flash to dive on top of Larssen. In fact, it's Rogue who's diving on top of Kaiser.
Inspired's chasing here. Onslaught of Shadows will get the lockup onto Kaiser. The Zenith Blade, Solar Flare doesn't connect, and this might be 2 as Humanoid's going to get chased away. Larssen actually eats the Sleepy Trouble Bubble, and with the Dawning Shadow coming out, that's 2 quick kills to Rogue. And yeah, this game has totally turned on its head. He has 3,000 gold lead for Rogue. They have Baron buff for the next 2 minutes. They can just try and knock in these towers.
Well, we talked about how close these fights could be, and it feels like that it's largely just coming down to execution. Rogue is stepping up on the day. Larssen is having a stellar performance, and
Depth charge.
Now it looks like Mad are going to get caught out again.
Knocked up in the jungle. Inspired, pretty sure he didn't want to go that way, but the damage is unreal. Even through the QSS, Kazi is unable to survive. Now they have double cannons actually in this bottom lane. He's going to eat through these towers very quickly. Hans Summer obviously will help out just a little bit, and Larssen with his empowered damage on towers, but this might just be the game. 20 kills to 7, Betty. Like, it was close until it wasn't. Rogue shellacking Mad Lions here. And this team is looking much more like the team that we saw end the regular season in first place. They are stating a claim on that finals weekend. They want a match versus G2. They want to prove that they are one of the best teams here in Europe, and they continue just to delete Mad Lions wherever they stand. Rogue with a dominant win in game 2.
All right, a little bit more tense, a little bit closer. Both teams fighting a lot over these Drakes, but while Mad Lions were able to delay and steal away some of these Drakes, it felt like that Rogue were consistently in a better position. They were able to keep the game relatively even. They were able to mitigate some of the early deficits that they found themselves in, and they just outplayed Mad in a lot of these team fights. And we talked about how these fights were going to be difficult, and I think that Rogue did a great job of recognizing where they could turn around, where they could set up these dives, and every time that they could punish the Mad Lions.
And Kedril, I'm going to kick this one off to you as we see the first bans coming through. Mad Lions, let's see what the first option is, and then also what is opened up for Rogue. And it's the Lucian straight out the gate, so it was Lucian, Eve, GP last time.
Yeah, I think these bans will be quick. I think don't change the bans. The bans were working for them. The GP ban is a bit arguable. Maybe you want to change that for something like the Hecarim if you really don't want to go for this farming jungle style on Shadow. But I think the bans will be similar. I think they just need to change their priorities. I think the bans are not an issue. They're shutting down Rogue nicely. They're stopping all the Hecarim ban instead of GP. I think it shuts down the farming junglers.
So first pick Akali's option here.
Yeah, I think the reason why they ban Hecarim is because they know the Akali ban is gonna come on 3. And you know, if enemy are not gonna ban Akali, then you can just pick Akali and you don't care about the Hecarim. But they need to respect that response ban is gonna come on 3. And so they have to preemptively ban Hecarim. I think it's great.
I like this response. Just first pick the GP. If you're not going to ban it, take it away. They had 2 options essentially. First pick the Hecarim, first pick the GP. Obviously they prioritize the GP a little bit more. So the Ashe is open if Rogue want to take it, but it's going to be an Ashe Senna trade probably, right? The Orianna is open, which we've seen Humanoid pop off on. Shadow's Lee Sin is open, but it all depends on how they want to run it, because I think Inspired could also go to default back to his set if he wants to.
Yeah, I think Mad Lions just don't want to show too much. And they also just want to, you know, prioritize getting that GP, letting him play a little bit weak side so they don't have to play around him, and just make more plays around the mid jungle and just having that ulti as well. Because obviously last game it was a bit of a disaster with that Shen ult, and it was a little tough for Shadow and Humanoid. So it's a good placeholder pick. I'm a little surprised by the Ashe pick actually, because I have not seen Hans Sama play Ashe at all. I don't believe he's played it at all this season. So.
Stats, it's quick shot. Hans Sama on Ashe stats the last time he played. I'll wait for them to get back to me. If I can just sidetrack for a second, we've only seen 3 AD carries through our playoffs. Ashe, Senna, and Jhin. Before the 2 previous games, Ashe was 5 wins, 2 losses. Mad Lions have added 2 extra losses, so she's now 5 and 4. And as you mentioned, this is the first time now we're seeing Hans Sama play at least this series. If that Senna gets locked in, that will be the 5th game in a row where it's Ashe versus Senna. 2 at the end of yesterday's series, and now 3 today.
Yeah, I mean, you see it all over the world. The LPL finals is the exact same. It was basically Ashe Senna, but the Jhin was also thrown in a lot through the LPL. Europe, not so much. I think Reckless likes his Jhin, but the rest of the AD carry is not huge Jhin fans, so the Senna Ashe trade has been going for the last couple of weeks in the European playoffs. I mean, if you look at Rogue's comp, they've kind of given it away. They're going back to the default. They're going for Azir. They're going for Ashe. I'd like to see Finn just pick a tank now. You have such strong carries. You have really good scaling. But they probably want to pick support as well. So it's either a support counter for the bot lane, something like a Braum, a Leona, or a Tahm Kench, or they can just default to something like a Sion Ornn for Finn to have him on a comfortable top lane champ.
Yeah.
Let's find out what this pick is in just a moment. Gentlemen, as you are with me and you know how much I love my quick stats, in what year did Hans Sama last play Ashe? Jesus, you get a prediction.
2017?
Spot on. 2017 was the last time that Hans Sama played Ashe. It was a win. However, you know, career-wide, he has a negative win-loss on that champion, so very good call-out, Jesus. And Kedril, you were predicting the support option, so there's the Tahm Kench locked in. And one of the counters to Azir that we've seen popularized towards the end of the summer split was that Kog'Maw immediately in the ban pool.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. You know, Humanoid really likes the Kog'Maw into Azir. It's got good poke, scales pretty well, it's got good wave clear, so it's up to Rogue if they want to ban away the Orianna now, because the only real champ left is Humanoid. Kind of mains is the Orianna. That'll force him on something like a Zoe, a Galio, a TF, which will just give Azir full prio. So I'd like to see something like an Orianna ban. There it is. It's really good now. I think the mid matchup's gonna be really good for a Rogue. The scaling's really good.
I'd like to see a Zoe.
Huh?
I'd like to see a Zoe.
Yeah, I think Mad Lion's going to default something like a Zoe, maybe even like a Galio or a TF or a Corki, yeah. Something with scaling, something with agency. I think they're probably going to do 2 jungle bans here. If they do, that means there's going to be 5 junglers banned. So Inspired's going to have to blind, and he has really good scaling. So I wouldn't blame him if he picks something like a Set. What do you think?
Sets banned from themselves?
Oh, they ban away the Set.
Yeah.
Good choice.
Another jungle ban. Now, you did mention you wanted to see maybe Finn on a tank. is there, you know, a tank you'd be comfortable running into GP, or is that just a death sentence?
Well, let me tell you something, Trevor. If you saw Bwipo versus Finn, GP Ornn, I think you'd favor the Ornn in that matchup. So if Finn took something from Fnatic's book, just pick the bloody Ornn and just get
But
something
do you
good there.
believe in Finn, hypothetically? If he goes on here, do you think, you know, Finn can do to Orome what Bwipo did to him?
Finn is a mega smurf. He's been completely smurfing, except for maybe the Shen game, but his ulti was mega smurf, I gotta admit.
Okay.
Yeah.
So-
He has been winning the lane. He's been getting the flashes. He's been getting some pressure on top with his tank. So the Graves is a good response. Normally Graves is countered by AP junglers. So unless Mad Lions wants to do a complete U-turn here and go for something like Tristana Gragas or something with a Nidalee comp, then I don't see the Rogue comp getting counted. Oh, they do. Wow. As I say
I
it.
think it's a bit of a surprise, though, picking
Yeah.
the Graves on R4, because enemy already showed the top lane. They can easily show the top lane on R4 instead and just counterpick the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, the jungle blind is fine. I mean, Graves is just notoriously counted by AP junglers. So
Yeah.
if you do pick something like this Nidalee, I think something like with CC is needed here, maybe even like a Galio or a TF if you're going to play AP. I'm not really sure what other AD mids are open apart from Tristana and Kiana. So the TF is,
Yeah.
I think that's what fits. You need some setup, you need some CC with Nidalee. So I like this turn from Mad Lions. It's the first time we'll see Shadow on Nidalee, but it does count
And
as
it's
the
the
Graves.
first Nidalee all summer here
Damn, I
in
love it.
Europe. We've seen Nidalee picked up in popularity a lot around the world and not being picked up here. That tank is locked in. Cadrill
man.
literally threw his arms into the air, fist bumping.
Yes, Finn is playing so much better on the tanks than he did on the carries. I just like all these draft adaptations. These are all just curveballs people are throwing at each other, you know? The Graves blind pick, the Senna for Ashe trade, the TF into Azir, all these kind of things, even the Nidalee pick. It's just such good curveballs.
Gentlemen, we don't have the most amount of time. Earlier today, there was a prediction for a Rogue win from Cadrill and Mad Lions win from Jez. As you've now seen the draft, it's game 3. You have the option to change your vote. I will only give you this chance now. Who wins this game? And when we see more of Jez's.
Well, the thing is, my predictions are always wrong, and I want it to be a reverse sweep, so I'm gonna say 3-0 Rogue.
Sorry, what?
Next level.
That's a U-turn if I've ever seen one.
Exactly.
Well, I said
Flip-flop.
3-1 Rogue. I like both drafts. I think Rogue would have won if they last picked Malphite. I'm a huge Malphite connoisseur against Nidalee TF Senna. They have no damage. But they didn't, so maybe Mad Lions can win, but I still think Rogue's going to win.
Well, there we go. You've heard it from the analysts. 3-0 for Rogue. From both of them. It's Mad versus Rogue. Let's head to casters.
And Rogue immediately rush into the top lane Tribush. I'm Medic, Veddy's with me, as we have been for the last 2 games. Would have been surprising if we switched someone else out in the meantime.
I'm Frosk, this is Dracos. We're ready to bring you game 3.
I'm totally American, from Boston.
He's not
He's
from Boston,
Portland.
he's
Yeah,
from Portland.
Portland, and I rap real good.
Again, I feel like you're being very offensive right now.
Let's get on into the action, because this is a very important match for Rogue and for Mad Lions. If Rogue win this, they match up against G2 on Saturday next week. They guarantee top 3 for the first time in the organization's history in the LEC.
Yeah, and I think that when we look at this holistically as well, do you remember, was it last summer? Yeah, it was definitely last summer. Rogue versus Schalke. It was third. They were fighting for that 3rd place spot, and then the Larssen package happened.
Yep.
It was game 4. Rogue was set to win it, and the consensus was that if that pack, well, there was that hotly debated, honestly, whether or not Rogue would actually win, even if the package didn't go into the fountain. But I know that ever since then, Larssen has wanted to make amends and try and, you know, return to former glory, try and do better than they have done in the past. And I think that Larssen has just been a player that has only grown this year. The fact that he finished as the 2nd best mid laner, only behind Caps, speaks to how much growth as a player he's made. And trust me, guys, like, it's difficult earning the top mid laner spot in Europe when Caps has been in our league, but the fact that Larssen has been able to come and remember, he only joined the league last year. He showcased a lot, and I think that he's already showcased a lot in this series as well.
And Rogue have just really shown us their adaptability, something we questioned about them in that Fnatic series, and they have grown and grown and grown. But Mad Lions on the other side of the rift have struggled today. Individual mistakes, team coordination issues, and I think a lot of people coming into this series would have looked at least for it to be close, if not expecting a Mad Lions victory. And I want to ask everyone out there in Twitch chat world, do you think Mad Lions can actually come back? Type yes or no in the chat. have a think about it, because off the last 2 games, I think you have to predict a Rogue 3-0.
I mean, I do feel that right now Rogue has been playing better than Mads, but I agree with what Jez was saying on the analyst desk in that Mads players are underperforming, specifically Shadow and Humanoid. We're not seeing the same level of performance that we did see from them during the regular season, just like we saw from them during the series versus Schalke. But now Shadow, he's playing his 3rd jungler of the series, a different one, going to be the Nidalee. He is eyeing his
Inspired's on his way up
top
here as well.
lane.
Well, Rome could be in for a world of hurt. He has the flash. Finn gonna step forward, lands a little bit of a slower. Rome trying to flash away, manages to get the oranges off, but Inspired's on the chase and gets the first kill. He's still got flash to try and get away from the Shadow. Can't quite land the spear, does have the pounce, dives in, can't quite get the kill. Inspired just about survives.
So close there for Shadow. If he'd landed that spear, he would have gotten at least one of the 2 kills, but Arome was in an awkward position because Inspired got to the play first. Rogue, they end up drawing first blood.
What a bad start it is for Arome in that top lane. Has had to teleport back. Finn now has CS lead, got Doran's alongside the Corrupting Potion, and with no flash on the gangplank, you have to expect Rogue will be looking up towards that top lane. But Shadow isn't done with his ganking yet. He's looking for the mid lane. Larssen doesn't have that much mana, won't be able to E his way away. Humanoid flashes in with a gold card, immediate flash from Larssen, but Shadow looking for the pounce once again, gets underneath the turret, and Humanoid will secure the kill.
Nicely done there from Shadow and Humanoid. These are the players that Mad needed to step up coming into game 3, and getting a kill onto Larssen is going to be very valuable. Put that Azir behind, try and put him in a deficit, remove one of the carries early on, and also get this Nidalee MTF rolling. TP comes through from the Twisted Fate. He's looking for Finn.
Well, apparently everyone thinks Mad Lions can't come back, but they are saying otherwise as Humanoid comes in with the gold card. Might time out in just a moment. Finn trying to dodge away from it, but there it is. Gets the stun on the Scion. Arome's on the chase here, and that trial by fire will continue to take Finn down. Humanoid now with 2 kills in this game.
So he's going to lose a little bit of farm in the mid lane, but Humanoid now getting the ball rolling for Mad Lions. It's very important with the Twisted Fate that you're able to find these early kills, and he's been able to do all of this without his ultimate. With many flashes already burnt, he's going to have that a little bit later to look for another play. Shadow now running into Van and Inspired, as Shadow will lose his little Razor Beaks. Flash actually coming out from Vander there as he recognizes Kazi was coming in from the bot lane. So a bit of a misstep there from the support of Rogue. Mad Lions feeling a lot more confident in this early game.
A good start for Mad Lions. Shadow with a couple of good ganks, a little bit unfortunate in the top lane. Of course, that good gank in the mid lane. 600 gold lead now for Humanoid on that Twisted Fate against the Azir, and an early dragon for Mad Lions. It's so proactive, it's so forward thinking here from the Lions, and it's a very good start to the game for them.
Well, let's see if they can keep up the aggression. Shadow falling a little bit behind, but of course we'll have the heal from Nidalee to help with that one. Kaiser and Kazi also around to offer support. Wait.
He's got smite, he's got smite.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, he should be.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, he's... Oh.
Right?
Oh my god, no. Oh my... Okay, he is fine. No,
He's not.
Oh my... Okay.
Oh man, yeah, level
Okay.
4 Nidalee trying to solo the Drake, ends up dying. The emote comes up from Kaiser. I mean, I think Kaiser should have just been there to tank it for him. Tank a couple of shots, help him out, and yeah,
Okay, that's one of those mistakes where you take a breath and you just have to internally reset. That's where you see the mental strength of a player, when they can make a mistake like that and then they reset, they come back on the map. Because the first 4 minutes
Wait.
of the game was so good.
Yeah, but the problem now is Shadow walking into his half of the jungle, level 4 to level 6, and he doesn't realize that Inspired is here.
Inspired is waiting once again on a carry jungler here. Shadow with the smite, but he can't get away.
And so this was the problem with the Drake. It was very slow to take down. Inspired had information as to where Shadow was, and because it took them so long and it was delayed, he was able to move into the top side. He knows what camps are cleared, and so Inspired just had to sit and lie in wait. He punishes Shadow once again, and now Rogue are back in the driver's seat.
Shadow has less XP than Vander and Kaiser right now. Hansama opening up with the Rangers focus in the bottom lane. The Ignite is ticking on him. Forced away, but the Guardian proc from Vander will keep him pretty healthy. And it's a bad start for Shadow in particular. It's still an okay start for the Mad Lions. They're only about 600 gold behind. The question is, how much can Inspired do with this lead? He is now accrued in the jungle. We haven't seen him on the carry junglers all a split long, and this series he's brought out the Evelynn, he's brought out the Hecarim, and now he's playing the Graves.
Inspired has definitely had a fantastic series. Strong 2v2 trading in the bot side.
Heal and Exhaust have been used here. Shadow looking for the gank, but Inspired is here once again. He's going to chase out Shadow. Shadow's going to have to look for the pounds, but the collateral damage might be enough. Just goes wide. Destiny used as well by Humanoid as he rejoins the fight. Manda forced underneath the turret, and Mad Lions able to get at least a couple of plates out of this, if not the kills they were looking for.
Well, good stuff coming out from Mad. They're able to get a little bit more gold in their back pocket. A center actually coming out ahead in farm in the Ashe matchup, something that we don't often see, as Finn will do a bit of proxy farming, stealing away the camps behind the tower, make life a little bit more obnoxious for Arome. We can see though how strong this Graze is with the already upgraded Warrior enchantment, 2 kills in his back pocket. Carry junglers has been the name of the game for Inspired. Now, typically, during the regular season, we don't really see Inspired being put in this position, but we're getting to see a little bit more of that solo queue Inspired, where he dominates and kind of takes over games single-handed.
Well, carry jungler has kind of been the name of the game for playoffs. Like, you look back to the Fnatic Rogue series, you look back to yesterday, Fnatic versus G2, like, it feels like there has been a meta shift in Europe towards these heavier scaling, heavier farming, heavier carrying junglers.
I mean, over in the LPL, this has been the most common jungle matchup for a while, right? And Europe has kind of stuck to their own style. Sometimes we can be a bit rigid in what we believe is the right way to approach the game, and it seems like we're now catching on and we're adapting more of that LPL style. As Shadow continues to lose his objective, even Vander's hit the classic 8 to 9 minute swap up from Rogue. Mad was able to deal with it last game, but this time around they were not. And the back even gets interrupted as well. Shadow being punished heavily for some of the, well, for that Drake mistake specifically. And now Rogue kind of running away with it as they continue to accelerate that gold lead.
There are some good signs for Mad Lions. Humanoid has finished his Rod of Ages, but the arrow just goes wide, so he is stacking that up. As you said earlier, Kazi has a CS lead. Whoa. Ooh, that's a misclick from Larssen.
That is definitely a misclick from Larssen. Just as we're praising him for being one of the best mid laners in the league, he's like, hey, even the best make mistakes, you know? Like, it happens.
We've seen Caps make mistakes.
Yeah, true, very true. But yeah, just a bit of a misclick there from Larssen. Not going to hold that one against him. Ultimate comes down from Finn to get the bot lane quickly. It looks like he's going for the fight.
He's trying to kill Kazi, does make him smash, doesn't quite land, but Finn underneath the tower should be pretty healthy for the moment. Mad Lions collapsing as a 4-man group. Arome is by himself on the other side of the map, but does have the cannon barrage to clear out a wave as Hans Summer and Vander are going to try and push in top. Finn still stuck on his lonesome, has the flash here, looking to try and catch this wave, knocked up with the depth charge. He's still about half HP, he's been left here for a very long time. The Dawning Shadow coming out, and in the end, he will go down. Shadow secures the kill.
So good punish here from Mad. Finn wanted to try and hold the tower by himself, and he ends up getting punished for it. But of course, this does open up the mid lane, and Rogue are going to take this mid tower very early on.
I mean, they get 2 plates in the top as well because of how much time Mad Lions spent in that bottom lane. Like, they might even get 3 plates here. You can see the gold actually now even between the mid lane when we saw a big lead for Humanoid earlier on. Only 300 gold difference between the bottom lanes as well. Like, Finn doing such a good job of delaying has now meant that Rogue have about 1,800 gold lead here.
So Rogue now going to reset, look to path towards bot. You'll notice that the Drake is about to spawn in 7 seconds. And while Mad do have vision in the area, Rogue are faster on the reset. They're going to be able to clear this vision out. You can already see the sweeper coming through from both jungle and support. They're going to make sure that Mad see as little as possible. And then they're going to look to contest for this objective. And when we look at the items, you can see that with the Nash's Tooth already completed for Larssen, I think the Rogue are going to be more than happy to contest and make sure that they secure this objective.
Only problem with using the sweepers through your own jungle means that you don't have them for the pit, but Vander rectifies that issue, puts a control ward in there to clear out any vision that Mad
That was quite interesting. Kaiser actually moved his control ward from that little bush by the lane into the actual pit so that he can test for that. But of course, the risk of that is it's going to get cleared out much earlier. And notice that he doesn't have any additional control wards left. So there are, of course, still a few others on the other Mad members. So for now, he's just going to make sure that he has some vision in case that dragon gets snuck away.
Shadow going to try and sneak his way in towards the bottom side of this river, but the ward will spot him. Inspired was on his way down as well. Kazi actually pops the Curse of the Black Mist pretty early here. Hans Summer does have the arrow. Shadow with a level disadvantage, playing into the Serrated Dirk double longsword, sitting on Inspired, who is now going to start up the dragon. Finn is double proxy farming, because that's what Scions do, apparently. between the waves. It does have the teleport to join the fight that might begin, but you can see by taking that mid lane tower, Larssen has so much push pressure in the mid lane. Finn is actually coming in behind the tier 2 in the mid lane.
I think they're looking to dive it, man.
Oh, that's so unfair. Humanoid does have flash, has the ignite as well. As the arrow comes out, it's only going to hit onto one. It's Kaiser that gets locked up, but the dragon should be secured here. Inspired lands the smite. Shadow trying to step forward, slowed by the volley. Larssen coming in from the side as well, but he is just going for his blue buff. And Finn, walk from mid, back towards bot. Like, is Sion the new Singed? Is it champions that start with SI?
I mean, the thing is, you just can't stop him, right? Right now, oh, actually, now they can, because the problem for him...
Watch this. He drifts through mid lane, up towards Shadow, and Shadow loses this fight. Destiny comes out, there's the decimating smash, but the stun is stopped as the gold card comes out. Larssen on his way.
Oh, the knockup. No, not going to commit to that one.
Oh, Humanoid is going to take so much here as well. Larssen could have engaged on that. Humanoid does still have flash, but Larssen just willing to chunk out the tier.
Now what we're seeing is an opportunity for him to, or Inspired rather, to invade again. The TP bot lane.
It looks like it's Finn who's going to join this. Of course, doesn't have the ultimate, but Hans Summer's on the chase. No arrow for him. There's the cannon barrage to slow down Vander and Hans Summer. Vander flashing forward, has the thick skin still to keep himself alive. Finn going in, trying to dive under the tower, lands the decimated smash onto Kaiser, and Kaiser is dead. Kazi now underneath the turret is taken out by the soldiers. Inspired in the mid lane, 1v1 Humanoid. And Vedius, I don't want to say it this soon, but it looks like Mad Lions are done for.
It does seem like it, Medic. Rogue are just rolling over Mad Lions right now. This is a completely different Rogue from what we saw in the series against Fnatic, and they just seem like an entirely different team. You know, we're still seeing some of the classics. We're seeing the Azir in the mid lane. We're seeing a tank top lane, but the execution is just so much cleaner. Inspired is dominating the jungle matchup. Larssen working with his jungler to take that mid tower. The usage of the teleports, like Rogue is all over the map, and Mad just have no answer.
Shadow just trying to do what he can, farm up, but he's 30 CS and 2 kills behind. And we'll see off this back, Inspired with the most gold in the game, and Shadow with the least apart from the supports. Now, Inspired has gone back. He has an Edge of Night. He is even more scary, and it gets to a point where you are just too far ahead to be dealt with. Right now, it looks like Inspired is there.
I mean, certainly. Notice that Mad, look at how much vision control they have around the bot side of the map. The rewards littered everywhere. They think they're perfectly safe, but the teleports come through from both Finn and Larssen. And while the GP ultimate does what it can, there's all that he can do. Meanwhile, you'll notice in the mid lane, Humanoid just gets absolutely obliterated. And the This Is Fine emote comes out from Inspired because he knows that this is not fine for Mad Lions as they lose 3 and more plates going to the back pocket of Rogue.
It's a 3,000 gold lead at the 15-minute mark. Rogue with a gold lead at 15 have an 11-2 record across the course of the regular season. They are so good at taking an advantage and just snowballing it away from you. Stun card's going to come out from Humanoid, but yeah, Finn just chases you down, misses the Unstoppable Onslaught, doesn't get the damage from it. Humanoid's going to cycle through the cards again, lands the gold. The stack deck working in his favor, but some fancy feet just allows him to walk away rather than do so much more.
Look how fast Inspired is.
Oh, he's got the Tahm Kench, Abyssal Voyage coming in. Humanoid's going to lock that gold, but the Edge of Night will stop it. Humanoid bashes underneath the turret, exhaust, and the minions helping him stay alive.
Yep, the flash does have to come through from Humanoid, and Mad, they just don't get a second to breathe. The aggression is relentless from Rogue, and now Mad are trying to make the cross-map play, but Larssen reads it like a book, which allows Rogue to be able to push in bot lane, push in mid, and you can see that this is just the Inspired series right now. Evelynn in game 1, the Hecarim in game 2, and now the Graves in game 3. 3 consistent carry performances. He's coming up clutch, and like we've been talking a lot about him, but behind the scenes, Larssen has been so consistent as he often is. Finn, that constant frontline supportive, the whole team of Rogue kind of coming together in this very important series.
Gold card's going to land here onto Finn. There's the dredge line as well. The chase. Finn does not have a way out of this. No ult and no way to escape. Kazi giving the kill, and Finn perhaps stayed a little bit too long there.
You know, like in any good team, there's always one. You know, in Fnatic,
Hylissang.
you know, you've got Hylissang. In G2,
Caps most
you've
of the
got
time.
Caps. And in Rogue, you've got Finn.
Yeah.
You know, like...
Finn. You've got
Of course.
Hyacinth, Craps,
Finn.
and Fint.
Finn having a significantly better performance than he did compared to how he played against Fnatic, but every now and then overextending just a little bit, getting punished just there, but still having a great series overall. Sitting at 1-3-3, he's still going to be very valuable on that side. As we transition into the mid game, Hansama going to pick up that Rift Herald. Rogue going to secure their 5th tower of the game, only 17.5 minutes in, and Rogue are looking to speedrun this series against Matt.
Gold lead is only 3,000. I say only with a little pinch of salt because they've now picked up the Rift Herald. Howard going to come out in the mid lane. Hits Kaiser. He has got the Dredge Line to try and get away. Vander's going to go in with the Tongue Lash, looking for a couple more licks before he can gobble up Kaiser. The Kaiser flashes away. There's the heal. Once again, the Dredge Line coming in. Shadow looking for the engage from the side as Vander goes low. Vander with the stopwatch, though, is going to get out of the Dawning Shadow. However, the shutdowns come down. Inspired has fallen. Now it's on Larson and Hansama to try and turn this around, but there's 2 quick kills, 2 Mad Lions, and Rogue have to retreat.
Okay, so good turnaround here from Mad. They're able to punish the aggression from Rogue this time around, and it felt like the plan from Rogue was just to try and catch some members out from the Mad Lions in the mid lane, but I really like the way in which Kaiser responded. The fact that he flashes over the wall, lands a hook onto Inspired, and then it makes the target focus actually very easy for Mad. So here, we see the arrow coming through, Finn just a little bit ways away. So initially, it's just a 2 versus 2. This looks quite promising for Rogue. They're like, okay, we'll pick up some quick kills. The burst comes through, flash it, and look, the hook lands onto the Graves. The immediate chain CC, he doesn't get to move. Then the Nidalee damage comes through as well. And then this is where Mad is in a much better position because Rogue is funneled into this choke point. While Finn does land a good knocker, the damage is still coming through from Arome and Kazi, and they're left completely untouched. So Mad is able to find themselves 2 quick kills, and they're going to alleviate some of that pressure that Rogue has been spewing out all this game.
And I think Inspired, after that fight, very quickly realized something. Mercury Treads might be a good idea. Against the amount of CC we see coming out from Mad Lions, that chain, just having the ability to get away from it with the tenacity will help out. And that's exactly where he's going with the No Magic Mantle in his inventory. Death Cap on its way for Larson. He's got the double needlessly large rod. We've already seen both the AD carries complete their first item. In fact, Kazi is sitting at 2.5 as he has the Serrated Dirk alongside a Yumu's and a Manamune.
Well, quietly, Humanoid has just been picking up kills, you know? Like, he didn't have the best laning phase. Obviously, he lost his tower very early on, but he did get those 2 early kills. And now he's at 3-1-3, has the Lich Bane done already. He's probably feeling pretty strong at this point in the game, but so is Rogue as they look for another fight.
Humanoid pops the Ghost to try and get away. The Decimating Smash comes out and the CC chain works both ways. Rogue get a kill, and as soon as you praise him, Humanoid dies.
Yeah, that was a straight-up caster curse there. I was like, okay, he's quietly ramping up. I like this from Humanoid. Potentially can look for more picks, but Rogue is like, no picks today. We're just going to group fight. The Baron's about to spawn. I wonder if Rogue will look to just rush it down. They're tanky, they have the damage. Maybe they want to wait for Larson to finish his what looks to be a Death Cap second item as the Rift Herald gets dropped in the top lane.
I'm not sure if I want the Baron straight away. I mean, Rogue have kind of been a little bit apprehensive around the Barons throughout the entire series. We remember Game 2 when they had the Senna, they decided not to go for it. It looks like they might just be starting it up. They cleared out the vision, the Scuttle Crab died off, and now they're going to try and do it. Larson and Inspired, but Inspired isn't that tanky. The Cannon Barrage is actually going to catch out Hansama and Vander right here. Depthshot's going to come out as well, but they're trying to turn it back around. Shadow from the side, not able to get the damage down, but Humanoid comes in with the Destiny. And now Finn trying to get away from the rest of Mad as they chase him down. Vander just about able to survive. Humanoid has the gold card, locks it onto Vander once again. The thick skin just about keeping him alive. Finder will go down. And the Baron call maybe a little bit too much there from Rogue.
So,
oh, Shadow's on the chase. He's prowling through the jungle, his native habitat on the Nidalee.
thought that someone might look to roam through. Oh no, that's not what you want to do! Oh no! Oh, Shadow, you hate to see it. He thought that everyone had recalled. He lands the spear. He thought that he drew aggro, and he didn't have the vision to realize that they were all just lying in wait. Shadow ends up getting punished, but to kind of go back, I looked at the state of the map and I was like, okay, I can see a world in which they do Baron, but never said whether I like the Baron or not.
Yeah,
and this is one of the things, right? Gangplank ultimate is extremely strong. You also have the Senna ultimate as well. I think one of the biggest things was how Mad actually turned to face the teleport. Humanoid and Shadow were just zoning away the 4 members as the Baron was still hitting onto Rogue, which meant that the other 3 could just deal with Finn on the side. Without that front line, it becomes a lot harder for Rogue to actually play
The
those
Krugs
fight comps.
respawn while he's waiting?
Well, yeah, because the thing is, he sees them about to respawn,
Oh, okay.
the rest of Rogue is resetting, and then Spide's like, oh, I'll just take these, like, okay, I'll also take this. Thank you very much.
Oh, that's so unfortunate for Shadow.
Well, he just the problem is
he assumed, yeah.
He assumed that they had reset, and he didn't have full information. It's always going to be a gamble when you make decisions like that, and he ends up getting punished this time around. And here, Inspired assumes there's no one on his Krugs, but he's like, I don't care if there's someone on my Krugs.
Oh, the arrow connects on Romy, trying to flash away from it, but Inspired's on the chase, and here comes the unstoppable onslaught as well. Collateral damage will be enough to take the kill. Rogue 8-7 up, 2,000 gold in the league, and they are knocking on an inhibitor tower at the 22-minute mark. Larssen is here with the Rabadons complete. He will shred through this, and look where the rest of Mad Lions.
They're looking to try and trade in the top side. They know that they don't have the wave clear to stop this push from happening, but they're confident that Rogue can't end the game. So they're just going to concede this, get a little bit back on the map, get their 3rd tower of the game, and they might not even be able to get this in time as Humanoids. Nah, he should be fine.
There's no TP, so I don't think
another
anyone
minion
can get
wave
that.
on the way as well. But Rogue looking absolutely dominant in this series versus Mad Lions. Honestly, I expected it to be a close one. It was difficult for me to guess which team would actually end up coming out on top, but I feel like we've seen a significant level up in Rogue, and also just some big underperformances from Mad. Kaiser goes in, misses the hook.
Inspired with the fancy feet, going to get the side step. Depcho's going to land on him, and Humanoid coming in with the TP and the gold card. Locks 6 straight onto Inspired. Mad Lions actually looking for their 3rd dragon of the game here. Perfect time to pick off the enemy jungler.
And this is a great point to note. Mad have been slowly securing these dragons. Small missteps that have come out from Rogue have been able to be capitalized from Mad. Of course, they did fumble that first Drake just a little bit, but since then they've been slowly stacking them up. Getting that Cloud Soul is definitely going to be valuable because it also opens up the Elder Dragon, and then Mad do have a potential
he's done it again.
condition.
He's done it again.
In the enemy jungle, gets caught out. This has not been Shadow series, and he has been consistently punished. Like, he needs to focus on staying alive for the rest of this game because, again,
Baron?
Mad have the win. Wait, actually, you're right.
It could just be Baron, right?
They
Like,
could literally just go straight to Baron. They have the death cap on Azir. They have the Scion to tank this one up.
and
like,
Graves is on his way. Inspired's on
That
his way.
actually could be so much bigger than I initially thought, Medic. You rightly pointed it out. Inspired is on his way, and now Rogue are going to take this one down. Let's see if Mad can stop it.
Okay, the rest of Mad really have to bring something out of the hat right now to try and do something. Arome not there, doesn't have the cannon barrage, but he's on his way. The stun card locks in only onto Vander. Finn in the middle of the pit as the Baron goes lower and lower, and the smite will secure it. Rogue get it, and they want a little bit more. The arrow lands onto Humanoid. Decimating Smash going to knock him up as well, but he isn't able to survive. Rogue get 2 kills. They get the Baron, and you feel like that's the final nail in Mad Lions' coffin.
I mean, one big mistake comes out from Shadow, and it just gets punished. Here comes the flash from Kaiser.
It's only onto Vander though, and Vander has the thick skin. Cannon Barrage used, going to clear out some of the minions, but Finn is still on that front line. Larssen teleporting in as he rejoins the fight. That was a good way of delaying the game from Mad Lions, but there are super minions pushing in the bot lane. The wave is on its way in the mid lane, and Finn almost has his teleport back up, so can just reset if he needs to. Look at this. Double supers on the Nexus towers. And you said it earlier, Vedius, this has been such a level up from Rogue, as once again we see Mad Lions knock the final fight. Hans Summer is dead. The knockup was great, as you say. Tom Kench coming in to rejoin this fight. Finn low, just about able to get away, but the Destiny is there for the chase. The Dawning Shadow gobbled up. Vander keeps Finn alive, and that was a great base defense from Mad Lions.
All right, Kaiser, I see you. You are smurfing right now. You are landing so many clutch hooks, and 2 of your Hex Flashes were crucial in keeping Mad Lions in this game. Stellar performance on the Nautilus, and Mad just doing what they can to buy time. Try and ramp up. Try and play for that Dragon Soul, because Rogue, their push has been slow. They will not get themselves another inhibitor, but they still have a minute and a half on the Baron, and they can look to set up another siege.
Let's have a look at where they are in terms of items. Larssen has a Fiendish Codex and a stopwatch to go alongside the Nash's Rabadons. Well, how about talk about that after this fight goes in, because as you say, these Hex Flashes were paramount.
So really good hook onto Vander. Yes, it is Vander, but they force that front line out of the fight immediately. And the Gangplank ultimate does a great job of zoning Hans Sama and Inspired away. It's very difficult for Inspired to close that gap. And again, Kaiser makes sure that there's no vision in the bush. Thank you very much, Observers, for highlighting this, because he then is able to set this up. And notice, flash in, hook lands, knock up onto 3. as he aims for Larssen, and that gives the perfect opportunity for Arome to land the barrel and for Mad to come out ahead in this fight. Kaiser, beautiful setup, and it really needs to be highlighted how strong his support performance is. That could be the play that keeps Mad in this series. Let's see if he can do it again.
I mean, there's a reason he was the all-pro support for Summer. Larssen takes a huge chunk. Kaiser once again on the front line. Humanoid going in with the stun card as well, but Finn acting as a bodyguard, acting as a bouncer. Super Minion still way away from that bottom lane inhib, and the inhib is spawning once again in about 30 seconds. This ban buff might run out with Rogue unable to take too much. Depth charge comes out only onto Vander. Stun card's gonna land. There's the Dawning Shadow Hunt. Summer forced away by the Cannon Barrage, and Larssen's gonna have to run his way through it as well. Uses the shield of the E and the Emperor's Divide to try and keep him away, but Vander is down, and Humanoid is still on the chase. Finn's gonna try and get himself away, but the gold card just needs to connect. Humanoid with the Lich Bane will have the extra movement speed, and that will be a very dead Sion. Mad Lions are not done with this series.
Back-to-back team fights. Mad Lions have actually been coming out ahead. Notice that Arome's just hit level 16. Threw items on the Gangplank. He does a lot of damage with this ultimate, and I think that it is really detrimental when it comes for Rogue and actually setting up in the sieges, because that ulti comes down and people from Rogue just get chunked. I don't quite know how Larssen lost half his HP in that last fight, but he did. And that gave Mad the opportunity to run them down, force the engage, and actually come out ahead. And now with the Drake spawning in 30 seconds, what looked like a done and dusted game for Rogue has actually turned into a pretty even game. And Mad now feeling a lot more confident. Items are being completed. Levels are relatively even. Mad still have a shot in this game.
And they're going to try and get towards this mid lane tier 1. Pushing in, 10 seconds on the Cloud Soul. This is it. This is the moment for Mad Lions to really fight back in this series. You have to feel Kaiser once again, the man on the front line, constantly landing those hooks, constantly landing the knockups. Humanoid's done a lot of work this game as well. We said he was quietly scaling. He's working his way towards those 4 items, and now he's in a very powerful position. Inspired is the one to be caught out. Humanoid going in with the Destiny, trying to get on Inspired, but the smoke screen was great. Decimating smash only going to land off the Kaiser. Larssen doing so much damage from across the wall, and the Cannon Barrage has been mitigated, has been backed away from here by Rogue. Arrow not quite gonna connect, and Humanoid gets healed up. Inspired still trying to step forward. Humanoid almost goes down, and Kaiser's low as well. And here comes the charge. Rogue sense it. They smell blood in the water. They take 2, and they will look to close out the game.
Mad couldn't find the same engage that they found in the last 2 fights. Rogue were able to come out ahead with all 5 members alive, and they don't care about the Drake. They only care about the Nexus. Only 3 members of Mad stand tall. No Kaiser to defend this time round. Can Arome and the squad do it?
They've got to do something miraculous to keep this game alive.
The minions.
They've got most of the minions. That single cannon still alive. Finn low. He's ticking down, but he will be able to get away. The Guardian Proc on Hans Summer keeps him alive for the moment. Kazi stepping forward, gets an auto down onto Rogue, and I think Rogue might just be saying, hey, we're not sure we can win.
TP
Let's make sure we get the Cloud. The Gangplank coming in behind here as Larssen has TP as well. It's a double TP. Arome going in. Humanoid's going to join the party as well as they look to try and take away the Cloud Dragon, but Rogue have noticed they're going to try and get in here as the TP comes in from Larssen down towards the bottom side. Humanoid steps straight into the gaping maw that is a Sion, and Larssen's looking for the flank. He dives in. Humanoid has nowhere to go, and he dies, and now Arome has to flash across the wall. Inspired's going to start up the Cloud Drake, but you know who's back alive? Shadow. Can he get in here? Can he steal this in time? He's on his way. He's almost there. 3,000 HP on it. Shadow, you got to jump. You got to dive. You got to go in. 2,000 HP on it. Shadow doesn't get it. It's secured by Larssen. Shadow goes down. Rogue delay the soul, but Arome stood in a really good position as Mad Lions continue to look for the fight. The barrel combo. Vander with the thick skin still alive. Inspired. Gonna dash across the wall, and Vander will be the first to fall in this fight. But Finn is on the flank position now, and it's a 4v3 in favor of Rogue. Mad Lions trying to retreat, trying to get away from this, trying to use the jungle as their ally. It's only Kaiser that they're looking for, and Rogue should be able to get just 1 out of this.
Wow, what an intense fight between the 2 teams. Kaiser is going to drop at the end of that, and Mad end up losing 3. With Inspired still alive, and that's the crucial thing. Rogue can now make their way straight towards the Baron. I think that Mad should not have committed as hard as they did for that Cloud Soul, because even if they get it, Shadow's likely to die, and then Rogue can go straight towards this objective. This means that Rogue is going to secure another Baron. While one inhib has respawned, the base is in tatters for Mad Lions. While they have been putting up good fights, it is not going in their favor. So I understand the idea behind the double TP flank, but the rest of Mad, just look at their positioning right now. They are so far away from this 2-man, which makes it so easy for Mad to actually get this collapse on them, because Arome and Humanoid, they're split up from each other as well. So Rogue get the initial kill. Arome's forced away from the fight. And this is where I'm sitting here thinking, okay, forget the Drake, ignore it, you don't need it. But Shadow's like, if I can steal this, if I get the soul, then maybe, but his spear doesn't hit the Drake, it only hits the Graves. It goes down to 400 HP, it's not quite enough to secure the steal. The Gangplank ultimate comes out, and then Rogue end up walking away. They get themselves some more kills, they're gonna get themselves the Baron, and Rogue now back in control of the game.
Once again with Baron buff, a 4,000 gold lead, an almost full build Ashe, an almost full build Azir, and Inspired popping off on this Graves. You can sense how much this game means for both teams. Mad Lions, but they've been on the podium before. They got third in spring, remember. Rogue have never done it. They've never been top 3. The best they've ever placed is 4th last year, where they were stopped by Schalke in this very match, Vedius. And now they are trying to prove that they belong amongst the best. Arrow's going to land.
That's a big X Splash.
Depth charge coming out in the Cannon Barrage, actually in a really good position as Mad Lions try and open up on the fight. Decimating Smash trying to zone, but look at how much damage Vander's already taken. Hans Summer, the Destiny on the backline as they look for the fight. Humanoid's going in, he has the flank, he has the gold card. He looks it straight onto Vander. Minions are pushing the Nexus. Ooh, Larssen! The top mid laner statistically in the regular season. The mechanical god that is Larssen steps up. He just dismantles Mad Lions. And you thought for a moment Mad Lions had a chance, but Larssen slammed the door right in their face. Rogue are going to the finals weekend. They are top 3 in Europe.
Thank you all for tuning in, and let us know if you enjoyed the game or have a specific match that you want to see by tweeting @LEC. Match History, we'll see you next time.
This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. Dancing without you, out you, out you. Tell strangers about you, about you, about you. You're not here to take me home, so I'll party on my own. I'm dancing without you.
Orange, thank you.
Our teams are so good this year.
I can't believe they actually made it. What? It's what champions eat.
Beko Harvest Fresh preserves vitamins for longer by simulating the natural 24-hour sun cycle. Beko, eat like a pro.
Have a bite. It's good.
You don't have a chance against me. I can calculate 90 trillion moves in advance. Not fair. Not fair.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Honor, duty, glory. These are the principles that define us. Top, jungle, mid, bot, or support. Together, we are all summoners.
Cut! Summoners don't even exist anymore.
Dynasties of the
Cut!
in the alleys, the kings of...
Dude, what's going on with you today? Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
We are EU, and this is the LEC.
There's still no friends, huh?
League of what?
Why can't you do something normal?
How did you get past the login screen? You feeder!
You haven't got what it takes.
Play me a sad song. I wanna move, I wanna drink it by the bottle. It's complicated, but mixing feelings with tequila gets me wasted. I get that message when you ignore. Blue tick on my text and miss my calls. You take shots at me, so I take more. When I hit the floor, I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. Dancing without you, out you, out you. Tell strangers about you, about you, about you. You're not here to take me on, so I'll party on my own. I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. Dancing without you, out you, out you. Won't leave anytime soon, time soon, time soon. You're not here to take me on, so I'll party on my own. Keep up the tempo. Don't miss the beat, don't miss the words, don't miss your tango. There's no debating. Remixing love songs till my drinks gone, sends me crazy. I get that message when you ignore. Blue tick on my text and miss my call. You take shots at me, so I take more. When I hit the floor, I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. Dancing without you, out you, out you. Tell strangers about you, about you, about you. You're not here to take me on, so I'll party on my own. I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. Dancing without you, out you, out you. Won't leave anytime soon, time soon, time soon. You're not here to take me on, so I'll party on my own, so I'll party on my own. I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. You're not here to take me on, so I'll party on my own, so I'll party on my own. If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eye? Or would you walk away this time? Do you realize, do you recognize it's never over? Or would you walk away this time? 'Cause
Steleckies. Host Steleckies, Kevin said it'll be fun. He said not everyone can cast the finals. He said, oh yeah, and you get to write it too. That'll be a lot of fun, Ender. Yeah, you can go ahead and do that. But oh, hi. Nice to see you. This is the award show, the Leckies. The award show you never thought you needed, and once you've seen it, you'll know for sure. I'm Ender, and after this long and difficult year, let's get into something happy. Some awards. We've had a lot of great cold opens this year, so let's start things off with the Best Visual Effects Award. Your nominees are...
The LEC Puppet Show, Ender vs. Papaya 2020, Schalke Wars, Dark Technology, James Cameron's Avatar.
And the winner is... LEC Puppet Show. Woo! What? How can you do this? This is outrageous. This is unfair. No, sit down. Don't you move. You're telling me AR dragons got beat out by paper dragon cutouts? That's ridiculous. That's
Next
unbelievable.
Up is Best Director.
What's in this envelope? I will not say his name.
Read it.
Damn it, Kevin! All right, real awards. We're going to real awards. It does not. We don't. Real awards. We're going to the best original screenplay. Beating Schalke's Miracle Run script by just a hair is Explainius.
In round 2, each team will be given a 1-hour-long exam containing questions on subject matters they learnt in school but believe would never be useful in later life, such as long division, photosynthesis, and sexual education.
Look at that, our carpet is kind of fixed. I want to say Vedius and I had a ton of fun writing this script. Vedius, I just want to commend you. Fantastic
Hi everyone,
performance.
my name's Explainius, and it appears that my friend Ender here seems to have been confused a little as to what's going on. You do recognize that I, Explainius, and Vedius are in fact two different people. And I, as Explainius, and of course, going to be accepting the award for me explaining things so marvelously. I would like to thank my mother and father for a beautiful, well-done job of creating me. I would also like to thank my colleagues, Ender, he does a ducking great job, and also Cthulhu, the great old one. Of course, many sacrifices are on their way.
Thank you, Explainius, thank you so much. You can, thank you so much.
All hail Cthulhu.
Our next category is Best Supporting Actor, and your nominees are...
Frost, Schalke, Dungeons and Dragons, Dracos, G2, Schalke Wars, Ender, A Mad Lion, Dungeons and Dragons, and Medic in every cold open ever.
And the winner is... Frost! Congrats!
Yes!
Oh my... Jeez! I hope she brings that back. We only have one of those. No one tell her what happened to Schalke, by the way. For Best Actor, your nominees are...
Ender as Gilius in Schalke Wars, Vedius as Explainius, Medic as Aaron Attenborough, and Laura as Dancing Lady in Diplo, still the best, Dracos as Boris, Dark Technology, and Leonardo DiCaprio in Titanic.
Would you like to do the honors? I got a good feeling about this one.
And the winner is Ender.
I don't like Mad. They're coarse and rough and irritating. And they get everywhere. Not like here. Here everything is soft and smooth.
Don't f***ing touch me.
I killed them. I killed them all.
I am becoming more powerful than any caster has ever dreamed of, and I'm doing it for them, to entertain them.
Ender, I don't... Come away with me. Help me cast finals. Leave everything else Leave everything else behind while we still can.
Don't you see? We don't have to run away anymore. I have brought memes to the LEC. I am more powerful than Kevin. I can overthrow him, and together, you and I can rule the LEC. Make things the way we want them to be.
I don't believe what I'm hearing. Dracos was right. You've changed.
I don't want to hear any more about Dracos.
I don't know you anymore, Ender. You're breaking my heart. You're going down a path I cannot follow.
I am the caster you are looking for. And the nominees for Best Picture are...
Not on my card. Here we go. Explainius for Dungeons and Dragons, Master Draft, LEC Update, and Schalke Wars.
And the winner is Schalke Wars.
The casters turned against me. Don't you turn against me.
I don't know you anymore, Ender. You're breaking my heart. You broke my table. I can't follow you down this path.
Because of Dracos.
Because of what you've done. You broke the table. Just stop. Stop all of this. I love casting with you, but this is enough.
Liar!
No.
You're with him! You brought him here to cast finals without me!
No.
What are you doing?
I'm being forced.
Let her go, Ender! Let her go!
Oh, God. Help.
You turned her against me!
You did that yourself!
You will not take finals from me!
Your memes and your love for PogChamp have already done that.
No.
You've allowed this Twitch chat to twist your mind, and you become the very thing you said you would destroy.
I'm too old for this. Can I get a coffee?
Don't lecture me, Dracos. I see through the lies of the casters.
Please.
I do not fear the weird champ as you do.
Thank you.
I have brought memes, jokes, content, and comedy to my new followers.
What followers? What new followers?
Don't make me kill you.
And my allegiance is to the LEC and to the audience.
If you're not casting with me, then you're my enemy.
Only an analyst deals in absolutes. I will do what I must.
You will try.
Hi everyone, Explainius here. What you're currently witnessing is a pause because of what we define as bad content. No longer will we be continuing with this. Instead, we're going to be moving on to some good content to start off the finals weekend.
Welcome to Berlin, Germany, and the LEC Finals. This weekend, we could be witnessing a great underdog story as Rogue look to go from last place in 2019 to first place in 2020. And tonight, they face the reigning champions, a team they have never beaten before. I would also like to welcome my analysts for today, Frost Gurren and Yamato Cannon, back from Korea. We missed you, man.
I've missed all of this. It's very good to be back. It feels good to be home.
And, what do you think of the landscape here in EU? Is everything as expected?
The landscape, the trees? Or
more like the competition, but yeah, that too.
The trees are lovely, and the competition has been very good. It was exciting to see G2 lose. They've beaten me many times, so it feels good to see them lose a little bit.
As it always is. Well, we are closing out the LEC 2020 season this weekend. There is a lot going on. This Ready Check will be an hour. We'll have 2 packed series, 2 best of 5s. And then tomorrow, before the games start, you can join us for the warm-up pre-show. We'll have content from all of our teams, a cold open marathon, cosplay, electronic, and much, much more. Rogue is even throwing in a DJ set with Steve Aoki. And in the LEC studio, a 30-minute DJ set with Offenbach. The full schedule schedule is available at lolesports.com with the warm-up starting all the way at 10 a.m. in Europe. So you can just get up, have brunch, have a mimosa, and just ride into those finals at the end of the day. A lot going on. A lot of fun, but also very serious business for our team. So let's talk about the bracket and where we ended up so far in the summer season. Frosk, Rogue shocking the Mad Lions last week, and G2 falling down to the lower bracket.
And the thing is it's only a shock simply because of the form that Rogue took against Fnatic in their first best-of-5. I think if this was their opening best-of-5 against the Mad Lions, it would have been a completely different story. But, you know, put up or shut up, and Rogue did just that when they just dismantled the Mad Lions. They were the first place team for a reason, and they reminded everyone of that by making it to the semifinals today.
I think the key thing was just the adaptation. We've seen the meta take shape over here in Europe, and they managed to pick up all these key champions that fit into that Rogue mold as you spoke about. And Mad Lions didn't manage to do that, and it cost them dearly.
That it did, and for Rogue, the Rogue players, very happy with that, and they have been wanting to prove that they are worthy, right? Especially when voices were rising, well, are they going to Worlds? Well, they showed, yes, we are worthy of going to Worlds, and we might even do more. They shocked the Mad Lions, but now they find G2 in the lower bracket. That's always tricky if you think you're going to get another team, but G2 drops down once again, similar to Spring, Yamato.
Yeah, it's deja vu. It's the exact same story. If I would like to remind everyone, when they faced Mad Lions, they had the Zig Satchel dilemma where they almost won the game, and the series against Fnatic could have also gone either way. Fnatic took the opportunity and seized the day, and G2 once again in the lower bracket.
It's kind of one of these interesting things where G2 made it fairly clear that after such a packed 2019 that they came into 2020 and they didn't want to burn out the players, and so they lifted their foot off a gas a little bit. And you didn't see quite the same dominance that we saw from G2 last year. And that's fine, as long as you still win.
Yeah.
So I'll give them a freebie here. And a lot of fans are like, no, stop giving them freebies. And I see it, fans. I'm with you. They're not performing to the same level. But until they lose the championship, I don't know what to do. They keep winning when it counts.
Yeah, you can't bet against them. That's the whole thing. I mean, you both have coaching experience, and Yamato, you know, if you're at the helm of such a dominating team now for the last 2 years, how do you bring that into account, that it's twice that they kind of give it away, right? And Fnatic won fair and square, but that turnaround when they were already on the Nexus, that is just so weird.
It's very strange. I think it all comes down to like how big is the picture you are looking at. Some teams are just thinking we want to qualify towards. G2 are thinking we were in the finals, we want to win the whole World Championship. So the mindset you have coming into every aspect of the season is very, very different. And I understand that they don't want to burn out because, as Froskuren aptly put, last year in the finals, they were burnt out. And I think now, though, when it comes to the beef between G2 and Fnatic is going to inspire something. So I think maybe they're going to put some energy into it.
Yeah, we'll see tomorrow, of course, who will join Fnatic in those finals. Well, we'll see today who will join them, but we know who is waiting in the finals. It is Fnatic. Unexpected to many, since they hadn't been able to beat their demons in G2 since spring 2018 in a best-of-5. But tomorrow, and they've earned it, they'll be looking to reclaim the throne in the summer finals.
Yeah, the story of this year for Fnatic has been absolutely crazy, because looking back at spring when they lost 3-0 against G2, it felt like they're never going to recover and that mental block is going to be in place forever. Looking at summer, they barely got to playoffs. Their play was honestly quite terrible by Fnatic standard. They ramped it up against Rogue. They beat them in a very, very good fashion, and they figured out how they want to play very, very late into the season, but just at the right time.
Just in time.
Yeah, finding their identity and to Fnatic standard. The fact of the matter is like G2, they're not just looking to dominate Europe, they're looking to dominate the world, and that is also where Fnatic are. And the other word that I really like that you used there was mental block. This iteration of Fnatic, and Rekkles in particular, you know, he took down RNG finally, just last Worlds, finally overcoming his demons and beating Uzi, and now he's overcome his demon and he's managed to put down G2. Is this the final hurdle that has fallen down for Fnatic now to finally rise up and the Fnatic faithful to be rewarded? I don't know, but it's good chances again like what we saw in spring.
I mean, better chances than what we've seen of them versus G2 if that is the finals matchup. But there is always that fear, you know, what information is G2 going to take from the games they will still play? But on the other hand, Fnatic has a chance to watch this best-of-5 today and hopefully get some more information on their opponents tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think Rogue is a team that you can take lightly, even though G2 have had a very lovely history of beating them. But that advantage of being in the finals right away is a big deal here.
Yeah, the fact of the matter is that Rogue could do Fnatic's dirty work for them. Fnatic may
True.
just have to beat G2 one time and be like, see ya, we'll take Rogue in the finals.
I did hear on Euphoria that both you and Dracos were like, listen, for the storylines, Rogue, if you manage to beat G2, you then have to beat Fnatic. Otherwise, this is just not a good anime.
Literally, it is like the greatest anime storyline. The fact that Rogue have to go to both pillars, there's nothing anyone could say. They would take first in regular split, they would take down Fnatic and G2, and then they'd be like, come on, come at us.
Final notes about kind of the bracket. How do we feel about just the fact that it is Fnatic and G2 and Rogue that are our 3 last standing teams?
It's kind of the standard mold of Europe. You always have the rookie team, so to speak, that is trying to break of course, the tradition of G2 Fnatic finals. Either way, as a viewer, I'm happy because either you get the G2 Fnatic or you have the rookie team that is trying to, you know, settle that anime story at the end.
True.
I see that you're like, okay, don't say kings, don't say like tradition, that way, yes.
Yes.
Don't say any of that. All right. Well, some interesting games coming up. And it's not just Fnatic that is carrying a playoffs buff. Check out this song from from LEC's favorite band.
Your song.
Time for a show. Show 'em how you outplay. Go and check the replay. Dubs like all day. Boy, you better know. Know that it might be just a little hyphy. Trying to call about these watchers go. Cause the games are straight fight. Every team fight coming down to the wire. The whole world trying just to look like us. Take a look at your league. Wish you played like us. Now time to shook reality. You're facing a tragedy when the European legacy comes sucking down your pride to be. Those feelings of anxiety. The future you don't want to see. The wrath of our whole dynasty. It spells LEC.
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
Talk that good shit. Boy, you better back it up. If you want the UPL, sorry, that's just not enough, cause we got every team fighting lane. Flashbox when they clash, you would never last less than 100. Bring your A game if you want to claim fame, that'd be your main aim. Now you're in the right lane.
Show up or shut up, no time for excuses. Can't take us serious, you're probably just useless. You want a shot at us, you can come get it. If you're just talking, then you can forget it. We're gonna blow up, we're on the rise. Euphoria, this is the vibe. We wear the clown nose and we wear the crown. Kings of the West, you know we hold it down. Light.
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
We've come a long way since the beginning. The dark days of double streams, vacation memes, now charged up and charging forward. We are the LEC. We can't be stopped, slowed, or suppressed. This tenacity is EU at its best. It's time for the LEC loyals to show their fandom. Put your hands together. This is your anthem.
Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
I can't see the chat right now, but it better be all Pepe D's Dance With Me, because we convinced professional choreographers and professional dancers to make us a move for Pepe D. They were like, what are you talking about? We had to show them. It was a whole thing, all for you. You better appreciate it.
Did you pull Twitch chat where you're like, it looks like this?
I wanted to look quickly, but we didn't have enough time. But I trust that they're doing the right thing. Yeah, Yamato, this is what you come back to. It's all music all the time.
You guys are laying the tough groundwork for the future. You guys need to beat this and then beat the next one. Good luck.
That's why we brought you back.
All I have to say is your move, LCK, LPL. What you got?
What you got? Well, what we've got is a lot of Polish junglers, because this weekend we'll have a special eye on that jungle, where it's all Polska Garum for all 3 teams. Of course, we've got Selfmade, Inspired, and Jankos, so we wanted to take a little bit of time to talk about them. And first off, just the fact that all 3 of them are Polish. I know Yamato is also part Polish. You're even wearing the...
Not a coincidence.
Oh, not a coincidence.
All planned. Yes.
Ah, yes, of course.
So what's going on?
What's going on?
In Poland.
Honestly, it's a tough upbringing, being ready for anything in the jungle. Some metas you get starved, you don't get any farm, you're just 20 CS world bot. Some metas you get to farm a lot, and this is what the Polish junglers are ready for.
It's sculpted. Now, okay, so it is crazy that the fact of the matter is that Shadow is kind of the one jungler of our top 4 not missing here, and obviously the rest of them are the Polish junglers, and it felt like it was about versatility. And when you look at a guy like Jankos, Inspired, and Selfmade, they can basically show that they've played everything. I want to hone in a little bit on Jankos right now. My first interaction with him was I actually got to cast him at IEM Katowice, so I got to cast him in Poland on the H2K roster, and just how wild it was. As soon as he took the stage, the fan base lit up, it was massive, and then just watching him dismantle his opponents, I was like, Europe does have some crazy good junglers, and now to see that the highs that he's risen to now has been fantastic.
And Yamato, you mentioned also when we were talking about this, the fact that these are not guys who've been bad and good and whatever. From the first moment you saw them play, you knew these guys are going to make it big.
It was very easy to see. I remember Jankos, I got to work with him. He had that, he was at KMT, and then he had the relegation split with Rokat and so forth. But the entire time, regardless of what the team state was in, everyone knew Jankos is the real deal. And I got the same vibe off of Inspired and Selfmade. Selfmade with his SK. They were not doing so hot, but everyone knew. Yeah, Rogue as well. In 2019, we're doing the roster swaps. Inspired was the one thing that brought him some success in the beginning with the Olaf plays and all those things that were going on. And then eventually people were like, let's just permaban Olaf against this team, even though the champion is not good anymore because we're just too afraid of it. So the story of these 3 junglers is just from the get-go explosive, and they've continued down the same trend, adapting to any meta that is being thrown at them.
It's kind of funny, in the same way that you would trust Shadow to play Lee Sin, no matter what meta it really is, I would trust Polish junglers to play Olaf, no matter what. It doesn't matter what I think about the champion, but as soon as Jankos or Inspired locked it in, and I'm sure Selfmade can also probably style on it as well, I'm like, yeah, it's probably going to be a good pick for them.
Probably is. So let's talk a bit about the picks and the styles that we've seen from all of these junglers, because I feel like even though we like to pin them down as this or this, I feel like we've seen a lot of versatility from each of them.
Yeah, and that's again, the key thing. The reason why I think Mad Lion struggled is that Shadow didn't have the same versatility that these 3 do. And even though you know that they can play everything, their team requires a very different responsibility for them. Selfmade, you have that hard carry jungle style. You want to see him on things like his Evelynn. Even when he plays Gragas as a carry jungler, probably the best Gragas that we have in EU, whereas Jankos is kind of throwing his whole body at his laners, really playing that heavy gank setup style with the sets and being that primary initiator. And he gets to do that because he has someone like Caps in the lane. Jankos doesn't have to be the carry, though. He's got the best player that Europe's ever created next to him.
Mm-hmm.
And on top of that as well, I can't imagine a world where G2 goes into the next best of 5 and they haven't prepared the Evelynn and the Hecarim, these champions that they had to ban. And with this in mind, looking at Jankos' history, he's going to be ready for this. And if for some reason in the middle of these best of 5s, something shifts and all of a sudden we need level 2 ganks, level 3 ganks, then I know as well that Selfmade and Inspired are ready for that too.
Yeah, exactly, because just last week, right, we saw it from Inspired, the guy who actually also got criticized a bit for, you only play one type of style, and then he pulled out the Evelynn and all of that last week to stomp Mad Lion, so he can do that. And I think it's clear that all these junglers have a lot in their back pocket. Yamato, are you as certain that any single one of these can be good no matter what meta we get?
I think the key thing is just time. If we look at the career length of all of these 3 players, Jankos has been around forever, and all the time he's been, in the discussion of, is he the best jungler in Europe for a good goddamn reason. When it comes to the other 2, they don't have the same longevity, but if I would have to put some chips on their numbers too, I would.
I know that Rogue in particular, you know, the fact that basically our second All-Pro team was all Rogue members, and there was a big conversation about, you know, Inspired being on the #1 All-Pro team. I can definitely see where people are coming from. I think Inspired and Larssen are probably the two most important parts for Rogue's success. And the fact of the matter is that they were first in regular split. They're now here in the semifinals, and it is a huge portion of him. And even though people think that Rogue changed their style, we always knew that Inspired could pull out the carry junglers. He was known as like the Olaf one trick for the longest time. So to see him pull out the Evelynn instead of being on tank duty, I'm like, yeah, that's no surprise to me, just watching him flex as he did back in spring.
I think the key thing with what you just said is just that Rogue, I feel like when they create a situation, especially with Larssen, they create a situation where the lane phase is kind of almost non-interactive.
Yep.
And I think Inspired and Larssen really are the key portion of it, because without that, all of a sudden you see these games Rogue just kind of fall apart because of those hard lane phases against some of the stronger teams.
There's kind of like two primary jungle styles that we have in a very generalized sense. I think we're talking about kind of the LCK and LPL style. Oh no, it was Cajal. Sorry.
That other great analyst, now I just have you.
It's playing for your lanes versus playing for your jungler. And Fnatic, they play for their jungler. And I think Rogue, to me, do kind of a mixture of the two styles, and what you're talking about is the push priority. Push priority is so important for Rogue. We talk about it a lot, but they just don't even really lane against their opponents. They constantly have you shoved underneath towers, and then Inspired is playing on wave state. He's covering weak side to threaten against dives, or he's making plays and setting up objectives by playing push priority, and it allows Rogue to snowball and run away with their early games. And it's not the same early game dominance that you expect from a Fnatic in G2, where they just absolutely smash you either through ganks or through raw laning power. It's through map play. And Inspired is the biggest part of that because he's the numbers advantage whenever they do make a play on the map.
Sure.
Final thoughts, if we'd have to make a ranking, where would we go in the current meta? What we've seen from the best of fives and playoffs so far, who has played the best?
I think Selfmade. Selfmade for
Stole
sure.
it from me.
It's pretty, I guess everyone's in alignment, to be honest.
Second is tougher because I'm trying to look at like the competition they had, and looking at the first series, you know, Inspired got pretty manhandled by Selfmade, and then, you know, there was Shadow, and then Selfmade against Jankos. They had such conflicting styles, and Jankos did have some success. And I feel like coming into, like if I rank how they played, I would Selfmade, Jankos, Inspired. But if I would rank what is coming, that's a bit much harder. Not a bit, much harder.
Much harder.
Yes.
I was all about Selfmade. I put him first in my All-Pro. I was shocked that he didn't make the All-Pro at all, kind of in the collective votes, because I think that he showed both styles and he's excelled at both of them, but, you know, Fnatic prefer that carry style. In terms of Inspired, it's hard for me to judge. Like, obviously, that's not me saying that he's crap. He's still an amazing jungler.
You just said it.
You always have to like, oh yeah, that one's going to get clipped out. But it's the fact that he always plays jungle with push priority, which is much easier to do. When he did swap to carry jungle, Shadow just choked that entire series.
Yeah.
That was one of the worst series that we've seen from Shadow. So I'm curious what he looks like against another competent jungle when he doesn't have push priority.
I'm very interested to see what will happen today, for example, because we'll see two of these junglers clash as G2 and Rogue hit the rift for the semifinals. Because that's the matchup we have at hand today. Only two of the junglers in action, Inspired and Jankos. And let's talk about how the teams got here. Starting with G2. As said already, same as in spring, they fall down to the lower bracket. Back then, they came back with a vengeance, but we don't know what it's going to look like today because we've had a very, I would say, anti-G2 kind of split, maybe. They weren't as dominating in the single games as they have been in the past, so it's harder to read them.
Yeah, it's also like in comparison to last year, this year they made two role swaps.
Yeah.
Like first it was Caps AD, and now in the middle of the year they switched back. And I think that's also very straining considering how dynamic the AD carry meta has been. Like all of a sudden Caitlyn gets buffed and all of a sudden everything shifts. There's Jhin, Ashe. And that can be very difficult for someone that has less experience. And when I think of G2 coming through the spring bracket in contrast to the current bracket, against Mad Lions, when they lost the first best of 5, they also were very unprepared. They kind of took it loosely, and they had this idea of the meta that was kind of almost outdated. And I felt like against Fnatic that the fact that they didn't prepare Evelynn, didn't prepare Hecarim, didn't have the same view of the meta as all the other teams, like high priority on Ashe is something that came later on. I think these are things that G2 can easily change between series.
And I also think that there is heavier criticism against G2 this year in the context of what they've done with this roster. This is the second time that we've seen them, the second year that we've seen this roster, and the amount of innovation, leaps and bounds that their own performance went through from 2019 to 2020. Like 2019 was massive. G2 became an international household name at that part, picking up the MSI title. But for 2020, you haven't seen the same level of dominance. In fact, it feels like they've plateaued a little bit. You know, when they need to turn it on, at least in spring, they did. We'll see if that continues to be in summer. And I think that's why fans are not as hot or not as confident as this G2, because we've already seen that they can make these sprints ahead, but now they're just kind of like tiptoeing.
It's also like when G2 really, you know, at the beginning of their story, they kind of defined a new way of viewing the game. They had the APs in the bot side, they played the Yasuos and all of this, and now that surprise factor is kind of gone. And coming into this year, the meta with the Soul Drakes and everything changing, the room for G2's innovative mid to late game play there's no longer room for it, because the basis of how the game is processed from mid to early, and with the Soul Drakes being in the picture, every game follows the same mold.
I agree with you. I guess the only caveat that I would put to that is that now that we're going to be on a patch for much longer, especially at Worlds, I think that inherently makes G2 more dangerous. Because now that the meta is being established, you know that G2 are going to try to break the meta. And I think that's what fans have to look forward to, that no matter what happens today, this won't be G2's final form, because the longer the time that you get them where nothing changes, the more creative they get.
Yeah, but on the other hand, you need to show up today or you're not getting to that final, right? Earlier this week, we did get to talk to someone on G2 because Perkz shared some thoughts on Euphoria. Let's listen.
Which meta do you actually prefer? Do you miss 2019 and Xayah Kai'Sa and like fighting bot lane constantly and playing these AD carries who have like, I guess, a lot more tools for self-protection? Or do you like playing things like the Ashe where you're a little bit more team dependent, but on the inverse side, you do also get to initiate the plays on your own? Like, what's your actual preference for bot lane meta as a bot laner? Because you've been in and out and you've seen kind of both extremes, the very utility-focused bot lanes with the Senna Ashe and the very carry-focused bot lane with the Xayah Kai'Sas.
I mean, for sure, I would much rather prefer playing last year meta. Like, that's not even like a question. Or I would prefer playing the meta where there's every tank in the game and you're just playing Tristana or Jinx or Varus and you're just one-shotting everyone. Like, I would love to play that meta as well, you know, as an AD carry. But you just have to learn to love what you do. Because if I didn't learn to love this meta, I would just be a burden to my team instead of a guy who can actually carry games. So that's basically my mindset, is just like learn to love the champions that I've played right now and be really good at them so that I can offer the most I can to my team. Otherwise, yeah, as I mentioned, I might just like be a burden and yeah, man, better team always wins, you know. I'm just an AD carry, what can I do? I don't really want to have the mindset, so I just want to take the agency and take my responsibility for playing this role and do the most I can. That's why if a team doesn't ban Kate, Kalista, or Ashe against me this week, I will for sure carry against them. and then they will ban it the next game, and then hopefully my top side carries, and then I will bring out something cheesy. And so we have like a decent plan, I think.
It was really interesting sitting down and talking to Perkz, and I'm really glad that he took the time out to talk to Drakos and I, and just kind of the sentiment of, there's like three things. One, the confidence that if the meta did shift or change to early game ganking style again, that G2 would continue to be the most dominant team in Europe, and if not, a competitive team in the world. Two, his just raw confidence on champions like Ashe. Like, he was all about it. He was like, leave Ashe open, like, see what happens. They're banning all these champions against with me, like, I am right there. And then three, his thought process behind it, because players don't say it, but you can kind of hear it, that Patrick's like a perfect example. His team struggles, but we recognize Patrick on All-Pro for ADC, and it's like he did everything that he could, but he couldn't carry hard enough from ADC, and it's like no shade at Patrick, but Perkz is like, I don't want that to be me. I want that when you give me the champion, I'll take the agency, I can be the carry. I'm not just here to scale up at 30 minutes and then just try to roll through a team fight.
And also, like in terms of, you know, we were mentioning before about how G2 is looking to win the World Championship. The teams that win the World Championship are usually the teams that have the most dangerous 2v2 mid lane.
Yeah.
If you think of FPX, it was Tian and Doinby just taking over the whole map. This is something that G2 have tried to work on the entire year, and somehow the roads always lead to Rome, and Rome is just mid 2v2. So I think it's a massive strength to have coming.
I mean, the caveat I would make is they had some damn strong 80 carries as well, those world champions. I mean, we can't beat around the bush there, but we're going to see. For G2, it's always very important to understand the meta. It is for every team, but I feel like you always give G2 that credit that if they do understand the meta, they're going to do all kinds of things with it that other teams not necessarily can. So let's kind of talk about how they have evolved this season, what their comps look like kind of in the last couple of weeks, Yamato, what they looked like earlier in the split, and where you think they should focus on.
So I think this draft is the perfect example of what I want G2 to show. So this was a matchup against Fnatic earlier in the split where they dominated completely because the path to victory was very obvious. They forced a 2v2 mid lane that they do so well, but the missing step that we didn't see against Fnatic was that transition into bottom side. If you play a Senna, it's not that convenient to necessarily pressure into her. You need like a Kalista, and that's why it's perma-banned. I'm curious as to what Perkz will find as the next evolution in that champion to connect that mid 2v2 into that bottom side, because now the top lane meta is Ornn, GP, Sion. You can't really snowball those.
And the way that it feels like most recently that G2 have been trying to get around this is having Perkz on the Senna or the Ashe where he can be fine left alone to his own devices in the bot lane, and then allowing Mickey to still get a champion like Nautilus and finding those periods where instead of backing and resetting, he's roaming towards mid, and it's no longer just the mid 2v2, it's the mid 3v2, because now you have Mickey and Jankos then ganking into Caps, and then Caps, you know, spilling his pressure everywhere on the map. And I think that's what teams have started to figure out in these best of fives, because they're starting to pressure and pinch away Mickey's champion pool, forcing him onto things like Braum.
And also that puzzle just becomes more difficult, because then if Mickey wants to roam more, then we need to have a self-sufficient lane or a situation where, you know, Perkz doesn't become completely useless because he doesn't have any help and he is able to do something. All these things are I think, things that G2 are figuring out as we go. Would we say that the bot lane is a bit of a weakness or the thing that needs the most focus, or is that unfair towards their efforts?
I think it's so tricky because it's such a team-oriented thing. I think against Fnatic, what Fnatic did so well was that all of their lanes were so resilient. And that's what you need in order to buy time for an Evelynn or a Hecarim to get to that point where they get to take over the game. Nemesis was getting ganked. He fell a little bit behind, but it just didn't matter in the grand scheme of things because the snowball never occurred. The question is, can G2 figure out ways to make you know, all the pins fall in a way where they go from mid pressure into taking over bottom side and really shutting down all of these elements that are so strong for Fnatic, because Whipple was solid, the bot lane was solid, they never gave up any advantages.
And that's kind of like the most important thing with that playstyle. Like, if you ask me, can Jankos and G2 play the Fnatic carry jungle style where you need to get him first, kind of the first two rotations? You say, absolutely, Jankos would probably be a phenomenal carry jungler. I'm sure we'll probably see it throughout this series. But what it requires then is that discipline of controlling the wave management, making sure that you don't get a bad freeze against you, because your jungler who needs to scale isn't going to help you reset that wave up there. It just costs them time. And G2 love to flex individually 1v1 or 2v2 on their opponent, and you just don't really have the same space, because if you make an error there, it doesn't just hurt your individual lane, it hurts your jungle, and then suddenly you find yourself in a very deep hole.
I'm going to refocus us for a second, because I think a lot of us are thinking about, is this going to be that Fnatic G2 matchup again? And that's how many people have regarded Rogue. I think even when they were about to play them, is underestimating them. So let's talk about Rogue, because they are coming in as heavy underdogs today. But I would say maybe less heavy than what meets the eye. If we look at their total story, you just have to see how they have always thrived in this position exactly. As said, last place in 2019, big changes, long development with a core roster that's been playing together in the Ultra Liga for a long time, now culminating in a first place finish in the regular season. Their development has been tremendous.
Very, very strong development. I completely agree. I think the key thing that they have that the other two teams don't is just that discipline throughout the game. Some of the mistakes that we saw in that best of five between Fnatic and G2 are mistakes we're never going to see from Rogue, because they always are very, very well aware of each other. They have a clear and simple plan, but sometimes that can be dangerous too. But this is something we need to appreciate too, because in the end, as you mentioned, first place regular split, doing that in best of ones can be very tricky because games can be very explosive and decided by very, very silly things sometimes.
We often hear players, and we kind of talk about words like a really well-coached team or a really disciplined team, and I think Rogue fits that bill. And what that looks like for viewers on the Rift is, you know, sometimes Rogue are slow to set up, but they're very formula controlled, clean, crisp in everything that they're doing. They're often playing it exactly like the book. Like, this is a legal play, we can get away with it. As soon as someone tries to do something illegal to them, like, that's illegal, you cannot get away with that, and then they
Can you explain this? This is again a new word that has popped up. You know, we had the broken and whatever. When's it an illegal play?
It's like if you try to take a dragon fight before you have like your item power spikes or you don't have priority anywhere. Rogue's like, what are you doing? You cannot be here. Like, this is our zone. It's almost like they don't even expect you to try to fight them. And as soon as you do, you're like, okay, time to punish.
And let's talk about the new Rogue we've seen and how much of a new Rogue that really is versus the Mad Lions. Many people caught off guard. Picks that we hadn't seen from them, and many picks across many of the players that we hadn't seen yet. Was this all new, or was it a known plan with a different execution?
You take it.
Honestly, I just feel like, you know, that best of 5 against Fnatic was so bad that we all forgot what Rogue are capable of.
Yes.
And they just downloaded the Fnatic draft that Fnatic managed to figure out in a very beautiful fashion with the Lucian coming in with the buffs, with the Evelynn as well. And I think that's the right approach. And managing, you know, a team that, of course, have a lot of rookies and, you know, have some old school players too, after losing a best of 5 like that and restructuring, realizing this was our issue and then stomping Mad Lions, that is something that you have to commend regardless of what form Mad Lions came in.
But I do want to myth bust a little bit because I don't believe that Rogue 180'd or changed their style. I think they changed out picks on kind of the two players that have always been the carries for them, which is Larssen and Inspired. And we always knew that they could play this style, and it just changed their win conditions. Rogue are a very disciplined team that they often play towards their win conditions. And then suddenly people are like, oh, they've changed their style. They play carry jungle. It's like, no, they've done the whole thing this entire time. It's still a weak side top laner, your bot lane, which is very defensive, you're moving them around a lot, and Larssen creating pressure for Inspired to capitalize on. That's always been the Rogue mantra. It's just now with this iteration of these champions.
I did also think that from Hans Sama and Vander. We've seen them now in a couple of best of 5s, right? But that was a good showing from them too versus the Mad Lions.
Yeah, for sure. I think when I look at Kaiser and Carzzy, I think of them as a very, very premium bot lane. We've heard many stories about how good Hans Sama and Vander are in scrims, and I'm happy that that is starting to show up, because even against, you know, you can say what you want about Shadow, because we talked about his jungling so much. The bot lane, I think Kaiser performed super, super well, and they managed to, you know, have a very, very explosive fight in the bottom side that eventually didn't matter because Evelynn was 3-0 or whatever.
Like 70 or whatever, yeah.
But they showed a lot of class in that bot lane matchup, and I think that's super, super important in the current meta as well.
In talking with Perkz, he specifically mentioned Hans Sama and Vander. Hans Sama, an AD carry that he has a lot of respect for. And I think Hans Sama actually plays a style similar to Perkz, where he wants to be aggressive in lane. He wants to attack you and go all in, where it's kind of like the one odd boat out about Rogue style, because again, it's usually about controlling, bouncing waves, getting better resets, and then moving Inspired around. Whereas Hans Sama and Vander are kind of like the one part where they do want to try to punish you and attack you and kill you in lane. And so things could actually get very bloody down there. But that said, it's Senna Ashe, so it's probably going to be like, we tried to kill you, but it was too hard.
I mean, Hans Sama would flash forward on Ashe like he does on Draven. I mean, I don't doubt that for a second, but it might not be the optimal plan in that second. Talking about Vander, he also said, I believe it was on Twitter or in an interview after, he said, well, we focused on playing a different style a bit, because if you look at the dominant region, the LPL, they play a certain style, they are more aggressive, more gung-ho, so we wanted to incorporate that also into our play style. And I think that awareness, even if it doesn't always materialize immediately, is a very good thing to have.
Yeah, for sure. I think, you know, they're in a tricky position because they didn't need to force too hard against Mad Lions. They managed to get fantastic drafts. They had everything in control. Like, from a draft perspective, they had a stronger early, stronger mid, stronger late game. They could have kind of played however they wanted. So I feel like they need to show us something more before I feel like, oh, Vander, you made the statement. Time to put some, you know, act into it, because against...
Put your money where your mouth is.
Exactly. You know, with the LPL, you can't play scaling against them. Against Fnatic and G2, you can't either, because you give them some breathing room, and they jump at your throat.
But I do like the confidence, and I also have confidence in Rogue that we will see it. I know that you know, before they had such a dominant series against Mad Lions, a lot of fans were really down on Rogue being like the 4 seed. People are like, oh, you know, it should have been Schalke. But the fact of the matter is that Rogue proved that they can pivot very quickly and that they can learn quickly, not just in the change that they made between the Fnatic series to the Mad Lions series, but also from last year to this year. This is a team that has shown that they can develop and grow. And so now I'm like, yes, give them the experience of Worlds, give them those scrims, give them that chance, and I can only guess how high they'll climb.
Exactly. And in the mid lane, we also have an absolute treat. Some of the 2 best mid laners, or the 2 best mid laners in the LEC facing off. So let's get some more insight from Larssen.
I mean, it's been a very long journey to reach the semifinals, and now we're top 3 in LEC, right? I didn't really expect to be top 3, and we're playing this good already. So it's really nice to already be a top player in the league. I think I have, for the past year, had the potential to be one of the best mid laners, but I just needed to play in the LEC for a bit and get confidence. And when I play with confidence, I think I can be the best mid laner in the league. It will be really fun to face Caps because he's a very good player and very respected. So if I can win against Caps, it will show that I'm a very, very good player. And I think that I can definitely beat Caps. So it's going to be really fun to play him.
Larssen, I always love listening to him. He's calm, but he knows his own worth, and I think we've all seen it. Let's talk a bit about Larssen before we get into the specific matchup, because this is a guy that didn't make it on the All-Pro list, or I don't know what the result is for MVP, but you can only imagine that he falls short whenever he's up directly versus Caps, just because this player is just so damn good. It's almost unfair.
Yeah, it was kind of a feels bad moment for Larssen.
Yeah.
The fact that he loses the All-Pro spot to Caps, who's just the best player that Europe has ever created. But that said, I mean, we've done this a couple of times in rehearsals where we're like, you know, it's like it's Rookie versus Knight, it's Faker versus EasyHood, it's Chovy versus BDD. You know, there's the fact that Larssen is such a strong laner. And in EasyHood's prime, when I talk to a lot of LPL mid laners, they would just talk about how frustrating he was to play against, because he'd always make sure that his wave was perfect, that he was contesting you on CS, that he didn't give you anything. He was so defensive, you could never crack him. And that's how I think about Larssen. Like, he almost is never caught out. He's always doing his job. He's giving you pressure when you want, and then he is a monster in team fights. And then you have Caps, where you give him an inch, like Rookie, and he can take over the whole game.
For sure. Like we mentioned a lot of players, and for those who just play the game and know the champions, I would look at this matchup as Azir against Akali, a matchup that some mid laners see as a counter to the other, or some others see the other way. I would say Caps is the Akali, because Akali in this matchup needs to always find opportunities to all in, and if she gets a slight advantage, as you mentioned, she takes over the game. Azir needs to control the lane phase, control all the minions, make sure that Akali never gets an opportunity to all in, needs to play well with the jungle, needs to be working in unison with what's going on in the game in general, and that's how I would define it.
And while we've kind of set up this matchup as being kind of the downside for Rogue, ultimately this could also be their greatest strength. Their best player is looking across from Europe's best player, and if he can control Caps, because I don't think you can stop him, you can try to slow him down, then that just bodes very well for the rest of Rogue to try to take over and beat G2 on the map. Like, I think Larssen's responsibility here is control Caps and show up in team fights, and hopefully Rogue get out of the lane phase where they're on even footing and able to take it to G2.
I think the key thing always when we compare, like, it starts with comparing the mid laners, and then all of the other pieces kind of, join the picture as well. And the question is always, can Rogue be as resilient as Fnatic in the bottom side in terms of wave management? Bwipo was very solid on this meta that is almost designed for him with the Ornn and the GP. Finn had a decent performance against Orome, but Finn always remains the question mark. Can he be as resilient as a Bwipo?
Let's talk about this top lane a little bit. I feel like from both sides, it often flies under the radar because you have, the superstars in the mid lane, you have the junglers and whatnot. Talk to me about Wunder versus Finn. And first, I would say their respective individual performances on the team in comparison to what we've seen from them before, Frost.
I did Wunder dirty. I put him pretty low on my All-Pro. I think I put him third, and every time I see Wunder play, he just reminds me, even if he doesn't have a pop-off game, I'm like, he is so damn good. It's like, it's actually really crazy, and it doesn't often show up, but if you just, when we used to have All-Pro, if you just go and watch Wunder, very impressive mechanical player and how he thinks about things. And I think the greatest strength that G2 will have in their advantage over Rogue isn't just kind of the pound for pound talent, because I do feel that there is a very large gap between Wunder and Finn. It's the flexibility in champion pools. When you see an Akali come out for Rogue, you know that Larsen's the only one who can play that. When you see an Akali come out for G2, you have no idea where that champion's going to end up, and that gives them a huge advantage in draft.
And then I'm looking at the other side. Finn, I think when I think of, you know, his past performances that stand out the most, it's his Aatrox, it's his Kled, it's even a Kiana game that he played. Kiana top lane, what is that? And in the current meta, those things are kind of not relevant. And he had a decent showing against Orome, but Orome is not the same as Wunder. And Wunder is the type of player that can really adapt to the player he plays against. So I hope Finn is ready to pick counter picks in the shape of Kled, because I remember against Mad Lions, he was hovering it.
He was.
It could have been the right pick, you know.
I mean, and also, will this be the situation? Will they let him take the counter pick? I don't know if, you know, that will be the game plan for Rogue.
Or even his Aurelia. I think, for me, Finn has a lot to prove, because he just had such an awful series the first time that they came into playoffs, where it just looked like hands off the keyboard, you know, walking into Sion teams. You're like, oh, yikes, that one's going to feel bad. But it's just like, Rogue's play style is so much about not laning. It's about constantly swapping and how frustrating they are as a team. And so when I think Rogue get exposed, it's when you do lock them down into lanes and you force them to lane against you, and then you start to see some of the difference where Rogue are a great team where they're more of the sum of their parts, and they are good players that become an amazing team, whereas G2 are amazing players that become the best team that Europe has ever created. And that's kind of the scary thing for Rogue.
But right now, would you say it is Rogue is greater than the sum of their parts? But right now, it's a little bit too much. It's all on caps for G2? Or?
I mean, I think that's really fair, especially if you're throwing criticisms at G2. We've had some question marks about their meta read, what their priorities are, some of their draft things, and I do think that there's room for Rogue to beat G2, but I would never expect this series that if Rogue win to be like, wow, Rogue individually outplayed G2 when G2 were at their best. You could be like, either G2 completely slipped up, or wow, Rogue really outsmarted G2. They outmaneuvered them on the map, and they punished them brilliantly with really well thought out plans from draft through execution in game.
I think the key thing as well, when even if 1 or 2 or 3, even 4 players are underperforming on G2, this is a roster that has been in the finals. This is a roster that has won 3 splits in a row. This is a roster with so much experience. If you combine it all together, it's unmatched. And with that being said, there's been moments in time where G2 look worse or someone is slipping. They are the type of team that can fix this within a week.
They can. A lot of woulda, coulda, shoulda, as always, because we don't really know. It's going to be a super interesting best of 5. We also want to hear from you at home, the LEC fans, who will make it to the finals. Spam now in chat, RGE for Rogue and G2 for G2 Esports. So we have some time for predictions. I mean, I think I know where this is going. So don't just tell me your predictions, but pad it a little. Let me know why.
I think, you know, the key thing for me is just Rogue has never managed to beat G2, and I think it's for one key reason. They play in a way that is slow and structured. Fnatic beat G2 because they managed to always press them. They never gave G2 time to think. G2 have found ways like Houdini coming out of, you know, a tub of water that is locked with 3 chains and keys, and they just managed to get out of games that they should just not win. And I think this is a freedom that Rogue has always given to G2. So Rogue really need to take that Wunder statement and put it to the test and really go hard in the early game, because G2, if you give them a little bit of breathing room, you're done.
And in terms of like what the audience then, what Yamato's saying, what that looks like, it's, you know, when Rogue are setting up a dive on top lane, let's say, and you have that split-second moment where the teleports are coming in and G2 are trying to match it and deny the dive or execute on it, and if G2 or if Rogue can outmaneuver G2 in those moments, then you're like, okay, Rogue got over the hurdle. They were quick to execute. They got it done. They were able to outmaneuver them. But usually Rogue are quite slow. They're very predictable. You know exactly what they're going to do. And then that's when G2 gets you. When you're setting up for an objective and they snap grab you because someone went to a lane that you didn't expect, or someone bought a stopwatch that you didn't account for, and then they try to make a crazy outplay, and then suddenly where you thought you had an item and a numbers advantage, you don't. That's what it looks like, which is why I think any smart money is going to be on G2. They're the best team Europe has created for a reason. If we're on the other side of a Rogue win, then I think a couple of things have to happen. individually, G2 members need to fall down. And if anyone is going to have a bad day, I think it'd have to be Jankos in particular in this meta. Like, Inspired would really have to show up. And then Rogue have to play probably the smartest drafts that we've ever seen from them. And you do expect that. I think Rogue's adjustments have been really nice, but I'm really concerned about the top lane matchup, and I'm really concerned about Wonderboy Larssen making a bigger impact than Caps or trying to control him. And you can look at that two ways. You can either be like, yes, I'm a Rogue fan. Exactly where I want to face G2 is where I'm strongest in the mid lane versus their strongest. Or you can say, sucks to suck, Larssen. Like, it's unfortunate, but you're against Caps, and he's the best player that we've ever made, so good luck. We all know you're great, but that's just unfortunate, buddy.
Oh, yeah. I mean, 74% of the people at home think that G2 is going to make it. That's that pedigree speaking for them. But again, Rogue have been in this situation before, so I hope they show up as they have in the last couple of weeks. This is a direct elimination match. G2 and Rogue battle it out for a spot in the final. Let's see what happens. What a day for League of Legends.
I mean, it's a stack day.
We are EU!
Yeah, go on to Vander. Minions are pushing the Nexus. Larssen! The mechanical god that is Larssen steps
Showed
up.
this week when we played Mad that we can play against an aggressive team, and now we're top 3 in LC, right?
Based on the performance that you and your team have had all year long, you are one of the best teams in Europe.
Going for the trophy can be real.
Doubting Rogue after just losing one best of 5 was crazy.
Quite enough, but he takes booms as Larssen takes the kill.
My goal is to become the best mid learner, and to become that, I need to beat Caps, right? So I'm looking forward to beating Caps on Saturday.
Larsen's been exceptional.
What a dominant performance, smashing Mad Lions.
Here comes the charge. Rogue sense it. They smell blood in the water. They take 2.
If Rogue can show this form that they did today, I think they have a pretty good chance, honestly.
Rogue are going to the finals weekend. They are top 3 in Europe.
So we just need to play aggressive as well, and then I think we can beat them.
Rogue versus G2.
I think G2 is just such a good team.
In my opinion, I do play with like the best players I could play with, like the best players in the world.
TP from G2.
Oh, Caps!
Was defined over the wall. Caps, the best mid laner in EU.
I mean, he's just the best player in Europe.
Rogue is a predictable team, and I don't think they can change their playstyle much.
But jump around, surround him. That's the Caps!
No team in playoffs is bad, and I think that will make us better as a team. Playing Rogue would be a 3-ticket final. I still think we have what it takes to be the champion, and we'll show it next week.
Wonder, maybe able to just take him out. Caps! So much damage here.
You never know, Rogue might take over.
If we can get 2 5-game Fnatic vs G2 series, oh, that is a European dream.
Are you ready for the LEC Summer Split Finals? And welcome to the caster desk. I'm Quickshot, joined by Vedius and Ender, as we are moments away from Rogue taking on G2 in our semi-final. Loser today will get 3rd seed at the World Championship, and the winner gets a shot at Fnatic tomorrow. Gentlemen, I want to dive straight into gameplay, into a focus that we have on Larssen. And the reason I want to talk about Larssen, EU continues to prove and provide high-skilled, high-talented mid laners. And he's going to have a huge test today against Caps.
I think when we got to listen to the analyst desk a little bit, we got to hear about the challenge and the weight that is in front of Larssen right now. And when we look at All Pro, Larssen, of course, was rated 2nd just behind Caps. And I think it's really fascinating because Europe has this long history of producing insanely talented mid laners. And for a very long time, Caps and Perkz have both dominated, sitting at the top of that role. But now I really feel like we have someone that is coming closer, is getting into a position where they can challenge. And this is the best opportunity for Larssen to finally challenge for those top spots.
It absolutely is. And when I look at Larssen as a player, like, he is so solid in so many different aspects of his gameplay. But for me, it comes down to the team fighting. I think he may be our best team fighting mid in Europe, the only player that can challenge Caps in that regard. And in a meta where we're starting to see some more scaling picks, scaling junglers around it, it's going to come down to huge team fights. We saw that so much last week, and that's where Larssen has the battlefield to try and prove himself.
I mean, Game 5 last week of Fnatic versus G2 was all about those late game fights. It was all about positioning and timing. And for today, I think not only is Larssen going to be proving himself against Europe's best mid laner, but the entirety of Rogue. 2 very different best of 5s here from Rogue in the playoffs. Fan sentiment, it swung like more than I've ever seen before. But it is going to be very interesting to see how Rogue as a team will step up and measure against G2.
Yeah, and we saw that Rogue adapted very quickly after that really upsetting loss early on in the playoffs. Like, they completely changed their style. At the first, we started seeing this Inspired that was playing all the set. He was playing for the early game, making a lot of mistakes against Selfmade's Evelynn. Well, then he picks up the Evelynn. He goes towards these scaling picks, and that's something we haven't actually seen G2 really fully adopt just yet.
I will also say that I think that Rogue showcased differences in some ways that were not only their draft, but also in some of the plays that they made. I think that what we saw was a willingness to fight a lot more than in the past. And we've heard from Vanna saying that we have to be willing to play more like an LPL team. And I think that there were a couple of brief examples in their series versus Mad in situations where traditionally Rogue would look to trade on the other side of the map. They would look to make a cross-map play or maybe just, you know, back off. But this time they were willing to go for that fight. They were willing to take that gamble. And I think that internationally it's valuable, but against G2, you've got to be willing to go toe-to-toe with them because they will challenge you at every back court.
And then you have to execute as well. Ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else, welcome to the LEC Summer Semi-Final. Game number 1 here. G2 had side selection and chose red. So, Vedius, where do you think we're going to start? We've already mentioned some of those jungle picks. The Evelynn is one that I'm definitely going to keep my eyes on. Inspired last weekend definitely had an inspiring performance.
Well, I think it's very interesting that G2 would choose red, largely because right now the current consensus is that you get forced into banning so many things on red side that it's just favorable to choose blue. But G2 opting for this suggests that maybe the fact that they can get 2 power picks is something, along with the counter pick for either Caps or Wunder, is something that they're going to look to try and take advantage of.
In the back of my mind, I'm also thinking if G2 are choosing red side, obviously blue side team gets to have all these target bans, right? Because you're not actually forced to ban picks like the Caitlyn or the Lucian that we see you taking away today. I feel like G2 are going to have a completely different strategy coming into today's games. Maybe they've used this last week to try and adapt because we saw the scaling jungle picks worked so well for so many of our playoff teams.
It absolutely did. And when you take a look at the bans here, Caitlyn as well as Lucian. Larsen's Lucian last weekend was fantastic. Thresh removed from the pool as well. And currently a very quick lock-in there for the Hecarim. It has worked for Inspired and Rogue, and they're going to try it again.
Well, Kalista, Ashe, both up and available right now. Wouldn't be surprised to see the G2 lock in the Ashe. I'm surprised to see the Hecarim priority. G2 could respond with a Lilia if they wanted to, something that we've seen often picked into the Hecarim internationally. And I do know that in solo queue, Jankos has been spamming that champion as well.
Yeah, and I think if we do see some scaling picks come out from Jankos, Rogue are going to be very happy because they very clearly, from their draft, said, we just want to make sure Larsen gets an easy lane phase in mid lane. Like, there's not going to be the set to Hex Flash gank. You're not going to have the Zoe or the LeBlanc to easily set up CC onto Larsen. So now Rogue are freed up to put Larsen in a position to scale up and carry.
And Vedius, you talked about the Kalista and the Ashe. That's going to be a Kalista option here for G2 Esports. And see what they play in support role.
So the Kalista surprises me a little bit because I find that Ashe is actually very good into the Kalista. You outrange her, your slows influence her passive. We know that Hans Sama is an active Ashe player. We saw him play her last week.
Yeah.
And I think that I'm surprised. It seems to be that Perkz is just very confident in his ability to play this champion and how G2 typically play around this champ as well.
Yeah, I think a lot of it's going to come down to the support champion for Mickey as well. With Thresh banned away, you obviously start looking towards the Nautilus, but with the Kalista, you need to be playing for bot lane aggression around the 2v2. Jankos needs to be looking for early dragons to scale up, go for an early Dragon Soul, which can be a very good strategy with the Kalista.
And interestingly, this is the first ever Graves under a G2 banner for Jankos. The last time we played it was Summer 2017. 10 wins, 3 losses.
And I love the Graves pick into Hecarim. Graves into other AP scaling junglers is not quite as good because with the True Grit passive he gets off of his E, he can build up so much armor. It's super effective against multiple physical damage dealers. So when you already see a Hecarim and an Ashe, you know, if Rogue follow tendencies, Finn's going to be on a tank, so it really just will be Larsen. That's going to be a pain for Jankos in these team fights.
So I know we're both kind of looking at that Braum and we're both kind of thinking, how do we feel about it? Like, I'd love to get your insight here, Ender, because immediately I'm thinking Rogue is clearly expecting a Nautilus, and they're probably not going to ban it either, and they probably consider the Braum to be a good answer to it, not only to mitigate some of those engages, but also when you try to engage onto this duo, the amount of CC, slows, everything they have makes it very difficult to actually play through this bot lane.
Exactly. It's a more defensive setup for Rogue. It will be hard for G2 to make plays happen, and I also think Braum's Unbreakable, his shield, is really, really effective against multiple ranged auto attackers. When you throw a Graves into the mix, as well as this Kalista, he's able to chuck that that shield up and block so much damage. And because you have a Hecarim out of the jungle and an Ashe in ADC, all the engage options, like that's been met for Rogue. They don't need Vander on another hard engage champion, so instead they're going to try to absorb some of the engage of G2's comp, which is already a little bit low range, and Braum really likes to play into that.
Let's see how the comp plays out and how they're going to round it out on the G2 side. But what I love here, the Azir and the Syndra ban. We started talking about this game with a focus on Larssen. Playing into Orianna, he's going to have some options available to him. But I wonder if he's going to pick something aggressive, something that he can try to shut down, and something we've talked about beforehand was the Akali.
Yeah, the Akali. I'm so glad you brought that up, because that was a champion that Rogue were banning in all their games, I think, last week against the Mad Lions. Of course, Caps has the Orianna this time around, but would Larssen be willing to go for this type of a champion? I think that with the draft they already have, I would be less impressed to see an Akali come through with this one. I think you want to go for some sort of scaling route. A Corki could fit in here very nicely for Rogue and be right in Larssen's wheelhouse.
Definitely could be. We'll have to wait and see as...
Oh, we so badly want this to happen.
The Akali does get locked in. Okay, so last week when we saw Caps playing into Nemesis, well, whenever Akali gets locked in, often it's locked into the Orianna. Once you get level 6, you have a huge amount of kill pressure. Ooh, and locks are coming in very fast. But yes, I am a little surprised to see Larssen locking this one in, but I think it synergizes very well with the Hecarim in terms of dive. Hecarim goes in, creates a lot of chaos. You have the Ornn ultimate there as well, and then the Akali can ideally clean up, while the Ashe has the Braum to help provide peel. But G2 are responding with a bit of scaling of their own. Right now, they're kind of hovering over the Kayn. They're going to lock in the Kayle, which is a very common answer into the Ornn, and it looks like G2 are ready for it.
Second ever Kayle for Wunder. The last time he played it was in week 2 of Summer this split when he beat Rogue. That is the only other game that he has played. Now, let's talk about the comp just a little bit more. I see a few more like initiation tools, but it's pretty much just the Kalista Leona.
Yeah, right now, G2 have limited a lot of their options, but with an Orianna on top of a Leona, like you do have some ways to start fights. I think the Kayle pick is actually really nice after seeing the Akali come on in, because Rogue's comp, initially it looked like they wanted to play back to the Ashe. Now it looks like it's a lot more about the dive, and that Kayle ultimate is going to be really hard for Larssen to deal with in these team fights. He has to play super smart around that cooldown.
Well, we'll find out how well Larssen and Rogue can do. They are definitely the underdogs coming into the semi-final. They have never won a game against G2. Let's see how they do. Welcome to Summoner's Rift for the first of hopefully 5. I'd like to see a full series. The man on your screen is one who we've been talking about a lot, but let's start a little bit with yes?
That one, mid lane.
Go for it!
Because I think that when we sort of talked about the mid lane matchup, I think that what better way for Larssen to prove himself than by locking in the Akali against Caps of all people, knowing that this is one of his best champions. I'm really excited to see how Larssen stacks up. He's going to be very reliant on positioning, and as Ender highlighted earlier, I think it's a really great point. Playing around this Kayle is going to be extremely difficult, because you've got to remember that, like, when Ender and I play duo queue together, one of the big things he always talks to me about whenever we're playing with the Graves is it's helpful when they close the gap for me, right? And one of the things with Rogue is a lot of their composition is about diving onto the backline. And initially I was like, okay, well, when you've got a Braum and an Ashe, it's probably actually quite difficult for you to close that gap. But when so many things are diving on top of you, and there's a Kayle ult as well, G2's composition now looks a little bit easier to execute.
Yeah, it's really interesting because both comps have sort of diversified how they can play in fights, because you have the heavy engage from Rogue's side with the Hecarim and the Ornn. G2, on the other hand, can also engage with their bottom lane and Leona flying on in there, but they also have very good playback tools. So both teams can look for picks, can look to start off fights, but at the end of the day, I do think there is going to be so much pressure on Larssen's Akali to find the right entrance to the fight, because he could pop his cooldowns too early, get into the backline, and all of a sudden realize there's a Kayle ultimate going down, or, you know, Mickey is easily able to CC him, and that could be a big, big problem for Rogue, whose only real source of consistent range DPS is going to be this Astra Hansan.
We'll see how long it'll take to get to those team fights. In terms of the laning phase thus far, you can see no real advantages being built up. Jankos and Inspired just playing on their respective sides of the Rift. And talk to me a little bit about this Graves into Hecarim. You touched on it, of course, during picks and bans, liking the true grit. Do you think at any point he wants to, move into Inspired's jungle, or how's he going to play it?
I think Graves can look to invade, especially around like camps like the Raptor camp. It can work for you, and with an Orianna in the mid lane, that's something that Jankos can try to do on the respawn of the camps coming through. You can already see he's going to be in the right area of the map for that to happen. Finishing off his blue buff now, will then work into the Gromp camp, and then very likely move into that bot side Scuttle Crab, in which case the Raptor's going to be respawning very close right after that one, and if Caps maintains pressure in mid, then I think that can be a really good look for him.
Yeah, we can see bot lane pushing in pretty effectively. We can also see Wunder struggling a little bit in the early matchup, as you would typically expect from the Kayle up towards the top side. You would imagine the Hecarim going to go for the top scuttle as he passes towards it right now, and Graves going to trade it on the bot side of the map. So nothing too chaotic in this early game, and I kind of think that that's what we would expect in these first few
Check this out, though, because Mickey already on a little bit of a move. He's going to pop the Scryer's Bloom, so I don't think he'll end up going for the gank, because now Jankos just shows up in mid. He's trying to cut through mid lane to try and contest for that top side Scuttle Crab, but he doesn't really have any control because Larssen was holding onto the wave for a while. He built up a ton of range creeps and has now been able to push that in. So Jankos just wasting a lot of time and didn't even get the bot crab.
A little bit of engage here, nothing going on as Inspired will throw down the Ghost up top. Very nicely charged onto Wunder. Wunder's already flashed away. First blood picked up, flawless by Rogue.
That was a very late flash coming from Wunder, though. I feel like the moment he sees that Hecarim, he needs to just burn that immediately. And he's going to get punished for a lot of questionable decisions now coming through from G2, both from Jankos and from Wunder. That's going to amount to a very small goal lead for Rogue already.
I mean, that's a situation right there where it feels like G2 just don't really know what they're trying to accomplish, because Jankos is very clearly calling he wants to fight for the top crab, but his top laner doesn't have any priority, so Wunder's then stepping up to try and see if he can maybe help him out, ends up getting ganked. I do feel like G2 definitely dropped the ball on that one, and also are going to be out of 2 teleports, with Caps using his to get back towards mid, so Rogue are in a beautiful position.
Jankos is going to try to get something down here on Finn. He's still got that flash available to him. Not a lot of CC. Will throw that very early on to get out of the smoke screen. Jankos still trying to get some damage there against the wall, but the wave will get pushed in. And Rogue, they managed to strike first. They managed to punish up in the top lane. Remember that Larssen was pushing mid as well.
Yeah, and for just a second there, it looked like Rogue could have made a play down bot side. Inspired had run straight down bot. Larssen will get chunked out in mid. This is what you expect from this matchup, but just the fact that Larssen going to be even or potentially ahead in CS, if he was able to find any of these, is going to be very nice when he does get the teleport back. But I would like to remind you, Rogue still holds some teleports. They'll very likely use these for Larssen to get back in mid. Finn might use his to get back into the top side as well, but it creates so much, or removes so much pressure from Rogue's bot lane when they're playing against Kalista Leon.
That bot scuttle's still up. Larssen going to clear that out this wave. I actually expected him to reset in TP. I think this will screw up Caps' back time just a little bit, as we can see the bot lane pushing in favor of Rogue. Will be an early Mountain. Kind of looking at the wave states right now, and do you think Graves could look for an early Drake? The risk, of course, is that Finn still has his TP available and his level 6. But neither bot lane reset yet.
Yeah, I would say the only time Jankos would go ahead and move for that Drake is if he knows the enemy bot lane is resetting, or I believe he just spotted Inspired on the top ward. We'll also see that he hit the Scryer's Bloom right there too. Yep. So he knows the bot side of the map is going to be clear for the time being, but I think now, because Larssen's come back, holy!
Oh, so much damage! Larssen gets the elbow!
No, he missed!
Doesn't find the kill though! Forced to flash away! Oh man!
Oh, that could have been so good for Larssen getting that solo kill, and you can see once he gets level 6, but here comes Inspired, can't get information on Caps, and no kill will go down. Such a clutch moment for Larssen. Hopefully we can get a replay of that and really break down what went wrong, but that could have been huge for the mid laner.
I mean, Larssen outplayed right up until the final cast on the ultimate. Now let's see if Rogue start off the dive. Finn has ulti.
Yeah, he does. Wunder does have access, and he's going to be pushed down for just a moment, buys just enough time, and the tower is helping out, but the minions are there. Finn's going to chase in once again. Inspired, no ultimate available. Finally, Wunder manages to pick it up. The tower's helping out Inspired and Finn.
Oh no.
They end up trading 1 for 1, and now Inspired is going to get caught out by the smoke screen. It's all going wrong.
I mean, it was going so well, and then all of a sudden it wasn't right there. Starting off the dive, it looked so nice for Rogue, but one singular minion died. That gave Wunder the EXP to tick over to 6, and he held onto his ultimate perfectly right there. Jankos has enough time to run up into the top lane, and they punish hard there with 2 kills.
Wow. And then all of a sudden, G2 find themselves much more even than they were before. Rogue in a very commanding position, and a lot was just burnt in a lot of the execution. You can see Rogue's game plan trying to punish Wunder in this early game, but that is not how you punish the Kayle. That simply gives her more gold. So G2 definitely going to be happy on the top side of the map.
But what a big indication to Rogue's mentality and mindset. Looking for a solo tower dive in the mid lane from Larssen. Yes, the dive went badly by Inspired and Finn, and some credit to Wunder for outplaying it. But Rogue are playing forward. They are playing to try to punish, and they're playing proactive. I mean, we talked a little bit about how this early game could have been a bit slow and could have just been a farming phase. And right now, Inspired and Larssen are once again looking for pressure in the mid lane. That's the ultimate going in. This time round, Larssen finds his man, turns attention to Jankos, and with the help of Inspired and the Rampage, will be able to find 2 quick kills.
This is really clutch. The flash is gone from Cap, so Inspired comes in mid with the level 6, and they punish big time right there. And that's also going to be a hit Rift Herald spawning up immediately. We see the play topside. It's just that minion in the front. And then Rogue try to disengage, because right there, like, okay, Wunder has ultimate. We can't really do much about this one. But then here's where it all goes wrong. Finn thinks he can burst out Wunder, but because Inspired wasn't underneath the tower with him, Kayle gets the ultimate off, and that results in 2 kills.
And of course, Jankos shows up here and is able to land the smoke screen. We're going to get a cool cinematic. Oh, the Pingu going to secure it for Jankos.
Oh my god, there's a little breakdance too. You love to see it.
Styling on him. Nicely done there from Jankos. We'll get the kill back. Then, of course, the double kill did happen mid. And what I love about this play from Rogue was it was perfectly on time as well. Just as Larssen's ultimate comes off cooldown, they look to immediately make the play in mid lane, and with no flashes, as Ender was talking about on Caps and Jankos, it makes it very easy for Rogue to find a double kill.
And it's exactly how Rogue are supposed to play, because on the other side, you know, Graves, jungle, doesn't really have a lot of options to look for ganks unless it's playing through bottom lane. Inspired, when he hits 6, he wants to make plays. When Akali hits 6, she wants to make plays. So the fact that there was no flash, now we're just going to wait for those cooldowns to come back up, and Rogue should be looking to do exactly the same thing. So now it becomes about vision control around mid, and whether or not G2 can see that play coming.
It's defensive wards for Rogue right now. They're 1,000 gold up, 4 kills to 2, and we saw that Mountain Drake going down on your screen. The first few backs coming in, and Inspired, 3 kills, 1 death, 1 assist thus far. Definitely one of the leading chargers, and one of the big players that swapped performances from round 1 to round 2 of playoffs, as you can see in the top lane. Finn is getting run down, but he will have the tower to fall back to.
Yeah, and I think Inspired is definitely worth bringing up, because I think that ever since the carry jungle meta, he's been doing a great job, and he's looking to do it again.
Take a look at this. Call the Forge God comes out. Onslaught of Shadows as well. Wunder does have Divine Judgment, and he will catch Finn underneath the tower, but will get taken out himself. And Inspired finds his 4th kill.
Ends up being a trade of 1 for 1, but that kill's going to go on to Inspired once again. This carry jungler is racking things up, and he's going to be more and more valuable as the game goes on, but now Larssen's looking for more.
Meanwhile, G2 looking for dive, but Larssen is on the prowl. I think Rogue might want to fight this one. There's no teleport from G2.
Oh, the ultimate comes out from Perkz, and that will allow Mickey to escape without blowing a summoner spell. But Larssen was there to respond to any potential dive.
You know, forget Finn getting set behind with those ganks, Larssen getting the kills in mid. Inspired has 4 kills. He has a Trinity Force completed at 10 minutes into the game. I cannot, like, that is huge right there. So yes, Wunder is going to outplay this, and I think he does play it very, very nicely after seeing that Inspired is certainly going to cut him off at the pass and be able to finish him off. But man, Inspired getting super fed off these early plays.
It certainly is, and you know, this gank wasn't really a complicated one. Finn had ultimate, the wave was pushing in. Jankos wasn't topside, and he tried to make the cross-map play happen bot, but the fact that Wunder was able to get a kill back, props to him. I think that he's doing his best, considering he's not getting a huge amount of resources in this game. And I think the only thing Rogue have to be careful of now is the fact that Wunder is getting these kills, is level 9 on the Kayle, will be a huge late game threat that they have to be cautious of, and it looks like Inspired's looking for another gank.
Man, Inspired is just on a mission today. No flash available for Wunder. Teleport is going to come out, and Inspired immediately starts to back away. Finn is trying to get Wunder, and he will not be able to do it. The command, Protect, will keep him alive, and now Inspired is surrounded in a little bit of trouble. May need to force himself away. Zenith Blade connects onto Larssen. He's going to be able to throw out some shurikens and walk out. But the response from G2 saves Wunder's life.
Yeah, good teleport there from Caps. Larssen didn't have his available, so Rogue was not able to respond in kind. Finn came very close to at least trading 1 for 1, and then his Q didn't actually have enough damage, therefore it put him in an awkward position as the Orianna shield came in to save Wunder. So good turnaround there from G2. They're keeping the gold very close, but again, I'm really impressed with how proactive Rogue are being. They're going toe-to-toe with G2, and honestly, they're the ones making more picks happen in this early game.
And they don't slow down either. Inspired's already down here towards the bottom side of the map. Vander here too, and G2 are trying to respond, but they have Rift Herald. Like, Rogue should be able to burst this tower very quickly.
Okay, Herald's going to get dropped now. Mickey's coming around the corner. He's got access to the ultimate as well. We'll jump onto Vander, throw down the Solar Flare. Hans Sama continues to chip away at the tower. And Shelly will get the boop, and they start to back away. I was waiting for a team fight. It never actually came, but I do just want to quickly shine one spotlight onto Inspired. He's the guy that is leading the charge in this game in terms of his performance against Mad Lions last weekend, and also one of these up-and-coming new players that are challenging the established, like, veterans.
Yeah, I mean, we've known Inspired has been such a good player for so long. We knew he could play the early game aggressive style like the Olafs. He's played so much set this year. But last week, after Rogue lost, he just said, give me everything and I will carry you guys. I will take you to the final weekend. It was picks like the Hecarim, like the Evelynn. And once again, he is showing up. He is saying he's the player that's trying to push G2 down. And Rogue have an early advantage because of him.
Yep, 4-1-1 right now. He is set up for success. Larssen is set up for success. And I think that when we look at Rogue last week, the changes that they made very much came from mid and jungle. You know, bot lane still relatively neutral. Arrow does land.
It does. That's definitely not the angle you want to be flashing if you're Perkz. He's going to continue to get away. Uses Summoner Heal underneath the tower. Hans Sama, with the help of Vander, will pick up the kill. Flash in a straight line, still get hit by the arrow.
Yep, not great from Perkz. Definitely gets punished there from the bot lane. And as we were just talking about Hans Sama and Vander, these guys have been pretty consistent, pretty reliable, even in their loss to Fnatic. Outside of the 2v2 deaths, I would say that were a little uncharacteristic. I think that they've been a solid staple of Rogue pretty much throughout the split. And a lot of these changes that we've been seeing from Rogue have been from the mid and jungle. And they're stepping up alongside this consistent performance as Hans Sama and Vander find themselves a kit.
And as far as team play, something that impressed me so much from Rogue series just last week is how willing the entire team was to fully commit to a play almost instantly, even using things like Sentinel to instantly force a play. Here's Inspired and Finn trying to work.
There's a lot of damage onto Jankos. He's not going to be able to escape and won't get caught out by Call of the Forge God. Just shut down by Finn and Inspired.
I mean, Jankos in there, he thinks his Kayle is powerful, but Rogue are just too strong at this point into the game. I would love to see G2 continue to try and play around the Drakes, try to funnel their way towards 4 very quickly, but Inspired is able to find yet another kill.
Larssen immediately forced to throw down that Shroud because it looked like Mickey was fancying a shot. But I do need to see how Rogue play the mid-game. Throughout the regular season, mid-game was where things started to fall apart a little bit.
So I wouldn't say... I think that Rogue is one of the best teams at utilizing a lead. So in the mid-game, I think is actually where Rogue can look very clean. Sometimes closing out games, that transition between mid-game into actually ending is where I think a lot of the fumbles have come from. Things like Baron setups, occasionally we've seen them being stolen away by a certain player, Syndra. Sometimes we've seen them mess up in terms of their execution. Like when they last played against G2, they were actually in command and control, and then, of course, that Baron steal did happen. So we see a flash in.
That's a lot of damage coming down, not killing Inspired just yet. He's got no ultimate to escape, and TP's now coming down. That will bring Wunder into the fray. Vander standing behind Inspired. Here comes Hans Sama. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow is available. Vander's going to tag a Winter's Bite, and he may be sacrificed here, as the volley, in fact, will slow down enough members of G2. Larssen's going to use the Blast Cone over the wall and dash back across, and they get out alive.
I mean, that play was excellent right there from Rogue to escape from it, because it looked really, really rough at the start. But they bait the teleport out of Wunder. Finn's going to hold on to that while fully pushing the wave into the top side of the map. So Rogue baited in a little bit right there, and they get out no problem.
Arrow just land onto Wunder.
Yeah, too far away, though.
The intended target, I'm sure.
Yeah, not the target they were looking for. But that Dragon was picked up, so it's 1-1. Rogue 3,000 gold lead. And, you know, in terms of like closing the game out, thank you for the clarification, Vitis, that was actually something Vander talked a lot about in the interview that Ender referenced earlier today, saying that Rogue are aware of the issues they've had when it comes to transitioning a lead to a win. And this inspiration from playing more proactively, playing more aggressively, we need to see how it's going to impact that portion of the game and actually finding the next.
And the thing that I think Rogue are excellent at is fighting over objectives. So when objectives keep spawning, they're going to look good. That's why they immediately move over to the Rift Herald. G2 aren't going to be able to do anything about that. And, you know, they've only taken one outer tower, so this is going to be able to knock down the next one with so many people pressured around top side of the map. And Finn's ultimate ready to go. We might see a play breakout soon.
Feels like it. Holding on to that Core of the Forge God for now. Dash away from Finn against the wall, exactly where Jankos wants him to be. He's forced to flash out. Collateral damage will not find a kill, and it looks like Rogue, they're forced away. They were fishing, but didn't find the opportunity.
So a bit of a misstep there from Finn. His scoreline not looking the best right now, admittedly, but I don't think that's... Well, you could say the tower dive was a little bit his fault, but I think that Wunder's done a really good job of punishing Finn, and here we do see him overstep just a little bit, with which G2 is able to capitalize. So Rogue can't use that Rift Herald in the top lane. They can't funnel more gold into Hans Sama, but that's not the end of the world. I think they can also save it for the mid lane, because Caps on this Orianna is going to provide very valuable wave clear, which is going to make life harder for Rogue to siege past these tier 1s.
I do find the way that G2 are playing a bit curious, but we'll have to watch as Jankos is setting up a gank around mid. But look how Finn is moving behind Akali. This is something Rogue are very good at, is not actually splitting into all 3 lanes. When a wave is pushed out away from them, Finn will go and back up Larssen. This is something we saw from them last week when Larssen wants to push out side waves, and we'll see this much later in the game, like 10 plus minutes when Larssen is trying to farm sides. Like, Finn or Inspired will try to protect him, and I really like how they're playing that one for the time being, because they feel like there could be a dive coming in the bot side. That's why no one's going down here. That's why the Herald is going top side. Rogue are playing a mid-top split.
Be able to get this tower with the second Rift Herald. Was picked up, they got the first one as well. They've got themselves a significant lead. Nearly 4,000 gold right now. Although Hans Sama may be in a little bit of trouble here. Multiple members of G2 making their way forward. They've jumped onto Vander instead, and he will get instantly deleted by Jankos.
I really like this play from G2, but this is not what I really feel like we're used to seeing. Usually when G2 fall behind a little bit in the early game, they're all about trading on the opposite side of the map, and that's why I think Rogue focused so many efforts into the top lane as opposed to sending one person down bot side to farm, because they were expecting a dive to happen in bot side, so 3 people being in the top lane bush was completely unexpected for Rogue, and frankly, to see from G2.
I think that G2 have been pretty poor so far in game 1. We've seen a lot of individual misplays. We've also seen a lot of questionable decision-making, from early jungle pathing to execution on certain plays. And right now we're kind of looking at G2 in the team fights moving forward now, because we've talked a lot about Rogue so far this game, how they've looked very convincing, very dominating. Rogue have a healthy gold advantage right now, and that's very valuable for their composition. And you're kind of looking at G2's comp and thinking, okay, Wonder on the Kayle, level 16 power spike, the classic, Caps on the Orianna, gonna still be scaling up. Outside of Finn, Rogue composition relatively squishy, but of course the Braum is going to make this Kallista's life a little harder, so I actually think the fact that Perkz is so far behind right now is going to make G2's team fighting much weaker in the later game, and a lot more responsibility is going to fall on Caps and Wonder's shoulders.
Yeah, and especially as Rogue start to, reach some pretty critical breakpoints. Hans Sama just got his Runan's Hurricane. I think that Inspired should be able to go back to base very soon and finish off a Death's Dance. It's going to make it hard for G2 to fight around an upcoming Infernal Drake. Rogue already have full pressure around that area of the map, and with Perkz farming that top wave, I don't think G2 are going to try to contest, but this is going to put Rogue into a much closer position towards the Dragon Soul, and with a composition that is so strong in the 5 versus 5, and with Hecarim only continuing to become more and more of a threat, G2 are going to have to find some way to gain control back over the map, I feel like. Otherwise, they're going to start losing jungle camps, and once Graves starts losing jungle camps, the game feels doomed.
Look at this, a Rylai's coming out second from the Liandry's, something we don't often see. Typically it is the Liandry's, but Larssen wanting to add a little bit more utility into his kit, a little bit more sticking power, something I definitely don't often see.
Yeah, the Gunblade wasn't enough for him, clearly.
Yeah.
The Gunblade to get close, and then the Rylai's to make sure you never get away. He is versus a lot of range champions, so I can see some merit in that purchase coming through. Will reduce his DPS, but then once he gets Rylai's next, the synergy there. You build up the stacks of mana super, super quickly with the...
I mean, Rylai's plus the Andrews, right?
Rylai's plus the Andrews, exactly.
Well, the trade did happen there, by the way. Dragon was picked up by Rogue. Tower secured by G2. Wonder's very close to this Nash's Tooth. And the one thing that I loved in terms of the draft explanation, Ender, you talked about how G2's comp can both fall back and go forward with the tools on their side. So we need to see how well they can execute these team fights in a gold deficit. Frankly, they've kind of been bullied or pushed around a little bit by Rogue throughout the course of this early game. And Rogue are now starting to push into the jungle. They've cleared out a bunch of wards on G2's side of the map. They've got themselves 2 outer towers, and they just need to try unseat Caps in that middle lane to unlock more of the jungle. But for the time being, he's very comfortable and content there, and it's just a 2,000 gold lead at 20 minutes.
Yeah, I think Rogue are playing very clean for the most part. I think there's very little to criticize of them. I think the only point you can really attack is Finn, but even then, he's always going to be valuable on this Ornn. He's kind of like what I consider a Malphite type top laner. As long as you've got your ultimate, you're always going to contribute something to your team. And so, I think Rogue are going to keep pushing up these waves. They're going to look to gain a little bit more vision control. We can see on the minimap right now that G2 have actually done a pretty good job of getting deep vision, but Rogue going to try and contest that, challenge that. So they're moving to the top side and they're looking for a pick.
Right, first target's going to be Perkz. He's still got Flash available to him. Divine Judgment comes on by some time, caught out by the Fissure. Now all of a sudden, Mickey gets called back by the Fate's Call. Larssen will use perfect execution out, and Finn is now caught amongst multiple members of G2. The rest of the squad are making their way up. Finn continues to get those spears put in his backside. Rend is going to be available in just a moment as Larssen is going to jump too far, will not find the kill into Mickey, and he gets taken down instead. And now Vander's going to be the next target. Hans Sama going to look to get run down here by Jankos, and that's the flash forward. Collateral damage is available for Jankos, but he holds on to it. And instead, the chase continues in the top lane. Rogue bits more than they could chew. And the response from G2 is 2 quick kills.
And the chase down from so many range champions like Rogue, once they realize they messed up, they're going to lose the fight. They will get run down and killed. And now G2, they have a lot of damage, but I don't think they're going to risk it for the Baron. We'll see this play again because, right, Rogue realize Mickey's in this brush, but they're going to go for perks every time because of the power of the Kalista ultimate, but there's a Kayle there all of a sudden, so none of their damage is going to stick, and Inspired gets chunked out early. And once Inspired gets taken down low, they cannot recommit to the fight because he's gone and Hansama is stuck over this wall.
G2 had all the information. If you look at the minimap and how many wards they have available to them, you guys said that is going to be key for how well G2 can respond.
I think we also got to see an example of how G2's comp can work when the enemy is just coming into them. So many kiting tools exist without the Ashe relevant in the fight because the Kalista can just use the minions, keep bouncing back, keep at arm's length from the Akali. We then have the stopwatch coming from Mickey, and then the moment the stopwatch pops, oh hey look, Kalista ultimate in there as well. Then the Kayle finally joins, the Kayle ultimate on top, and like they have so many stall tools that this Kalista, who can often struggle against these champions, could then just start to run them down and actually turn this fight back in G2's favor.
And I want to thank the observers for a second because they highlighted the gold, and we saw Hansama not in the fight. He has over 1k gold lead over his counterpart in perks, so that was actually a really big loss not to have him there in the fight. And now G2 with some confidence regained here, going to be able to walk in and steal away this red buff. At the same time that Wonder's pushing down that bot lane wave, they're not concerned about Rogue starting up the Baron, so G2 attack the map to get some control. Here's an arrow.
Yeah, crucially, that's landed onto Caps. He's already dead, simply cannot get away. The Divine Judgment is not going to be available there, as now here comes Wonder. He's arrived to the fight, but just after his teammate is dead. Mickey cannot get through the Rogue front line, and there's the kick backwards. Mickey is now down. Call the Forge Guard, gets a knock-up on the Perks and Jankos. The flash forward from Hansama, the dash forward rather. He gets another. Finn gets on the board, and now Wonder's caught underneath the tower. The ultimate doesn't matter. Hansama gets away. That is an ace to Rogue.
A massive team fight win there for Rogue. 5-4-0 underneath the tower. Rogue come out. They see Wonder's not there. Hansama immediately pulls the trigger on the arrow, and Finn comes in at the end to clean up house. That's going to be a Baron to Rogue.
Execution was flawless from Rogue. Caps, he had his flash up but chose not to use it. When we get the replay, we can see exactly why, but at the end of the day, Rogue found their opportunity, they capitalized, and they've converted it into a Baron.
And right after a moment where it's like Rogue's looking a little bit uncoordinated, you know, not expected of them, they immediately pull the trigger. And this is what you love to see. Caps is on the ward, and they see Wonder's bot side. If Wonder doesn't have his ultimate in the fight, Rogue can pull the trigger. Caps gets caught out here and instantly dead.
Caps has the flash too. He could have just flashed out, but he believes in his sidestep, and he sidesteps into the arrow, which Rogue are very quick to utilize. Great utilization of the Shroud as well from Larssen to just buy time from 3 members. This gives an opportunity for Finn to finally join the fray. And when G2 look for the re-engage, that's when the Ornn joins the fight.
How does Finn manages to find Jankos and Perks, not once with the ultimate, but twice with E against the tower, knocks them up so Hansama can finish the dive. Hansama had to walk out of the smoke screen to get that final auto attack and finish the kill, but you are seeing now just how annoying Rogue's composition can be.
It's insane to see 2 team fights back-to-back, displaying fully how each composition can be played. And that was a great turnaround there from Rogue. They managed to punish Caps. They get themselves the 5,000 gold lead. They get themselves the Infernal, the Baron. Now the Soul is going to be available to them, and they also unlock Caps' tower in the mid lane. So that's 3 secured. 2 minutes left on the buff, and they're pushing 2 lanes, something that we talked about a little bit earlier. Let's see, is there going to be an initiation or a dive? It has felt like Rogue have been willing to do that all game long.
Yeah, Rogue have been so willing to do that. I mean, Caps now is actually on the side. If anyone was to force the play, it would be G2 if they were concerned about getting Siege down, but I don't think G2 are in that position. Caps still sticking in mid, and the arrow just misses.
All I'm going to say is Wonder is 1 level away from 16, and like, I will say that Rogue is in a commanding position right now, but until I see that level 16 Kayle dead, I still think that G2 have a means of being able to stall this game out and being able to turn things around. The arrow misses, Rogue can't quite capitalize, convert it into a kill or a tower, so for now they're just going to disengage, look to reset, restock some of their vision because they've spent a lot of it getting control over G2's enemy jungle, and if they wanted to, they can just wait for the next Drake. The problem is, you're then giving more time for one to scale up, ramp up, and he's only going to get scarier as the game progresses.
Rogue have never beaten G2, 8 losses to their name. The one game that looked like they were going to break that record, Caps stole the Baron with Syndra. And if they're going to wait for these objectives, maybe it's going to be Caps on the Shockwave, maybe it's going to be Wonder on the Kayle, but again, you cannot deny the fact they've had a fantastic lead for the majority of the game. Players with a few, say, uncharacteristic mistakes on both sides of the Rift. but it's been Rogue dictating the pace and dictating who is in control and where.
Yeah, and Rogue, 3.5 minutes from the Infernal. The great thing about that is you know G2 have to come into you, and that's where you can set up flanks. Larssen can play in pockets of vision. Finn going to be able to find those ultimates from the side. That can be so frustrating for G2. They don't have a good way of dealing with that Ornn ultimate. Not a ton of dashes on their side either. Jankos is what I was talking about. He loses his jungle. He's now 2 levels behind. And he uses his ultimate to try and steal away the wolves. Like, this just feels so bad playing against a Hecarim when you are on this Graves and you need access to CS. If he's on the set, he doesn't care, but on the Graves, it's going to be a really big deal for him. And now we're at a point where I'm concerned G2 do not have enough damage to get through Rogue, because with triple Ninja Toppies and now Larssen in the top lane, there's no mana on Wunder.
Okay, level 16 to 15, Wunder not at max yet. As you mentioned, no mana available. Larssen is just going to run him down, use the Shroud flawlessly. And Wunder just caught a bit out of position, shall we say.
Yeah, he was past the point at which he really had control over the map, and it was a very easy pickup for Larssen. Honestly, it feels like the Rogue has showed up today, and in this game one, G2 definitely have not. We've seen poor decision-making, poor execution from a number of players, and while I was willing to give credit to Wunder initially, I feel like that we've seen more and more missteps as the game has progressed. I'm hoping that throughout the rest of this series, we see a bit more of a level up from G2, because if they don't, Rogue is just going to steamroll over them. Rogue is playing phenomenally right now.
And how do G2 adapt game to game? Because in the Fnatic series, right, we saw Jankos come in with a farming jungler, pick the Lilia, and then immediately pivoted off it. It was the set from then on out. They're trying to play early game champions. I don't necessarily feel like that was the issue for G2 in this game. While Jankos' early decision-making did cost them a little bit, it really just has felt like individually, G2 have not been playing super great as a team. A lot of them dying in their own lanes, getting dove, and apart from Wunder outplaying a couple times on the top side, they haven't had a lot of good things to speak of.
I'm very interested to see what happens, but we do need to see Rogue finish this game out. You know, talked about a little bit earlier this game. You can see on the mini-map, picture-in-picture rather, the observer's highlighting level 16 has been unlocked by Wunder, but he needs to be in the right place with his team, be able to impact positively. It's a minute until Infernal, so that might just be the battleground between G2 and Rogue.
It absolutely will be. You know, Rogue, they're reaching the point where they feel so strong. Molten Edge upgraded for Hans Sama. Finn should be able to upgrade Larssen's Death Cap or Inspired's Trinity Force, but now Inspired with the finished Cinderhulk. I love picking up Cinderhulk late into the game as Hecarim because that % bonus HP scaling you get, it's a very strong scaling item. And with level 16, the Ninja Tabby's on top against 3 auto-attacking carries from G2's side, you're just not going to be able to cut through that horse.
It looks like Rogue have got the early setup on some vision here, pushed a little bit into G2's jungle, so how did G2 even potentially win this fight, if at all?
Usually what you're going to see from G2 in this position is on the next wave, before the Infernal spawns, you have to commit 5 people to mid and push out that wave. That's why we see the early teleport, because you can't really enter the river through your jungle. You have to push through mid, and that's how you enter. Make sure that Rogue have one person picking up minions underneath the mid lane tower, and then you're free to take control over the area around the dragon.
It feels like Rogue want to start the fight though, but that's the flash engage from Mickey. Solar Flare comes down, Glacial Fissure catches 4 members of G2. They're already starting to run away. They do peel back. Reminder though, their comp works in retreat.
I really think the Locket coming out from Vander was extremely clutch right there. They did get all of the summoners out from Hans Sama, but with a big wombo combo coming through from Caps, Jankos, and Mickey, they still weren't able to kill, and now Rogue can look to recontest.
Watch Inspired and Larssen. They're the backline divers. They're underneath the fight. Right now, Rogue are trying to pincer off G2, but G2, they want to turn this onto Inspired.
Fate's Call thrown there onto Inspired. He's going to use his devastating shots to try to get away.
Larssen.
Look at Larssen waiting in the wings. Caps gets tagged just by a volley there as Vander steps forward. Larssen's going to jump onto Mickey, throws down the Shroud, trying to get some damage on the perks. Can't blow him up just yet. Call of the Forge God is fantastic. Wunder's blown up before Divine Judgment can even get cast. And now 3 members of G2 are running for their lives. Caps flashes over the wall. Jankos follows suit. G2 get the dragon, but they lose 2.
And now Rogue are able to move this into the Baron buff. Forget the dragon. If they get the Baron, they can look for the siege. Jankos is still alive and has his smite, but Rogue with 5 members alive can zone him from the pit.
And originally we were talking about how this was an opportunity for Larssen to prove himself, but the entire Rogue team is proving it as Larssen looks to get that kill on the Caps.
Oh, he's really trying so hard. Won't be able to find the shurikens though, and forced to fall back, but that's enough threat to push both Jankos and Caps out of the pit. Second Baron secured to Rogue. The first pick, Hecarim, 614, has been phenomenal this game, but so have all of Rogue, especially in their team fight.
Yeah, I mean, right at the start, G2 are the ones that start off the fight. They see a huge play here. I mean, the shockwave on top of Mickey is big, but the 4-man, 5-man knockup from Bromold on Vander delays so much, no further damage can come through, and that allows Rogue to be able to reset the fight, and then it's the Inspired Larssen show.
And look, this great ward that's just sitting behind means that Larssen has so much safety and control in this situation, knowing that he can come to the flank. G2 gonna have to be aware of 2 angles of attack, and Jankos doing what he can to try and deal with Larssen, but then he comes in. And look at how much time he's gonna buy with the Shroud, with the Akali. Wonder then is in a really awkward spot as he just gets shut down by Hans Sama and Vander, who immediately proc the Braum passive. He was not expecting to get stunned that quickly, and the bot lane duo were able to take him out, and with him gone, it just becomes a matter of Rogue chasing down. So I have to reiterate what Ender said. It is like a whole team fighting effort from everyone doing exactly what they need to do, being able to shut down G2.
And if you thought Larssen was just a mage player, a Corki and a Azir player, you are so wrong. The man's pulled out the Kiana in the past. As Akali is looking clean here today again, and showing that Rogue can team fight in multiple different styles. It's not just a clean front to back. Larssen can also be huge.
Ooh, a little bit of damage coming down to Vander, but that wall is doing so much work. Here comes Finn from behind. Core the Forge God's got very long range, and all of a sudden G2, they're locked inside their jungle. They started the fight, but Rogue are ending it. What a fantastic performance so far as Hans Sama with the double kill. There's another for Larssen. The shockwave comes up from Caps, but it simply doesn't matter. Larssen cannot dive under the tower. They're into Wonder and Caps, but they find themselves 3 more kills. And Rogue are making a statement today, punishing G2, who definitely are not living up to expectations.
No, they certainly are not, and this was G2 looking for one last opportunity. Maybe they can catch Rogue unawares, catch them in their rotations, but they didn't have the damage, they couldn't find the picks, and now Rogue with the Baron buff are looking to finally break into the base of G2.
Yeah, they've got 2 waves working for them right now, Inspired and Vander getting back onto the map, and there's still a lot of time before Wonder and Caps are going to find reinforcements. This inner tower, this inhibitor tower, is going to fall down with the base open. Rogue fully in control.
And for the first time in the organization's history, they're looking to get their first win against G2. They've come so close so many times, and they have not been able to close things out at the very end. Now they are so very close. They're going to look to reset one more time. They're going to wait for the Infernal Drake, and G2 still have one last chance, but this has been the Rogue show from start to finish.
And it doesn't feel like right now this G2 would be able to come back from this point. I mean, you see this little engage here onto Vander and Inspired, and it just goes way wrong.
Yep, yeah, right in this corner here. I mean, the fear is massive. Perks get slammed over the wall, stunned up so that Larssen can come in from the top side of this. But the way Rogue are approaching the fight from so many different flanks, with Larssen on the top, Finn on the bottom, Finn continually finding these really big Ornn ultimates that create so much chaos for G2. We are seeing how G2 struggle. They have so many damage dealers, but where is the front line? The theory is Kayle gives you the survivability. Graves can be a quasi frontliner with the Death Stance. Even Kalista with her sustain items can do the same, but it does not match up to an Ornn and a level 18 Hecarim who has 6 kills.
I mean, Inspired has just stolen the show right now, but he's led the way for the entirety of Rogue. And the thing that I love about the team fights and the way they've set up their flanks and their engages, you can see the level of communication, the level of coordination within the team. Larssen was setting up there just north of G2 and is now considering hopping onto Mickey. 30 seconds till the Infernal, and this will be the last fight, it feels like, with the base open for G2. If G2 do not get this right, then Rogue can look to finish.
Larssen on the flank once again. Keep your eyes on the stealthy ninja. He's looking to execute the carries of G2. Mickey goes in.
Manages to find Hans Sama, who's flash and heal available. Holding on to it for now. Fate's Call comes out. There goes Larssen on the back. Inspired manages to get the fear down and send Perks packing. He's down. That's another kill there onto Mickey. Now they turn attention onto Wonder. The Divine Judgment simply does not help when the team gets split up and gets flanked. Rogue find another 4 kills, and now Larsen's going to look for Jankos. Will he get the kill? Yes, he does! It's an ace before they push into the base.
Rogue's team fighting is a beautiful thing to behold. Absolutely in control. Their approach has been entirely on point, and it is Rogue going to take down G2.
Get to say something that we've never said since Rogue has been around. For the first time in the organization's history, they take down G2 Esports, pick up the first win in the best of 5, and are one step closer to facing Fnatic tomorrow.
Very clean execution once again from Rogue. They're continuing their performance that they demonstrated against Mad Lions, and G2 a lot of question marks. Execution, decision making.
It is not the G2 that we expected that showed up against Fnatic last week.
Look, people came into this series talking about like it was already a done deal. You know, G2 are going to finals. Of course they are. But no. Rogue showed up to play here, and it is G2 who will have to react, adapt, and overcome moving into the rest of the series.
G2 had side selection. They picked red. It didn't help. The first pick on blue Hecarim is what definitely rampaged across G2. And now for Rogue, they've given themselves a confidence boost. They've proven something that they've never been able to do before, and that's take down G2 at least in a single game. They need to do it 2 more times. And after the break, we'll take a closer look at how Rogue picked up their first win against G2 and see if they can secure a spot in tomorrow's final.
Whenever we find our mojo in this team, we're a really good team. I feel like if we were to lose on Sunday, we wouldn't have redeemed ourselves.
Hitting in the wings, dredge line from Mickey's buying so much time. Wurbo's going low and he's taken out and down. Now Cap jumping into the back line, looking for Rekkles. Gets the kill onto Rekkles, but how much more can he do? Selfie is rampaging across Cap's face.
And it's actually very possible to be the new kings in Europe.
Dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
You don't have a chance against me. I can calculate 90 trillion moves in advance. Not fair. Not fair.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everyone, to the analyst desk for Rogue versus G2, where Rogue have secured their first win over G2 in LEC history, not just in this best of 5, ever, which is crazy. Let's see how they did it, and let's start with the picks and the bans. A lot of attention or a lot of discussion my analyst had, particularly about the bot lane. What was so strange about what you guys saw?
So I think the thing that stood out to me right away was Kalista was open. And that, of course, G2 are going to jump on it. But then you have this new element that G2 needed to add to the picture, which was the scaling, farming junglers. And that's Graves, of course. But Graves and Kalista, they're in two complete different modes in what they want to accomplish in the game. We had this discussion about how G2 are missing the point about transitioning mid-pressure into bottom. With Graves Orianna, you don't really associate that with like dominating the map. It's more about just controlling the position of the mid lane and just farming it out, while Kalista wants to force dives, because if she can't, the Ashe is going to just run away with the game. She's going to be able to volley and, of course, control the Kalista. And I think this is a big, big mismatch. Kalista and Graves don't belong on the same team. If you go for the Kalista, you need to go for the set. You need to do the classic G2. You need to pressure the game from minute 1, because you're going to fall off and get outscaled, because Ashe is just too strong with her utility.
Yeah, you need to be able to dive, I think it's what it comes down to, and empower the Kalista. And I find it really interesting. You and I were having this conversation when we saw the Hecarim priority, and we were like, okay, either he'll go the Kalista because they have that much confidence that they can win the 2v2, or he'll pick the Ashe because Ashe is also just a great matchup into Kalista, even in the 1v1. And I bet that this is going to be the transition that G2 will make. I don't think they make this drafting mistake again. If they do, I'm going to just call it as I see it. I think that's a terrible call. The other question that I had was the Braum for Larssen. We expected this to actually be the blind Azir, and then obviously Azir gets banned in second rotation from G2. And I'm really curious what's happening behind the scenes if Larssen's like, I'm done. I gave you 3 games of Azir. It didn't get me anywhere. Now I'm back to my Lucian. I'm back to my Akali, and he really just wants to flex, or he knows that he's going to get the Akali Ori matchup, or if we'll actually see Larssen go back to his Azir. I don't want to see him shy away from it because he's now afraid to pull the trigger. I do want to see him grab it, but I understand when he's got moves like Akali that he wants to flex a
moves
little
like
bit.
Kal. That's some M. Night Shyamalan like twist.
Are you okay?
I can never pronounce it. I don't know why. I tried, which
M. Night Shyamalan?
Yes,
Is that where we were
Shyamalan.
going?
There you go. It was never me who wanted to play the Azir. I wanted to play the Akali all along. Anyway, with this draft, of course, you said it already, different tempo decisions, it seems like, within the team that G2 drafted for them. And on Rogue, we said we want to see some early action for them, and that's what we got.
Yeah, and I think you said it best. You were like, well, this game's over as soon as Hecarim got first blood and then came back with the Sheen. And you were already talking about how Kalista and Graves have such different ways that they want to play the game because they have very different breakpoints and they don't set up for each other well. As soon as Hecarim had Sheen, you cannot win that 2v2. Akali Hecarim is going to be so much stronger than Orianna Graves unless you can just burst someone immediately with the Shockwave and the ultimate. And Inspired literally ran away with the game, just ran them over.
It's such a tricky game to play with Graves because always we have this conversation. Graves is such a strong jungler. Every jungler wants to play it because it feels so good to play it in solo queue. But you make one mistake against Hecarim or Nidalee, they're going to scale faster, they're going to scale better, and all that advantage that you have with Graves being strong level 1, level 2, level 3, just kind of completely disappears. As you mentioned, the Sheen just completely dominates all the 2v2s, and Graves is just completely out of the game.
Also, my personal opinion is that Graves isn't that versatile comparatively to other jungles, especially when Ashe is such a prominent pick right now. It is really hard for Graves to play against champions that control so much space because he is short range. He's really good into shorter range composition when he can stack up his True Grit, when he can be really tanky and be in people's faces, but that doesn't seem to be the comps that people are running these days.
It's also to just tie it back to the point about the draft with the Kalista being in the picture. If you pick Kalista, Ashe is coming. Ashe and Braum deny any level 1 activity because you can't invade on that. Hecarim is very, very eager to, just use the Ashe E to discover any position of Graves, deny any invades, and then you have Ornn on top side. 2 very, very solid side lanes that are hard and tough to impact. And if you have Graves Kalista, that needs to happen, and it's just kind of, a wall that you have to break from minute 1.
And as we said, Rogue just came out of the gate swinging, got a really big advantage really quickly. And we're going to take a look at a couple of team fights out of the middle of the game, because it did seem like G2, you saw them, they were roaming and they were waiting for a time where they could turn it back onto Rogue. And this is almost the only thing that really worked out for them this game, this top lane fight.
You know, I love the fact that Rogue are consistently just trying. I think, you know, I know the stress of playing against G2 and wanting to be always in control before G2 cook something amazing up and kind of you find yourself in a position with your pants down. This is what Rogue wants to prevent. They keep fighting, and this is what gave them the leads. But this is the element that, you know, Rogue has tried to avoid the entire split, where fights don't go their way. But eventually you get the game winner, and boom, there goes Larssen.
Yeah. I mean, they don't wait, which I found, you know, for all we talk about Rogue, they didn't wait. A second later, they said, we're going to go for this engage and then go for the Baron and then win this game. It's very impressive.
And it's the fact that they had agency basically on every single champion. Like, so many champions on Rogue's composition could set them up for success like that, which, again, to me is just like the power of Ashe, that Hans Sama finds that engage onto Caps, as Vedius and Ender called it during the game. You know, Caps had Flash, he had Shockwave. If Caps isn't hit there, if he does flash it, he uses the Shockwave in that fight, because it did end up kind of a 3-for-2 where they rotated to Baron. Maybe the game doesn't break down there, but good mid-game fights from Rogue. They denied the Dragon stacking, and once G2 didn't have the win condition of going for an early Elder to try to play off of Kalista's PowerPoint, there was no way they were going to win that game. Rogue cleaned their clocks in game 1.
Yes, they did. Let's explore kind of the mid lane matchup we talked about so much before, and saying, well, hey, Caps is just a better player, even though Larssen is also a phenomenal player. After what you've seen in this game, and both what Larssen is willing to play and how the team is willing to play, are you changing your tune?
Honestly.
Yeah, that's a bit crazy. That's a bit like one game sample, guys.
Larssen's like print screen.
Honestly, Larssen, in a matchup that is supposed to be tough, you know, looking at it, Orianna was forced to base first. Akali was completely even. He forced the flash. He had the solo kill. It pained us all, because the story and that replay would have been played forever if he got that solo kill. And in all honesty, Larssen played better than Caps at every point in the game. And that's a huge thing coming into a best of 5 against G2, because we've been talking about how Caps is, you know, the ace up G2's sleeve that is always going to deliver and be better than his counterpart. But in this game, Larssen performed better in a matchup that is tricky to perform in, because Caps is so good in these Akali matchups, usually.
And now the assumption is that the draft priorities will change to give the players some firepower. Now I expect that Caps goes back and he's like, I don't want him to play the Akali. I want to play the Akali. And if it's not the Akali, it's a different champion where they can feel that they can be quite abusive on. I know that G2 is moving over into red side this time around.
Well, they were in red already.
Yeah.
And now have picked it again. And that obviously goes back to the counter pick. In this particular matchup, they counter picked top side. And I just asked you, Yamato, I was like, what do you think about that? And I would love for you to share that here, because I think it's very valuable.
I think in the context of you know, always red side, you think counter pick mid, counter pick top. Usually you flex, you pick something. I think now in the climate of mid, 2 bans should be enough for you to put yourself in a position where you have to dominate mid lane. In this case, they went for the Azir ban, the Syndra ban, which on paper makes sense against Larssen. He showed up with the Akali, and I'm sure the same bans are not going to happen again. Akali is an easy removal. You get to play against the Syndra that has been nerfed multiple times, and you test yourself in that matchup instead, because now Larssen has shown, you know, additional tricks up his sleeve. Maybe he has more champions.
He almost has too many now. I mean, look at the bans we have already on the table for that mid lane.
But I think it was also just a little bit of arrogance there, because the thing is I don't think this was a situation where G2 didn't expect an Akali to come out, because we always knew that Larssen could play. He showed it in spring. He's a strong player, but you banned the Lucian away from him, his Azir, his Syndra, you blind pick the Orianna, and because Orianna can have a favorable matchup there against the Akali, and then Caps just didn't deliver on it, now you have to abuse it harder. And so that's the adaptation that I think that G2 are going to make, where it's going to be contesting to get kind of these big power picks where individual players can shine, because Larssen showed that he's here to play, and now Caps needs to be on best form if he's going to keep up.
Yeah, there we go. We'll see if he can bring it back, and we'll see if Rogue can pull off the upset tonight as they look to go 2-0 when we return.
Play me a sad song. I wanna move, I wanna drink it by the bottle. It's complicated. But mixing feelings with tequila gets me wasted. I get that message when you ignore. Blue tick on my text and miss my calls. You take shots at me, so I take more. When I hit the floor, I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. Dancing without you, out you, out you. Tell strangers about you, about you, about you. You're not here to take me on, so I'll party on my own. I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. Dancing without you, out you, out you. Won't leave anytime soon, time soon, time soon. You're not here to take me on, so I'll party on my own. Keep up the tempo. Don't miss the beat, don't miss the words, don't miss your tango. There's no debating. Remixing love songs till my drinks gone sends me crazy. I get that message when you ignore. Blue tick on my text and miss my call. You take shots at me, so I take more. When I hit the floor, I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. Dancing without you, out you, out you. Tell strangers about you, about you, about you. You're not here to take me on, so I'll party on my own. I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. Dancing without you, out you, out you. Won't leave anytime soon, time soon, time soon. You're not here to take me on, so I'll party on my own, so I'll party on my own. I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. You're not here to take me on, so I'll party on my own, so I'll party on my own.
Welcome back to finals weekend here in the LEC summer season. Rogue picked up their very first win against G2 and it was very, very dominant. Barring a few mechanical mistakes here and there, it was the Rogue show all game long. So now we turn our attention to G2. How do they bounce back? How do they adapt? How do they change? Because that is not the G2 that we're used to seeing.
Yes, for a start, let's talk about flashes. Can we, you know, use
Agree to use them? Yes,
Yeah.
yes. I'm a big fan of that.
Let's start there and kind of work our way up. Definitely a very underwhelming performance from G2. However, I've cast G2 long enough to know that Game 1 is not always indicative of the G2 that shows up on the day, so let's see what they bring in Game 2 before passing harsh judgment on them, because it was definitely a strong performance from Rogue, so we definitely know the benchmark that is required for G2 if they want to be able to challenge Rogue in this best of 5.
And if we're going to just focus in on the draft, I think the AD carry pick of Kalista was actually pretty contentious. I think we heard the analyst desk talking a lot about that, how when the Ashe is open, that is the very, very obvious answer into it. So now with G2 remaining on the red side, that's the first thing I'm going to be looking at for them to sort of mix things up.
Well, so far, the bans are exactly the same. LeBlanc, Set, Caitlyn on the side of G2. From Game 1, it was LeBlanc, Set, and Zoe. And Caitlyn, Lucian, and Thresh. So far, we are 4 for 4. And it was a first pick Hecarim that ended up stealing the game, at least setting up Rogue to then knock over the Nexus. And we'll see whether or not they're going to opt to go for the exact same plan, and they do. So no surprises, it worked in Game 1. Why change it now?
Yeah, I mean, this is G2 coming in. They obviously planned on leaving the Hecarim open. I feel like the Graves is still a good pick into the Hecarim. I am a fan of that, but they're going to go with the Volibear, which has been super popular over in the LCK and the LPL even after the nerfs.
Wait, but isn't that top lane that they normally run?
They run it in top lane and jungle, so it's seen as a really strong top lane champion on its own, and that's where you can flex it into the top lane if, you know, jungle you see a matchup that you don't really like here. But I feel like with Jankos is probably the guy that's gonna run this.
It is a conundrum, and when we came into the series, we did say we have more questions than expectations. One of the things we've not seen just yet is that Evelynn, and want to see whether this Volibear does land in the jungle. And there's the Akali once again, this time Lucide and Blind for Rogue.
So in game 1, Rogue had the ability to bring out the Akali later because I think G2 didn't necessarily expect it from Rogue. But now that it is on G2's radar, Rogue is like, okay, we have to increase the priority on the Akali just a little bit. We know it's strong. Everyone in Europe seems to agree that it's a very strong champion right now. So they want to take that one away. And G2 are going to do what they did against Fnatic last week and respond with the Taric to answer some of this dive power, which worked very well last week. We'll see if it works well again today.
Taric was also banned in game 1 during phase 2 from Rogue's perspective. And along with that, Nautilus, which now finds himself in the ban pool. What does Caps run into the Akali? What would he like to run? And something that you see is still open and available is the likes of that Syndra. It is something we've seen a whole lot.
Yeah, I'm almost expecting the Syndra to get banned out here as well. Orianna, even though Rogue picked Akali into the Orianna pre-6, you can see Orianna nullifies that matchup, even wins that matchup with the range thrash he's able to put out. So I think Syndra falls into a very similar ballpark and is also one of Caps' strongest champions in the mid lane. So I would like to see that removed. And once that's gone, like, it's the Cap show, you know, whatever he wants to run to try and style on this Akali, because frankly, like, the scaling mage picks do not seem to beat it.
It certainly seems that way. Right now we're going to see what this final ban is. What will Rogue choose to take off the board? When we're thinking about potential mid lane counters, Jace is one that you always have to think about. It's a bit of an old school counter, but because G2 can bring that AP top laner in the form of a Nico, I think it's something you should always think about. We'll see what they do decide to lock in. It is going to be the Azir. I'm not a massive fan, like, I get it, Azir can be very powerful, but Akali is also considered one of the go-to counters in Europe to Azir. So clearly just showcasing that respect. They don't want to have to deal with a scaling mage. They don't want G2 to be running this front-to-back composition, which they could definitely go for with the draft that they currently have. Ooh, I would love a Lissandra into the Akali, but they're not going to go for it.
I'd love to see now where this Volibear is going to end up. We can see it's technically still flex, but we do anticipate it into the jungle. And Perkz will lock in the Syndra for Caps. His performance, all-time, 17 wins, 4 losses on that champion. It is exceptional.
It's something that's been so good for G2 consistently. Caps' performance have been very pivotal towards their success. Now for Rogue, I wonder, like, we just Braum Ornn it one more time. Ornn, that through damage into the backline is so effective next to an Akali. And I was actually talking with Vedius backstage, like Ornn, GP, all these champions that can deal damage to a backline and offer CC, set up so nicely for an Akali pick for any sort of assassin. A GP plus the Hecarimalt plus the Akali coming to the backside is going to be really, really hard for Perkz and Caps this game.
Do you know what's also really difficult for many champions? So, closing the gap. When Gangplank Ultimate comes down, Volibear is going to be awkwardly slowed. Ashe and Syndra are going to be forced to move. Right now, there are very few engage tools, and I want to see G2 lock in something that can go in, go hard, and actually start a fight. And I think a Sion, considering how good it is into GP, would actually answer all of those as a means to deal with Rogue's comp.
Ding, 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 locked in. So one of the big gaping holes from G2's composition is finalized on the last pick with that Sion. Volibear in the jungle, do we like it? Do we dislike it? It came very early in the draft, and jungle picks, and in particular Jankos' performance, is something that we're going to have a close eye on.
Look, I think against a lot of melee champions, the Volibear pick can have a lot of value. He likes to brawl, he likes to get aggressive, especially with a Syndra next to him. You're playing for control around the middle lane that can be unlocked pre-6, whereas Rogue have to wait until the level 6 mark before they take over.
Ultimately, quick shot, this game is going to be about mid-jungle duos. Last game, Larssen and Inspired really set themselves up, but it is Caps and Jankos that have traditionally been the strongest mid-jungle duo in Europe. So, can this duo prove themselves? Because they certainly did in Game 1.
It's the new wave of players that Europe continues to just somehow find and produce. Poland just puts out the best junglers, that's a fact, and the mid-lane talent pool continues. But Larssen playing Akali into Caps' Syndra. Let's hope Caps is a little bit more on fire in Game 2, as Rogue are taking on G2 Esports. So So welcome to Summer's Rift for game number 2. We're hoping for G2 to look a little bit more alert. Definitely got bullied and beaten up in game 1, and I do not want to take anything away from Rogue. They earned that victory. They forced fights, even had a few missteps here and there, but they earned it. And now we want to see if they can continue to push down G2 and what level G2 will be showing today.
Look at some of the summoner spells, seeing if there's anything crazy. We've got the Predator coming out from the Volibear. It used to be Phase Rush, right? Or am I missing?
Oh, we actually saw a Conqueror, Press the Attack were the two very popular options for Volibear in the early game. I think a lot of players, what they realize with Volibear is that, yeah, Press the Attack is really good for your early skirmishing, but Volibear wins every early skirmish anyways, so with the Predator now has more opportunities to find ganks and wreak havoc in the early game.
And I think that, you know, we already talked about this mid-jungle duo before. I think that we're going to be keeping our eyes very closely on the junglers. Inspired versus Jankos, a matchup that I think many anticipated. The battle of the Polish junglers, as Inspired has been looking to prove himself among some of the best here in Europe. And I think that he's done a fantastic job so far this, but especially with Jankos seeming to struggle with the carry jungle meta. And now locking in the Volibear, he's not really making a strong advocate to this carry jungle meta style.
Yeah, I mean, Jankos is trying to defy the meta in many ways and play through the early game. So he would need to see some of a return to form, because I feel like this split for Jankos, it has not been his greatest work. You know, back-to-back MVPs out of the jungle position, Jankos has not had that same level of impact as Jankos of 2019 perhaps had. So trying to fully commit towards let's make plays happen early, he needs to find that form again. Otherwise, the misplays come in, he gets outscaled, all of a sudden Inspired has a Trinity Force and 20 kills, and you're going to be in trouble again.
Yeah, meanwhile, Inspired has embraced the meta. His Evelynn, his Hecarim, his Graves have all been fantastic, and he's definitely been stepping it up. So we'll see how both go toe-to-toe in this game. It looks like that they're starting on bot side, moving up towards the top side of the map, with Jankos doing a full clear on the bot side and perhaps looking for an early ganky mid, or maybe looking to try and put this gangplank down early.
A lot of options available to him. It was Rogue that were able to strike first in the previous game. Let's see how G2 handle themselves right now. We saw Caps pushing very heavily there into Larssen. Anticipated early on. Powder Keg connects here from Finn onto Wonder. We'll get some damage back, but the minion wave starts pushing forward. Lots of trading back and forth. Finn continues to stick around. Jankos is making
Yeah, keep your eyes on Jankos here. Wonder took a lot of aggressive trades early on. Finn relatively low on mana, and Inspired not pathing towards the top side of the map. Level 3 comes through for Finn, but G2 want to make the play.
All right, let's take a look here as Jankos is going to make his way forward. Gets the damage down, applies a red buff as well, and I don't think Wonder was anywhere nearby. Decimating Smash may have been all that was needed, but Wonder couldn't get past the minion wave.
It's the difference between level 2 and level 3 right there. As soon as Finn hits level 3, he's going to have access to the oranges, and that's going to mean that Wonder just calls off play, says, yeah, chunk him out, but I'm going to make sure I don't miss any CS.
And let's have a look at what's happening on the minimap right now. Wrong one. I want to bring up this one. Notice that Inspired immediately went back to base, and now his plan is to pass straight through the bot side and actually go towards the bot scuttle. His bot lane actually has Prio in the 2 versus 2, but his mid lane doesn't. So if he had attempted to contest the Scuttle Crab in the top side river, he would have been in a serious disadvantage because Caps had the push in mid, Sion had the push in top because the GP was also forced to recall, which means that this is good adaptation and still being able to get that early scuttle.
And it may even be possible for Inspired, because Larssen just took the early reset, teleported back in the lane. Like, Inspired could play for the respawn of Jankos' Krug camp, his Gromp camp rather, with pressure put down towards mid, especially with bot lane also pushing. Here he is.
Coming in here from Larssen onto Caps. Side steps away, devastating charge comes up. The rampage back was beautifully done from Inspired.
Oh, beautiful. Just the mechanics right there. Getting the movement speed to dodge away from the scout of the week. Waits to get all the way behind Caps, and they shut him down again.
This game will be about the mid-jungle duo, I believe is what you said, Vedius. And straight out the gates in game 2, Inspired manages to make it count.
And this wasn't supposed to happen. We said, what is Syndra plus Volibear for? It's about playing around mid lane before the level 6 marks. Well, Inspire says, forget that. He comes there very, very early. And now a flashless Caps is only going to be more vulnerable once the ultimates come through for those two players.
Certainly is. Larssen looking at that level 6. And remember, last game, Rogue played very well around the level 6 Akali, and I think they're going to be looking to do the same once again. Without a flash, Caps is in a lot of trouble, but more importantly, there was a huge wave stacking up in that mid lane, and there was a real risk that Caps could have frozen that wave and could have made life difficult for Larssen. So thanks to Inspired's intervention, this also makes the 1v1 a lot easier for Larssen, as you can already see, him taking a good couple of trades.
Yeah, I really like trading there aggressively with the smoke screen. You can also see Caps' wave is building up, so without a flash, now Larssen, in theory, could try to hold the wave, although I think without having the smoke screen up, he's going to have to wait the minions to walk their way into the tower, rather.
Well, Larsen's going to be very happy with the start of this game. Gets the first blood secured. Reminder that this was blind pick Akali, and G2 elected to run that Syndra into it. It's still very close on gold. It's only a 200 difference. Wunder's got himself a minor advantage up in that top lane. And now we see Jankos making his way into Rogue's jungle. We'll take that blast cone over the wall, and Hans Sama and Vander, a little bit of threat here. Want to get caught out by the Dazzle. Vander flashes away. Can still jump to Hans Sama in a moment or two, and there will be the Summoner spell secured as Inspired will get himself another gank up in the top lane. No ultimate available. Wunder will be able to just pop that shield and get away safely. He holds onto his flash as well.
So both junglers just making cross map. Jankos could look to secure himself the Drake right now, but his bot lane wants to reset. He actually has his eyes set on the mid lane. Note that Larssen is level 6. Here comes the stun.
A lot of damage coming out, and Unleash Power as well. Not going to be enough just yet. Larssen now decides to turn back around to Jankos. Help coming from Inspired. Larssen manages to even push back into the lane. Inspired still lingering if he can find another target.
So while that wasn't a successful gank, Jankos is still going to be happy. Flash gets burnt from Larssen, ultimate's also gone. Will lose the topside Scuttle Crab, so another advantage game for Inspired, and they might actually look for a re-engage, and Inspired just hit level 6.
Yeah, Inspired has level 6. He also has the movement speed of having that Scuttle Crab shrine right there, so Inspired on the flank. Will they go for Jankos?
Oh, tower dive coming in here. Not even going to get a shot off. Jankos will just get chunked down, but not enough just yet. Larssen manages to go in. The Shroud is now timed out in the Dark Sphere, but so much damage onto Caps. Rampages from Inspired, not going to be enough. Trade of 1 for 1.
A lot of really cool mechanics there. Initially, before the gank happens, Caps actually lands the EQ combo to get the delayed stun through and stop Larssen from actually following up from Inspired, but that's not enough. They commit onto Jankos. This early game jungler falling behind in his hands as Inspired hits that level 6 first, and they end up trading 1 for 1.
I just love watching Larssen here play with absolutely zero fear going underneath the tower. The smite comes through from Inspired, and it's obviously very big, and they still commit to this play, even with, Sion having the potential to go for the collapse here. Inspired's burst damage is massive.
There's the little cool stun interaction you can see from the Syndra to buy time, but then the ultimate comes through from the Hecarim, and they're able to lock him down.
And watch Larssen here. So he's going to get the kill on Jankos, but first he's going to E back, so the mark lands on his Shroud. He can then get the kill, jump back to it very quickly, and it almost helps him survive and get out of that one.
Actually missed it when we were alive, but Vander also made his way up to that middle lane just as the fight was ending. Had it been a few seconds earlier, may have been able to jump into the fray. 2 kills secured here for Larssen, and he was the focus of our storytelling in game number 1. Now we're looking at junglers, Inspired again. Multiple ganks, he's showing absolute mastery of this Hecarim. And it's going to be up to Jankos to find some ways to make this volley work. He has got access to his level 6 though.
But it feels like we're almost past that point. In a way, like Volibear's efficiency, his effectiveness comes from early power plays, playing for Scuttle Crabs, denying this Hecarim, but now Hecarim is out leveling him, is out CSing him, has 2 assists to his name as well, so everything is going well for him, and Inspired is going to be funneling himself into this Trinity Force so quickly, and once he gets to that point, we are past the point of no return for this matchup.
Waiting to see whether or not Jankos made a play mid, and I mean, it's almost disappointing to see G2 at the moment. All of the fans, all the viewers, all the expectation, team that has got such a long and successful history, currently is being smashed. But at the same time, it's the new young players in Rogue that are stepping up and proving some of the critics wrong. Let's see how this rest of the game plays out, though, as Perkz and Mickey will continue to put some pressure on. And to be fair, it is only a 300 gold advantage. But it's more about the way in which Rogue are playing. And it's still looking to G2 to adapt from what we saw in game 1.
Now, the first Drake hasn't actually gone down yet. A little bit surprising. Often you'll see that priority, especially with a Volibear. We talked about how there was an opportunity, but instead he went for the mid lane gank. Rogue now going to continue, knowing that they don't have a huge amount of control over the bot side of the map. Going to look to secure this Rift Herald for themselves, but notice that some vision will come out from G2. They will be able to spot this one out. Wunder has priority in the top lane, but it's too low. There's not enough time. Inspired are going to lock that one down.
And I wonder if G2 do move very quickly into the Drake. Hans Sama just took a reset to finish off the Mirror Mana, but looks like Mickey is just going to go for the reset. So again, typically G2 would always be trading objective for objective, Rift Herald for the Dragon, top tower for bot tower, these types of plays. Instead, they say they want to set up this freeze down towards the bottom side of the map, knowing that Inspired is top side. The call is, let's try to deny Hansama some CS. Perkz already has a small advantage. Can we make that more? But with 4 ranged minions in the backside there, this will end up pushing into Rogue regardless.
Yeah, they're actually setting up a slow push here, which means that G2 could be looking for a dive.
Ooh, and Caps actually just about to have teleport.
Yep,
Same for
reset.
Wonder.
He will pick himself up the Blasting Wand, which means that he can come back into mid lane, clear that one out. But Larssen has TP, Finn has TP, Finn has ultimate as well. And that's the biggest thing that could dissuade G2 from looking for a potential dive.
There was a deep ward in this lane too. If the Observers could pan down, I think it just timed out for G2. It was in that brush, so will not have the flank option, but can still teleport to the minion wave on this play.
Jankos is making his way forward. Enchanted Crystal Arrow is up. The tension is building. That will tag out Hansama, who still has planes available to him. The Unbreakable comes up from Vand, and that blocks literally everything. G2 go fishing, but don't find anything.
And the problem is, while we're talking about G2's teleports just coming up, well, Larssen has his, Finn has his, Finn has the ultimate on top of it, and if Inspired's down there, they're not going to be able to make that play, but Mickey, his team just recalled!
He absolutely did. Now he's caught out. We'll be able to get the Cosmic Radiance down there by some time, as now Jankos is going to be under some pressure. Onslaught of Shadows with a Rampage gets Inspired. Another kill for Rogue. They continue to put pressure down onto Jankos. The TP completes. Caps and Wonder arrive, but it's all Rogue all day. Inspired goes down. Larson's going underneath the tower, looking for the kill. The Shuriken misses its target. Hansama flashes forward, gets stunned under the tower. It's going so wrong for Rogue. They had everything in their sights and they couldn't find the final hits.
And once again, Larsen's Akali fumbles the execution. He should have had 2 clean kills there, and he doesn't get either one. Ends up being a 1-for-1 overall trade, and G2, they'll take that, considering how poorly they ended up giving Mickey's life away for free.
Yeah, I mean, I thought G2 were crazy committing the double teleports into that play after Mickey had already fallen, but sidestep, missed skill shots from Larssen underneath the tower will help them get away with that one. We'll see exactly how this one went down, because again, you see the recall of Perkz here. He commits to it. He gets out of this one, but you have the GP ult in to finish off Mickey, and this ultimate, all it does is funnel Inspired an early kill.
Yeah, it certainly does. So they get that initial kill onto Mickey, and here's where the TPs come through. The follow-up TP comes in from the Akali. GP not getting involved in the fight just yet. This means that the initial fight is actually a 3 versus 4, but they're able to burst out Inspired, who's already low, and you can see here Larssen, he can't quite decide who he wants to kill. He wants to use the E to hit Caps, get that execute, and then also close the gap against Jankos, but because he misses that E, he's not able to do either one of those things, and both those kills walk away with just a tiny bit of health left.
It's a really hard skill shot to forgive for missing there too, because Caps was locked on the tower. He could only really go one way. There wasn't a lot of area for him to juke away from. Larssen very much should have had that in fumbles.
I love the fact that he was going for both, though. Unfortunately missed it, but it looks...
I mean, we've all been there, quick shot. You know, when you have so many juicy options in front of you and you just can't decide which one to go for.
The best thing is, though, it's exactly the same as Game 1 in terms of, like, gameplay approach here for Rogue. They are going for every single fight. They are trying to force errors on G2, and they are trying to earn that advantage by multiple dives and plays.
So the biggest difference between Game 1 and Game 2 is that Perkz is on a champion that's going to offer a lot more and is going to be easier to play later into the game, especially when paired with this tag. You'll notice that he is a little bit ahead of Hansama in the farm. He has the fully upgraded Blade of the Ruin King this game as well. Debatable if he should have gone the Essence Reaver. Usually against slightly squishier targets, it's better to just get that flat damage. Either way, he's going to have that extra bit of movement speed that you get from the active, and so he is kind of that late game insurance that you're looking at for G2.
I need to see if they can get him into a powerful position as the Rift Herald there gets pushed into the mid lane. Gets a couple of plates for Larssen, but Cap still holds onto his tower. 14 minutes in, still no towers fallen. A lot of tower dives. And one thing that I hadn't actually noticed until just a moment ago, Wonder's already got himself a 25 CS advantage over Finn in the top lane. Make that 30 now, as he's also got the Sunfire Cape completed and sitting very comfortably in that matchup.
It seems that G2's strategy when it comes to picking red side has very much been, let's get the top lane counter pick. They did it in Game 1 with the Kayle. We saw Wonder have a pretty big advantage there. We're seeing it again in Game 2 where Finn has had champions that give him slightly better matchups early levels, but as the levels progress, it starts to shift in Wonder's favor, and you can see what Wonder is doing that. The thing is, while on the gangplank, he's going to still have that ultimate. He's still going to offer value, and he's always going to be a threat that you have to be careful of. His Trinity Force obviously very delayed, but now GT looking for a pick onto Inspired. He's cautious, though.
Ooh, the Observer's highlighting the vision. There's the blast code.
He knocked Caps away!
Onslaught of Shadows is going to get him over the wall very cleanly, and now Larssen and Vander step forward. Winter's Bite will tag onto Wonder, and it does look like Finn will get away. Now, I know how Inspired's going to scale in this game. We've talked about it a lot. But Ender, you've been a little nervous or hard on Jankos as Volibear. How is he going to play in this comp as the game continues to progress?
Well, the big difference for him compared to his Graves earlier is even if he is behind, he has a higher baseline amount of utility he can offer with some of the CC and just being a tank, able to absorb a lot of damage here. And I think that's sort of G2's composition in a nutshell with a Scion, a Volibear, the Taric ultimate. It's about having a huge frontline that can survive and buy space for Perkz and Caps, which was completely absent in the last game. So G2, it's going to be so much more reliant on teamwork, making sure the tanks are working well with the carries and going for engages that can be followed up upon and they're not getting left out to dry.
Now, a pretty cool thing just happened on screen, which we often talk about here in the LEC, Senna's pushing power. What you'll notice on the minimap is that G2 actually swapped a number of members up towards top side, and because this tower was already very low, they were able to push that wave, and you can see that both the Ashe and Taric have already reset in the base. Meanwhile, Senna and Braum have only now just gotten back, which means that G2 have a lot more time to come back out onto the map and start making plays. This is typically when you would refer to G2 having tempo. They are now using this to secure themselves a Rift Herald, and off the back of this, they can look for a mid tower, they can look for a bot tower play if they want, but the moment they take this objective, that momentum's going to swing in Rogue's favor, because they're now getting onto the map, and they're going to look to try and challenge.
And without the momentum, G2 wouldn't have been able to do Herald, because like they were on vision, right? But Rogue realized because G2 were back on the map so much sooner that they do have to give up that play. Now G2 looping around on Finn, they want to shut him down.
He is in some trouble. Flash is still available to him. He throws that one down. Stormbringer comes out from Jankos, and the Oranges will not make it okay for Finn. A lot of tower damage coming out, and not going to be able to pick up the kill there with the Dawning Shadow from Hans Sama, so they get a clean kill and get out.
Yeah, very nicely done. Use the shield there to soak up some extra damage towards the end. And now G2 can take a reset. You know, Jankos is going to go back to base, and there's an Infernal in 40 seconds. And I wonder, G2, Perkz and Mickey can push out this wave and then look to rotate over too, which I think is going to be the play for them. Force Rogue to fight them, because G2 are very powerful at this moment in time.
Now, if I'm G2, what I would look to do is clear out bot. I'm going to use a minimap for this. Clear out bot, push this wave out. Right? You then use the Rift Herald to also push in mid, and the thing about the Rift Herald is it creates a massive point of pressure that Rogue will have to deal with. So they're then divided between either contesting for the Drake or the tower. So even though Rogue is first on the advantage, because G2 have that Rift Herald, it couldn't put them into an awkward situation. You'll already notice, if I bring up the minimap once again, all of G2 now grouping up into the mid lane, doing very similarly to what we were talking about.
Yeah, and Finn going to be a little late here to get here. Larson as well. And what this means is Caps goes for the flash, does not connect. Now Inspired.
Oh, here comes the onslaught Shadows. That's a lot of damage onto Caps, but they won't find the kill just yet. That's a fantastic Taric ultimate, keeping G2 alive. The Rift Herald takes the tower out as well, and now Rogue are left a man down and a tower down. Larson tries to get some damage onto Jankos, cannot connect the skill shots, and G2 get the tower. Larson is looking for the re-engage. He's trying to jump onto Perkz. Fantastic stun from Caps. Retreat from Larson, and there's simply not enough follow-up. That's a flash forward from Wonder. He will not find anyone with that decimating smash. And G2 win the fight, get the tower, and fall back to Dragon.
Inspired and Larson going so hard to force that play, but G2 catch it and immediately shut them down. You know, the ultimate did get down from Mickey, which allowed Caps to stay alive, and that was so crucial, because once that comes through, all of Rogue have to back out, and Inspired spent everything getting into the fight. It was a sitting duck.
Yeah, initially, I think a lot of question mark pings were coming out as Caps flashed in, trying to get that execute, and when we get the replay, we can see the fumble and execution. I feel like that's kind of been the story of the both mid laners so far in this series, but look here, he doesn't quite land the stun. This then gives an opportunity for Inspired, but Exhaust immediately comes through. Stun followed up from the Taric, combined into the Taric ultimate. Mickey really is the MVP on this champion right here to turn this play in G2's favor. Then Wonder joins the fight.
Yeah, and I mean, Wonder's able to come on in here. The ultimate doesn't quite connect. And then Larson tries to get super hypey again. He wasn't there at the start of the fight. You need multiple divers if you are Rogue. He tries to make this play happen, but gets CC'd both by Mickey and then Caps. The follow-up is brutal here, so he instantly has to peace out. Then Wonder ends up trading the flash there too.
And you can see that this was the approach that G2 took against Fnatic's dive comp last week. When Fnatic tried to hard engage onto G2, it was the Taric with the exhaust, the ultimate, the stuns, the repeated heals that would come out from everyone being in melee range that made it so difficult for Fnatic to successfully dive, and we're seeing here again from Rogue. Now, the crucial thing to note is Rogue was not coordinated in this dive this time around. The Hecarim went in first, Akali went in second, and both of them were solo when they actually went for those plays. Let's see how things pan out when they're more coordinated in the upcoming fight that's sure to come.
And it's about the setup time for Rogue, because in game one we saw how ruthless they could be when Akali had the time to find that pocket of vision that she could play inside without G2 knowing when she was there to be able to find that collapse. So when Rogue are sprinting back onto the map, let's not look for the play immediately. Let's slow things down, you know, and not try to jump into G2, because again, G2 was such a tanky frontline, the survivability too, you make one mistake with Rogue's composition and you are not coming back.
Of course, while Venius was explaining the pushing power and the setup with tempo, we could see how strong the G2 vision was in the mid lane. Right now, this is the coordinated assault from Inspired and the rest of Rogue. They'll get the Cosmic Radiance out.
Uh-oh.
Now they continued engage. The unstoppable onslaught coming down. Wonder will pull that one short. Teleport was committed from Larssen for the play, and they will get the flash from Mickey.
I think there were sparks flying off that wall from Wonder's ultimate coming down through the bot river. They don't end up committing in the end. I want to talk a little bit more about Rogue's comp, because I do find it super interesting how they're meant to dive the backline. Like, they're trying to find that punch before Tarek's ultimate does come through, and we saw that very clearly there. The through damage to set up their backline divers of the GP ultimate and the Senna ultimate. That's not one we touched on a little bit earlier. It's that combined damage to get the targets to about 65%, 70% HP, from which point then a Hecarim or a Akali can finish off a Caps or a Perks in one combo that needs to come through. Otherwise, again, G2 can turn the fight back in their favor.
It's almost like a modern day Wombo combo, Ender. You know, in the traditional back in Trevor's day, it was the Malphite Orianna Jarvan Wombo combo, but now we've got a lot more globals in the game, and Senna Gangplank with the Hecarim on top. That's what we're seeing a lot more when it comes to bursting someone.
Yeah, Wombo combos back in the day were like 800 range abilities. Now they are 20 million range abilities. 200 years of range.
200 years of range. That is fantastic. This game is so close. It's 600 gold separating them, 22 minutes in. G2 do have 2 dragons, though, and Rogue haven't really been able to contest or set up at the right time. The previous fight, G2 just got the better of them. And in contrast to game 1, where Rogue had the vision control, Rogue was in G2's jungle, now we get to see how they respond to pressure and how they react to what G2 is doing, because G2 once again pushing vision in, trying to set up for this next mountain.
So what I'm hearing, Quickshot, is you want Ender and I to explain what Rogue's plan is to try and get a little bit more control over this game. So
I wasn't trying to be that deliberate.
I'm going to bring up the minimap for you, and Ender and I are going to talk about this, because what G2 have done is deny a lot of vision. Thank you for showcasing this, observers, and they're looking for a pick. So Rogue is trying to wrestle the way back, and they're looking for a fight.
Don't get a chance, though, as now Caps has been jumped on. This time around, the exhaust will stop. The Unleashed Power will be able to pick up the kill onto Inspired. Mickey's running for his life. Larssen cannot find the target just yet. And the Cosmic Radiance is still available. Hunsummer insta-cleanse, flash available to him, but he's not going to be able to use it. He gets shut down, and Wonder arrives. That flash from Caps over the wall got him to safety.
And G2 may just peel off towards the Baron here. I mean, you got the jungler Wonder stepping into enemy territory. Finn and Larssen both here. Oh, Larssen failed to hop over the wall.
Well, Wonder's going to try and just walk out here. Finn not going to be able to do too much. Vander now stepping forward. Going to try and challenge inside the pit, but there's no smite available to them. No cannon barrage either. 3 players. Powder Keg Steel might be an option.
They still have Cosmic Radiance.
It's got the ultimate available to him. Vander takes so much damage from the burst there of G2, and Wonder's just trying to zone them away. Larssen tagged by the volley. Is he going to look to go in? He goes inside the pit, trying to find the damage. He's not going to be able to find it. The Baron is secured by G2. It's picked up by Jankos. The kill there onto Vander as now Finn is running for his life. Gets so much damage in reply, but Larssen is blown up where he stands. G2 with a gigantic play into the Baron, and it looks like they're going to find themselves Finn as well.
Yeah, there is nowhere for Finn to go. Cap's going to come on in here to finish it off. G2 in a commanding lead off of that play. They dive Finn out, and they're not even going to lose the mountain play off the back of that. Wonder teleports back into the mid lane, and G2 are right back out there ready to move.
Whew. So, I was expecting a lot more setup from Rogue. I was not expecting them to just hard commit to the dive, but From their eyes, they saw an opportunity and they went for it, and it did not pan out. When we get the replay, let's talk about that coordination, Ender, because it was something we talked about earlier on. And what does this team fight look like when the entire Rogue members commit onto a single target? They're all funneled into that little brush that's just above Wunder right now, and they committed the Gangplank ultimate, Inspired's ultimate, and Larssen was looking for the flank. But even with all of that, they still could not kill Caps, and because of that, the fight still went in G2's favor.
It was so odd. There were so many opportunities to call off the play, and once again, they are squaring up against G2, but the zoning is excellent here. G2 will get their third Drake of the game, and the arrow comes through.
Another fantastic stun coming out. Inspired jumps in alone, but he doesn't have Larssen with him because Larssen is currently dueling with Wunder. He's going to dash through once again and continues to retreat. But that is fantastic from Caps, and G2 landing every single thing as Rogue are melting underneath the tower. G2 are going to keep pushing through Baron and Pod minions.
I don't know when G2 are going to stop, because that was just an obliteration down there in the bottom lane. They have the minions to work with. Rogue will not be able to defend their bottom lane inhibitor. G2 struck, and they struck hard.
And just like that, Claps is suddenly online. You give him an inch and he'll take a mile. Here's Syndra coming up clutch once again. The G2 squad definitely looking more in form here in Game 2.
The composition and how it's working together is just fantastic. Mickey's had some game-changing cosmic radiances. The engage from Wunder has thwarted so many of these potential dives from Rogue, but I do want to call out, I think we're seeing a huge mentality from Rogue. They just want to fight the entire time, regardless of the setup.
And this fight, I understand a little bit more, because like the Cosmic Radiance is on cooldown. They feel a little bit better about going for this type of maneuver, but it's just so split up, right? Inspired dives into the backline, but Larssen is getting 1v1 by a Sion. Again, if Larssen is not diving with Hecarim, you can't make it happen, and that's where Caps comes up absolutely clutch. A 3-man stun right there. There is no coming back from that.
I think one of the biggest differences this time around is something you mentioned, Quickshot, was that, and Endo was talking about it as well, there's no front line from G2's comp in Game 1, but now with Wunder on Sion, he's just this giant meat shield that just keeps getting in the way, and he keeps creating chaos on the back line that whenever Rogue tries to commit to these dives, it's not as easy as it was in Game 1. So now with the Baron buff just wearing off, G2 might have to look to buy a little bit more time, look to reset, but they have the right set on the top tier 2.
Yeah, and they also, in 3 minutes, it's going to be a Dragon Soul, the mountain for them, which, I mean, you got 2 tanks, 3 tanks. Could not get any better than that for them. Rogue are going to have to try to wave clear, but their wave clear tools aren't even that excellent, right? It's a Senna, it's an Akali, really just Gangplank barrels to try and cut through that, and G2, they're strong enough that they can tank tower shots.
I'm just waiting for Rogue to engage. I'm just waiting for Inspired and Larssen. Look at them waiting in the wings. There's a lot of damage there onto Caps. The opportunity is up. Cosmic Radiance will come down and keep all of G2 alive. They simply cannot follow up. Larssen is waiting to go in. Cannon Barrage comes down. Only Wunder is available to them. They're hitting, but it's not going to matter. The damages from G2 are still so safe in the back line. Larssen cannot get past tank number 2, Jankos. Finally, Wunder goes down, but Larssen is shut down by G2. The beefy front line for G2 is working.
And this whole time, there's still super minions in the base. Rogue have not been called back to deal with them, so G2 re-engage onto the tower. The third inhibitor, or the second inhibitor tower, that is going to drop G2 well into the base.
Look at the heals from Mickey! Caps is almost full health again, like he's just hitting onto everyone, and it's just so much utility that's being provided from this Taric support. We understand why it was banned in Game 1, and I think you have to take it off of Mickey's hands, because he's just too damn good at this champion.
No doubt about it. 0-1-10 out of his team's 12 kills. Taking a look at Caps on that Syndra as well, 5-1-4, extremely pivotal with those unleashed powers, and more importantly, the Scatter the Weak stuns that he's been able to find so consistently. So G2 break all 3 inhibitors. They've got themselves a Mountain Soul in a minute and a half. They've got double supers, and they start making their way into the base, and it's just up to G2 how they want to try to play this out.
Poor Vander.
Vander's just trying to get some information. He'll get taken out.
Yes, he will.
Yep,
Vander, he was trying to be cheeky, interrupting Perks' back, and he was like, oh, you interrupt my back? Okay, then let's see how that works. And let's have a look back at this fight once again. So initially, Caps takes a lot of damage, but look at this. The Fear actually sidesteps Caps out from the ultimate of Senna. Then the ultimate comes through from Mickey, and Mickey's whole goal here is to just peel Larssen away from the fight. Larssen still has the Shroud, and the rest of Rogue are like, okay, let's kill the front line.
Yeah, it's just such a good position, like based on the terrain for G2 to fight in, because all Mickey has to do is lock off that one choke, and there's no way for Larssen to get into the backline. So they kite him all the way out back there and then can look to re-engage. I mean, even when Wunder dies, he's still got that body lingering around. So it's not even like Rogue can walk on past that. Now G2 have everything inside of Rogue's base except for the Nexus.
I mean, we started this game saying the mid-jungle duo is going to be so pivotal. Inspire and Larssen had a great laning phase, but they haven't been able to dive together. Look, again, Inspire goes onto the backline, gets the Thea, but the rest of G2 are destroying Rogue's backline. Hansama is dead, a Nexus turret is down, Vander falls as well, and G2 in under 30 minutes look to kill 4 members of Rogue. With so many super minions in the base, they'll even turn to hunt down Larssen before they look to finish out the game. G2 even the series 1-1. We got a series on our hands. The thing that I love about both of the games, there has been a conscientious effort to tower dive, to fight, to force errors from your opponents. And on both sides of the rift, they're willing to play this style.
I will say that what we're seeing in the early game is, I think, a much stronger performance from Inspired and Larssen when it comes to 2v2 laning and within the first 10 to 15 minutes. However, I think one of the bigger differences we're seeing later on into the game is Wunder. Like, I think in game 1, his presence was less felt because of how far behind G2 ended up falling, but in game 2, I felt like that he was so pivotal in the front line that he created so much space for his team, but also some of the coordination from Rogue definitely felt a little off compared to what we saw in
That's
game
what was
1.
missing so much in this game, because they kept trying to force these fights where not all the conditions had been met leading up into it. So you weren't having, you know, Hecarim plus Akali working together. That wasn't quite meshing, and that's something that is absolutely crucial to Rogue. That has been such a huge strength for them this split that needs to come back.
If they can keep it up to the rest of the series, the reigning champions have bounced back. We'll see if they get a rematch against Fnatic in tomorrow's final. That's what's at stake. Yes, yes, yes.
Whenever we find our mojo in this team, we're a really good team.
Into the wall. Wunder finds the double stun, but he's shut down. Reckless gets another. Dredge line onto Mickey. He goes down as well.
I feel like if we were to lose on Sunday, we wouldn't have redeemed ourselves.
Hitting in the wings, Dredge line from Mickey's buying so much time. Webbo's going low and he's taken out and down. Now Cap jumping into the backline looking for Reckless. Gets the kill onto Reckless, but how much more can he do? Selfbait is rampaging across Cap's face.
And it's actually very possible to be the new kings in Europe.
Orange, thank you.
Our teams are so good this year.
I can't believe they actually made it. What? It's what champions eat.
Beko Harvest Fresh preserves vitamins for longer by simulating the natural 24-hour sun cycle. Beko, eat like a pro.
Have a bite. It's good.
I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. Dancing without you, out you, out you. Tell strangers about you, about you, about you. You're not here to take me home, so I'll party on my own. I'm dancing without you.
This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me, with the LEC.
Come on, dance with me. Let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Do that Pepe D.
Time for a show. Show 'em how you outplay. Go and check the replay. Dubs like all day. Boy, you better know. Know that it might be just a little hyphy. Trying to call about these watches go. Cause the games are straight fight. Every team fight coming down to the wire. The whole world trying just to look like us. Take a look at your league. Wish you played like us. Natana shook reality. You're facing a tragedy when the European legacy comes sucking down your pride to be. Those feelings of anxiety. The future you don't want to see. The wrath of our whole dynasty. It spells LEC.
This could be the final chance. Our last dance together. This could be the final chance. Our last dance. Are you ready?
Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Do that Pepe D.
Talk that good shit. Boy, you better back it up. If you want the LPL, sorry, that's just not enough, cause we got every team fighting lane flashbox. When they clash, you would never last less than 100. Bring your A game if you want to claim fame, that'd be your main aim. Now you're in the right lane. Show up or shut up, no time for excuses. Can't take a series, you're probably just useless. You want a shot at us, you can come get it. If you're just talking, then you can forget it. We're gonna blow up, we're on the rise. Euphoria, this is the vibe. We wear the clown nose and we wear the crown. Kings of the West, you know we hold it down. Light.
This could be the final chance. Our last dance together. This could be the final chance. Our last dance. Are you ready?
Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Do that Pepe D.
We've come a long way since the beginning. The dark days of double streams, vacation memes, now charged up and charging forward. We are the LEC. We can't be stopped, slowed, or suppressed. This tenacity is EU at its best. It's time for the LEC loyals to show their fandom. Put your hands together. This is your anthem.
Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Do that Pepe D.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LEC studios, where the reigning champions bounced back and tied the series in Game 2. It looked dire for G2 well into that second game, but still they managed to turn it around. Let's start with the picks and bans and the adaptations made, and I think we should look at G2's perspective since they did lose that first game. Back on red side, Yamato, what did they do better in this draft?
I don't know if it's so much G2 doing better, because I feel like them just going for, you know, what they have tested in the past, just going back to Volibear, which is the closest thing to sets. I don't know if it's, you know, some supreme adaptation. I feel like it's more about Rogue showing their cards completely with the Akali Hecarim Senna lock-in. Then you know exactly what that composition wants to do. And I think G2 showed already against Fnatic that the Taric adaptation is just perfect against that. And I think this is what drove the game home.
Yeah, it has great anti-dive tools on G2's composition. You talk about the Taric ultimate, you know, someone trying to dive into you, the Scout of the Week, Sion Q being charged up, Volley controls a lot of space, and Volibear's position in this, I feel like he, like Olaf, is a good champion at kind of splitting fights front to back, and that if someone is diving into you, Volibear just has to sprint forward, and as long as he separates the back line from Rogue's front line, then if Rogue don't instantly kill someone in the engagement, then I expect G2 to win the team fight. So that's kind of how I saw this one playing out. My issue is that when you see, like it used to be that when Volibear was the big jungle pick before he got nerfed, that he just basically won every single matchup or every single 2v2. And when you see Syndra, you're like, oh, that's a really strong 2v2 mid jungle. But again, Caps had a phenomenal back half of the game. They're still losing the 2v2 mid-jungle early on. Larssen and Inspired are definitely getting the better of Jankos and Caps in particular.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's so wild because the purpose of the Volibear as a champion is not going to be that effective at later stages in the game. I think the comparison with Olaf is just perfect because 1v1, Volibear is going to win a lot of fights. With the Predator, maybe less so. But in this case, the 2v2s were lost on mid. And if you give an advantage to Hecarim and Akali in different situations where there's not a Taric and a Sion waiting on the other side, then it can get very dangerous.
It can. So let's break up the game then. An Asset in the beginning. Early game, again, not good from G2 and very, very good from the side of Rogue, especially the Hecarim Akali combo, doing work in the early game and putting G2 behind straight from the start.
We thought that this would be Caps favored. And 2 times, again, Caps had a great game on the Syndra, but the lane phase isn't necessarily where he's really shining. And while Larssen did not necessarily misplay, but I think that dive in particular where he could have chosen to kill one person instead of trying to kill both. But what if he executes on that? Then suddenly you're on the back half of this game, you're like, oh my god, Larssen's having an incredible game. I think the real difference is these two gentlemen on your screen right now, Inspired versus Jankos. And they have very different responsibilities to their teams because they're playing very different champions, but I feel like Inspired's just getting the better of it.
Yeah, for sure. I think always with a champion like Hecarim, you imagine that this is a champion that wants to reach level 6 and then wants to begin to have impact. But he's always finding that first blood, the beautiful movement where he dodged the Sindri. He completely mechanically outplayed the Caps in the mid lane. And with that being said, you know, getting those advantages with Hecarim is something that should put you in a position to win the game. But with the Taric adaptation, it just became too hard.
You keep going back to that Taric adaptation. I just want to like kind of button this up in the sense of we do want to see a little bit more from Jankos, right, going forward. I mean, even if you win that game as G2, you don't want to get that far behind early, right? But as Yamato said, do you want to add something there?
I agree with you. But
or you don't mind?
It's like, it's so hard because they just have very different things.
Yeah.
I will say that Rogue really showed me that they are not going to lose the 2v2, because that was what we had expected, that if anyone will win 2v2 mid-jungle, it should be G2. Jankos and Caps are so powerful, but Rogue came to play together, and on a champion like Hecarim that you usually don't expect to get that far ahead, Inspired and Larssen are making us eat our hordes.
Exactly, and they're doing fantastically in that. And as said, Yamato, now you can talk about the Taric. We're going to get into those team fights in the mid lane, especially this one around 17 minutes. Talk to me about kind of Mickey's play and how this all works in the team fights.
It's just the fact that everyone gets to survive with a sliver of health, always against the champions that Rogue have with the Hecarim and the Akali. It's all about, you know, in the first wave of ultimates, are you going to shut those targets down, and then you get to sustain with, of course, the Hecarim W, with the Conqueror if you have it, and of course the Akali. But the Taric shuts everything down. Everything becomes so predictable in Rogue's pattern of play because of how they drafted with Akali and Hecarim so early on. So G2 just need to be like, okay, we're going to poke, and then the enemy has to go into us because there's no threat of any range capabilities on Rogue's side.
What's so funny to me is we kind of set up this entire day that even with Rogue kind of showing the new picks that they did in their previous series, that they really hadn't changed their playstyle that much. And we talked about G2's playstyle being mid-jungle into bot lane and trying to snowball. They've completely changed. G2 is actually playing the Rogue playstyle, where it's like group up as 5 and like a little death ball. They try to dive in, you survive it, and then you win. And Rogue are trying really hard to press advantages, you know, trying to set up dives and making a lot more plays around that mid-jungle. And even though it's not the cleanest games, I am still very excited for both these teams to showcase the versatility of them heading into Worlds.
I have to agree. I really like it just also in this best of 5 that we're seeing good things from both sides. Let's take a look at the other team fight that really sealed the deal for G2 Esports. And with that also, talk about a bit of the individuals on the lineups. I think Caps shines in these late game team fights and these mid game team fights as well, and I think he really came into his own in the second game. He has been a standout performer for me.
Yeah, I think this is kind of the part in the game where Caps really started to pop off, and then it all just got better from here. You know, it's interesting because I disagree a lot with what the teams are fighting over. Like, I don't think that this is the cleanest series that we've seen from both teams, although I do like that we're seeing some experimentation. And also, there's some weird mechanical mistakes, and then some of the mechanical outplays, I don't know, maybe we're warming up. It got a little bit better as the series went on, but now, going into Game 3, I really want Caps to continue with kind of the same claps that we expect for him going into it, because I was like, lane phase, kind of non-existent. Back end, great.
Sorry, we don't have a lot of time, but I just wanted to get your thoughts on the fact that Rogue chose blue side for this third game, Yamato.
Oh, okay.
Do you think they run back Hecarim priority?
I think Hecarim is going to continue, but just change the mid lane prior, because the Akali is just, you can't look in Akali Hecarim so early. And I'm hoping that G2 drop the Thresh ban, because I don't get it. Why is Thresh getting banned? The champion is not good.
Who knows? Yeah, G2, they are looking to get a rematch against Fnatic tomorrow, but first, they're going to need to get through Rogue. Find out who takes the lead after this.
Maybe not.
Welcome back to Rogue versus G2, the LEC Summit semi-final. I'm Quickshot, joined by Vedius and Ender as we're jumping into Game 3, and this time round, the pressure is on Rogue. They need to change a few things up maybe make some slightly better decisions in gameplay. But let's turn our attention to the draft. What we've seen is the Hecarim Akali. It worked in game 1, it didn't really work in game 2. I wonder if it's going to happen again in game 3.
Yeah, it's interesting, because we heard Yamato Cannon being very strongly and passionately about the Akali Hecarim getting locked in so early for Rogue. And I do feel like in the early laning phase, Akali definitely was very successful. Hecarim was able to find a lot of these plays with Inspired piloting him. But overall, compositionally, G2 had so many answers to catch the engage of Rogue, and that's where I'm hoping to back up this Hecarim pick. They have more hard engage options. Return to the Ornn, try to find the Ashe potentially if G2 don't take that away, because last game it was Inspired leading the charge and usually dying very quickly.
I agree with you, Ender. So let's see what the pivots are. LeBlanc taken off the board. Caitlyn, nothing too crazy. If we're sticking to convention, Set will now be banned. Then we'll also see the Lucian ban from G2. Wow, look at me, I'm on fire.
Well, what's next? Zoe?
It could very well be the Zoe. Oh! Do we see the Hecarim ban now? Is it banned?
You have to feel it's going to be.
There it is.
Inspired.
Twitter gets what they want. There was
such a fantastic performance, multiple games in a row, and we'll see the first Lilia of the series.
Looks like it. I'm excited. I think that Lilia is a very strong champion right now. Scales extremely well. Cheeky hover from G2 of the Akali. A little bit dangerous, of course. But with Ashe still open, I feel like that should be the priority for G2. Perkz, very talented Ashe player. And I think that it would be foolish not to lock that in.
Well, in the previous game, it had a significant impact in the mid-game in terms of some of those engages with the Ashe Arrow. And I want to see what G2 do against this Lilia. Last week when they played Mad, the only game they lost against the Mad Lions was up against Shadow's Lilia. And frankly, he ruffle stopped it. He snowballed that game so quickly. And it's one of the things I'm excited to see how G2 can adapt.
If I remember that series correctly, though, didn't G2 also beat Shadow's Lilia once? So
it was game. It was game 3.
Okay, Trevor. I feel like you're kind of mixing the stats up on that one. It's a little misleading.
Is what I liked. Now, Jankos on the Graves. I'm seeing a lot of chatter on social media about Jankos' Graves from game number 1 and his performance on, like, quote-unquote carry junglers. What's your take on how he's played it and what you'd expect?
Well, I would say I don't really feel like we saw Jankos' Graves. I thought we saw him make a very foolish early pathing decision to try and contest top crab that set him very far behind. But with the Graves, I really liked it into the Hecarim, who does physical damage. I like it less against a Lilia. The true get passive that Jankos built up, not going to be as effective against an AP jungler.
So, Aphelios has been locked in for Hansama. Now, I have quite a few thoughts here. Largely because the first one is that this is Hansama's most played champion of the split. The other thing is it seems to me that we've been seeing a lot of Senna's into Ashes so far in Europe, and it feels like that Senna almost automatically always concedes pressure in the laning phase against Ashe. And it feels like the bot lane that has agency gets to move around the map first, and then that team ultimately has a lot more control. Now, what's interesting is when you pair Aphelios with Thresh, this actually creates quite a strong 2 versus 2 lane, but you can actually do quite a lot with it. Does that necessarily make it stronger than a Senna in the 2 versus 2 against an Ashe specifically? I'm not entirely convinced, but Hansama clearly is confident in his comfort pick.
Yeah, the thing is, with the Aphelios, you can match Ashe in the range department early on in lane phase with the Calirum, but you're not going to be able to match her push until you get the Infernum a little bit later on. So I think that Ashe plus Nautilus, especially with his E, should get control easier in the early stages of the lane, but of course, that can swing a little bit later on with some good bullet management.
And of course, Vedias, you mentioned it, Hansama's most played 10 games during the regular season, 7 of which were victories for him, and this is his first Aphelios in playoffs. As we jump into phase 2 bans, the Akali is now removed, as is the Ornn. Rogue targeting the Camille for now. So we're going to see how will these 2 team compositions round out. Zoe was banned for the first 2 games and in the first phase. Would it fit the comp?
I don't love Zoe against Thresh in particular. That being said, Caps is a phenomenal Zoe player, but the Lantern offers a lot of safety. So if Mickey or Vander rather is playing a good game on this Thresh and is always around to offer up a Lantern, you can deny any follow-up on those Sleepy Trouble bubbles.
I think it's going to be Azir. I think it's going to be Azir. I wanted to say Ornn, but obviously Ornn is banned. The other thought was Gangplank, and that would be very Rogue-esque. Because they need a front line.
I would prefer a Sion, personally.
That's what I think. I think a Sion would be better. I think Gangplank blind is really dangerous, but
They're going to do it, okay. I think that Gangplank Blind is largely what punished Rogue so much in their series versus Fnatic, and I think that we already saw what Wunder is capable of doing, and also I think that G2 could just go for the Scion once again. So I think that Rogue have kind of backtracked a little bit. Of course, we still have the carry jungler, but it seems to me that if you had replaced Lilia with a Trundle, this is a regular season Rogue comp that we've been pretty much seeing all summer long.
Yeah, I will say Rogue still do have a lot of good zone control options to deal with the Graves. That's one of the things that gives him a really tough time as a pick. Like an Azir, the Gangplank barrels being on the ground can be relatively difficult for him, but Wunder is going to go back to the Neeko ranged matchup in the GP, obviously going to be very, very good, but this is something G2 love to do. They see Wunder playing against Finn, they're like, get the counter pick and slam him in lane.
It does surprise me, though, because when he hovered so many other counter picks, right? He was hovering... I know Shen isn't a counter to it, but I know Shen can do well into the GP. But he hovered Cho'Gath, he also hovered Sion, and I was like, I feel like both of those make a little bit more sense to me than the Neeko does, especially during the laning phase when you could just orange out the route. So I'm curious as to how this matchup plays out. Maybe there's more that I haven't quite figured out yet, because also I think Neeko is great against dive comps, but Rogue's comp doesn't really feel like a dive comp. It feels very front to back, so the Neeko pick does surprise me.
Yeah, and when you see like Lilia, she's a very fast champion, so a lot of Neeko's CC is very telegraphed, delayed. You see her ultimate, of course, Thresh to deal with that too, so this is going to be a little bit of a spicy one for Wunder in the top lane.
We'll find out if he can make it work. He's 6-0 undefeated on that Neeko and has played at these playoffs already. G2 taking on Rogue. And I don't have my music transition. It's really hard to time that. It's so hard to time that.
Just sing for us, Trevor.
Are we supposed
Not
to
a
just not say anything? I don't know. It's weird. They've changed the rules.
We do have a member of Electronic with us. Maybe he should sing for us next time.
Time for a show. Anyway, jumping into game 3. Let's have a look at the minimap. Ender, let's talk about like early jungle pathing, early vision. We can see that the Graves has dropped this little ward here. Same for the Lilia, likely going to go back and get that early reset. What do we think of a jungle pathing, Ender?
Well, obviously, whenever Lilia's going to be in the game, the highest priority is like Raptor Camp, because Lilia loves to sprint through her jungle and take those away. And it was one of the reasons why I was like, maybe this Neeko pick is more about getting priority for Jankos to play much more aggressively. Because back in game 1, Jankos was constantly invading the top side jungle for Rogue and wasn't able to play for the early crabs like he would have liked to, or those Gromp camps without getting punished. So he wanted some stronger lanes this time around, which hints to me that he'd like to play a little more aggressively inside of Inspired's jungle. But I think as far as early pathing is concerned, with the good vision placed down by Rogue at level 1, Jankos is going to be confined to his jungle for his first 5 games.
Looks like it. Gonna be starting off with the red buff. Yeah, she looked for a
I mean, he could go red to blue. Like, that's an option, but because of all the vision, he does have Sweeper that will spot it out, but I don't know. He's going to try to run topside, but again, early ward will make this play not work out.
Wunder's trading very heavily with Finn for the time being. Finn pretty happy to fight in the minion wave. Now starts to back away. Jankos decided not to go up towards that lane, and a parlay to the face. Means Wunder does take a lot of damage. The wave will stop pushing towards him.
Now, Finn is taking the gamble here that Jankos did not stick around in the top side, because as you can see, like, his wave is built up. It's a little bit larger. It should be pushing towards Wunder's side, and with the ward being cleared out by Jankos, like, the Graves could be up here, but of course, Finn realizes, like, Jankos probably not going to waste that much time in case he did back away, so we'll hit level 2 and maintain control. But I think Jankos is going to loop around for a level 3 gank after finishing off the Krug camp. This is a little bit uncommon of a path to go down to your Raptors and then back up top, but it is always to set up for a top lane play.
Wunder has to reset now. He has to. He's taken far too much damage. Finn burning all of his resources in order to stay healthy with the... why have I forgotten the name? The health pot that gives you 3 things.
Corrupting Potion.
Corrupting Potion, thank you. I buy it all the time. It's just the thing that gives me health. Yeah, he's going to burn that to get a lot of early aggression. But here comes the Graves, the TP in as well.
The gank is so hard, though. There's a giant minion wave here. Jankos will get past it, though.
Okay, so Wunder's already going to lose something if that manages to make it to the tower. That will be the flash secured. And Jankos and Wunder will say, we're happy with that.
Look at the wave, though. Oh, this is a juicy freeze. Of course, Finn does have the TP, so he's likely going to be able to TP back in and break this. The thing that he has to be careful of, that if he does just suddenly TP back in, there is, of course, like this TP.
Yes.
Notice he TP'd to the tower, not to the minion wave, because if the Graves was just sitting in there, then it would have been very bad for Finn, and he could have just given away.
Yeah, Finn also saw Jankos walk into the bush there, so knows there's only one to clear away, but this has meant that Inspired gets so much time to walk in here and steal away Jankos' blue buff. They could even look to turn it on towards Mickey, but I mean, now Inspired is in a beautiful position. He takes bot side Scuttle Crab, he can get the respawn of his Raptor camp, and then, I mean, if I'm Inspired, I might even forget about my own red buff and just look to play for the top side Crab as well.
Does he manage to do that? Looks to be the case, well, for the time being at least. I mean, Inspired had the help there of Hudsummer and Vander. I was looking at the minimap. Larson had actually backed, was not available while Caps was dealing with a big wave in front of him. And they managed to steal away that buff. It is so oppressive when Lilia is able to run through the jungle in the speed that she is, and she's making her way towards that crab, so it does look like that's what's happening here, Ender.
Yeah, I'm big fan of this one, especially with the pressure Finn was able to build up in the top side map. Difficult thing is Caps did teleport back to lane with push, and Inspired Smite going to be a few seconds off for both junglers. Even with the level 4, it's hard to walk in because Caps is first on the move.
Yeah, Wunder and Caps both started to peel towards the river. Waves pushed towards Finn and Larson respectively, so Jankos able to get the crab, Scuttle Crab up in the top lane. Maintain just a minor advantage for now, but Jankos already off to a slightly better start than we saw from game number 1, and we'll find a slightly low health Inspired and try to steal away the Gromp, which he does.
This is exactly what I was talking about. This is where I think the Neeko picks makes a lot more sense in the context of what G2 is trying to accomplish and what Jankos is trying to accomplish, because now Jankos gets the respawns of both the Gromp camp, says thank you for leash, and the Raptor 2. Here we go.
Death Sentence into the Flay. Exhaust comes out. That's the cleanse as well. Ignite comes down. Mickey goes down for first blood.
Of all the times for Mickey's hook not to hit the wall, it's in a situation where he needs it to escape.
And it was Perks on Euphoria that said dying 2v2 in the current meta is kind of cringe, and losing in a matchup like this against Hans Sommer's comfort pick is definitely not the situation that G2's bot lane want to find themselves in.
We were talking about whether the Aphelios or the Senna would, how they would play out in the laning phase. It helps when Vander gets his hands on the Thresh, gets a fantastic Death Sentence, and just manages to set up Hans Sommer, as we said, 10 games during the regular season on this pick. It's his first one in playoffs. It's the first Aphelios of playoffs as well. And with his first back, will grab himself boots and that Bee of Swords. So that's going to be a little frustrating to deal with for Perks.
Here we go. Mickey's in mid lane. Doesn't connect on the hook, though.
That's 2 misses that could have been very important.
So I find it funny that Larson literally just stood behind minions and then didn't move, because most people would, but respect for him for the patience. Now we see a loop around.
Try number 2.
Jankos is around level 5.
Don't even burn it.
Available for Larson. As the Swirl Seed is chucked out, that will go all the way across the map. But Summoner Spell there was used, and at the end of the day, now G2 looking for another engage. They find themselves the Dredge line onto Vander. Sleepy Trouble Bubble will travel through the wall, and Vander's able to escape. He's forced to flash and use that Blast Cone. But G2 are hunting. They're trying to find targets.
Trying to utilize some of the pressure that Caps can bring on this Zoe. They also now rotate through to the bot side of the map. They know that the bot side Scuttle is spawning. It looks like Jankos just wants to offer a little bit of assistance so they can push this out. Maybe look for an early Drake. He is sunning up for it. He is going to kick this one off on the Graves. Should be relatively easy to solo this one out. And then G2 can look for an early swap up towards top side. Kind of going old school. I say old school. We were seeing it during the regular season where you would very commonly see this 8-minute swap. And funnily enough, you would very often see it from a rogue. They would get early priority through the bot side of the map, secure the early Drake, swap up to top at around 8 minutes, play for that objective. And that's where they built a lot of their advantages, through playing for these early neutrals.
And look at the map play, because obviously it's very easy to focus on the Dragon, but Caps picked up a flash out of mid lane and then walked all the way into the enemy Raptor camp to try and find Inspired. The same was said of Wunder, who pushed out the top wave, walked in, placed a control ward, placed a ward inside of Inspired's jungle up there too. So G2 with very strong map control, setting up for a potential swap on the reset, but here we go with the hook.
Inspired has sat down in that bottom lane for a very long time. The Death Sentence will not connect, as Mickey's able to use that Dredge line to safety. Jankos now arrives in time, and the damage is coming out from the Rangers' focus. Hans Sommer gets caught, blown up, and dead, as Mickey is able to find the support. Now, it's not done yet, as Caps is making his way through the Tribush, and that's so much damage from the collateral damage. And Inspired may be the next target on the list. Sidesteps the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, gets away from the Sleepy Trouble Bubble, and the Lilia speed just allows her to run away to safety, enlisting the help of the Krugs to body block the Paddle Star, and the Dredge line is also moved away from. Man, her movement speed is just disgusting.
Look, it's nasty, but Rogue lost big time at the end of the day. Both bot laners do end up falling in Hans Sommer and Vander, and it's again with Rogue committing so hard for a play. Inspired is down towards the bottom side, so of course Vander's just like, hey, I can lantern you in, we can go for the play. And I'm not quite sure. I think Finn was already level 6 at the start of this play, but his ultimate does come in quite late.
So what I think is really interesting is Nico actually rotated up from the top lane down towards blue buff and actually spotted out very quickly that the blue buff was still there. So G2 in their eyes are probably thinking that, hey, it's actually safe on the bot side of the map, not realizing that Inspired is just sitting here only level 5. So they aren't able to make this play happen. Then the Graves gets level 6, throws the ultimate out and secures that kill onto Vander. So as you rightly said, Ender, a lot committed in terms of both time, resources, summoner spells, everything, to only result in failure in what could have been a very strong play for Rogue Boss.
Inspired was sitting in that bottom lane because he had no camps in the southern quadrant at all for a very long time, and then the play obviously doesn't work out. The kills were picked up by Jankos and Mickey respectively. That'll give G2 the lead for now. But it's just been very coordinated thus far as the gank in that bottom lane. And Hans Summer on the Aphelios, we'll have to see how he continues to scale up into the game, because we've seen 200 years, time and time and time again. But if he's caught by an Ash Arrow or a Sleepy Trouble Bubble, he may not have the opportunity to go full 200 years, as he really does shine against a lot of those closer range sort of melee type champions. Is now Inspired, is now making his way towards the middle lane. No one there yet, capturing a lot of respect and sitting very far back.
Yeah, so at this point, Larssen does have push over mid and will walk down. I don't think Rogue can really look to make a play down towards bot side. Perkz and Mickey playing quite cautiously with Jankos around the top. But Jankos did just finish Warrior, so he feels super, super strong. And there's a TP ward for Wunder, who just got his teleport in behind. It's about to expire, and G2 are going to miss the window.
Oh, Hans Summer and Vander didn't realize how close they could have been there to death. Managed to back away. But again, 3 games in a row. 3 times we've seen both G2 and Rogue fully committing to this type of dive gameplay, which is very, very fun. And if you look at the minimap for now, Jankos pushing in towards the bottom quadrant. Perkz will be forced to use the cleanse. He's still sitting on the flash. TP comes out. That's the Ash Arrow locking down Vander. He will get taken out before Caps can even arrive. And the Trouble Bubble will pick up the second. So nicely done.
Best part, it wasn't even Wunder's TP. Cap switched over to that with the Spellbook, runs into that bottom lane, picks up 2 kills. Now Jankos inside the enemy jungle, but is it too much?
All right, Swirl Seed comes out. That will hold him in place for now. Here comes Larssen. Flash away from Jankos. Keeps him alive, and the Sleepy Trouble Bubble falls just so short. He even gets the red buff on the way out.
Okay, execution is now starting to fumble from Rogue, and you can see that G2 is slowly starting to ramp up as the series is progressing. That bot lane play initially, that was a hook onto Perkz. He gets caught out, but the instant cleanse is what allows him to turn this play back in his favor. Good patience from the G2 bot lane, and then Jankos, knowing that he had the numbers advantage, goes for the invade, is able to steal away the red buff. Rogue continuing trying to invest in things and not actually getting a huge amount of return. So what was in game 1 a huge outplay from Rogue individually now feels like G2, the shoe's on the other foot.
There's no doubt about it. And Wunder still has his TP. Just before Caps teleported into that bottom lane, we were talking about how Wunder could join. There was that, deep ward inside the lane. He's up 30 CS in the top lane, by the way, and still could set up a play. That Pop Blossom could be huge, especially on a flashless Hans Summer.
Yeah, so with Finn teleporting up into the top side, Wunder holding on to his, that means Rogue are going to be giving up this Ocean Drake for nothing. Here we go, Finn going in though.
Looking for the solo kill. Pop Blossom is stepped away from. Parley comes out. Finn's been down the whole time, and Inspired will run up and not chase further. Wunder's flash is secured. It's traded for Finn's. And while that's going on, now G2 may be setting up for a dive down bottom. Rogue are aware of it though. Larssen gets caught by the Sleepy Trouble Bubble. Paddle Side hits him in the face. Ignite as well. Auto and Auto. Cap stepping forward with a Spell Thief. Goes Golden under the tower thanks to the stopwatch, and Larssen not dead just yet. The tower will finally take him out as Wunder actually commits the TP for the play and won't be able to get anything more.
Yeah, but just Caps is just styling on Larssen in the mid lane, picking up a million different summoner spells, had an Ignite, picked up his Flash, the Zone, or used the stopwatch there too, while Jankos can find the Ocean Dragon right here. This is a very different G2 in Game 3.
And what a disappointing end result for Larssen. He's had so many opportunities to outplay Caps, to get those solo kills onto Caps, and he's missed every single one of them. But then the moment you give that opportunity to Caps, he's diving under your tower, he gets that kill. He's now 3-0-0 on his most played champion this split, and G2 is set up to carry this game.
It's just a drastic difference, and like you said, a few pivotal skill shots. How different could things be? That tower dive in game number 2 from Larssen Akali could have had that double kill, unable to complete it. and it just plays out in G2's favor. This time around, though, Capsy locked in the Zoe. We weren't 100% sure in terms of the composition, but he's making it work, and his tower dives in conjunction with Jankos' Graves is just putting so much pressure onto Rogue. They're 3k gold up. The Ash Arrow connects onto Vanda, and that's so much damage onto Inspired. Now Cap starts to fall back as Larssen arrives with the TP. Moonlight Vigil comes down as well, and the Emperor's Divide will at least lock Mickey down. He gets the dredge line to the wall and will go down. As now Larssen and the rest of Rogue are going to push towards the tower.
Yeah, very important kill there for Larssen to be able to pick up. They have the Rift Herald. They could drop this one 10 seconds away from plates going down. I feel like they had to drop it there to play for the plates. They lose out on a lot of potential gold by not making that play, and that is just too late.
I mean, Caps has still got the flash available to him. He's trying to just fish for Rogue members. So much damage onto Hans Sama. Sleepy Trouble Bubble, sidestep by everyone on Rogue. The recall has finished now, so Larssen manages to make it out, but Caps is not done yet. Paddle Star, not going to find a target. One more time. They're getting a hit by Vanda, body blocked.
It's a casual 1v3.
This is insane. Like, that was a 1v3. Are you kidding? That is ridiculous. Ridiculous.
Oh my word. Caps is just styling on Rogue right now, and
he broke the entire game. That's how good his Zoe was. He portal jumped into a different dimension.
Oh my word, Caps. All right, we're going to get some more information for you in a little bit, but wow. Like,
I've got some information for you.
Yeah.
Caps, pretty damn good.
Could Rogue have done something different there? Like, they practically ignored him and let him shoot them, right?
Well, so from their perspective, like, Caps can't approach, right? However, Caps, his goal there isn't really to approach, it's just to utilize his insanely long range and to just, like, keep hitting you out. And I think that Vanda's perspective is, okay, if I stand here, he can't come over the wall because I can hook him, I can flame, he's going to die. And then Caps is like, I don't care about you. And he never gave him an opportunity. So, yeah, that was pretty wild. Caps now sitting at 4 kills. G2 sitting at a pretty sizable gold advantage.
Absolutely the case. If you are sticking with us, we don't know quite yet, on the caster desk at least, what the cause of the pause is. Our production team are currently investigating. As soon as I have more information, I will share with you. But G2 definitely awake. I was a little bit nervous in game 1 in terms of, you know, how they were playing and how they were performing. But in like typical G2 fashion, lose game 1 and then start to ramp up throughout the course of the series. And this is a dominant lead before what is about 15 minutes.
Yeah, we're seeing them play much better. I think like individually Caps showing up in the mid lane, of course, with a solo kill over Larssen is going to be a really big deal. But I also think like Jankos' early pathing on the Graves, very different to game number 1, using the priority we saw from Wunder in the top lane to make some plays, to burn Finn's flash very early too, and transitioning that power into early objectives like the Dragon down bot side too. I do feel like G2 as a team are just playing the map much better than we saw the last couple games.
Definitely the case. And I think one of the things that I'm going to be interested to see and discuss after this fact is that for Rogue as a team and for the individual players, especially the likes of Larssen, this was a measuring stick series. You know, how competitive are they with G2? They were the underdogs coming in. They managed to pick up game number 1, the first time in the organization's history. And Larssen's Akali is going to be a talking point. You know, there's a few minor points that are pivotal in the impact that he had in the game. You see what Caps can do on the Zoe, and those few skill shots go wide, and it's just that last step that Larssen has to get control of in the high-pressure games.
I mean, so this is the really interesting thing, right? With champions like Akali, with champions that have extremely high skill expression, you look at players internationally that are like renowned for this, but like Caps, Amisai last year definitely earned a reputation on his Akali and his Sylas. Showmaker is another very well-known Akali player. Like, he was an Akali one-trick, insanely talented, right? You have, like, rookie Syndra, for example. Like, there are certain champions internationally that you have to respect, you have to acknowledge, and you have to realize how insanely powerful they are. And it's valuable if you can pick them and take those away from people. And I think that while I still have a lot of faith in Larssen's Akali, there is still a little bit of a gap. At least what we've seen so far in this series between him and perhaps some of the strong international competition. So I think eyes are still on Larssen to see how he stacks up against Caps. I think that in the first 2 games, he and Inspired together were very strong, but here in game 3, with the comforts of Caps, you can start to see some of the differences between them.
Yeah, and I definitely think, you know, something I said when we were off air in between games is that it feels like the Rogue game plan in games 1 and 2 was just go. You know, throw yourself in there, go for the fights. Game 1, they had a lead, they had the information, so it looked fantastic. Game 2, playing from a deficit, it didn't quite work out. Now we're in game 3. G2 have gotten very far ahead with some fantastic tower dives, and I want to see how they're going to come back.
Yeah, because in games 1 and 2, don't forget, like even game 2 that they lost, Inspired was still able to find plays and make stuff happen early on the Hecarim, playing around mid lane and sort of shutting down Caps' ability to make big plays. And in this game on the Lilia, he has been very much contained. And when I look around, it doesn't feel like there's a lot of opportunities to make a lot of plays. Like Nico's just really hard to deal with in the top lane. You don't really want to go up there. Bot side, it's an Ashe and a Nautilus. Those plays have gotten turned around on them a couple of times now too. So Rogue have tried to make plays. They just haven't really found the mark.
And I think that the thing that concerns me is that we're kind of seeing a Rogue draft that, you know, they were heavily criticized for, like coming into playoffs. This was the type of drafting that they lost to Fnatic with, because sometimes you don't have as much agency in the early game. Sometimes you don't have the level of early playmaking, or you're putting Inspired in a position where he can carry, or you're putting Larssen in a position where he can do the same. And so I think that the fact that they're kind of defaulting to this after some of the pocket key picks have been banned away is a little bit concerning, and hopefully with at the very least another game left, we get to see some more adaptation. But still a long way left to go in this game as we figure out what's going on.
I've been waiting for the monologue to end. It was fantastic, by the way. Thank you.
I was sending
Do you have an update? Currently, we are experiencing a technical issue with one of our observer PCs, or our observer PCs in the studio, where the game is in a forced pause. The gameplay for the players at home are currently unaffected, and the teams are still playing currently. We will be back on the Rift soon. As we work on this issue, let's send it back to the analyst desk.
Bye.
Thank you very much. So hopefully we can get into that very soon. That's kind of an awkward one, because like, you know the game's being played, yet we're not showing it. It's that's an awkward one. But hopefully, yeah, I would say Rogue could actually benefit from an actual pause, probably, because it seems like
a reset.
A reset, because it feels like they have went into a reset in terms of kind of picks and bans and play style after that second game. And I know you guys were mentioning the fact that out of the different styles we've seen, we don't actually want to see too much of this style for Rogue.
I mean,
or
I don't care if Rogue play this style, because they are very good at it. I do care that they try to force outside of when their champions are powerful.
Okay.
And I think that's kind of what the casters were dancing around. Like, if you want to do this, that's fine. But like, if you have an Azir, an Aphelios, a Gangplank, and a Lilia, there's no reason to try to be forcing early fights, especially against G2's composition, and kind of throwing some of these leads away.
I'm also so confused because we saw the Thresh ban now in 2 games, and this was probably the reason why, but picking Aphelios Thresh when you only see Ashe and Graves is so silly. The Zoe comes in, and then, of course, the last pick, Nico. They were considering the Cho'Gath, but they just want to pick more and more ranged champions against the Aphelios. And playing Aphelios against this team is going to be so difficult. That's why we've seen Aphelios been kind of phased out from the meta. He was too OP at one point, where he could create like magical moments, and even though he's short range, there were moments where he's not, where he's just sniping people. And those moments have kind of gone away, and his strengths are very clear. If people run into him, he's going to get some pentacles. But this is a game where no one's going to ever run into him. He's going to get smoke screens, he's going to get slowed by the Glacial Augment. This is a very tough game to play. And I feel like this reminds me of the second game draft too, where there will be a point in time where Rogue's draft will have to face the consequence of what is a team fight, and that's going to be so difficult to execute because you have these champions that are so good ranged against Aphelios and Azir, and it's going to be just not a situation where they run in.
Sorry to jump in, Frosk. I have a small update, and then I'll get straight back over to you. As an update, the observers are reloading back in the game right now. We'll be back in the game in just 3 minutes, which gives us just a little bit of time, and a perfect amount of time, to give your final thoughts about this draft.
Okay, well, my final thoughts, I guess, if we're just...
I mean, they're 3 minutes long, so it doesn't necessarily have to be
I was like, do we get to talk about the Zoe now? But I don't know if we want... Okay, I really want to talk about the Zoe. So the fact that Zoe was allowed through, that they banned the Akali, and then the Syndra ban came in, I think that should have been a Zoe ban. Now, obviously, you have to pick your poison. Do you give Caps his Syndra, which is an incredible champion, or do you give Caps his Zoe, which has a really good matchup into Azir? And then Larssen had to make the hard choice. Am I playing Azir this game? Am I playing the Orianna? He decides to go for Azir. The reason why Zoe is so awesome for Caps is because you hit a single bubble. Doesn't really matter what the game state is, and you can completely turn things. It's how the anticlimactic end of G2's last series went. We're like, oh yeah, they're gonna set up for deep vision. Nope, Caps finds a snipe, and then suddenly the game just ends. It is such a powerful champion for him and G2, and not every Zoe player can do that, but Caps can. And now Rogue just have to survive it, but Collapse has come online, and it doesn't look like they're going to.
And it seems like all of G2's players are playing more crisp than they were, especially in that first game, right, Yamato?
Yeah, it's been kind of a sloppy day where we didn't see any kind of incredible mechanical outplays or anything. I think there was a lot of mechanical misplays that were settled with how the drafts are supposed to be played out. And this game, I think this is kind of what we expected from the matchup between Rogue and G2, a strong 2v2 into bottom side pressure. But I just want to add the final point. Please first pick Ashe. This champion is so OP. LCK has shown you this for a very long time. Just first pick the Ashe, damn it.
Yeah, just first picked Ashe indeed. And I want us to be careful because the game is not over. We don't know what has gone on that we haven't seen. So let's think about, the series not being over and this game not being over, because I think we deserve to give Rogue that credit. First off, is this game turnable or is this it for Rogue for this game at least?
No, I think they absolutely have win conditions here. But the thing is when Rogue fall back to their plan B, it's get Larssen to a side lane, funnel as much CS into him, and then hopefully Larssen can carry with the team fight. But I think Gangplank is actually the more important champion for this composition based on what they're facing with G2.
I think so as well. The GP ult is very powerful against this comp. I agree there. I think they have a lot of champions that have the potential to create situations that are very chaotic. One trash hook lands and all of a sudden, the game shifts.
It's banned for a reason, right?
Yeah, maybe. I think it's troll.
You're like, no.
I think it's troll, but okay, let's see. Gangplank Barrels can do something magic. Lilia, maybe she gets a 5-man sleep. Who knows? Azir can do some crazy stuff too. They have some room to outplay, but to do it against G2 feels almost impossible, but maybe it can happen.
I mean, they didn't beat them once before today, and they did that. So in terms of impossible, I think it's all changed a bit in the minds of Rogue, hopefully. So let's think back then, or let's think forward in the context of the series, because no matter how this game goes, right, either will be on match point. How do you see the rest of the series evolving?
Well, we think that Rogue's priority has been Hecarim, Lilia, and I think it will change to if Hecarim's denied that they'll grab the Ashe, because I think Ashe is causing a lot of problems. I think that will be the first takeaway from this draft. I think the second takeaway, depending on how Larssen feels with the Azir matchup, is if he goes towards the Akalis or Lucians, these very lane-dominant champions in terms of their kill and trade pressure, or if he sticks with kind of the more farming, scaling mid laners.
I feel like Rogue's biggest problem as well is just the top side. I feel like Wunder is just getting the better end of anything that's happening. Like this game, maybe GP had a good start, but it just didn't seem to matter. And I'm not so impressed by Finn on his Gangplank. I don't know if he can find some confidence or something else, but it just seems like he's a liability. I agree with the Ashe change up to first pick Ashe. I think that's a big deal when Hecarim's out of the picture. I think Leah first pick is kind of strange, especially when Lucian is out, because you're going to have double AP in the mid lane, so the 2v2 power that Rogue showed in this series so far is no longer relevant. I want to see that strong combination again, because that is enough to win games if the draft allows you to. And in game number two?
Last game.
Last game, yes, game number 2.
No, this is 3.
This is 3, but game number 2, they were ahead. Hecarim and Akali were ahead, and it just didn't matter because Taric just waved his hammer, and that's it.
Yeah.
I do want to go back to the Gangplank point. We had Finn on Euphoria, I think 2.5 or 3 weeks ago, and he talked about specifically how Gangplank really wasn't a champion that was made for him. But here we go, we got something more important.
Yeah, it's like in bright orange on the teleprompter, the observers are ready, so let's head back onto the Rift.
Go, guys, go!
Thank you so much, Sharks. If you are just joining us, we did unfortunately have a problem with our Observer PCs in the studio, which has been resolved. We'll be jumping back into game at the exact point that it did pause. And if you have missed the early game, well, Claps is smashing. He's on the Zoe. Him and the rest of G2 have found repeated success, pretty much ganking that bottom lane.
And he just got a 1v3 kill.
Yes.
So, there you go. That's the last thing that happened, and we are back here. Portal jumped right into the right place, and G2 very much in firm control, and any play they make around Caps is going to go very well for them.
And as you can see, just a brief summary at 15 minutes. It is a 2,000 gold lead, 2 dragons secured for G2. And Wunder is significantly further ahead in terms of farm. He's been bullying Finn a lot. The reason I go straight there is the last thing the analyst desk was talking about was that Gangplank, and something that I don't think we've said too much just now, but Finn has not had a particularly large impact this series.
I liked his Ornn.
Wunder had 2 games in a row, has definitely been the shining star. I mean, he had a couple of good ultimates towards the end of that first game, of course.
I would say that Finn has been pretty consistently counterpicked, and I think that his Ornn performance demonstrated that he can still have impact. But the problem with the blind pick Gangplank is it's you can't just be an R button, you know? I think, unlike you can be with other champions, is, ooh, forces the flash out from Hans Sama.
Of course, the Ash Arrow forced the cleanse, and then the follow-up from Jankos, as well as Mickey manages to force the flash, so Hans Sama is going to be a juicy target. As G2 just continue to put the pressure on, they continue to, you know, threaten the dive.
Yeah, G2 definitely upping the tempo in this one. You see, there's a Mejai's already picked up for Caps. Jankos has gone for a serrated Dirk now too, so the burst damage they have is absolutely insane. And the setup too with you know, tools like the bubbles and the Hextech GLP as well is going to make it really, really hard, I think, for Rogue to dodge the damage, because Rogue don't really have a tank. The flat pen of a serrated Dirk is going to be massive.
Oh, Caps is just going hunting. Every time I see him throw out that paddle star, I'm just waiting to see if he can find a target. Finn is going to be able to push this wave out, and Jankos will complete this. Okay, so no further follow-up there. They've lost one tower in the bottom lane. Finn's going to be catching that wave as best as possible, and the duo set up in the mid lane to farm this one out. And one of the things that we need to see from Rogue is how they're going to find their way back into the game. The analysts were saying it's not impossible.
Teleport.
But it's going to be difficult.
That's Caps.
There is going to be a chase coming down here onto Larssen. No flash available to him. Will use the sliding glide, but is just easily shut down. Can't even really deal any damage.
Well, I feel like this game is becoming check the Mejai stacks, because Caps is very quickly building those up. Already at 12, 5-0-0. As we mentioned earlier, you give Caps an inch and he will take a mile. Arrow comes through.
It does indeed. That will land onto Hans Sama. Remember, who has no flash, no cleanse. Now the next target's going to be Vander, and Inspired is going to get run down by Caps as he's throwing out the paddle stars. Finn will get some damage here, and the powder keg will take out at least Perks, and that will get the flash from Jankos, but it does not feel like it's really enough. Paddle stars again from Caps. Portal jump, Ignite as well. He's not going to be able to find Finn, but they've unlocked.
Everything's fine, Trevor. Everything's fine for Rogue. It is not fine.
No.
G2 absolutely destroying them. You said check the Mejai stacks. We are now up to 22 for Caps' Zoe. Yikes.
Yikes.
Yeah. Yikes indeed.
We now understand why it's been banned every game. You know, like, he's definitely good at the champion, but to have a performance like this, I think will give G2 fans a lot more confidence in their mid laner, and it really shows you how different G2 look when Caps is on form. 1-1-6 for Perks as well. Been setting up a lot of the plays, landing a lot of great arrows, but this Caps level 12 going back in.
Oh my word. Actually,
how much does he do?
Oh,
okay, 25.
Unbelievable. 25 stacks, level 12, 8-0-1.
Vander was like, hey guys, I'll get him. And then Caps was like, who's got who in this situation?
You have some mysterious arrows always popping up on the screen.
I'm not touching it, okay?
The arrow is literally pointing at you, so I don't know. It looks like you're the culprit.
Well, G2 seem to be fully activated, gentlemen. Game 1 didn't go the way they wanted, but for Rogue now, I think talking about the drop, talking about the impact that certain champions have had for them, it has to come to light. I mean, look, they're down 6,000 gold, and there is always the possibility that they can come back in this game, but the odds are very, very low. And the Aphelios has not really worked out, nor is the Lilia this time round.
I mean, in my opinion, it's one of those awkward things where draft is somewhat irrelevant, especially in a situation like this, because a player on the enemy team has 8 kills. So even if you have the best draft in the world that perfectly counters what G2 does, if they have 8 kills and 25 shy stacks at 19 minutes, I'm like, it's still going to be an uphill battle on the way back into the game.
But we have to ask ourselves, like, what actually happened in this game? Because Caps, literally, he solo killed Larssen in mid lane, right? Yep. Dove the tower, got the kill, and then just perma-roamed into bot lane and got all these kills. That's where all the stacks of Mejai's came from. And in games 1 and 2, Inspired was able to play around mid lane. Like, Larssen almost solo killed Caps in the first game. The second game, Inspired kills him at level 4, so there was always pressure going down onto mid lane. This was the first game where there wasn't that pressure, and we saw Caps take over the entire game. And we've seen this all summer split. We've seen this all year long from Caps. He has the ability to completely run you down. So Rogue need to find some way to have that impact around mid lane early on, or it's going to happen again.
Well, let's see what impact can happen down the bottom lane. Pop Blossom comes out, deals a lot of damage onto Finn, but the parlay and the help of Inspired means picks up a kill. And all credit to Finn with the Trinity Force and BF Sword. That's twice now he's put a bunch of damage down. He manages to get the kill this time round. And Hans Sama has been the recipient of all of G2's presence.
They will be able to get that punish, but G2 are trading elsewhere on the map. They're pushing in mid, pushing in top, going to steal away all the jungle camps. Something you'll often see at pro play. The towers, a little still dangerous to go for.
Oh, no! Man, that Sleepy Trouble Bubble just sidestepped as Hansama moved forward, not backwards. But Caps, with those 25 stacks sitting on the Nixie Lodge Rod as well, collateral damage onto Larssen. No other follow-up yet from G2. That's 4 towers. I mean, it's 21 minutes into the game, and the Rift Herald is going to be pushing onto the inhibitor turret. There's even a TP coming in here as Wonder joins the fray. He's got the ultimate as well, if anything were to happen.
Oh, I mean, like, Wonder just takes the most aggressive path possible to mid as well. Just starts whacking away on this tower so the rest of G2 can roam on over here. So that's both inner turrets falling down, and with no safe way to re-enter Rogue's jungle, all of their bot side camp should be taken here. Although, I guess Graves on the top side of the map, so they probably won't lose everything. Maybe they do. Who knows? They can't walk in there or they die.
Rough game for Rogue, that's for sure. After coming into this series with momentum on their backs, looking very dominant in game 1, feels like that more draft questions are starting to prop up. Can they compete at the level that G2 brings? And one thing is for sure, when you give Caps comfort, how do you handle it? And I think that Ender, you kind of summed it up perfectly. We need to see more of that mid-jungle duo synergy in action, because Inspired and Larssen can definitely compete, but they need the champions to do it, because if they don't, this is what happens.
Yeah, I mean, Finn is under some pressure. The Swell Seed comes out, won't find Jankos. Collateral damage is on cooldown, and with the help of Finn's barrel, manages to pick up the kill. Larssen is now TP'd in, and he's in trouble, actually. The Enchanted Crystal has gone out. Sleepy Trouble Bubble will find his target, and that's a lot of damage onto Perkz. Inspired will be able to survive just a few seconds longer before Caps comes in with one lost order from Perkz. That's a double kill for him now, and Caps will look to chase down members of Rogue. The rest of G2 are stepping back, and with a death sentence, not finding a target. The Empress Divine will not find anyone. Larssen gets taken out. You need to hit those skill shots in G2.
Here's
Continue
Wonder.
the chase. Here comes Wonder from behind. May not even need that ultimate available to him, just uses the frozen hose. And that is an ace from G2 against Rogue.
G2 just destroying Rogue on the top side right there. I mean, what can you do? Rogue are throwing everything they can at Caps, but the man is unkillable.
We continue to see these small execution errors from Larssen, but even if he had landed that ultimate, does it necessarily swing the play in their favor? Let's have a look back. Jankos, I think more question marks are still coming up, you know. We didn't really get to evaluate how his Graves has been, considering how dominant Caps has been, but that arrow was definitely wide. Larssen gets forced out.
The crazy thing is G2 mess everything up. They missed the arrow, and then here, I think in a second, Mickey is actually going to pull Vander out of Caps' queue. It's going to come right here after the sleep lands on Vander. Mickey absolutely trolls it. Watch this. Dude, this is a one-shot.
Of course, the Emperor's Divine. The thing is, it doesn't really matter even if you miss some of those skill shots, because when you're up as far as Caps and G2 are, you've got such a huge margin for error.
It's true.
They've afforded themselves all of this safety.
But I do think that throughout the series, one of the biggest talking points has been, what are these mechanical executions? Like, at the very minimum, what we expect from teams of this caliber is to come in at, like, performing the champions that they've been given, and I feel like a lot of it has been individuals not performing. Like, we've seen some solid team play, we've seen some great execution overall, and we're definitely seeing a great game from Caps, but it surprises me, some of the mis-execution and the amount that we've seen so far in this series.
I agree, and there's a lot on the line. Obviously, a win here means you get to face Fnatic tomorrow. Also guarantees first or second seed going into the World Championship. And for G2, it will be a shot at revenge. For Rogue, it'll be a first ever final, but we need to see a lot more from Rogue. Game 2 wasn't this dominant of a win from G2, but it definitely was very one-sided. And Mickey takes some damage as the inhibitor's fallen in the bottom lane. The Mountain Soul was picked up by G2 while we've been discussing how far ahead they are. It's nearly 10,000 gold. And you do start thinking, right, what do Rogue have to change for the next game? What do they have to affect? There's not much that they can do right now.
G2 now grouping up in the mid lane. Jankos looking for a flank.
Is indeed a lot of damage onto Larssen. He'll be able to use those Sand Soldiers to escape to safety, and Vander almost gets one shot. Collateral damage, I think, fell just a little bit short there, as now the rest of G2 will push onto the inhibitor turret. Dredgeline will not be able to find a target, and the minion saves Larssen's life. G2 are going to take their second inhibitor of the game.
Caps is picking up a million flashes.
That's going to be so much damage onto Inspired. He doesn't even get a chance to really do anything. The Pop Blossom forces flashes out of Rogue, and G2 will be able to find themselves 2 kills. Make that 3 They've now got a Nexus to target as well, and they start pushing forward onto the Nexus. The Powder Keg will clear some of those minions, and G2 will take the first Nexus turret. They've just about run out of minions, so their backdoor bonus will be in effect, and that's the second now as well. Larssen finds the Emperor's Divide with the help of Finn. He gets 3 kills. Now Finn looking for one into Perkz. Will be using the parlay to try and do some damage, but he won't get it just yet. Perkz manages to take him out. The minions are inside the base. It is very, very disheartening on Rogue's side as they get a few kills, but it feels so little.
It was a heroic effort there from Larssen and Finn to prolong the rest of the game. They shut down Caps, you know, he's only got 17 stacks now, it should be easy, but...
Winnable. Winnable. We saw Finn with the Liandry's doing a lot of damage onto the Ashe as well, but really good target focus from Perkz there, being able to hit the barrels in between, weaving autos onto the Gangplank. Will force Perkz to disengage, but the base of Rogue is in tatters, and already you have to start thinking about Game 4. Again, Rogue came into this series looking good. They need to refine a recipe for success. They need to find those champions that can enable that mid-jungle duo, because if they don't, we're going to see another situation where Caps just steamrolls over the competition.
Yeah, I mean, you have to find some way of shutting down Caps early on, or at least containing him. You don't have to kill him, just make sure he stays inside of his lane and isn't roaming all around the map and getting kills. And then I really liked what Frost was saying on the desk, like, increase the priority on the Ashe. Pekrum is banned, go for the Ashe, bring more hard engage options to other players on the team so that you can make these plays and follow up on either a Larssen or Inspired trying their hearts out to go forward and start the fights.
So much to do, and such a difficult task as well, because you make it sound so easy, just contain Caps.
Oh, it's not easy.
You know, those words sound so easy, but they're really not. But I think it is important to call out that Rogue, for a couple of games this series, have shown they can do it. They can keep him at arm's length, at least for a time. And even this game, they picked up first blood in a 2v2 down in the bottom lane. But then, all of a sudden, G2 just find a way to take over. Baron is secured as well. They've got the Mountain Soul. Rogue are setting up the Death Bush. That's the flash forward there from Inspired. Going with the ultimate, but Mickey throws out his own. The box comes down, and that's 5 members of Rogue caught inside. I think 3 got caught by the Pop Blossom, and it is just obliteration from G2. 26 kills in 28 minutes. And it is a massive, massive performance from Claps to take down Rogue and put them 1 game away from a rematch with Fnatic.
Well, what else is there to say? That was literally just the Cap show. You can see the smile on his face. He was just dominant from solo kill to 1v3 to just a stellar performance.
He's wearing Mickey's jersey.
Oh my word, very impressive performance from the G2 mid laner, and again, Rogue are going to have to change a lot coming into Game 4.
Now, Rogue, they did pick up their very first win against G2 ever at the beginning of this series. They surprised many last week by taking down Mad. And I do need to see something a bit different from them. Like you made a joke about if the Trundle, I think in the previous comp, had been there, it would have been exactly the same comp that they ran in the regular season. Do they have anything more? That is what we're going to find out. The reigning champions are now on match point and have their eyes set on that showdown with Fnatic. Give me 5, Rogue! Please.
There's no music.
I realized that.
Stop.
I was hoping.
Whenever we find our mojo in this team, we're a really good team.
Into the wall. Want to find the double stun, but he's shut down. Reckless gets another. Dredge line onto Mickey. He goes down as well.
I feel like if we were to lose on Sunday, we wouldn't have redeemed ourselves.
Hitting in the wings, Dredge line from Mickey's buying so much time. Wimbo's going low and he's taken out and down. Now Cap jumping into the back line, looking for Reckless. Gets the kill onto Reckless, but how much more can he do? Selfbait is rampaging across Cap's face.
And it's actually very possible to be the new kings in Europe.
Time for a show. Show 'em how you outplay. Go and check the replay. Dubs like all day. Boy, you better know. Know that it might be just a little hyphy. Trying to call about these watches go. Cause the games are straight fire. Every team fight coming down to the wire. The whole world trying just to look like us. Take a look at your league. Wish you played like us. Now time to check reality. You're facing a tragedy when the European legacy comes sucking down your pride to be those feelings of anxiety. The future you don't want to see. The wrath of our whole dynasty. It spells LEC.
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
Talk that good shit. Boy, you better back it up. If you want the up yell, sorry, that's just not enough, cause we got every team fighting lame. Flashbox when they clash, you would never last less than 100. Bring your A game if you wanna claim fame, that'd be your main aim. Now you're in the right lane.
Show up or shut up, no time for excuses. Can't take a series, you're probably just useless. You want a shot at us, you can come get it. If you're just talking, then you can forget it. We're gonna blow up, we're on the rise. Euphoria, this is the vibe. We wear the clown nose and we wear the crown. Kings of the West, you know we hold it down. Light.
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
We've come a long way since the beginning. The dark days of double streams, vacation memes, now charged up and charging forward. We are the LEC. We can't be stopped, slowed, or suppressed. This tenacity is EU at its best. It's time for the LEC loyals to show their fandom. Put your hands together. This is your anthem.
Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC.
And welcome back to the LEC. G2 has a lead on this series, and I'm going to have Ismael from Rogue with me to talk about how the series has been so far. Thank you very much for joining me, Ismael.
Hi, love. Thank you for the invitation.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm hearing a double, but it's going to be fine. You won the first game, but then G2 didn't like it, obviously. So how were the players feeling after the 2 losses here?
I mean, of course, it's hard to be 2-0 down. But I mean, we're still optimistic. I think that's the message that we are giving right now to the guys, and it's just continue being optimistic, trying to play our own game. Like, of course, we need to risk it all, basically. But I think it's a really good experience for them if we get to just turn it back. So it's gonna be great, of course.
Yeah, for sure. Can you give me some specifics about what you tell them for them to keep their chin up in these situations?
I mean, the basic idea is just we need to reset, of course, and then how we are going to approach the game. So that's what the players like to go into. So what is next? But I mean, you cannot avoid that it is very stressful situation and you cannot avoid having maybe low confidence right now or something. So basically the message was to just to reset and just to continue being optimistic that it will be times to be sad or to be happy after the game only. So right now we just try to focus on what is happening and continue being proactive, because from the inside, I think it's been going good for us. It's a good experience for us. So hopefully we will turn it.
Hopefully. I mean, Ismael, I know how helpful you've been to the Rogue players so far. So is there any hints or specifics you can give me towards the next game? What can we expect from the players?
I think you can expect that they are gonna give it all. Like for sure, we're gonna change a few things, and hopefully we will feel more comfortable for the next 2 games.
Yeah, because I mean, Rogue showing up today came with a different approach. I mean, we've been waiting for you guys to show something different on the Rift, and I feel like, especially during the game 1, we saw that today. So, going back a bit on the training you got this week, is there any specific or something new you trained on to be ready today?
I think we didn't train any specific aspect. I think what we wanted to do after the game against Fnatic was try a new style, and I think we have proven that we can play different styles. And basically what we try to do is continue understanding what we are good at and how we can play the game, how we can get comfortable in a best of 5 situation. So I think this is the perfect time for us to show up and to show or continue showing. I think we're showing that we can play different things with different styles and just be exposed to these high pressure situations.
Yeah, you proved that you had what it takes to be in this difficult situation at least. But Ismael, thank you very much for joining me, and I wish you the best of luck for the next game.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And we're going to take one last break, and we'll come back in a few minutes for Game 4. Stay tuned.
Play me a sad song. I wanna move, I wanna drink it by the bottle. It's complicated, but mixing feelings with tequila gets me wasted. I get that message when you ignore. Blue tick on my text and miss my calls. You take shots at me, so I take more. When I hit the floor, I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. Dancing without you, out you, out you. Tell strangers about you, about you, about you. You're not here to take me on, so I'll party on my own. I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. Dancing without you, out you, out you. Won't leave anytime soon, time soon, time soon. You're not here to take me on, so I'll party on my own. I keep up the tempo. Don't miss the beat, don't miss the words, don't miss your tango. There's no debating. Remixing love songs till my drink's gone, sends me crazy. I get that message when you ignore. Blue tick on my text and miss my call. You take shots at me, so I take more. When I hit the floor, I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. Dancing without you, out you, out you. Tell strangers about you, about you, about you. You're not here to take me on, so I'll party on my own. I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. Dancing without you, out you, out you. Won't leave anytime soon, time soon, time soon. You're not here to take me on, so I'll party on my own, so I'll party on my own. I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. You're not here to take me on, so I'll party on my own,
Welcome back, everyone, to the LEC. The reigning champions have turned things around and are now just one win away from a rematch against Fnatic. I don't know about you guys, but I was so excited for this series. I was really hyped after Game 1. I was still considerably hyped after Game 2. Now I'm still hyped, but I can't find my hype for Rogue anymore. What's happened? What's going on?
They went back to the draft that they did against Fnatic the first time, and after some shifts in bans, we noticed that the flame is gone. The flame of the 2v2 mid that gave them advantage. The
spark.
The spark, yes. The spark is gone.
Yeah, it's interesting too, because even if I think back to Rogue's first drafts, you wouldn't necessarily really consider them like the stronger 2v2. They just happen to have the outplays on the 2v2. And so it's not like I can be like, just go back to the plan that you originally had, because it doesn't feel like that was originally their plan. But you can't play scaling against G2. You can't give them a free early game. You can't let Caps run away with the game. It's just such a completely different look. So if they're looking at pivoting or changing pieces, I'm like, stop scaling, play aggressive in the lane phase, keep Caps down, keep him locked in that lane.
Now, when we look at the different looks we've seen from both teams throughout the series, you were saying it after Game 2, hey, now we see a G2 that's playing kind of rogue-like as a death ball composition, and a Rogue that has all that focus on that mid jungle and the 2v2, and now it seems to have fallen back into kind of what we expected. And then you have to be honest and say, that's how Rogue didn't manage to beat G2 all those times, right?
I feel like what it comes down to when I look at G2's approach to Rogue, because usually they're a team that in best of fives, they like to prepare towards a specific enemy. In the games that they've won, I feel like there's always going to be a turning point in game where their champions just make more sense. In the second game, we had the Taric. Regardless of what happened in the early game, they were always fine because they knew they're going to reach that point. Rogue is not going to be the team that snowballs the game out of control completely. So this is just G2's approach now, and they're going to continue doing the same way.
And there were some good early games, some great early games actually from both teams in games 1 and 2. But this one took the cake so far. This was the best early game so far in the series, and so much of it was off the back of the Zoe for Caps.
Yep, Unsealed Spellbook means that he can get that TP. He then TPs down into the bot lane. I think the game-breaking moment, if you will, was that 1v3 outplay where you're like, okay, yeah, I guess the series is over now. And you don't want to feel that way. You want to hope that Rogue can take us to 5 games, that they can continue to tussle and kind of go toe-to-toe. But it does feel that we've had a messy series from both teams, and at least in the first 2 games, some of it was teed up by good outplays by Rogue, but also really big misplays by G2, some missteps mechanically and whatnot. And now that seems to cleaned up.
Oof, feeling a bit defeatist, a bit of defeatist energy, Frosk, from your side. It feels like you don't really know what Rogue could possibly do, but they are #1 in the regular season for a reason. They stomped that Game 1. There has to be something. There has to be an avenue for them to go in this next game, Yamato.
I feel like they need to just surprise us again like they did in Game 1. Because this last game that we saw was what we expected. This is just G2 being stronger in the early game and the Rogue doing nothing innovative to kind of break that mold. They need to shock us. They need to show us something new, because I think game number 3 was why everyone predicted this to be a G2 sweep.
I don't want to be a broken record, but that Ashe, that engage that the Ashe provides and just the general way you can play, that needs to be a first pick.
I agree with you, and I think that if we see Rogue stay on blue side, and I'm going to ask Stats ping me when the selection has been made, that they'll priority pick the Ashe because it looks like the Hecarim's not going to fall into their hands. I don't hate Lilia. I do think that there is a place for her, but I think that Ashe is just heavier priority, especially when you can play through bot side. Vander and Han Sama, I believe, got the 2v2 kill in that last game, despite the fact that they didn't win it. So they can play kill pressure in that lane, and maybe that's why the Thresh was so important to them. But now, get your hands on the Ashe, have agency, have hard engage, and play early game against G2. Try to force some fights.
Let's bring up the picks and bans from that last game. To answer your question, Frosk, Rogue is on red side. That is what they picked. So where do we go?
So obviously what's really interesting here is that teams will prepare blue side and red side draft strategies, and it feels like Rogue are finally like, okay, this isn't working. We've done, our previous strategy, our prepared blue side strategy, so now let's try our red side strategy. Now that does mean that you're either going to ban the Ashe from red side, or G2 are absolutely going to priority pick it. And then I'm curious if they don't ban Lucian on red side, and what they're trying to get is they're trying to get Inspire's Eve and the Lucian pick, the AD mid laner that unlocks the AP jungler like the Evelynn.
I just feel like the easiest way, because now when you leave the red side, they're going to have another ban. I think blue side, you just continue the same way. Caitlyn needs to be banned, and there's just this hierarchy of AD carries that just kind of trickles down. If Caitlyn is banned, you pick Ashe. If Ashe is banned, you pick Kalista, and if Kalista is banned, you just go for the Senna. And I think as long as you remove the Hecarim, the Lucian, there's no Evelynn if there's no Lucian, I think you're all good for G2.
I mean, what we can think is going to happen now is there's going to be an Ashe ban if Rogue is on the red side. There's going to be a Caitlyn ban no matter what, so we're going to fall into a Kalista Senna situation. How does that change your prediction possibly for this next game?
I actually think what Rogue should do is they should ban Caitlyn because I think that champion's way too broken, and then they should just throw target bans at Caps. Take away the Zoe, take away LeBlanc, but leave the Ashes open. I think they're fine to do the handshake on the Ashe Senna. Like, I don't think they'll play Kalista. No, like, because I understand, but now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, the most important thing is, I think, changing up the jungle champion pool, and the Hecarim will be taken away from you, and I don't think Lilia is that successful, and if they do get Ashe Lilia, Cleanse becomes that much more powerful. I think it is about the Evelynn for Inspired, which means it has to be about Lucian.
Okay, you got me hyped again. There are possibilities
I'm like
here.
Inception. I'm like, okay, I think Rogue can do it. I just got to do the math. No.
Thanks for doing the math, and we'll see if Rogue has done the math and if they can force a Game 5 as the teams are ready for picks and bans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, we are on air for the LEC Summer Semi-Final. G2 are 1 game away from a rematch with Fnatic in the final tomorrow for a shot at the #1 seed at Worlds. And for Rogue, this was a series to prove themselves against the defending champions, to prove the individual players could match up and as a team they could compete. And we saw that in game 1, and now I'd like to see it again. Now the pressure is on. No more room for error. G2 are on the blue side. And what do you think is going to happen with this pivotal Ashe? It has been so heavily discussed by us, as well as the analyst desk. Ender, do you think it's banned, or do you think it makes it through?
I mean, I feel like it almost has to make it through. There's too many things that Rogue have to ban away over on the red side. So the bigger question is, will G2 first pick it? And I think that we learned from their series against Fnatic that yes, they absolutely will first pick that champion.
Well, let's see what gets taken off the board, because now the responsibility falls on Rogue to have to ban away the Caitlyn. The question is, will they also ban away the Lucian? No, that's going to stay in G2's back pockets. I imagine that we're going to be seeing the Hecarim taken off the board, deny that comfort pick away from Inspired. They're also going to remove the Thresh, okay? So they don't want to give something like a Thresh Senna over to Rogue.
So this is the first time that we're seeing Rogue on the red side. They chose that as they lost the previous game. And I do find it interesting that G2 is still banning Lucian even on the blue side. Don't want to play that themselves, denying that from Rogue. The GP is gone as well as the LeBlanc.
Yeah, so the Lucian could mean two things. A, it means Jankos doesn't play Evelynn. B, it means Jankos plays Evelynn, but he doesn't want Fnatic to know that going into the series tomorrow, assuming they move on here. So that could be interesting as we move on. But of course, Rogue ban away the Hecarim. So not only does this leave the Zoe open, but now the set is there too if Jankos wants to take a champion that can play super hard around Caps in the mid lane.
I mean, Set has been banned on blue side from Rogue every game but this one. So that's the Ashe lock-in instantly for G2 and for Perkz. And what does Rogue want to run into it? They've tried the Senna, they've tried the Aphelios.
I think they're going to do Lilia again, dude. I think they're going to do Lilia and they're going to do Senna. That would be my expectation.
Okay, Kalista pivot.
Don't know how I feel about that. We talked about it in game 1, about how Kalista into Ashe, not really the best matchup. You do get outranged, but I do like the high priority on the Nautilus, because I think this duo in particular gives you a lot of agency, a lot of playmaking, especially around level 6, and as the analysts were looking for, a little bit of a shake-up. Definitely an easy way to play through this bot side of the map.
And Vander on a roaming champion maybe can have some impact around the mid lane, but that's going to be really hard, especially if there's a Leona in the mix, because now you have that set. So Jankos is going for that champion, and if you get another strong roaming champion next to the set, it's not even just about the mid lane 2v2 anymore. It expands into the mid lane 3v3, and I think Leona could be an excellent option here for G2. They have so many hard engaged tools to try and shut down Rogue.
It is locked in, it's confirmed now, and no solo laners yet for G2, so I want to see what direction that's going to go. I definitely have my eyes on Finn with the Gangplank banned away. Ornn is open and available. They want
Akali? It's been a pretty high priority pick so far in the series, and G2 did ban it away in the past. Rogue have the option to lock that in right now.
But against a set, ooh, they do go for it here. So Larssen definitely wants the pop-off champion in the mid lane. But again, you gotta figure out a plan of attack around this middle lane, because you know that Jankos is going to want to live there against this Akali pick.
And the question is, what is Caps going to run into it? He has a lot of time to think about it. They already know roughly what you anticipate Rogue are going to do, because every time that Akali has been paired up with the Hecarim in the previous games, it was very early ganks into that middle lane, and Ormed immediately Rogue are removing options. So the Orianna is taken away, and one of Finn's potential top laners in Shen is banned as well.
Shen ban is quite interesting. I think it's largely to prevent Rogue from being able to play through the bot side of the map. Remember that Rogue will, of course, get counterpick this time round, which means that G2 could be considering some blind picks and they want to remove some potential counters.
Yeah. Right now with G2 having so much playmaking around the bot side, they already got rid of the GP and now the Shen, so it's the top laners with global abilities, right? They can really shake that up down there, so I do like that idea coming through from G2, and I wonder, do they toss the Ornn ban in there again? I feel like I would really like to see Finn return to that champion offer, even more engaged for the team.
Oh, okay, so they're going to take the Renekton off the boards. What kind of top laner are you thinking? Like, things that a Renekton and a Shen might actually do well into.
I mean, I wonder if, like, Wunder wants to go for the Camille or something like that, right?
Oh, that's a good point.
Strong playmaking in side lane, and also against an Akali, that ultimate is a giant snare, so that Akali can get caught in tight corridors.
I do quite like that.
All of a sudden, you have Ashe CC set. You can really set up for the rest of your team.
Well, you did say that Lilia was going to be the option for Rogue. It is locked in the second phase, and
I don't like it, though.
Tell me why.
Well, because I think the thing about Lilia is her gank setups are really weak, and at level 6, I think she's fine, and I understand how she can do very well into the set as well. I just think that if you're going for more of this early game playmaking approach, if you're going for a little bit more of like a skirmish, dive heavy, I don't know, I just feel like Lilia doesn't fit into that.
Oh my word. Okay, so expecting this in Caps' hands.
I mean, it could also be top. Wunder used to be a big Irelia player. Let's see what gets locked in elsewhere.
Okay, let me take a look at the numbers. Top lane, so top lane Kennen, mid lane Irelia is going to be my guess.
Yep, I would assume
Caps
that.
is undefeated in the LEC on Irelia, 5 wins, 0 losses.
Yeah, this mid lane matchup is going to get really, really spicy too, because I think Irelia, her E has a bit of a faster travel time. There's things you can do to make it go a little bit quicker so that Akali can't actually dash out of it. So you can set up CC, and again, it's about fighting around mid lane. So having set next to you is going to offer you so much. And then throwing Kennen into the mix against such a low range composition, I think Kennen is actually the champion that blasts this draft into a huge win.
No, you're completely right. G2, they expected the Akali to come through. They banned out some potential other top lane options that Finn could go for. And by locking in the Kennen, it's almost an assumption that you're going to get an Ornn matchup too, because that's just the direction that Finn has been going in with regards to providing that engagement front line. So they get, even with counterpick, a winning matchup for Wunder in the top lane 1v1. Caps feeling himself, locking in a skill matchup in the mid lane as well. G2 feeling very confident and probably very happy with the draft they've got.
Everything G2 have is to shut down Larssen, right? They can play through mid lane early on. Kennen can reveal Akali in her shroud with ultimate plus W. You see the line going towards her. So G2 have everything they need to shut down Larssen and stop him from carrying Rogue.
It's going to be such a difficult time for Larssen in that middle lane, and for Rogue, this is the last potential option. If you lose here, you are done. You take the 3rd seed at Worlds, and it has been a fantastic year, but I would like to see more. The one thing that I do want to call out, Vedesh, you talked about how the Lilia needs some gank setup. Well, we're on to Summoner's Rift. I think when you look at some of the tools that you do have from the Ornn, the Nautilus, the Kalista, there could be some options there, but will Inspired and Rogue have enough time to get those levels and get that CC?
Okay, that sounds great, quick shot. Love it lots. However, gotta talk about mid lane, right? I'm sorry, this is by far and away the hypest thing. I love mid lane matchups. So Irelia versus Akali is really interesting, but ooh, hang on. What are these cheeky level 1 plays up to? Rogue have their eyes on Caps. Gonna throw the hook out.
Line just short.
All right, fair. So they won't be able to catch Caps out of position, but Akali versus Irelia. So one of the first things any Akali player will learn is that into melee matchups, Akali has a really good time because it's very easy to do Q into walking backwards or forwards, getting the passive proc, landing an auto, queuing again, and so on and so forth. And melee champions make it very easy for her to naturally take advantage of her trade pattern. Now, after the Irelia buffs, which don't really come into fruition until later on into the game, she's still a strong early game skirmisher, and we might get to see that.
Oh my word, G2, I'm going to walk straight over the ward though. Zenith Blade will catch on the Vander. Here comes Finn, he's flashed forward and gets a knock up. Larsen's going to be a little late to the party. Jankos flashes over the wall. Perkz loses his flash, as well as Jankos.
But check this out, like Finn is the one that's all the way down in the bot lane. Wunder gets free farm up here for the time being, so right now Inspired is trying to take away the Raptor camp. That'll give him level 2, and now Finn can teleport up into the top side of the map. This is a huge win for Rogue. Finn completely sacking his own lane, but he didn't even miss a single minion.
Wow, nice. Okay, so Rogue's level 1 plan. This is the aggression that the analysts wanted to talk about. Wanted to talk more about mid lane, but I won't have time because so many advantages are already going in favor of Rogue. This is going to heavily slow Jankos' jungle clear path down. Inspired is going to secure 2 camps, steal them away, make his way through mid, only level 1 on Caps.
It's a lot of damage coming up for now, but Caps will be able to blade surge through those minions and put enough distance that he's not under risk.
And now we can go back up towards his top side. There's no way for Jankos to split the map up. Bot lane was also winning in these early skirmishes, and so far, within the first 2 minutes, Rogue is already set up for success.
Yeah, the thing I love about this play from Rogue is that they know that Jankos, what does he want to do? He wants to get to level 3, and then he wants to probably run around mid, maybe even level 2. He could run mid lane because Caps is rocking the Ignite. So by completely disrupting his early pathing, forcing him to lose his flash, it now gives Inspired, a lot of free time to farm up. It means Larsen's going to be much more safe around mid lane, and they get the vision to always know where Jankos is going to be on the map. So they know Jankos is top side, the bot lane can push on in there, and Finn will play a little bit more cautiously. But this is a very smart level 1 strategy that Rogue specifically crafted to beat the set in the early game.
It got at least a couple of the summoner spells. I want to see if it can get any kills or anything further. And of course, we already see
Flash
impact that Inspired has had. Cleared out that bottom jungle. No Hex Flash just yet. Turn our attention to the mid lane. Caps continues to chase, takes a tower shot, and will not take the damage. Those Larsen has to deal with the minion wave. But Caps is just going toe-to-toe with Larsen after that previous game. The performance he had on Zoe, he's looking to make a statement.
Forgive me, Ender, if I've completely missed this, but has Larsen ran Dematerializer in the whole series? Or is this...
I think this might be the first game with Dematerializer, because I think the other games he was into the domination tree, if I'm not
and so I'm very
mistaken.
surprised, because Dematerializer is not something we commonly see, but also especially on an Akali, who typically has quite strong early lane, wave clear. Like, this is quite unconventional. Perhaps one strategy like this is something that I haven't seen before, but perhaps the idea is to get a much faster early level 3 so that you can then go for an early skirmish. But outside of that, like, I'm not really sure how in this matchup or in this context it would really make a huge amount of sense.
Yeah, it's potentially about like being able to like really cheat priority on a cannon minion or something like that, especially because your jungler is going to be playing very aggressively. This is what I was talking about. Very easy for Aurelia to land her E's up until Larsen picks up tier 2 boots. Tier 2 boots, very big purchase for the Akali, especially in a matchup like this. But at the same time, another hook lands in the bot lane.
While that's been going on, Inspired is clearing out Jankos' jungle. He's taken majority of the Raptors, taken the Krugs as well, and Hans Summer and Vander able to find another 2v2 kill. Inspired showed up but wasn't able to get involved, and Rogue pulling ahead. Their early game impact is starting to have an effect.
I think in every single game except for one, Hans Summer and Vander have successfully killed Perkz or Mickey in the laning phase, and just goes to show how talented this bot lane really is, but also puts this G2 bot lane in a pretty significant deficit. Jankos Hex flashing over the wall. He will run into Vander and Hans Summer.
He will. Inspired had already completed the recall, and the passive from Hans Summer is trying to get to safety, will not be able to get away. And that's a haymaker to the face. Jankos picks up his first kill.
Yeah, so close right there, Hans Summer. If he angled the flash a little bit closer downwards, he's able to get outside of the cone right there. But Jankos with Hex Flash over the wall does make a nice play, and Larsen knows he can't commit to this fight. Again, Caps holding on to the Ignite is definitely going to be able to swing any sort of 1v1 in his favor.
Oh man, every time Caps uses that Blade Surge, you just hold your breath. Managing to land those forward duets over and over, even on CS for the time being. And here's a replay of that bottom lane kill.
So, pretty straightforward. Hook lands from Vander, Ignite comes through, the burst damage from Kalista early on makes it very easy to secure that kill. What Rogue don't realize is that this Hex Flash set is going to come in
Why
from
did
over
he
the wall.
recall here? Like, they could have just run into their lane and recalled there.
Pro player questions with Ender.
It's the things you ask, and here Jankos comes in with all the style. Holy cow, he looks cool.
Yeah, and notice that he was waiting and really hoping for Kalista to actually hop up. If Kalista had hopped down, he wouldn't have been able to use that E, and it would have actually made it a lot harder to actually get that kill.
Hans Summer could have flashed out of that one.
There are a lot of things that I think they could have done to avoid being killed there.
But still, look at the CS in bot lane.
Yep.
What?
And this is the lane that I think Rogue wanted to get ahead in the early laning phase. They want to try and invest ganks there, especially with that... Flash is now coming back up for Perkz, but once Inspired hits 6, let's see if they're able to make it happen, as Vander looking for a bit of a play in mid will not be able to make it happen now.
Perkz and Mickey will realize and start to put a little bit of pressure on Hans Summer, but he's able to back away in time, and I'm following Inspired. He's clearing out those camps as you would expect on the Lilia. currently plus 20. I like the fact that he has invaded a couple times.
Yeah.
Into Jankos' jungle, especially in the southern quadrant.
I'm pretty sure he's gotten every single Raptor spawn of Jankos', and now that he's level 6, looking to make a play. With bot lane prior, there's actually a teleport ward here, and Wonder's level 6.
Oh, this is problematic. There's only a flash for Vanda, and Hans Summer's going to get caught out and left for dead. Manages to put some damage down onto Perkz, but they're going to split up, looking for each kill. Hans Summer's just going to make his way to the tower, and the kill will be donated away to Perkz. And actually, it's Jankos that picks that one up. A little bit of, this is mine now. But 2 kills to 1, even on gold. And that ward has been there a couple times, actually. We pointed out in the previous game, but G2 didn't get the option to pull the trigger.
You know, I'm not quite sure if Finn used his teleport earlier in the lane, because this might have been a situation where Wonder sees the little pop-up in the text bubble that says Finn switched his teleport to Ignite, and he's like, well, this guy has no one to Ignite. Like, now he doesn't have a TP. We can make this play, and they have the deep vision. Now Mickey jumps on Inspired.
Let's take a look what Larssen can do. He's stepping into both Jankos and Mickey. Caps is arriving as well. Do Rogue decide to commit? This is now 2v3. Vanda's making his way, and that's so much burst damage from Larssen. He's hiding inside the Shroud for now. Gets the burst damage down onto Caps. There's the flash forward from Inspired as well. Defensively from Caps, and Larssen gets himself the double kill on the Akali in the first skirmish. Rogue pull ahead once again.
That's the Larssen Akali we like to see right there, punishing Mickey and Caps big time for the over-aggression, and that allows Inspired to get once again inside the enemy jungle. So small setback for Rogue bot lane, but they fire back strong.
I think you summed it up very nicely there, and the Larssen-inspired duo coming up clutch once again. This was the duo that we needed to see in order to challenge G2. And it looks like that they're coming up clutch right now, but Vanda may have overstepped. He does have his jungler nearby. Hook
Hans
lands.
Summer's level 6 as well. If he wants to throw a Nautilus in, he can. There goes the Fate's Call. Mickey's going to be the target of Hans Summer, and then they turn their attention over to Perkz. But here comes Jankos as well. Hans Summer left alone under the tower as his jungler and supporters start to back away. The tower aggro's picked up thanks to the Rend, and Perkz will get himself the kill. So it ends up being a 2-for-1, but Rogue still in the lead, plus nearly 2,000 gold.
I don't think Hans Summer's too upset with that result, though. He's going to deny a lot more farm over to Perkz. Perkz still only level 5. Both summoner spells get burnt as well. And Rogue, they're really turning it on coming into Game 4. We wanted to see something different from them, and I feel like we're really getting to see it.
I mean, 3 kills for Hans Summer, 68 CS to 43 in that lane. Finn, who is the member of Rogue who's struggling at the moment, he's only down a little bit of CS, but the carries are starting to get very far ahead.
Yeah, right before this play, Inspired was actually starting a recall, and he said, forget that, we're going to make this play down bot side. So Mickey does step in front of the hook, which is nice, but he didn't realize Inspired was there, didn't have the vision. That ward not able to catch that one out, so Mickey instantly falls, and then Hans Summer asserts his dominance over Perkz. He doesn't care, the man, trades him 1-for-1, that's fine. Hans Summer came to blood.
I think as soon as we jump out of the replay, there was some action happening in the jungle, taking stock of the situation. It doesn't look like anybody died. And looking at summoner spells very quickly. Nothing invested just yet.
Wow, 85 CS to 47 in the bot lane right now. Of course, Perkz being swapped up towards the top side means Hans Summer is just solo free farming in the bot lane. Finn taking a lot of damage.
He is indeed. Vanda will be the next target. Slicing Maelstrom hasn't been targeted just yet. Wonder finally throws it down. Vanda will get taken out by G2. Is now turning around. There's another double kill for Larssen. He's now 4-0. Turns his attention over to Perkz and still got the perfect execution available to him. And that's another kill going the way of Rogue, this time picked up by Inspired. 8 kills to 4. It is a sizable lead.
I mean, that's just such a huge roam up there. Larssen working with Inspired to punish the dive from G2. G2 committed everything up into the top lane, but it is Larssen on the roam and not Caps, and that is a first for this series.
Everything is just going right for Rogue right now. Their bot lane is absolutely dominating, extremely far ahead. Larssen is sitting on 4 kills. Inspired has been winning out in a lot of these early skirmishes. I was skeptical with the Lilia, but Rogue, that level 1 planning, the way in which they've punished the set, and how they've utilized a lot of the level 6 power spikes of Akali, they've been able to come out ahead repeatedly.
Yeah, and it all boils down to Inspired and Larssen. Like the games that they've done well, those two individuals have been able to be unlocked and playing around the map. And games that they were shut down and Caps was unlocked were problematic. So Rogue looking very strong in game number 4. If they lose here, they are done. If they win, we go to game 5. And Fnatic is watching with bated breath to figure out who they will be facing tomorrow in the summer finals.
Right now, G2 are pressured to make a play, and that's why they're going up to Herald, because bot lane is a dead lane. Because of how strong Hans Summer is, you can't really go down there. Cap solo, not going to be able to make that happen, so they're pushing top lane while picking up Rift Herald. But Finn here, he's switched over to Barrier, so it's going to be really hard to dive him. So while Rogue are able to convert this tower into the Dragon as well, I don't think that top lane tower is going to drop anytime soon.
So how did G2 then claw back this deficit? You've got a fed Akali, a fed Kalista, you've got the frontline tools of, Finn on Ornn and Vander on the Nautilus. So how do they do it?
Well, I think they need to slow the game down pretty dramatically. Ender and I spoke pretty extensively about how effective this cannon can be against this composition from Rogue later on into the game, largely because of the short-range comp of Rogue. Well, speaking of Wonder, he may end up dying now.
Oh, that's the ultimate from Vander into an easy dredge line, and the kill will be donated to Hans Sama. What do G2 do with the time? Pressure in the top lane, and nothing in the mid lane as Larssen is holding that tower steady.
Yeah, so, game plan was to try and slow the game down, but obviously Rogue are not allowing that to happen, and they're utilizing the power of this Kalista to move around the map. They're not going to commit to that tier 2 in the bot lane, so they're going to reset, actually roam up towards mid. See if they can get a bit of a pick onto Caps, but G2 not going to stick around long enough for that to happen. And we never really got to see a really in-depth look at these two mid laners stacking up against each other, how this mid lane matchup plays out, because Larssen have just been picking up kills everywhere. They've been looking for roams. The early skirmish did not go in Caps' favor, and now this Akali is going to be online. Oh, the Gunblade at 13 minutes is insanely early. Larssen working towards that level 11 as well. 2 points in the ultimate. It's going to be absolutely devastating. And yes, while he does have to be afraid of Wonder, if he can just one-shot Wonder before the fight even starts, then that's really not going to matter.
I mean, the other thing too, when you're playing this Akali, you're in the precision tree, so you have Legend Tenacity. So even though there's a lot of hard CC from the side of G2, Merc Tread's very likely going to come through as the next item for Larssen as well. So has a lot of ability to shrug off that CC, and unless the damage is there from G2 to actually burst through Larssen's HP bar, the CC, the vision that Kennen can provide is not going to matter too much.
Definitely not the case. I thought Jankos may have been in some trouble there. Walked across that control wall just a couple times, and as he stepped back to clear it out, Rogue were a little late to arrive. They have replaced the vision. Still 3 minutes to the next dragon. They've got the first Infernal, and next will be Mountain. But it is a fantastic, fantastic turnaround in the early game. I'm going to go back to that level 1 that you were talking about earlier, Vedius. Clear game plan, relatively well executed. They got the early flashes, and then they converted that into some tower dives. And look at this. There's another tower dive on the cards. Perkz gets just obliterated with the Call of the Forge God. They can't get any more into the tower, but they'll get the kill and just potentially wait for more.
Wow, okay, well, that was very easy from Rogue. Wonder now got a face check.
Oh, that's a lot of damage onto Wonder, and he's going to get just run down and destroyed. The Slicing Maelstrom does so much. There's the flash from Inspire to finish the kill. But man, that amount of CC actually was extremely effective against Rogue's comp. And now a couple of
when does it end?
From Hans Sama, dredge line as well. Hans Sama will be able to pick up the Rend kill. That's the 12th in 15 minutes against G2.
Rogue, we wanted to see a pivot from them, and they've done exactly that. Domination pretty much across the board. The top side of the map definitely fell behind early, but this Caps pick, remember he picked Aurelia into the Akali, they weren't able to make it work. They got themselves the set, they insta-locked it, now they're getting bullied all around the map, and it feels like that while it initially seemed that G2 knew exactly what Rogue would do in the draft, now it seems like Rogue came in with a game plan, they shook things up, and they're looking dominant here in Game 4.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to say the last few minutes from G2 have looked dreadful, but Rogue came in with such a good plan, completely shutting down Jankos from the start of the game, and now all they have to do is camp brush, and they're going to get free kills. But Larssen, his roaming too, he's been on point, and he's looking for Mickey.
Oh, there's a lot of damage coming out. That's a flash away from Mickey, a dash over from Larssen. No Maelstrom available for Wonder, so he's on the retreat. Backup from Rogue is coming up, and I do want to just compliment again Rogue back against the wall. Extremely dominant defeat, dominant victory in favor of G2 in the previous game, and they commit to a very early strategy. They get their advantages, and they show that they can compete with G2. This time around, Larssen's Akali is finding all of the skill shots that he needs to and the appropriate skirmishes, and Rogue are poised to make that push onto the Nexus.
Rogue is looking to give you that Game 5 quick shot. They're definitely looking strong. And I think the greatest thing I think this game is demonstrating is that with the right draft, with the right plan, Rogue can challenge some of the best. And like, it's fair to criticize some of the performances that we've seen from G2, some of the decision making, but I think you can't take away from the fact that when we saw what G2 did in Game 3, the fact that Rogue was able to suddenly pivot off the back of that, come in and look this convincing in Game 4, I think goes to show how much growth this team has made within the year and what they are now currently capable of. And if they win this game, they're only one game away of making their first ever finals. They can get that rematch against Fnatic. Both G2 and Rogue looking and hungry for revenge, as now they have their eyes set on Wunder.
Yep, Hans Sama is going to chuck Vander in. The ultimate from Wunder will get thrown down. Will stun up Hans Sama and Vander for just a brief moment before the 7th kill is secured for Hans Sama's Kalista. Caps
Okay,
now
Caps,
is
what
gonna
can you
jump
do?
onto Finn. Flawless Duet was great and continues to trade. Has a level advantage over Finn. He's going to dash away.
So you can't catch.
I mean, the rest of the team is coming, but G2 are losing their base.
Oh, Bella's Breath Ash Arrow will negate the Ash Arrow, and as you say, the rest of G2 will help out securing the kill here in favor of Caps, but Tower falls in the bottom lane, and Inspired will pick up the second dragon, and I think Rogue will be pretty happy with that trade. Yes, they lose one, but they get more objectives, which ultimately will help them out. And we're playing for Ocean Soul as well.
I think we can say with confidence that Finn is the sacrifice when it comes to Rogue. He is the one that is tossed to the wolves whenever there is a sign of danger, but fortunately Rogue do make the most of it whenever he is left to the wayside.
It's also a big difference, I feel like, we've seen Finn based on champion pool too, because like when he's playing the GP and he's in a losing match when he falls behind, it means a lot, right? Because he does require a lot of resources. On this Ornn, he can die a million more times, doesn't matter. He's only died one time this game and he's fallen a lot down in a lot of CS, but he has played for the team from the level 1, you know, committing his teleport to get back into lane after playing with the team from the start of the game. He's the type of player that Rogue need desperately, especially when Inspired goes to these more carry-oriented picks. You need someone that can start the fight from a mile away, and that is Finn in this game.
Oh, Vander's going to be able to find Jankos inside his jungle. There's no further follow-up yet.
Yeah, take that.
But I'm going to talk about Finn just a moment more, because last weekend on the analyst desk with Kadril and Gilius, they both just said the entire day, just keep him on Ornn, just keep him on Ornn. And if not Ornn, then Sion's fine. Because, like you said, for the team and for what Inspired and Larssen need, those champions are going to be more effective. But it is very exciting to see Inspired and Larssen, 207, 401, the players that we said had to step up to challenge G2, to challenge Jankos and Caps, and, you know, go toe-to-toe for the time being. Now we need to see them, you know, close the game out, as during the regular season, we've already said this series, had a couple of niggles here and there, but I think they've got a lot more tools this time around and significant advantage as they're starting to push and set some vision up.
Yeah, I think that Rogue would have to really slow the game down and would have to make quite a few mistakes for G2 to come back into this. The item difference is just so huge. Just look at the 80 carries. Like, Blade of the Ruin King on the left, 2.5 items, including the Blade of the Ruin King on the right for the 80 carries. Gunblade, oh, I mean, okay, so both mid lane is relatively even, but this Kennen is also very weak, and it's going to take a long time for G2 to get to a point where they can really contest the power that Rogue does have. And in the meantime, Drakes are starting to stack up. The next Ocean's going to be spawning in about 2.5 minutes. It will, of course, be the Ocean Soul. And meanwhile, this set is kind of like reached peak now. Like, he's only going to be more of a meat shield, whereas Inspired is only going to get stronger as the game progresses. So, yeah, I think that this is a dire situation for G2. And similar to last game, he's just kind of looking at and thinking of Game 5, because it's going to be very difficult to bounce back from this one.
It makes me think about the Lucian bans in draft. And why, you might ask? Because if they are holding that for the potential Fnatic series, and if you go down to this last game, you know, many people expected this game to be a 3-0 in favor of G2. And I think Rogue continue to surprise. They continue to impress. And this game is just fantastic. We've got a fair amount of time before this next engage.
Well, I don't know. G2 really look like they want to force on Finn. Like, the poor man just wants some minions. Just let him have it.
He's got the exhaust, the ultimate. The rest of G2 start to back away.
But, like, huge respect to Finn right here. He wants the XP, but he knows he's at risk. So he's staying inside the brush. He's losing every minion, don't get me wrong, but he's getting the XP for the time being, and he does commit finally when he sees the cannon and maybe some people on the Raptor ward. Was able to spot out a Leona there.
Rogue got so far ahead that they need to slow the game down before they continue to push some of these other objectives. Obviously, the Dragons came a little later, so still 1.5 until the third. And for the time being, they're just going to be content with this lead. I mean, we talked about the scaling on the options, scaling side. You know, Inspired and Lilia is just going to be a terrifying threat, and obviously the value Ornn's going to bring. as there is some pressure here, but I don't think anything's really going to happen.
I think the game might seem like it's going to grind to a bit of a halt right now. Rogue are going to be able to take this top lane tower uncontested, but because Rogue took their first Drake so late into the game, usually like in 2 or 3 minutes with a lead like this, you'd expect there to be a soul up for grabs. But because it's going to be a little bit more delayed, 6+ minutes until we find that type of fight, I would almost expect G2 to hand over this next Drake to Rogue. And then Rogue, unless G2 open themselves up and get caught out, you're not going to be able to find a fight too easily.
Very much agree. As we say that, though, Mickey's looking for it.
Solar Flare comes down. Caps is looking
Arrow.
to engage. The Flawless Duet can definitely help out here. That's a big stun onto Larssen. He's going to use the Hourglass and dash away to safety, throw the flash as well. Chase
Can't lock him down, wow.
from G2, and they cannot kill Larssen. A lot thrown at him. And there's 20 seconds until the next Dragon fight.
They do get his flash and ultimate, but it's the exchange of Mickey's, and I think that the fact that he won't have that for the next engage is obviously going to be difficult. Larssen won't have his ult for the next Drake fight, though, and I think this is an opportunity that G2 could go for, but the fact that they sent Caps to top lane when he has no TP suggests to me that they're going to concede this one over to Rogue.
How are you supposed to fight Hansama? I mean, he just finished Death's Dance. G2 already don't do a lot of damage with the items they're on, but when you're just facing down a tank that's also an AD carry, you're going to have to give that one up.
He's actually the highest level in the game. Hansama's been solo farming as well, 249 CS, 23 minutes. Like, the man's a beast right now.
I mean, this is just going to give Rogue even more options.
Oh, no.
To close the game out.
Look how much gold he has.
Unbelievable. Plus 3.
He literally has the combined gold of Finn and Jankos.
Well,
the thing that is
sad.
The most impressive for me, though, is that Rogue committed to the strategy of playing around that bottom lane. They spent a lot of resources to go down there and push into the jungle, and both Larssen and Hansama have been the beneficiaries of this. When Rogue are in the lead, they are very good with the lead. It's something that we talked about a little bit earlier. And we've got a mystery circle popping up to say hello. I mean, it would be crazy if Rogue would be able to make it into the final. There's only ever been 11 teams that have made it into the LEC finals.
Wait, only?
Correct.
I mean, 11 teams is still quite a lot.
But when you look at the victors of those 11, there's only been 3 that have been able to actually lift the crown.
That's a good point.
And it does look like Wonder will get some damage here onto Larssen. Actually, a lot of damage onto him. Well, the Forge Guard won't work out.
Oh,
and
Larssen
finally goes down. But G2 are at risk right now.
Oh,
that's the stun. That connects onto Larssen. G2 need a few more picks like this to come back into the game. Larssen is going to look to escape. He'll have the Shroud for just a moment. Caps will be looking to find the kill. No flash available for him, and the Shroud will just buy a couple of seconds of time.
Ooh.
The Flawless Duet won't, really.
But I mean, right now Rogue are on the Baron, so they're just delaying so much time. Caps has to commit the flash in, and then there's Azonia's Hourglass on top of it. So now Jankos, he's outside the Baron pit.
Oh,
he was trying to look for a
word.
steal. It's not going to happen.
Oh, he doesn't land the stun either.
So much time. The Baron was picked up. Thank you for calling it out. And I was so focused on the trade, I didn't even notice it. So Rogue again, they trade one player for objectives, for control, and to push this advantage further.
Yep. Beautifully played by Larssen as well. And notice here, props to Wonder, he pretty much lands this combo flawlessly, comes very close to getting that kill onto Larssen. If he had a little bit more gold and more itemization, he might have been able to get that solo kill, but then the arrow comes through from Ash.
Look, so right now, Larssen's trying to leave Finn out to dry, but if Finn was a real bro, he flashes into the arrow so that Larssen can get out of this one.
Excuse me. Wasn't quite able to react in time for that, and let's see, Perkz comes through, chases down the Finn, is forced to flash to avoid the knockup, and then Perkz is already a little scared of Larssen because he doesn't want to get too close, and his eyes are set on trying to get that kill onto Finn. Ooh, he actually gets baited back as well. Nice sidestep coming out from Finn, didn't recognize that one. But then we see Larssen with the use of the Zhonya's, also gets all this healing from the Gunblade as well, doesn't walk into the stun either. Forces Caps to use his flash, will get a shutdown, but Baron goes in favor of Rogue, and they want to keep the pressure up.
Such a fantastic series from Rogue already. They have been heavily talked about and criticized and discussed on socials because of the 2 series they've already played in playoffs. They'll be representing Europe at the World Championship, and I think this is a team that is perennially underestimated. And when they do play, their level and their consistency is of a level that you have to be the better team. G2 were not for a couple games. Might be going to game 5. Let's see what G2 can do to defend now. Baron for another minute and a half. Swirl Seed will connect onto Perkz, and that's a decent stun from Caps, but Perkz is just blown up in the middle lane.
Yeah. Yes, he is.
It feels like we're going to game 5. It
Yep.
feels, this is exciting and also interesting because the set have been banned multiple games in a row. It gets allowed through here, the first pick Ashe as well, and neither of them hugely influential this game.
I think that it's crazy how online Rogue came and how quickly they were able to snowball the early game off of just a single level 1 plan by putting the Jankos behind, and they won so many successful early skirmishes. Now with the Baron, they break into the base and they look just as dominant as G2 did in game 3. They're looking to bring us to game 5. They're looking to play the Silver Scrapes, and Rogue are looking dominant here in this series.
No doubt about it. 7 towers to 2, 7,000 gold up, a minute until the Ocean Soul. And they're playing this one by, by the book. Get the Baron, get the Soul, push it in. Don't risk another game. Don't risk your entire season on a crazy play. One could argue that G2's base push last week cost them in a similar way.
Yeah, I love this from Larssen. He picked up an Elixir of Sorcery. He knows this is the team fight that ends the game. Rogue get Ocean Soul, blow out the candles. It is over. So Larssen wants as much power as he can have, jumping into G2's backline, and Rogue already so strong coming into this one. Hans Sama got his upgraded Blade of the Ruined King. Rogue are ready to fight.
And they got such a huge advantage, plus 6k. A lot of that is obviously on Hans Sama, so
Jankos.
If he gets taken out, then that could be problematic.
Jankos on the flank.
But look at the damage already coming in. With the help of Vanda and the rest of the engage from Rogue, they've got one. They're about to get their second. That's already perks and caps down. The Dredge line will hold Mickey in place, and he's going to fall last. That's an ace for Rogue. It is clean. It was almost simple.
Yep.
And it was just beautiful.
Yes, it certainly was. Jankos was looking for the flank, but then the rest of G2 was dead before he even arrived. You couldn't ask for a cleaner team fight. Sub 30-minute win for Rogue. They're gonna force the 5th game. They're going to challenge for that final spot against Fnatic.
I did not believe that Rogue had it in them, but they are forcing G2 to a game 5 for a shot at the finals in LEC Summer. Oh man, what a fantastic performance.
Rogue looking like they got their mojo back.
And what a fantastic turnaround after game 2 and game 3 when G2 looked a little slow out the gates. And Rogue say that wasn't a blip. Like, we are good enough to beat them. We've done it twice. We've never done it before, and they've done it twice in 4 games.
Look, Rogue came in with a solid plan. They put Finn back on the Ornn. They got Larssen on that Akali that looked so good in the first couple of games, and they shut down G2's ability to play around mid. And then what happens? It's not Caps roaming out of the mid lane and blowing up the game on his Zoe. It is Larssen TPing around, roaming into the top lane, absolutely shutting down G2's playmaking, and Rogue jumped out to a massive advantage.
It's pretty crazy that G2 could potentially fall here. When you think about the last 2 years, when you think about this G2, this is the iteration that got Europe to another world final, and we've commented about how this G2 is the best European team that Europe has ever made, and now, like, no one would expect them to be in a situation where they're going to be knocked out of playoffs leading up to Worlds by Rogue.
Game 5 coming up.
Whenever we find our mojo in this team, we're a really good team.
The Gnar into the wall! Wonder finds the double stun, but he's shut down. Reckless gets another. Dredge line onto Mickey. He goes down as well.
I feel like if we were to lose on Sunday, we wouldn't have redeemed ourselves.
Facing in the wings, Dredge line from Mickey's buying so much time. Wimbo's going low and he's taken out and down. Now Caps jumping into the back line, looking for Reckless. Gets the kill onto Reckless, but how much more can he do? Selfie is rampaging across Caps' face.
And it's actually very possible to be the new kings in Europe.
Orange, thank you.
Our teams are so good this year.
I can't believe they actually made it. What? It's what champions eat.
Beko Harvest Fresh preserves vitamins for longer by simulating the natural 24-hour sun cycle. Beko, eat like a pro.
Have a bite. It's good.
You ignore blue tick on my text and miss my goals. You take shots at me, so I take notes. When I hit the floor, I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. Dancing without you, out you, out you. Tell strangers about you, about you, about you. You're not here to take me on, so I'll party on my own. I'm dancing without you.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LEC semi-finals. Rogue had never beaten G2 coming into today, and now
off of drafts just straight up were better after 10 minutes.
Mm.
This was a draft that is so focused on the early game, and this is where I felt like G2 have been losing most of the time, unless it was with the Zoe performance. I felt like this was the Magi doing the talking. This was they opened the Magi book and it's like, this is the draft. Let's pick Irelia. Let's just continue. Let's put Larssen in the grave. Let's quit the discussion.
I mean, can you blame them if you have caps?
It's a best of 5. It's important.
Let's talk about the early game, Frost.
Yeah, and because of that early game, on the other side, Rogue's draft has so much agency in early game, has so much kill pressure, and I need to talk about the level 1 invade that came in. You're against Lilia. You know this is going to happen, and G2 smartly predict this and try to set up a counterplay. Now, the genius maneuver to me was the fact that Finn was still there and Finn hid himself and then came in for the re-engage. The numbers advantage means that your top laner's there. Wunder tries to grab the wave to get it to push into him. Finn actually denies a lot of that with the TP and just super crisply and cleanly played. I do like that the casters talked about how they're interrupting Jankos then. They're making sure that he can't just caps lane and disrupting it there. And now the bot lane. Hans Sama and Vander have won both sides of this matchup. They won on the Ashe, they now win on the Kalista. They are going massive CS up. They are destroying Mickey and Perks in lane.
It's so beautiful because the confidence was already shown when they played against Mad Lions, and I'm so happy it continues into this series. I feel like Fnatic had the big advantage in the bot side, and it has continued into this series too, where Hans Sama and Vander, regardless of the matchup, just have an advantage too.
And I think it almost comes back to the, you know, I always hear how good Hans Sama is in scrims, and then it feels like in those clutch moments that he never shows up. Like, obviously, you can only play the situation that you're dealt with, but playing at home, I'm wondering if you're finally starting to see Hans Sama unlocked and seeing what was kind of always promised.
And regardless, this is a super high stakes situation that they find themselves in, back against the wall. They know they have to win this next game, and they show us a completely different look again. But one thing was the same, and it was Larssen absolutely smurfing it. This time again on the Akali. He has had a monster series, even though, of course, Caps outshines him in some of those games, but this is kind of the toe-to-toe that I wanted to see, because there was a bit of an expectation, I think from you two as well, that we weren't going to see this Larssen because Caps would just take over the game. How have Rogue found the solution for this?
It's so incredible to me that the better 2v2 is Larssen and Inspired. They just manage to find the better timings. They find the advantage for Akali, and when Akali gets to snowball, she is very difficult to deal with the buffs that she has, decreased cooldown on the ultimate. She gets to rotate that around over and over. I think the timings they figured out with these champions is just super good to see. I thought Rogue had just figured out this playstyle with the Azir, managed to push waves, have base time and so forth, but this is a completely different type of Rogue from what I've seen, at least when I was in LCK, and that's incredible to see, honestly.
I just wanted to ask you, Frost, because earlier in Reddit Check, when we talked about Rogue we saw versus Mad Lions, we said, oh, this is a different Rogue. You said, not really. You know, this is not completely different, just some other picks, but they do the same thing. What is it today?
Well, I was just about to bring up the point of what's so cool about a series like this is that you can say that there is tape from the past to make a prediction like this. Like, we knew that Larssen was a good Qiyana player. He's played Akali in the past. Inspired has played carry junglers. Like, we knew all of this. But the thing is that this is the type of series where you define your career on it. Now you have the proof. Because this is the thing. Rogue and Best of Fives have never been that successful until this split, until this run at it. If they do beat G2, or even if they don't beat G2 at this point.
If they do beat G2.
If they do beat G2, this is now the moment where you're like, yes, this is where stars became superstars. And to pretend that they were superstars before going into this, I think cheats the real rise that Rogue and Larssen in particular have made this series.
I love the way you put that. I also just want to ask the people at home to vote. Can Rogue take down the reigning champions? Vote now in chat. Yes or no, and they are so close. And you say even if they don't, but no, I think because of everything they've been fighting against, they now have the opportunity to button this up once and for all. All the people who kept underestimating them, even last week, even now, even when they have a match point versus G2 Esports. And we've talked so much about Rogue now because that's just very interesting, but we also need to look at this team. At G2, backs against the wall, reigning champions looking for that rematch versus Fnatic on red side for Game 5. What are we going to see, Yamato?
I think it's just such a big deal that they get the red side. I think it's so important to make sure that they deny the Ornn pick, because I felt like Finn is so effective on it, because regardless of what happens in the top side, he's still an Ornn that will blow his horn. And I think that's super, super big. I think the key thing we have to pay attention to is, will Rogue just lock in Akali first tree? That's what is going to kind of define, I think, a lot. Because that 2v2, if Akali gets ahead, it takes over the game. If it gets behind, then GG. So I think just 2v2 mid, my gut feeling goes for G2 side.
50-50. Love it. Frosk?
I think if I'm Rogue, I'm very confident that Larssen can play a skill matchup against Caps, and that you can find the winning end of that. If I'm Rogue, I'm really confident that if you give Hans Sama and Vander hard engage tools and agency to punish, that they can win there. And those are the things that I really care about. You know that G2 is going to fight you. So Rogue, grab as much hard engage as possible, grab an early game firepower, and just match them. Because on this day, you're better right now.
You're better right now. People at home are completely conflicted. I've heard that there were 1,000 votes and they are completely spit down the middle. Oh, I saw it. There was 1% more there for Rogue. I saw it. You guys at home have trust in Rogue. They're looking to reach their first final in history and put an end to G2's reign over the LEC. Crazy. It's time for Game 5 and for Silver Scrapes.
Hashtag go Rogue!
Welcome back to the final game of the evening where Rogue has gone the distance against G2 Esports. They have proven that they can compete with the defending champions and are on the verge of eliminating G2 from finals. The 2 times that G2 have gone to 5-game series this year, against the Mad Lions in spring and against Fnatic last weekend, they lost. So let's see if G2 can bounce back. But I think all credit to Rogue, G2 are going to be on the red side this time. So they had side selection. What do you want to see changed in draft? Because Ashe and Set did not help them.
Well,
it's a big question.
Yeah, because I'm like, so one of the big things for me is like, so the reason why I think the Kalista worked in Game 4 was because they immediately paired the Nautilus with it. And we know that G2 has a high priority on playing like early game jungle champion, so the Lily is always going to make it through. Like, there are a lot of different things at various points in the draft. The big question is, what do the teams do with the Ashe? Where does the Ashe fall on the priority list, and how do things shift depending on whether it's taken away or not?
I mean, after watching Hansama obliterate Perks on the Kalista into the Ashe, I say give him the Ashe, lock in that Kalista, maybe even take it a little bit later on in the draft if you are fine playing both sides of that matchup. And as we already see, very different look from Rogue, no set ban, they're not scared of it anymore. They're taking away the Ezreal instead.
Wow, that is kind of weird. I mean, we know that Perks plays it, but it seems that Rogue's game plan is remove as many AD carries as possible.
Remove anything that can have a decent time in the Kalista?
Do they want G2? I think that Rogue want G2 to lock in Kalista.
Draven?
Maybe.
Draven?
Maybe? The first pick Akali is going to come through. Oh, G2 banned the Kalista. Okay, so they're afraid of Rogue first picking it. They're saying, okay. So this means that G2 has to be the center. Like, the center has to be the lock-in here. They can also go for the center Nautilus, deny that Nautilus pick away from Rogue, get themselves a strong bot side pick, given that Rogue's clear priority is to get themselves the Akali. Oh, but of course the Hecarim is up and available as well.
Talking about the Hecarim, Jankos has not played that since 2016 in the summer split. He has 6 wins, 1 loss in it, but it's the first time this year. It's the first time in many, many years, in fact. And if I recall correctly, the last time we had the Senna, was it the... No, it was Aphelios into...
Yes!
Get the Draven!
In Game 5, Rogue say, forget all that. Hansama Draven is where it is at. He came to play.
So for those that don't know, Hansama was the OG Draven player of Europe. Coming into the European scene, this was the champion that everyone knew him for. It was his pocket pick. It was the champion that he would bring out when he needed to perform. Game 5 versus G2, he is bringing it out against Perks.
9 wins, 4 losses. The last time he played it was in the playoffs in spring versus Misfits as well. And this is a guy that has a penchant, a history of when the pressure is on in playoff games to pull the Draven out. This will be a treat. And also remember that Hansama and Vander have been able to bully Perks and Mickey many games this series.
Yeah, this is a statement, but it's a long time coming because Hansama and Vander absolutely have had their counterparts' number. And now Rogue are saying very much it is again about playing and dominating through that bot lane, similar to the Kalista in the last game, but this time just a little bit more explosive. That Draven pass, you cash in on big money and you can carry that. We've seen all of our games pretty much be very, very one-sided. The team that gets out to an early advantage is the team to win. You get Draven out to an early advantage, you're going to win.
Oh, I am so excited to see Hansama back on his Draven. He was telling us that this champion sucks. You can't play it into any of the meta AD carries, but he's clearly been prepping it. I'm ready. All right, let's move into the second phase of bans. G2 actually going to ban away the set themselves. Of course, the Lilia is still up and available. Clearly, they do not consider it a problem, and Rogue could still lock that in. I would be surprised if we saw something like an Evelynn, but of course it is an option in the current carry jungle meta. And then there is Graves as well, which we have seen Inspired bring up before.
Zoe ban will be the last one from Rogue. Ornn is still open and available. If anybody on Rogue wants to pick that up, and it's going to be the Shen. I think that's quite a smart call, potentially into the pressure that you'd expect in that bottom lane.
I mean, I think the Shen plus Hecarim is a very solid combination right there, but Caps waiting on his mid lane champion. That could have been a spot where he could just go for the Syndra very quickly and save counter pick for Wunder. But I think, you know, they banned out Shen before in the past, been a little bit afraid of those globals, and Shen ultimate on top of a Draven makes it so hard to come down to the bot lane and shut him down.
Mordekaiser Graves could be the option here. Ooh,
Aatrox is locked in.
So this suggests to me that Rogue is thinking about the Lilia right now. I think that they could have done an AP top laner like the Ornn, or they could have done a Mordekaiser, which I think are both very solid into the Shen, but if their plan is to run the Lilia, then they would have way too much magic damage. So I think that they're saying we need an AD top laner, we need something that can go toe-to-toe. They're gonna put Finn in a carry position, and we'll see how he stacks up.
This is a crazy surprise in terms of how the draft has played out. The Aatrox, the Draven, secured. Caps will once again get his hands on the Syndra, but now Jankos, for the first time in 3 years, playing Hecarim plus Shin. What do you make of the two drafts in the final game of the evening?
Well, this draft from G2 already feels very similar, I think, to their Game 2 draft, where they had a couple of different champions, but you have a strong front line. You have Caps again on the Syndra with the Senna to back it up. You have a very powerful team fight composition. Rogue, on the other hand, are looking to win through the early lane phase, allow Lilia to steal camps, whatnot, play early game. I want to see if Rogue have a level 1 plan again, because that was so crucial for them in game number 4.
Quick shot, your only goal this game is to track the adoration stacks and then see what that money pot is, assuming Hans Sama can get it. Because if he can't, then I think G2's in a great position. But if he can, this is the Rogue show, and they're making their way to finals.
Hans Sama and Vander have had the better of Perkz and Mickey. Can they do it in the final game? It's Rogue versus G2. Rogue have pushed G2 all the way to game number 5, and they pull out the Aatrox and the Draven, both champions that Finn and Hans Sama have not played since spring, respectively. And just a little tidbit, Finn last played Aatrox against G2 in Week 8 spring and actually lost that game.
And what I think is really interesting when we look at Rogue's history is that coming into the beginning of this year with the addition of Hans Sama to the roster, pretty much everyone was in agreement that they were number 4. It was G2, Fnatic, Origin, and then Rogue sat beneath them.
And a couple of circles.
And a couple of circles, which I'm going to remove very quickly. But what was really fascinating was how, like, when you then went into spring playoffs, the surprise was Mad Lions. Rogue ended up finishing 5th at the end of the split. They couldn't take down Origin, and it was like the hierarchy was established. They were supposed to be the awkward cousin that kind of looked afar at the 3 successful family members and that they wouldn't get a piece of the pie. But coming into this split, they leveled up. Of course, many teams around them fell apart, and I think community members, analysts, casters, everyone was looking at this team and saying, like, Rogue is going to falter. Rogue is going to fall. They're not going to be able to challenge the top 2, but here they are. They're in Game 5. They're locking in comfort picks, and they're taking it to G2 and showcasing that they can compete with the best that Europe has.
Yeah, Rogue have just been waiting the entire split to play against, a G2 or a Fnatic that are playing really, really solid League of Legends, and now testing G2, pushing them all the way to a Game 5. And now it's about Hans Sama, the man on your screen, on his Draven. You can already see how much pressure, Perkz and Mick, they don't even want to walk up to the wave. Hans Sama's going to be rocking the Hail of Blades too for really powerful early trades around the bottom lane, and Inspired instantly pathing towards the bot side as well.
He's even running the Soul Reaver Draver skin into Senna. The synergy, the skinergy, everything is so intense. But Wunder and Finn trading a little bit back and forth.
Look at Inspired now. He went blue buff to now enemy blue buff. Jankos is going to find Jankos just ignoring him for the time being, because with the early prio, level 2s came through. Hans Sama and Vander have roamed up here, and Inspired should be able to pick this one up, no problem.
There is a potential. Engages Rogue's bottom lane has moved in towards the tri-bush. They're going to force Jankos away, but he's going to lose his blue buff.
I love it. It's not a level 1 play from Rogue, it's a level 2 play, because you have this huge, like, hard slam bot lane 2v2 with these champions, and Inspired doesn't overstay. Jankos doesn't even get his Gromp camp. He's going to have to path back to the top side. So one more time, Jankos being slowed down just a little bit, thrown off his game early on and not able to find any early moves.
And it's just so exciting to see new junglers threaten and challenge the top of the table. Inspired has really impressed throughout the course of the year and shown the impact that he's had. I used to think of him just as an Olaf one-trick, and if you didn't get Olaf, he was awful at anything. And he's shown diversity, especially last weekend, playing all the meta junglers and just having such a huge influence on Rogue's ability to make it to game 5.
Yeah, really smart early pathing from him already with the invade. He's skipping his red buff. He knows those Krugs are going to give him more EXP. He wants to make sure those base camps are cycling faster because level 6 for both Aurelia and Hecarim, big CC tools. Give you a lot more gank
top lane.
opportunities,
Look at
and
top
he wants
lane.
to stay around bot.
Oh, down the bottom though, there's a dredge line.
Oh,
that's gonna connect onto Mickey. Hansama not going to be able to find first, but he flashes for it, and through the exhaust manages to pick it up. Takes a tower shot for his troubles, and now Perkz is under threat of a dive. You can see Inspired waiting behind the tower. Going to cut off the retreat. Look to get some CC down. There's the boop from Vander's Nautilus. Tower shots will tag him. They'll get the teleport out of Caps. That will force the flash from Inspired. So the TP and the kill onto Mickey.
Oh no, the teleport from Caps. I mean, coming into the bottom lane, losing out CS in mid. Yanko, sure, he's going to be happy with that one, but Caps sacrificing his own lane, not to get a kill in the bot lane, but to prevent one from going down onto his own carry.
Hansama and Vander are just putting on a show in this series. Frosk already mentioned it on the analyst desk. They won both sides of the Ashe Kalista matchup, and now they're winning with the Draven once again. Now, you expect this in the 2 versus 2, but the fact they're able to find that kill onto Mickey so early, taking advantage of a small mistake and catapulting it into what could have been a massive lead, G2 just got very lucky that it wasn't Hansama that got that kill.
Bot lane's been great for Rogue, but don't look at top lane. This is a disaster.
We've not been watching it too closely. We saw level 1 trade where Wunder was able to at least push Finn away. And then it just looks like the wave has been completely denied. Now, admittedly, he does have 2-ish waves in front of him, so that'll help a little, but that's still a gigantic advantage at level 4.
But notice as well that Wunder still has his TP. Finn is not only a level down, but has already used it. Now Jankos looking for the play. Of course, that ward will spot him out, but Cap's going to look to try and push in mid, then they can threaten a dive and zone Finn away from even more farm.
The pressure, though, is forcing Inspired to run to the top lane to prevent a dive. All his bot side camps are up. He wants to play on bot lane.
Oh, a lot of damage from Hansama. It's not going to be able to find more as Mickey's playing very defensively with that Lantern. Now Inspired's here to help out. As Wunder and Jankos are also going to get some backup from Cap, so if they overstep, there could be problems.
But this is major fallout for Rogue, because look at this. Rogue are trying to set up a freeze. They might just win the 2v2 anyways.
Oh man, the dredge line connection. Remember, there's no flash, no exhaust for Mickey. Hansama not able to get enough time for those autos, and this time around, they are pushed back.
What I'm trying to say, though, is if Inspired didn't have to go top lane and save Finn, he's bot lane right there, and that's 2 kills for Rogue. The top lane, Wunder smashing is huge.
There's no flash for Perkz. The Lantern is available, but look, Vander and Hansama just again and again. That's the flash. Riptide, passive auto as well. Hansama needs to try to get some adrenaline to step forward. Perkz is going to be able to run away, and here comes Jankos. Now all of a sudden, Hansama and Vander are in trouble. That's going to be a kill back for G2 onto Vander, punished for over-aggressive.
Oh, it's just been cider. Oh, that's huge!
Wander's going to go under the tower, and it's going to be a trade. No, he gets on with his life!
Oh my
He gets on
word!
with his life!
Wunder is absolutely styling on Finn, and in the meantime, Hansama and Vander, disaster strikes for them. I was looking at that 2v2, and every time I saw Hansama approach Perkz, I was like, he's dead. He has to be dead. Like, over and over again, I thought that that bot lane was going to lose their life, and just barely they kept getting away with it. Then Jankos finally shows his face the moment Vander commits his flash, and that's when they lose their life.
And it's insane to see that Perkz is not only even on CS, but able to withstand all of the pressure. Vander is just trying so hard to find him. While all that's going on, we've kind of not paid too much attention to Larssen and Caps, both of whom have hit level 6, pretty even on the farm. But this is just going to turn into such an interesting game as G2 currently have the gold lead thanks to the kill advantage. Larsen's going to put some damage down onto Caps, gets caught out by the stun, but he's not going to go into the perfect execution.
Right now, this game is not about mid laners, but once we start to see them leave mid lane and look to roam, it very well could be. It is about top lane. Wunder's been smashing Finn, and Jankos is here once again.
Oh, no flash for Finn. He's going to get caught up by some damage, but you can see that Inspired is making his way up as well.
It's so huge, though, for G2, because Wunder has won his lane every single game so far this series. He's gotten counter picks, it's been great. You know, he's been put in a really good position. But this is the first game where it is having serious ramifications for the rest of Rogue, because I have to say it again, Wunder just won bot lane for Mickey and Perkz because he drew Inspired up here, and that let Jankos be bot side for the Roman. Once again, with the wave on his side, he's up 30 CS and can continually fight into Finn.
Wunder is just styling on him now, and again you can see the Lilia hovering around the top side of the map. She's positioned in a way so that she can help secure this Rift Herald, and of course the bright side for Rogue is that this Drake becomes a lot harder to contest because of how consistently this bot wave is pushing in favor of Rogue. They're now looking for a play in mid. Larssen still has the ult.
It's the Shroud. That's a flash already used, and Jankos will commit the ult, but Larssen trades the flash to escape with his life.
That was really well played because the fear was going to knock him in range of Caps' ultimate. So using that ult at just the right time takes him to safety. Jankos now fails the smite
Inspired
steal.
got it.
Inspired is able to get away with that one, but no one is actually going to secure this.
Check this out. Vander is on the roam as well, all the way out of that bottom lane. So he gets out of dodge. That's going to mean Finn can walk up and pick up the Rift Herald, but I hate to do him like this, but Finn getting the Herald is the worst out of anyone because all Inspired wants to do is pick the Herald up and run to bot lane. And now it's forced to go to Finn, and Finn, it's just going to recover some gold in the top lane, but he's always going to lose this matchup. It can never be used to snowball Larssen or Hans Sama unless he can teleport into another lane, so that's what we need to see in 45 seconds when his TP comes up.
So in these scenarios, is it better to sack the losing lane and just prioritize the winning lane so you have a point of attack to play through?
When your winning lane is Draven, and when your winning lane is Hans Sama Draven, you prioritize the winning lane.
Yes, but that suddenly became a lot harder when Wunder got his ultimates. So, as Endo was talking about earlier, they wanted to make these plays happen. Notice that Perkz and Mickey, they were so overextended in that lane. There were so many opportunities for them to get kills, but the jungler wasn't there. Now that Wunder has level 8, he is doing very well in terms of farm. He's likely sitting on a lot of gold that he's going to want to go back and spend some to upgrade some of his items. Like, if Rogue commit too hard to a bot play, Caps could TP in, Wunder could ultimate in, and that bot play is not as safe. So I think for the time being, they just want to take advantage of the fact that Hans Sama and Vander have a lot of lane prio and control, and instead just look for a good skirmish or a fight to get him really snowballed.
Over 180 adoration stacks on Hans Sama's Draven, by the way, just as an aside, and at 10 minutes, neither team has a significant advantage. So unlike many of the previous games, the game's not quite over yet.
I do really like this play from Rogue. They realize the Shen ult, a big problem. Finn's lane up here not going great either. So let's actually get out of the laning phase. We're going to bring the duo up towards the top side of the map. That's where the Rift Herald is going to be able to be dropped as well. And I mean, Perkz is very late on the rotation. He didn't even take a reset. He went back bot lane. Now he's trying to run up top, but Rogue should be able to take this tower very, very low with 4 members in the top lane already.
The rest of G2 are not in the bottom lane to be able to respond at all. The Herald has not been dropped just yet. Finn's going to start to back away. Decide to hold on to that one.
Look at Caps. He's in base. He has the TP. Shen ultimate is also available. Here it comes.
Dredge line will connect onto Mickey. And there's still a lot of damage going out. Not going to pick up. That's it. Picked up by Hans Sama. I didn't quite see the total gold. Now, members of G2 are underneath the tower, and they're being jumped on. They get a reply. That's a 1-for-1.
Here comes Jankos!
Here comes Jankos. Onslaught shadows over the wall. Larssen forced to use the perfect execution to run for his life, but he's left for dead. There's no one around to save him, and he will get Rampage down. 2 kills to G2. The Herald was not popped either, so they didn't even get the tower.
Observers, if you can, though, let's swap over to the gold. Thank you very much. 4.5k total sitting on Draven. He's going to be pretty happy picking up that large chunk of gold. So while G2 did come out ahead in terms of kills, the fact that that shutdown went onto the Draven means that Rogue is still in a great position. They've got themselves the Bloodthirster. They're going to be able to drop the Rift Herald bot, and they're going to get themselves a little bit more gold.
Yeah, Finn will pick this up even if he does run away. So that's 2 plates for him. Not the most at the end of the day. Had that been dropped in top, maybe a bit of a difference, but the gold for Hans Sama means a Bloodthirster, and that is a huge spike for him. They're going to need to use this big time. I mean, I feel like for Rogue, it takes them a really long time to finish off this first kill, and they sort of realize they can't commit on past this. Vander uses the stopwatch, but Caps did teleport in this fight, so he's able to knock him out immediately after the TP. How much gold? I missed it. I missed it. I
missed it as well. I was looking at so many other things.
Jankos came here on the ultimate, though, and that, of course, was clutch, because he was all the way down in the bottom lane and sprinted all the way up towards the top side to make this happen.
It's going to be such a difficult situation for Hans Sama in these fights because all G2 are going to do is throw everything they have at him. The gold lead sitting on his side, and obviously Larssen was shut down there just in the jungle. So it's 4 kills to 2, only a 400 gold lead at 12 minutes. A couple of plates were secured in the bottom lane with that Rift Herald. But just to keep pointing out, Finn is still 40 CS down, and Hans Sama is where the lead is for Rogue. You can see G2 starting to put a few members in to catch him in the top lane.
Very happy to see that so far in this early game, though, it's very even. Game 3, it was a stomp for G2. Game 4, it was a stomp for Rogue, and it felt like that we were at risk of having just another one-sided game here in Game 5, but both teams still going toe-to-toe. Very clear advantages on both sides, and really what I'm looking at is when do these 2 mid laners come online? Which carry will have a larger impact? Because they've been relatively quiet so far, slowly racking up gold and kills, and while you can see everyone leaving the game, can confirm no one has in fact left the game.
Yeah, as you may or may not know, we do play with a delay. competitive integrity reasons, so when game will continue, there's no problems here. And just to update, the observers did tell me that Hans Sama picked up around 400 gold, 397 actually.
Reasonable.
So reasonable, not quite game-changing, but it is enough to finish that Bloodthirster just a little bit earlier and keep Rogue in a threatening position. If they can find a fight or a skirmish with him, it's still 4 minutes till the Dragon because that Ocean was just picked up.
Now,
Cloud rather.
We have been talking a lot in this series about the two junglers and how Jankos has really struggled to adapt to the current carry jungle meta, and Inspired has really kind of had his number for the vast majority of the series. Now he's very close to Trinity Forces. Never mind, Wonder going for a bit of a skirmish on top, forced to flash.
Flash away from Wonder. Hans Sama's trying to chase, and I don't know if they're going to fancy the chances under the tower. Larssen is making his way down, and to go back to the point you were talking about, Inspired has definitely, since round one, found his impact in the game.
And the point that I wanted to get at was Jankos in this game is going to be a much larger carry threat. You can see that the Draven ultimate going to be used to clear out the way. Very nicely done. Going to slow down this push. Going to give Rogue the opportunity to take that bot tower. But now Jankos is getting very close to that Trinity Force spike. Continuing to clear out his jungle. He's doing very well in the department of farm. And he's going to hit a much larger spike earlier than Inspired will. And the moment Caps has that Ludens upgrade as well, this is when G2 can really start to force fights. And that's when Rogue have to be a little bit careful, because their Gunblade is a little bit delayed. You can see that while Hans Sama is still very strong, sitting on a lot of gold, the rest of Rogue haven't quite caught up yet. And I feel that G2 is going to be a little bit stronger a little bit earlier, so that brief window is a time period that Rogue have to respect when playing against G2.
It's very exciting to see Rogue in a position where they're going into this mid game as even as possible, and they're going to have to beat G2 in the skirmishes, in the setup, in the fight to genuinely prove that they are the #1 team from the regular season. They've been consistently underestimated. Every pro player or coach we've spoken to is just like, yeah, they're fine, we can beat them. They're cookie cutter. They do the same thing every time. Well, now we're seeing Draven, Aatrox, Lilia, and Larssen's Akali, which has been definitely impactful, albeit just a few moments here or there, and this now under some pressure in the mid lane.
It's such a different look for Rogue, too, because all summer long, they've been such a good team fight team, playing the front to back, the 5v5, that all looks great. But this game, it's not about that. You have all these different players with really high ceilings on their champions to force plays, and now Finn once again stuck out in this top side. Jankos looking for him.
Yeah, he's going to start the recall. It is just a matter of time until he gets found out. Had no tower, didn't really have particularly deep vision, and we'll get some good damage down onto Caps, but unable to do anything more meaningful. Is now Inspired, now making his way forward. Swirl Seed will tag onto Mickey. Dredge line will be available for Vander after the Flay and the box are dropped down. There's no Draven nearby. As the Whirling Death flies across the map as Hans Sama's just farming up in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, he's farming top lane too. I'm pretty sure that's what that ultimate was about picking up, or perhaps was actually trying to cancel Caps' recall towards the top side of the map. Regardless, though, it's all about him trying to build up here, because G2 is the team fight comp. They have such powerful engage. Their backline can be massive, very high range there as well. And Rogue have to be very creative coming into the team fights, finding flanks for Larssen, for Finn to actually be able to make a meaningful impact against Caps or Perks. Otherwise, in the front to back, it is really hard to power through the front line of, I mean, Hecarim, especially once he gets his Death Dance and the Shen ult on top, it's going to be difficult.
And if they manage to do that, you've then got Caps with the Luden's Echo completed now. Perks with the Manamune is still stacking up towards that Mirror Mana to try to deal with. And Draven is not the longest range champion, so definitely has to deal with whatever's in front of him. With a minute to go before the Ocean Drake. Pretty shallow wards on both sides, but Rogue have vision in the river and G2 on their side of the jungle.
So what I find really interesting about this game specifically is we could have a Mountain Soul. And if Rogue get that, Bloodthirster with potentially Overheal, with potentially Mountain Drake, you could have a shield that's literally the size of his health on top of that Draven. And Draven is already quite a challenging champion to kill. So in the event that does happen, he'll only get even harder. So something that both teams are definitely going to keep their eyes out for.
There is also so much healing on Rogue's team. This is definitely a game G2 need to consider some form of anti-heal to be able to cut through that, because Rogue's tankiness comes through Life Steal. Here we go, looking for Caps.
Okay, the Dredge line will not find a target. Wonder does not have his ultimate available, but he does have the TP if anything were to break out. The Dragon has just spawned, and Rogue are going to make a move towards the river.
I love that even though we're in a game 5, you expect G2 to still be willing to make aggressive plays, but you wouldn't say the same for Rogue.
Oh, this is very bold. Flash and cleanse are still available. That's the cleanse. There's the flash as well. But now the rest of Rogue, they're in the pit. They've got the Dragon. So trading Summoner spells for Dragon. Don't know how I feel about that one, as the Rift Herald has now been spawned. As long as Hansama doesn't get caught out like that again in the next few minutes, maybe that can pay off.
Does cost him both his summoner spells, meaning that G2 can look... I mean, remember that their dive comp is... its purpose is to kill these carries. So that could
No,
be
it's to kill Hansama. It's just Hansama.
And if they kill him, then they're definitely in a good position. Ooh, the Rift Herald is even able to get through, but I like how Rogue were able to set up on the bot side of the map. They kept that bot wave heavily pushed into the tower. They made sure that Shen was kept preoccupied, and it made it very easy for Rogue to move into the river, secure that second Drake of the game, and it will be the Mountain Drake. So a potential Mountain Soul, that extra shielding, could be very valuable for both sides.
It's crazy to think 20 minutes into Game 5, G2 only have 1,000 gold lead, but they are down 2 dragons to Rogue. The winner will play Fnatic tomorrow. Make sure you tune in for that. And we still don't technically know who's going to come out on top here. There's no noticeable advantage to speak of. Both sides have had dominating wins throughout the course of the series. And I like the fact that we're pretty much setting up for some big fights to decide the entire series.
I feel like G2 are in such a comfortable position right now because of the strength of their fighting. Even down 2 dragons, all they have to do is make sure Hansama does not cash in on that Draven. Because I think that's sort of the last thing that could really swing it back for Rogue, is you make Hansama super insanely fed on this champion, picking up a big kill in the last fight, because he has just been perma-farming in these side lanes. Even the reason he got caught out in mid lane right before that Dragon play started was because he was farming mid and then tried to take the aggressive path back towards the Drake. So it really, for him, has been all about building up those adoration stacks. And if he can cash in, then it's all worth. But if he doesn't, I feel like G2 have everything they need to be able to take a fight.
And you can see that as the lanes have opened up, as outer towers have started to fall, Rogue's pressure over the map has also slowly started to decline. And the range of Draven does make it a little bit more challenging to be able to properly threaten these neutral objectives, or these, outer towers and power positions on the map. And so they kind of have to take their time. They're still waiting for Draven to ramp up. You can see that he's very close to completing his Infinity Edge. Jankos pops the Ghost. He has his eyes on Hansama.
Hansama's going to be the target. There's the Stand United, plus the Onslaught of Shadows, as well as all the other ultimates. And that's now Inspired, who's going to be the next target. He will be able to get a sleep at least. But my word, G2 said, Hansama, you will die. They killed him, and they get the tower as well.
And we said that more weight is going to fall on the shoulders of Jankos. He saw an opportunity. He called for the ultimates to come in. And this is the Wombo combo that we talked about games ago. Shen ultimate. It was a Gangplank ultimate previously, but Shen ulti, the Senna ulti, the Heket ulti. There's very little that Hansama can do without any summoner spells.
And in the blink of an eye, that's a 3,000 gold lead. So plus 2k just from that sequence of moments. And Hansama, if he is kept down, that's the problem. Finn is still significantly further behind Wunder. And what Aatrox is going to offer a team versus what Shen is going to offer the team is significantly different as the game plays out.
And I really think that we have to go back to Ender's original point, which is how much credit Wunder deserves for the position that that G2 find themselves in right now. The fact that he dominated Finn so hard in the 1v1 during the early laning phase meant that jungle pressure was drawn up towards the top side of the map. The fact that it was harder for Rogue to be able to contest things like the Rift Herald. There are so many things that he has done to get G2 through what could have been an extremely difficult laning phase, that G2 is now in a position where they have the gold lead against this Draven, and he's not snowballing out of control.
And also to do it in such an important game, in a series where he hasn't had that level of impact every game, right? So definitely stepping up when G2 needs him to, and with a minute to go until the Mountain Drake, so it is Mountain Soul that we're playing for. G2 are already pushing all the deep vision into that southern quadrant of the jungle. They pushed out that mid wave as well, and Hansama will pick up the top outer tower.
I still believe that Rogue can do it, though. I still believe that with the champions that they have, it only takes one good fight. But Finn has the TP, so does Larssen. G2 looking for a play in the top side of the map.
We'll take the Blast Cone over.
How much do they want it?
Inspired has his flash available if he needs it. Baron helping out a lot.
Yep.
And that hammers Perkz as he walks through. The Whirling Death will not find its target, as Hansama's been using that pretty much on cooldown to farm side lanes, to scout the jungle as well, and there to try and poke down Perkz.
Ooh, actually, the recall being canceled there by Hansama is pretty devastating for them. He's not going to be able to reset and get back bot side in time, so Rogue are going to have to give up this Dragon no contest. I think Hans Sama was going to say, okay, I'm going to keep on farming up, make sure I can get my Infinity Edge on this next base. But for Rogue, I feel like looking for an early Dragon Soul is going to be really pivotal for them because, again, I do not favor this team in a team fight. I don't think they actually have a cohesive enough 5v5, and their front line is doing nothing. Like, Finn is not going to be able to soak up damage coming through from Caps. That's a QR combo, and he's going to be gone. So it really does come down to whether or not Hans Sama can survive the dive, and that is very, very questionable at this point in the game.
And Vander's only level 9. What's he going to do against a level 13 Hecarim with a level 14 Shen on top of his face, right? Like, that front line is not going to hold out relative to what G2 have, and I think that in the straight-up front-to-back, I agree with Ender, this game is only going to get harder, which is why we put so much emphasis and focus on this bot side of the map, and the fact that Hans Sama has not been able to snowball out of control only makes this game more difficult. Now, he does have the Infinity Edge, so if Rogue were to find an opportunity, you're kind of looking at now to try and force it, but we'll see if they're able to make it happen.
There may even be a tipping point here for Rogue where the focus goes away from Hans Sama. You know so much dive is going to come onto you. When he doesn't have summoner spells, he will resign himself to the fact that he will die, and it's just about putting out as much damage as possible. In which case, then it is, can Larssen and Inspired, can they actually get in to the G2 backline? Can they wreak havoc back there? Because G2, very, very, so powerful, and they're looking for the dive on Finn again.
Finn is in so much trouble. Stand United, as well as Jankos and Caps jumping onto him. Whenever Jankos has his Ghost and Ultimate available, he's looking for a target. So the Flay into the death sentence. Mickey and Perkz trying to pick up a kill again. It looks like they'll be able to. Larsen's able to escape for now.
Oh, the redemption!
It's gonna stop him!
No!
Sniped with the redemption! Oh, that feels so bad. G2 find themselves 2 kills, and they start peeling back towards the Baron.
And crucially, it's the bot lane of G2, the duo that has struggled during the laning phase, is able to get a clutch pick on to Larssen. This could open up the Baron for G2, but they're not going to take the gamble for now. They don't have a lot of ultimates. They're not going to risk it. They're just going to be happy with the vision, but Rogue is falling further and further behind in this game 5.
And it's like Rogue are going out with a whimper. It's not them. Like, so all series long, it's been them forcing plays, and they've been losing plays. In the games they've lost, they have been making mistakes with the engages, going too far. In this one, it is now G2 constantly picking on Finn. They're finding Larssen in the mid lane, 2-0-2-0. It is not the same Akali that we saw from him in game 4.
It's not, and unfortunately, a lot of that has stemmed from those early game decisions, as we talked about. The fact that Inspired wasn't able to unlock many of those other lanes. And I'm going to ask everybody in chat, do you think Rogue can pull it back? Do you think they can win this game? Vote in chat. Can Rogue bring it back? Yes, to say they can and they'll win, or no, to say you're expecting G2 to close this one out. Obviously, G2 in an advantage, you know, plus 3k, plus the compositional advantage, the tools they have unlocked. But you can't deny the fact that if Hans Sama or Larssen can find either Caps or Perkz, that can be a big difference maker in these team fights. But it's a tall task.
Like, the crazy thing about team fights is how things should go on paper is not always how things pan out, right? That's ultimately the beauty of League of Legends, and I think like team fights themselves are what can be so fluctuating and impactful. And one big mistake could cost G2 massively. You can see that the fans in chat heavily believe that G2 have locked this one in, that Rogue will not be able to come back, but there is still a couple of diehards. I respect that. Still some belief in Rogue. Like, I'm optimistic. I think the Draven can still turn this around. I'm keeping my eye on Hans Sama. Level 14, has his summoner spells up.
And Rogue are looking to attack around the top lane. They want to go to Wonder and play around Hans Sama, just camping inside the Tri-Brush for the time being, but as soon as G2 show around this area, they can't commit to the play because it would take them so long to actually finish off Wonder. G2 would be able to rotate around and finish them off. So now Rogue constricted. They have to play underneath their towers. They know that the hard engage of G2 can come at you from so far away. That's the power of this Hecarim. As Vander tries to find Wonder but doesn't connect.
The Shadow Dash gets Wonder to safety. Jankos, every time he steps forward when his ultimate is available, I wonder if he's going to look for the initiation. There's more than enough tools behind him. G2 have got a significant lead, and I'm definitely going to look forward to discussing this series after today, because regardless of who ends up winning this game, there's a lot of questions and performance and and let's say discussion-worthy topics right, to come from the games that we've seen. We've had stompy wins from both sides. We've seen some exceptional play, and we've seen some mechanical mistakes. So it's just interesting, and then you start thinking of the ramifications. Both these teams going towards Worlds. One of them first or second seed, they'll face Fnatic tomorrow. One of them losing today is now Rogue are losing their inhibitor tower. There's no one to defend. Finn will finally have some support from Inspired. That's going to at least get the Umbral Chains to pull him back, but instantly escaping and not going to be able to find anything.
It's such a painful force right there from Inspired because Rogue know what's happening to them. They know they don't have many options. They come far and few between right there. Inspired saw a window, did not act on it quickly enough, and Caps clicks Lantern and get out to safety. Rogue, I don't see a world in which they can realistically contest this Dragon. It's mountain map, so you can play in the Fog of War. There's so many more pockets of vision you can hide from if you are G2 looking to find a pick.
Face checking a Syndra is always a very scary thing to do, especially a level 16-1.
Mejai's check, by the way.
Yep, he's only got 5 stacks right now. Also a Senna stacks check. She's just crossed over the 60 mark, so slowly ramping up. Jankos now going to pop the Ghost. Who is it? Oh, it's Finn. Of course it's Finn.
Well, that's Finn going to be in a lot of trouble. The Onslaught was not used, luckily close enough to the towers and not close enough to Caps. Nearly 300 Adoration stacks for Hans Sama, by the way, so he needs to get a pick, and then he needs to get another pick, and then try find a way to claw back this gold deficit, because right now, Rogue don't control their jungle, they don't control really their lanes, they're losing control of their future in the finals.
G2 are just making all the right decisions too, even the items. Lock of the Iron Solari for Shen, you can't fight into G2, and now G2 looking to collapse on Vander and Hans Sama.
Yeah, there's not enough support from the
double TP.
Double TP's coming in. Wonder and Mickey a little bit separated. The death sentence will find Hans Sama, and he cleanses out of it. Larssen waiting to look for an engage, and now all 5 members are standing toe-to-toe. Dredgeline will connect, and that's a fantastic ultimate. That's already Caps blown up before he can drop his ultimate. Now, can Hans Sama find the cash in? That's the question. He's turning his attention to Jankos and to Wonder. They simply cannot do it. The initial pick worked out. Rogue managed to find the opportunity to bring themselves back into this game. There's the chase back onto Wonder. The Umbral Chains will pull him backwards. This will be 4 quick kills for Rogue.
Rogue still going here. They're going to be able to find Wonder, and then can they turn it into the Baron? That's the question. Shut down comes through for Hans Sama, and Rogue heads straight to the Baron.
G2 could not kill Hans Sama. Larssen takes down Caps while Vander dies. I don't think Perkz can stop this. This was the pick that Rogue were looking for. They have the Baron in their eyes, and they're still in this series.
Rogue should never have been able to come back into this game, but it is one fight saving Hans Sama in the top lane. They show up so huge, and they're right back into the mix of things.
I'm so blown away that they managed to find that pick, but in the chaos of the setup, Rogue TPing in behind multiple members of G2, they were split. They weren't grouped up as the 5v5, so it turned up, well, effectively was a 4v2, and the kill onto Caps.
Yeah, I mean, Caps getting hooked there was so brutal, but at the start, it's just as you said it, 3 members of G2 on the top side of this fight, and then Perkz and Jankos down on the bottom. So right away, G2 can't instantly commit because Rogue are grouped up here, but I think it's so critical, not just this hook on the Caps, but also Inspired is gonna put Perkz to sleep on the backside, so Perkz does nothing in this fight. He's the damage dealer. He's the only one that's left once Caps goes down. But now it is just Jankos and Wonder in the thick of things, and they can't reach Hans Sama. He is going to destroy any melee champion in front of him.
The fact that Caps died so quickly, I think, was so crucial.
What a cancel.
Really good cancel there from Finn as well. And doesn't matter how strong Wonder is when he's in a 1 versus 5. The fact that Rogue are able to pick up this Baron is just so big for momentum. The fact that Hans Sama survives as well. They give him the kill. He gets a bunch of gold. Look at that.
Oh my God.
Straight up death stance now in his back pocket. And props to Finn. We weren't watching him, but apparently he did a lot of damage in that fight.
Finn had a terrible laning phase. Got absolutely destroyed by Wonder, but credit where credit is due. He showed up in the fight that might give Rogue a chance to go to the finals.
This is unbelievable. The turnaround. I was ready to write them off. I was ready to see another G2 Fnatic final, but Rogue were not. They find the TPs, they punish G2 for being out of position, and this brings them back into the game. So now we're back at neutral, 2 dragons apiece, even on gold, but Rogue have a lot of work to do with towers.
Well, I don't know if it is neutral right now, Quickshot, because levels are starting to swing. Larssen level 17, and crucially, stopwatch on Inspired, stopwatch on Larssen. Along with the Death Stance means that Syndra's burst now becomes a little bit harder to execute, and with 0 stacks on the Mejai's, Caps is not going to have the same damage until he can complete that Death Cap. Look, a 5k gold advantage now neutralized. Rogue, in fact, getting a slight gold lead. this is definitely the momentum swing that they've been looking
They're right back here are Rogue, but Hansama, no flash. His cleanse is only just going to be returning, so he still has to look out for G2.
They're going to find him?
The vision, everyone canceled their backs. They're going to start moving. The redemption comes out. Dredgeline will connect onto Jankos. He's going to get a very short ulti. Now Perkz does as well. Jankos goes down. That's all the damage. That's 5 versus 4 now. If Caps can arrive, but it's actually 5 versus 3. He's late to the party. Rogue are not done yet. There's still 30 seconds on the Baron, and they can start pushing towards the base.
And Inspired still has the sleep, so apply that, and Rogue can press the gas. Inspired has to flash away here, and the hook does not connect onto Finn, but that's a sleep. That's Perkz.
That's it. Look, how can Hansama get in there? He can't get, because Caps manages to make a 2-man stun. He slows the engage from Rogue, and he's still got his ultimate available to him. There's a lot of squishies on Rogue's side. If Caps was able to close the gap, he could delete somebody, and at the end of the day, Rogue, they just get away.
Whew. I love what we're seeing from Rogue right now. Look, you can see the hard commitment, but again, Caps isn't here. Look at the minimap. Look, he's sitting here. He's not even in the fight yet. G2 are committing so hard to this play when they don't have one of their major damage dealers. They're able to peel Jankos off. The CC is enough, and he's basically in a 1 versus 5 situation. The Rogue is more than easily capable of turning in their favor.
And right back in live, we see G2 are trying to teleport for this Dragon. It's third Drake either way for these two teams. Rogue carrying so much momentum, but still seconds away from Hansama getting his flash back up, and we know that is so critical for Rogue.
I like the call that Rogue are going to back away in game 2. They threw themselves at multiple fights that they did not need to. No ways. No! Okay, that was close. That was close. The Observer's baiting us a little bit there with some expectation. But Rogue will only get 1 more of those Dragon freebies because they have to contest the next one. They cannot just sit back and wait and wave clear. But,
oh my word, he's so rich. He's just so rich. But also, this gold represents how important Caps is to these team fights. If he's not there, you shouldn't fight. He has all of your gold. He has so much of your damage that you have to involve him. Otherwise, you're not going to win the 5v5.
The crazy thing is the last 2 fights, it's been Caps gone, either dying in the first one or not actually there, and Perkz being unable to hit anyone. The great thing about Hecarim is he can engage from so far away, but the terrible thing about Hecarim is you're so fast that sometimes your team can't catch up, and if G2 continue to go for these types of fights, they will lose and they will not be able to finish off Hansama.
Exactly what happened in the top lane engage just a few minutes ago that allowed Rogue to start to accelerate ahead. Now, okay, so 4 minutes until the next Dragon, 1 minute until Baron. It really feels like we're at a neutral state unless someone gets caught out of position because nobody wants to take the risk of fighting unless there's an objective to contest. What do you want to see from Rogue, who are now in a much more realistic position to actually, you know, push this advantage? Because we've already said so much that we think in terms of straight up team fights, we still like the G2 comp.
So I want to see Rogue bundle up into a little ball every single team fight. Like, the harder you make it for G2 to dive, the better you're going to be. Notice that Hansama now level 17, has a level advantage on Jankos, on Perkz, and as long as Vander is hugging him and protecting him, there is a real world where Rogue are able to win these 5 versus 5s. It's just very much about keeping him alive with the Phantom Dance, with the Death Dance, with the Bloodthirster. It's only getting harder to kill him. And so as long as they can keep this little death ball, then Rogue have a real shot of winning this game and making their way to the final.
I like the death ball. I want it to just be 4 players. I think Larssen needs to get into the G2 backline. He has the stopwatch. He has the Shroud. If he can make it so that Caps cannot line up a multi-man stun on top of the Hecarim ult, if Caps isn't able to deal the damage to the rest of the team, that has to be so critical to Rogue and the extra pressure he could put on towards Perkz as well. If Larssen can split up the front lane for the backline, that is huge success for him.
Well, we've seen Larssen do it a couple times this series on that Akali. Talking about Perkz, he's hit 100 stacks on his passive as well. We're 2.5 minutes away from this next Dragon. Taking a look at Vision. Not a lot around the Dragon Pit right now, still a little early anyway, but a couple of wards in and around the Baron Pit. And it looks like Rogue are currently cheating towards that objective.
Remember, G2 have so many different pick tools. And on Mountain Map, you have those extra little terrain things that pop on up there. You can hide in many more pockets of Fog of War and look for picks. G2 have mid push. You're going to be able to use this to walk into the top side river, clear away Vision, and also get that Scuttle Crab. That can be pretty pivotal inside these fights.
G2 found themselves in a very similar position against Fnatic. The game went long, the fights were close, and now this could be their last-ditch effort. It was, you Quickshot that gave us that stat in the last 2 Game 5s that G2 have been in this year. They have lost both of them, and for Rogue to be able to create the upset, to be able to make their first final in the organization's history would be huge. And we would continue to see the evolution of European players making it to the top and challenging the best.
And to push a team in G2 that was top 2 in the world in 2019 to not be top 2 in Europe in 2020 would truly be incredible for this team.
And they've got a minute until the next Dragon to make it a reality, right? I feel like Rogue are going to have to contest this. I don't think they want to give up the soul for free. There's not a lot of vision set up. Finn is starting to push this bottom wave. And G2, they're busy pushing out the mid lane. Not too many wards in the inventories for now. But do you reckon there'll be a skirmish or a fight at this Dragon?
I mean, it kind of has to be, right?
Yep.
Like, G2 obviously want to secure that soul. Having the additional shielding and further stats is only going to be valuable. Hecarim, just kind of looking at his items, I was going to say he's starting to fall off a little bit here.
It's because he hasn't been able to farm.
He hasn't been able to
hit
farm
his third
anything.
item, and now G2, like, the carries are taking the camps. On the other side, Larssen just got the rabbit on Deathcap. Finn sitting on an elixir. Elixir in fights like these is so, so powerful. I always want teams to go back to base and pick those up. It's level 18 fights. It's almost 6 items for both 2 teams, and it's a Mountain Soul in 20 seconds.
Caps has his teleport sitting in base waiting. Stand United is available for Wunder as well, and it looks like Caps is going to TP to join his team from the inner middle lane turret. Gonna start pushing forward, not gonna find a stun. The Larssen is forced to run away. That's a big chunk of damage from the rapid fire cannon that is sitting in Perkz' inventory.
It's G2 with mid lane priority. They're gonna be able to find the collapse. Wunder is so fast coming into this one. G2 are looking for the fight.
Larssen can split the team. He's looking for the flank. And the Dragon is going low, 2,000 HP. We're going to have a smite fight inside the pit. Who's going to pick it up? And he got it by G2. They get the soul, and they start to retreat. They don't need the fight right now, unless it's on their turn.
That's a big hook.
Sentence connects onto Finn. He's forced to escape with his life for now. And they get the soul, they get out.
They get out, they're gonna have the push in mid, and they're gonna head straight towards the Baron. They know how far Rogue are away. Rogue are trying to reset. They might not even make it to the river in time before G2 bursts this down.
Oh, this is unbelievable. Rogue start off the Dragon. They don't find an opportunity to secure it. Jankos walks in, smites it, and now G2 are just going to steal the Baron from under their nose.
Rogue have time. They're coming into the river, and watch the flank. Larssen and Finn are on the top side of the fight, looking to pincer down and hit the G2 backline.
Have to go now, have to go now.
Yeah,
Don't get the soul and the Baron. That's a dredge line into Mickey. He's going low inside the pit. Another smite fight. Jankos wins this one. Inspired's trying to get some damage into Mickey, but Larsen's going low. Jankos can almost run him down. Onslaught of Shadows and Rampage gets him. That's a support for a mid laner. That is not a fair trade. And the stun onto Hans Sama means that G2 can escape. They get a 1-for-1, they get Baron, they get Soul. They are back in control.
G2 got everything they could possibly want right there. It is Jankos clutch with the smite on the Dragon, and G2's split-second decision-making to sprint to the Baron and take that from right under Rogue's noses.
It is heartbreaking for Rogue because they never even got a fight. There was no opportunity for them to utilize any of their powers, any of their strengths, because they were basically just running around the map and chasing G2. The Dragon got stolen away. The Baron was a gamble that G2 were able to lock down, and now with the power that G2 have, they're looking to try and break into the base, but that will be no easy task as Rogue still stand firm.
Unbelievable turn of events. Another very dramatic game 5. Last weekend, G2 did it against Fnatic, but they weren't able to make that final push, that final play. Now they've got the tools. They've got the Soul, they've got the Baron for another 2 minutes, but you cannot discount the fact that there is still a lot of damage to deal with from Hans Sama. Larssen has not had the impact that he's had throughout the rest of the series, or earlier in the series. And he has to try find a way to turn that around.
This has not been Larssen's game for the majority of it, and now it has become even more difficult for him. He has to overcome the shielding you get of the Mountain Soul on the backline. How do you kill Caps and Perkz? It is so, so difficult for Rogue at this point into the game. Hans Sama has capped out 6 items now on his Draven, and Rogue are just one team fight away from losing their base.
Doesn't look like Rogue are going to find an opportunity to initiate anything just yet. Finn has teleport available, but he's trying to push the bottom lane while his base is being torn apart by members of G2 and those Baron-empowered minions.
The range of Senna is so valuable at this point as well. Notice how she can just walk up, chunk people out of Rogue's own base and concede onto these towers so easily. Rogue are divided right now. They don't have the wave clear to stop this siege from G2.
And we've seen in previous games how hard it is to find a flank when G2 are sieging the top lane on this side of the map. It's not possible to get in here, and G2 are just going structure to structure, eviscerating Rogue's base.
The dredge line does not connect onto a target, so therefore Rogue cannot find the initiation. situation. Death Sentence goes a little bit wide, but it doesn't matter. The base is being destroyed, and so is Vander. He's forced to dredge line away to the Nexus turrets. And the second inhibitor's going to fall. Perkz is on a killing spree. The railgun from downtown. This could be the final push. Baron is still up for 30 seconds. Finn will manage to get at least one Q onto G2, but they need to follow Hans Sama. The Whirling Death goes out. There's so much to deal with. Onslaught of Shadows is available for Jankos if he wants to throw it.
Here comes the next minion wave. G2 ready to push into the base. Just 2 Nexus turrets, and the Nexus in the way of facing Fnatic tomorrow. Perkz so strong into the base. Larssen has to do something.
Oh man, G2, they've got 1 Nexus turret. They're so tantalizing close to the final to defend their title. That's Inspired. He goes golden underneath these turrets. The Flay will catch Hans Sama, and he's going to get pushed back by a devastating charge. Even though he's no stun, it doesn't matter. Hans Sama is down. Rogue are down. They put up a valiant fight, but Rogue will be defeated by G2 in a 5-game epic. G2 Esports will take down Rogue. They just need to get a couple more kills and finish off this Nexus, as is the G2 way. Make it dramatic, make it flashy. G2 eliminate Rogue and advance to the final to face Fnatic.
Rogue fought tooth and nail for that 5th game. They had such a convincing team fight win, back-to-back even in the top side. They got themselves a Baron. But then when it came down to those final Drakes, those final Barons, they never got those fights. They never had that opportunity. Everything was just kind of stolen away from them, and you can see the frustration on their faces. They played so well in this series. Yes, they had their low points, but they also had such high points, and they showed you the ceiling that they were capable of after pushing G2 all the way to 5 games.
This final game was never going to be easy for them, but they did find that miracle fight and pushed it to be so close. Certainly challenged G2. Rogue are our 3rd best team in Europe.
No doubt about it. Fantastic series. Definitely proving they can compete. Another dramatic game 5. But I just cannot get away from the fact that that final passage of play from the Soul to the Baron, there wasn't even engaged. Jankos literally just did a drive-by with the Smite on the Hecarim. Key player of the series at LEC, Wondercaps and Mickey are going to be your options. But I definitely think there's going to be a lot of questions coming out of this series when you look at some of the decisions the players have made and some of the individual performances as well. It was an interesting series, to say the least.
I mean, for sure. Also, what that says is different to what that is, so I'm a little confused. But what I will say is that we're going to hear from the players very soon. Quick shot.
You do it. We'll hear from Perkz before Jankos joins us in the post-game lobby. Don't go anywhere. Got 5 games.
Time for a show. Show 'em how you outplay. Go and check the replay. Dubs like all day. Boy, you better know. Know that it might be just a little hyphy. Trying to call about these watches go. Cause the games are straight fight. Every team fight coming down to the wire. The whole world trying just to look like us. Take a look at your league. Wish you played like us. Now time to shook reality. You're facing a tragedy when the European legacy comes sucking down your pride to be. Those feelings of anxiety. The future you don't want to see. The wrath of our whole dynasty. It spells LEC.
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
Talk that good shit. Boy, you better back it up. If you want the LPL, sorry, that's just not enough, cause we got every team fighting lane flashbox. When they clash, you would never last less than 100. Bring your A game if you want to claim fame, that'd be your main aim. Now you're in the right lane.
Show up or shut up, no time for excuses. Can't take a series, you're probably just useless. You want a shot at us, you can come get it. If you're just talking, then you can forget it. We're gonna blow up, we're on the rise. Euphoria, this is the vibe. We wear the clown nose and we wear the crown. Kings of the West, you know we hold it down. Like
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
We've come a long way since the beginning. The dark days of double streams, vacation memes, now charged up and charging forward. We are the LEC. We can't be stopped, slowed, or suppressed. This tenacity is EU at its best. It's time for the LEC loyals to show their fandom. Put your hands together. This is your anthem.
Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on. We are everyone.
And welcome back to the LEC studio. G2 won after 5 games against Rogue. And I have Mickey with me to talk about this series. Thank you for joining me and congrats.
Thank you.
So 5 games last week, 5 games today. I mean, it's becoming a habit here, but do you know why the series was so close today for you guys?
Well, I think mostly just because draft. I think the 2 games that we lost, our draft was like so bad.
Yeah.
But we also played pretty bad. But yeah, I mean, it was a bit easier maybe to draft this time around. And I think tomorrow we should be better prepared because of it as well, because we kind of know what we messed up. So.
All right. Well, you talk about the draft now. I know that during the series, people were also talking about the fact that Rogue managed to adapt this time and that we saw new things from them coming in today. Did you notice that in game, or was it just you maybe underperforming?
I mean, they did play a little bit different, but it was kind of similar. They just played like carry junglers like they did last week, and basically just like copied what Fnatic did, I guess. But they didn't play much Tahm Kench compared to last week, so that was a bit of a change. But other than that, I think it was, I think they played pretty similar, and I think they played well overall.
Okay.
And yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, when you look at the game 5 especially, it was a long game. I'm not going to complain as a fan. It was amazing. But what was the turning point of the game for you? It looked a bit close.
The turning point for us was probably when they tried to dive a stop, and then we kind of killed a lot of them. And then at one point, we burned the Draven flash. And then when Hecarim just like ulted in the Draven with Shen ult, and then we just killed like 3 people, I think, or something. I think that's when we kind of knew, okay, this game is in the bag. And then we threw it in the top lane when they got Nash. But then we kind of knew that we can just farm and scale. Like Senna is infinite scaling, so at some point we'll win. So yeah, we went for that one.
About the Senna, actually, I wanted to ask you because Ashe has been a successful pick for you guys throughout the series. They banned the champion for game 5, so why did you go for Senna here?
I mean, Senna was kind of the next champion in line that is like the strongest when every other AD carry is banned. I think there was Ezreal, Ashe, Kalista, Caitlyn bans. So Senna is the next best pick, I guess. So we just went for that one. And the Rogue also like to play Senna a lot, so made sense to pick it away.
Yeah, nice to take it away from them. Now, before I let you go away, you told me that you knew what went wrong today and it's going to help tomorrow. Any specifics you could give me about what you will learn from this series?
Mostly just draft. And for me personally, knowing when to pick Leona and when not to pick Leona. So, yeah.
All right. And then tomorrow we're going to have another rematch of G2 versus Fnatic. Now, we know how this one ended last time, but how do you know you're going to win it this time tomorrow, Mickey?
I think this time we're going to win it because we have kind of adapted our playstyle, and we also started playing more carry junglers, I think, to decent success. So, yeah, I think we should be able to win this time around with good drafts.
Good draft. I think good draft is the thing we should notice here. But Mickey, thank you very much for the interview and good luck against Fnatic tomorrow. And we're going to take a short break and we'll come back in a few minutes with Shox and Frox in PGL. Nailed this one.
sad song. I wanna move, I wanna drink it by the bottle. It's complicated, but mixing feelings with tequila gets me wasted. I get that message when you ignore. Blue tick on my text and miss my calls. You take shots at me, so I take more. When I hit the floor, I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. Dancing without you, out you, out you. Tell strangers about you, about you, about you. You're not here to take me on, so I'll party on my own. I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. Dancing without you, out you, out you. Won't leave anytime soon, time soon, time soon. You're not here to take me on, so I'll party on my own. Keep up the tempo. Don't miss the beat, don't miss the words, don't miss your tango. There's no debating. Remixing love songs till my drinks gone sends me crazy. I get that message when you ignore. Blue tick on my text and miss my call. You take shots at me, so I take more. When I hit the floor, I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. Dancing without you, out you, out you. Tell strangers about you, about you, about you. You're not here to take me on, so I'll party on my own. I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. Dancing without you, out you, out you. Won't leave anytime soon, time soon, time soon. You're not here to take me on, so I'll party on my own, so I'll party on my own. I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. You're not here to take me on, so I'll party on my own, so I'll party on my own.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to PGL at the end of this LEC Summer Semifinal. I'm Frosk, joined here by Shaw.
Is it you welcoming me to PGL or me welcoming you to Euphoria?
Ooh, I don't know, actually. That's a good one. Also, usually, of course, we have a player guest. This will not be the case today because G2 has to prepare for tomorrow, and obviously they don't have too much time to do that, but we did hear from the winner interview, so it is all good. So we're going to talk a lot about G2 in preparation for tomorrow, but first, let's say goodbye to Rogue, who had, I mean, a valiant fight, I would say, once again today. We saw different sides, and I walk away with a more positive feeling than I had about them when they locked that world spot initially.
Yeah, and again, I really just want to reiterate, I hope that people don't kind of rewrite the history of Rogue right now, because it was, I'm going to say a week and a half ago that I saw tweets like, you know, no one should be qualified for Worlds from regular split. Oh, why isn't Schalke going? Just like very down on Rogue, and I think with their turnaround series against Mad Lions, their performance today against G2, that Europe can feel very happy that this is the third seed representing us on the international stage. And again, just reiterating this point of, this is a series that defines careers. We didn't really know what the ceiling was of this team because frankly, they're so young and they're so new outside of Hans Sama and Vander that you just hadn't seen them have an opportunity to reach that. And now given the opportunity to go toe-to-toe against G2 in this series, they hit the ceiling. I'm really happy what I saw with Rogue. I feel like you can see that they can continue to push past it, and that this is a team that we can be proud of.
And exactly, as you've brought up a couple of times, when you do go to Worlds and you get to scrim these teams that you have never played again, hopefully that will unlock more in Rogue still. However, that last game specifically, they had chances to win that game, Frosk, even though you know, it looked dire at times. You had that top lane fight where then Hansama can cash in and gets a couple of kills. You know how strong he is at a certain point in time. So what in the end made it go in G2's favor?
I know that Mickey had just said this, and I don't want to give this as all excuses, but draft was, I think, an issue from Rogue. I didn't like the balance of the composition entirely. I think that one of the key things that they were missing was hard engage. You know, outside of the Nautilus.
You kept saying it.
And I was like, I really wish they had hard engage right now. Outside of the Nautilus, you know, I would have preferred an Ornn, something of this nature that could force them to, or could give them tools to force fights, especially when they started to get early game leads. I was really scratching my head about the Aatrox pick. I know that it is a comfort pick for Finn. We've obviously seen him really pop off on the Aatrox, but you know, falling that far down in CS, and this series isn't entirely on him, but at the same time, there was a big top difference, and it is kind of one of my flags. I really want to see the carry Finn that we know exists there, because you're going to be going against 369, Ben, Zoom, and these are just the LPL top laners. This is never mind the Korean top laners that are coming, and it's just a little scary.
Yeah, I mean, even the EU top laner in this one with Wunder. The Kia player of the series wasn't Wunder. I mean, people keep saying he gets robbed. I don't know if it was the same in this case. Caps, however, won with 50% of the votes, and I guess you could make the argument that Caps was up versus Larssen, and we were talking so much about how this mid lane matchup was going to decide so much, and that, you know, they're 1 and 2 in all pro, and they are the strongest mid laners they have. So in that regard, Caps did have his work cut out for him.
Yeah, and Larssen really got the better of Caps sometimes. I think it's also true that Caps did have a 1v9 performance in some of these games. That Zoe game in particular was really just Caps, even some of those Syndra performances. So I think it is well-deserved for Caps. No lie, Wunder also had a really consistent series. But Caps continues to be the difference maker, and frankly, I think dragged G2 over the line in this one.
Who dragged G2 down in this one?
I would say the bot lane and the jungle were having some issues there. You know, if they want to say that that's draft or the execution of the draft, like, I get it and I agree. I think the draft adjustments that G2 made over the series were better, but also there were some critical thinking errors here. This was, you know, G2 forcing fights when they absolutely did not need to, making bad rotations, taking bad trades. I think the epitome of that top lane fight that we just saw in the last game where Caps isn't even there and they decide to go in for it anyway, I'm just like, why?
Yeah, I feel you on that one. We're going to have to see if G2 cleans it up for tomorrow. But to wrap up this Rogue tale, we will get some more insight as Laure is standing by with their coach.
Thank you very much, Shox. Wrapping up for now, though, because we're going to see you guys again soon at World. Freddy, thank you very much for joining me.
Yeah, good to be here.
Yeah, I'm sorry things didn't work out for you today, but as I was saying, we're going to see you guys again in 2 weeks. I guess you will be leaving for China soon. I want to talk about the prep that you guys are going to go through to be ready in China. So first, how do the players feel about going there so early because of the sanitary situation we have?
And honestly, I think the players are really happy to go there early, because the earlier we go, the faster we can start scrimming like the Chinese teams, see what it's all about, and just get the experience, right, to play against the best. And for us, moving forward, the players, Worlds, it is a big growth experience for them still, right? So really happy to like go to Worlds as soon as possible.
Yeah, we're so happy to see you guys there. I mean, we're looking forward to see Rogue at Worlds. And I want to know, who are you going to bring there? Is it going to be the whole staff, or are you leaving some people behind because you have to focus on minimal stuff? I don't know how this works for you guys.
Yeah, I mean, we're bringing kind of all the essential stuff. We're missing 2 staff members, which is a bit sad, right? But it's just the way the situation is that we have to do that. All the like coaching and performance-related people will be there present.
All right. And you do you have a schedule, something planned to get ready for Worlds? Like I know I've been talking a lot to Ismael about what he's been doing with Rogue this year. Are you going to continue on with the same approach, or is it different now that you're going to face other teams in another setup?
No, I think we continue on the same approach, like what worked for us. Like, obviously, we have to find ways to deal with this kind of 2-week period where we can't all be together. So I think every team is going to be preparing something to keep the guys like together and hanging out, obviously like online. But yeah, I mean, we will continue on all our routines and stuff that we've been doing, and yeah, everything that's been working for us, right?
All right, I have a couple more questions for you. First, we're starting to have a majority of teams who will be at Worlds this year. We have most of the Chinese team, a lot of Korean teams. Who are the players looking forward to facing here, and who are you also excited to meet?
I mean, I'm not as sure about the individual players that my team wants to face, right? But I think in general, we just really want to play the teams from LPL because I mean, it's just like so exciting to play like other regions, right? And the different styles, there's like a lot of style clashes going on. So, and for me personally, I want to like experience how their kind of drafting style is a bit different from Europe. Yeah, just the LPL teams really.
All right, well, I'm so looking forward to see you guys there. Thank you very much, Freddy, for the interview, and best of luck at Worlds.
Thank you.
And back to you, Shox and Frox.
Merci beaucoup, Laura. Très bien fait. We're just, we know it's Laura. It's an inside joke and might not come across. Anyway, Frosk.
Yes.
Yeah, you wanted to react to the interview.
Yeah, so we had Perkz on E4 this week. By the way, check that one out. And we were talking about preparing for quarantine and going into it. And Perkz was very adamant that he was like, I gotta, you know, like, I'm mentally prepared for it. I've been through it before, so I feel like I'm ready. He was considering upgrading a room because he's like, I'm gonna be stuck in that room for 2 weeks. And
Fair game.
Exactly. I need a lot of space. It is something to always think about, that when you have really young, inexperienced rosters like the Mad Lions and Rogue, you know, you either take them into a situation like we have with Worlds where they go into quarantine, they go into the bubble system, and they absolutely thrive because all they want to do is sit down and play League of Legends, experience the other teams, and be excited to be there. Or you have a situation where you put them into a really high stress environment, because it is probably the most important tournament, although not necessarily a lot of stress on their or expectations on their shoulders outside of what they want to accomplish. And you just grind them out and they're not mentally prepared for it. And it kind of goes one way or the other. And it is hard to kind of track that human element of it, but it is something to also watch. Like, I think that there's so much that Mad Lions and Rogue can learn and gain from Worlds. I love international tournaments for that reason, but I am a little bit afraid, and I do hope that the orgs really take care of their players and really, you know, make them comfortable in what is a very extreme situation.
I mean, I totally agree. I hope they will. You're bringing it up, but I've seen it firsthand at international tournaments.
We have lived through it.
Yeah, but the LPL teams, for instance, who bring in the massagers and the food specialists and make sure that their players are as comfortable as they could most possibly be. So I hope that other teams do the same, especially because this is going to be such a mentally straining and different situation, even with the added pressure of kind of, you know, the quarantine and all that. So you're very right to call that out, and we will see. We're not done here, though, yet in Europe. Tomorrow, we will have G2 facing Fnatic. Rogue finished 3rd in the LEC summer season. That does also mean that they go into Worlds as the 3rd seed, and Mad Lions the 4th. And G2 and Fnatic duke it out for the trophy and for 1st seed.
I know, everyone is shocked. No one saw this coming. Very big. No, in all seriousness, like, credit to the writers. We had some really great twists and turns this split. You know, Mad Lions,
Don't
Rogue,
feed the trolls.
I'll say this. G2 do not look great right now. Fnatic didn't look great coming into playoffs and now have suddenly really found their form. But we said this last split, like, you assume that Fnatic are the favorites here. You're like, this feels pretty confident, pretty strong. Today's series wasn't the cleanest series of League of Legends. G2 in particular have a lot to work at, but for whatever reason, like, these teams know each other so well. They've played each other so many times that it almost feels like anything that you thought you knew about preparing for the series, you almost have to kind of just throw it all out, because they just know this is what this guy plays. This is what this guy likes to pick in this situation. They have a better sixth sense for it, and that's why I think that they also play better when they do face each other.
And to that, I mean, last time we said you get more tape to watch from G2. They went down to the lower bracket. It's the same now, and in essence, if you're a Fnatic, you should have been able to see so much today because this was a 5-game series. We saw a lot of different sides, but do you think we saw G2 being pushed in the terms of it limiting their inventiveness tomorrow to a point where it's going to hinder them, or do you think G2 is going to be just fine?
I think if you're Fnatic, the best tape that you take away from this is G2's draft priorities and kind of what they're leaning on and what's happening. And you can try to punish there. I feel like Fnatic, it's weird because they have a more flexible draft in some positions and then they don't in others. And that's kind of what it'll always come down to, that both teams have kind of like clear defined strengths and weaknesses. Current form though, I think Fnatic should be favorites, but as we always say, you never know and you have to just assume that both teams will just come swinging and punching and kicking and screaming throughout the entire series. I just hope it's not a 3-0. I just don't want a 3-0.
No, I don't want a 3-0 either, because like in spring we were like, is this the best possible form that both teams have been in at the same time when they face each other? And it was such a stomp that it tilted Fnatic for the whole of summer until a couple of weeks ago.
Wouldn't that just feel like the most classic, just like BS thing though? If we have like all these 5-game series, it goes all the way, and then the final comes around, it's like 3-0, like, see you, good night.
No, it won't be. Okay, Frosk, I can feel it. It won't be. Tomorrow, Fnatic and G2, they're going to face off at 5 p.m. CEST. There will also be a 1-hour ready check before that and a bunch of other cool stuff. I'll fill you in just a second. It is a rematch from the spring finals. Yeah, you're saying that Fnatic is the favorite in your regard. I mean, just look at that. Caps versus Reckless. The storyline of kind of the old team is like a dead horse that's been beaten over the head with a...
But it was really interesting. We were actually like trying to reimagine that dead horse narrative of like the pillars of Europe, because it felt like the rivalry really was dead. You know, before we had that best of 5 that Fnatic walked away with, that it wasn't close, especially not for 2020. And I was kind of thinking like, okay, well, what is the important story here? Because I know that people like joke about it and say like, oh, narrativitis, like, oh, all they talk about is narrative.
Frost.
Exactly. But it's like, it is really important. Personally, I think the difference between, LeBlanc versus Morgana is nothing compared to Faker's undefeated LeBlanc versus the Faker Slayer Pawns Morgana in Game 5, where they, like, that matters. And for this rivalry and matchup, whatever you want to call it, the greatest thing is the prestige of both these teams, specifically Fnatic as well. If you want to be the best player in Europe, kind of in any position, at some point you will have to have worn 1 or 2 of these jerseys. And it kind of almost reminds me of like the Rocks Tigers in a sense. And obviously newer viewers won't really know that team, but it's just like, it all came together, and the players that walked through with those jerseys went on to do incredible, amazing things. And just think about how many players have worn a Fnatic or G2 jersey and what they've gone on to do, not just in Europe, but also in North America. And the collective championships. Exactly. And then come back. The collective championships that they have. And I think that's what's still really exciting, even if you don't necessarily believe in the G2 Fnatic rivalry, which the fans always do. They love beating each other. But just the prestige of seeing these teams, the fact that you throw a rock and anywhere you hit, you're going to hit an incredible player.
Yeah, exactly, and an incredible matchup. And I know it's one of those where I know that a lot of, if you're not a fan of G2 and Fnatic, you're like, oh, this again? But I think regardless of that, you have to give, the credit and the respect to what these teams are just continually able to do. And that's why they end up versus each other. We're going to move on in just a second. But one matchup I want to get your take on before we get into tomorrow is today. This match between Rogue and G2 got so much spicier because of Caps versus Larssen and the level that Larssen was able to play at. How do you think that's going to look with Nemesis versus Caps tomorrow?
I still don't think Nemesis is in the form that we saw him previously and at Worlds. Because that's the thing, like, Nemesis didn't have a great year, but we know that he can be a great player. Like, he showed up against some of the best competition. He like solo killed Faker twice. Like, this guy can play. But it just isn't there right now. That said, I don't think it really matters in the current way that Fnatic are playing, and I think Nemesis is doing his job to the team, and he doesn't have to be a Larssen. Like, Larsen's responsibility to Rogue is that he must carry. He is like the big power for them, whereas that's not Nemesis' responsibility. So it's kind of like comparing apples to oranges, but I do hope to see, obviously, both teams in best form. Like, I just want good League of Legends. What I hate is when one team plays okay and the other team plays worse. And I'm like, come on, guys. Like, let's just both play good and one team plays better. And that very rarely happens. But usually when these two teams face, that does happen.
Well, let's hope so. Let's see if we see that tomorrow. Usually we take a PGL selfie, and we're still going to do it today. We have no players, but it's just going to be me and Frox.
Are we walking?
Me and Frox. No, just like right here, I think is fine. Because we're not. Actually, they can be in the background, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, they can be. Oh,
yeah, Reckless, can you guys just like...
Can you move to the left or the right? All right, here we go. Nice. Tradition honored. That was all from us here in Berlin, but across the Atlantic, rather. Team Liquid and TSM are clashing on the Rift, and we will be back tomorrow for the last day of the LEC 2020 season and a whole day of stuff before that. Go check the schedule, but we'll see you tomorrow.
Let's go, Broxa!
Right now, Inspired and Larssen are once again looking for pressure in the mid lane. That's the ultimate going in. This time round, Larssen finds his man, turns attention to Jankos, and with the help of Inspired and the Rampage, will be able to find 2 quick kills. Hansama, who's flash and heal available, holding on to it for now. Fate's Call comes out. There goes Larssen on the back. Inspired manages to get the fear down and send Perkz packing. He's going to dash through once again and continues to retreat. But that is fantastic from Caps and G2, landing every single thing. And getting a hit by Vander, body blocked.
One's a casual 1v3.
This is insane. Like, that was a Are you kidding? Rogue setting up the death push. That's the flash forward there from Inspired. Going with the ultimate, but Mickey throws out his own. The box comes down, and that's 5 members of Rogue caught inside. I think 3 got caught by the Pop Blossom, and it is just obliteration. That could be problematic for Rogue, but look at the damage already coming in. With the help of Vander and the rest of the engaged from Rogue, they've got 1. They're about to get their second. That's already Perkz and Caps down. The Dredge line will hold Mickey in place, and he's going to fall last. That's an ace for Rogue. Are standing toe-to-toe. Dredge line will connect, and that's a fantastic ultimate. That's already Caps blown up before he can drop his ultimate. Now, can Hansama find the cash in? That's the question. He's turning his attention to Jankos and to Wonder. They simply cannot do it. The initial pick worked out. It's Inspired. He goes golden underneath his turret. The Flay will catch Hansama, and he's going to get pushed back by a devastating charge. Even though there's no stun, it doesn't matter. Hansama is down. Rogue are down. They put up a valiant fight, but Rogue will be defeated by G2. What is your region?
Play me a sad song. I wanna move, I wanna drink it by the bottle. It's complicated, but mix Chasing feelings with tequila gets me wasted. I get that message when you ignore. Blue tick on my text and miss my calls. You take shots at me, so I take more. When I hit the floor, I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. Dancing without you, out you, out you. Tell strangers about you, about you, about you. You're not here to take me on, so I'll party on my own. I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. Dancing without you, out you, out you. Won't leave anytime soon, time soon, time soon. You're not here to take me on, so I'll party on my own. Keep up the tempo. Don't miss the beat, don't miss the words, don't miss your tango. There's no debating. Remixing love songs till my drinks gone sends me crazy. I get that message when you ignore. Blue tick on my text and miss my call. You take shots at me, so I take more. When I hit the floor, I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. Dancing without you, out you, out you. Tell strangers about you, about you, about you. You're not here to take me on, so I'll party on my own. I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. Dancing without you, out you, out you. Won't leave anytime soon, time soon, time soon. You're not here to take me on, so I'll party on my own, so I'll party on my own. Dancing without you, out you, out you. You're not here to take me on, so I'll party on my own, so I'll party on my own.